Chun Tao could hardly fathom that his journey through time and space had led him to become none other than Batman himself. It is well known that Batman is exceptionally intelligent, possessing unparalleled wisdom and extraordinary combat skills. However, what relevance does this hold for me, an unassuming traveler? Oh, but wait, I have inherited Batman's strength and memories? Hold on, why are they all from parallel universe versions? Now, let us begin in earnest. Gotham is akin to a blank canvas of darkness. It is the white ink you inscribe upon that dark sheet, representing the arduous path you seek yet continually descend upon. It feels like the opening line of the final tale of your life. Batman, Gotham Impressions. ZZZZ. The Gotham Gazette brings you the latest news. The ventriloquist has been in a tense standoff with the police at the Gotham Evidence Bureau for 3 hours now, experts believe. This is simply a case of freaks attracting each other. The recent Arkham breakout, thanks to Batman, he draws those. As of now, Batman has yet to arrive on the scene, which raises the question. Are the rumors of Batman's demise true? Is the Gotham City Police Department truly incapable of wait? There's a new development. This Batman. He's here. In June, Gotham City was shrouded in relentless rain. Yet the square before the Gotham Evidence Bureau buzzed with more commotion than usual. Before Chun Tao's Batmobile had even come to a complete halt, a throng of reporters swarmed around like flies drawn to decaying flesh. They braved the drizzle, pushing against demonstrators brandishing signs reading "We don't want Batman" and police officers wielding batons to maintain order. The camera flashes flickered incessantly. Batman, what are your thoughts on the recent rumors in Gotham suggesting you were slain by Bane? Regarding the challenge posed by the ventriloquist, do you have any? Batman, why this time are you so brazenly? You freak. It's all your fault. Do you understand that madman inside? You draw. Capture him. Seize him. The protesters attempting to assault the Batmobile were quickly subdued, while Chun Tao remained oblivious to the chaos surrounding him. Amidst the tumult, he faced the gazes of admiration, indifference, and disdain, and he opened the retractable roof of the Batmobile, inhaling the first breath of damp air from the rain-soaked night. He felt an unfamiliar twinge of anxiety. Once an actor in his previous life, he should have been accustomed to being in the limelight. However, today was unlike any other. Chun Tao sighed. While traversing to the DC universe was one thing, as a fervent fan of superhero comics, he was confident he could thrive. Yet, he never anticipated that he would find himself in the shoes of the illustrious Batman, Bruce Wayne himself. What happened to merely riding coattails? How did he end up becoming the very leg he sought to cling to? It is well acknowledged that as the only member of the Justice League without superpowers, Batman may very well be the most formidable pure human to ever grace the surface of the earth. Wealthy and astute, possessing unparalleled intellect and extraordinary combat prowess, with a will as unyielding as steel, he has struck Darkseid and kicked the Justice League, rendering him utterly indescribable in his magnificence. But what does all this have to do with Chun Tao, the time traveler? Indeed, Batman is an orphan, and in his previous life he was also an orphan. Perhaps this is their only commonality. The combination of a character who has lost both parents and a time traveler who shares the same fate creates a duo of orphans that is undeniably compelling. What is even more infuriating is that merely becoming Batman is already akin to entering a hellish mode. He has traversed into the timeline of Batman. Nightfall, during which the Dark Knight is about to face one of his most devastating defeats at the hands of Bane, who will shatter his spine. This situation transcends mere hellishness. Chun Tao had contemplated abandoning everything and fleeing Gotham, but he quickly dismissed such a foolish notion. Bane knows Batman's true identity. Fleeing without a fight would be tantamount to suicide. Once Bane crushes him and seizes control of the city, it would surely spell his demise. Even if he were to survive by some stroke of luck, he would be condemned to a life confined to a wheelchair. His gaze fell to the lower left corner, where he noticed a line of silvery text visible only to him. Alfred Protocol is currently in effect. Warning. You require at least one anchoring item to synchronize Batman's memories. Damn it, others arrive at the Batcave, sign in to obtain platinum kryptonite, and instantly transform into Superman, while he, on the other hand, has not even received the basic benefit of the original's memories as a time traveler. In the 3 days since his arrival, he had even attempted to use the toilet paper in the Batcave, yet there had been no response whatsoever. Chun Tao was aware of the Alfred Protocol, yet in the comics this was supposed to be a mechanical device that Batman used to prevent his memories from being altered. Not this peculiar phenomenon appearing on his retina. Batman. A call interrupted Chun Tao's thoughts. He turned to see Gotham City Police Commissioner Jim Gordon hurrying towards him. with dark circles under his eyes and disheveled gray-brown hair clinging to his forehead. He appeared both disheveled and neurotic, like a groundhog driven to mental exhaustion. My goodness! Batman, you're here. It's hard to believe you're still alive. I witnessed Bane break your neck with my own eyes. Are you truly Batman, and not merely a jester who stumbled upon his corpse, donned his attire, and is now playing some sort of role-playing game with me? Enough with the tedious probing, Chun Tao replied. Do not be deceived by that rumor. He immediately recognized the underlying skepticism hidden within Gordon's jest and promptly interrupted him. Indeed, while his physical form was genuine, his soul was a mere facade. So it was imperative that the truth remained undiscovered by the astute detective. Chun Tao sighed inwardly. Dealing with the sharp minds of Gotham was a challenge. Without Batman's memories, everything relied on his own wits. He cast his gaze toward the silent Gotham Evidence Bureau amidst the drizzling rain. Thus, this was the plan. As a fervent fan of superhero comics, he had memorized Batman's stories thoroughly and was well acquainted with the villainous characters within those narratives. With his background as an actor, coupled with the dubious accolade of a fraudulent Best Actor and his previous experience as a part-time psychologist, he might attempt to manipulate and control some of the weaker or less stable antagonists on a psychological level, subsequently utilizing them to confront Bane. Chun Tao turned his gaze towards Gordon, getting straight to the point. Have you brought what I requested? Ah, yes, of course. Director Gordon's eyes drifted away from Chun Tao's face as he raised the evidence bag in his hand. Inside lay a grotesque puppet, marred by a prominent scar across its face. The favored doll of the ventriloquist. Very well, hand it over. Gordon hesitated noticeably, yet he complied and placed the evidence bag into Chun Tao's hands, which elicited a sigh of relief from him. Contemplating for a moment, he proceeded to explain. The origin of that rumor, the one suggesting that Bane killed the so-called Batman, was not me, but rather my disciple, the Angel of Death. Yes, indeed. Gordon wisely chose not to pursue the subject further. Chun Tao regarded him with a penetrating gaze. We shall revisit this matter later. He retrieved a large satchel from behind the Batmobile, clutching the scarred puppet as he made his way towards the entrance of the evidence room, all eyes upon him. He whispered almost inaudibly, Ladies and gentlemen, the props are in place. The actors are ready. It is my distinct honor to announce. The performance begins. Chapter 2. The treatment of the ventriloquist. The ventriloquist sat against the wall, clutching a gun, resembling a helpless prisoner awaiting the slow creak of the door. At first glance, one would hardly suspect that this balding elderly man, appearing to be in his 50s or 60s, was a notorious figure in the shadowy underworld. Frankly, his trembling demeanor belied any semblance of danger. Nearby, a group of hostages huddled together in fear, like quails. They were employees of the Evidence Bureau. One guard lay on the ground, gasping, his body stained with blood. In a futile attempt to resist, he had not even drawn his weapon before being shot through the back of his hand by the ventriloquist. Oh, Mr. Sock. A white sock knitted from wool adorned the ventriloquist's left hand, a makeshift persona created in the absence of his puppet, Scarface. Was it truly justifiable to inflict harm upon others? He spoke timidly to his left hand. Look, he is bleeding. Enough, Mr. Ventriloquist, you are being excessively cowardly. His lips remained sealed, yet his voice emanated from deep within his stomach. The sock-clad hand moved rhythmically, as if the sock itself were speaking, producing an unsettling and eerie effect. What a fool. Without hostages, what leverage do we have to exchange for Scarface? The sock on his left hand flicked about, alert and aggressive like a venomous serpent. Even kindness has its timing. That bastard brought this upon himself. As long as they comply, I shall not harm them, correct? But, silence. Do not squander your energy on such trivial matters. Batman could burst in at any moment. The ventriloquist whimpered softly, yet dared not contradict Mr. Sock, and instead, pitifully offered an apology to the injured guard. I'm so sorry. Bang. 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 The forceful knocking interrupted his words. The ventriloquist immediately aimed his gun at the hostages, and in a voice that mirrored Mr. Sock, he growled low and dark, filled with frenzied brutality, as if a beast defending its territory. I warned you, if you dare to enter, I shall shoot. Knock knock, this is Batman. Arnold's hair stood on end. He was all too familiar with that voice. It was indeed Batman, yet today felt peculiar. It was common knowledge that Batman never entered through the front door and never knocked. Mr. Sock's muscles tensed, and he crouched low, raising his weapon in preparation for an attack. Should Batman dare to enter, the bullets would unleash their fiery wrath. Open the door quickly. Let Batman come in and bestow upon you the sweet nectar of justice. The absurdity of Batman's typically serious demeanor momentarily stunned the ventriloquist, allowing Chun Tao to push open the door unscathed by any anticipated assault. Batman, you. After a brief moment of distraction, the ventriloquist swiftly regained his composure. Yet, time slipped away, my friend. Scarface. The puppet obstructed the muzzle of his gun, rendering his finger immobilized as if ensconced in an unyielding grip, unable to pull the trigger. Let me go, you bastard. In an instant, a brand new voice emerged, and if Mr. Sock's voice could be likened to that of a frenzied marauder, this new voice resonated as the very embodiment of darkness, a manifestation of the ventriloquist's inner malevolence. An infinite well of malice seemed poised to spill forth like ink upon the ground. The ventriloquist rose from the floor. The previously timid and cowardly old man had vanished entirely. He puffed out his chest and flexed his lats, as if a demon had taken residence within his diminutive frame. He sealed his lips, while the sock in his left hand opened and closed rhythmically, its voice reverberating within the confined space. Return Mr. Scarface to us. No, do not do this. I have conversed with Batman. The ventriloquist froze abruptly. This voice emanated from Scarface himself. Chun Tao pressed his lips tightly shut. Is ventriloquism your sole talent? As an actor, mimicking others is foundational, including their voices. When they first crossed paths, the ventriloquist should have shot through his skull, yet he failed to do so. Now, this was his domain. He had never contemplated treating the ventriloquist through conventional means. Mr. Sock sensed the impending danger and commanded Arnold to fire. Do not shoot. I have spoken with Batman. You are a good man. The misdeeds were coerced by me, were they not? No, that was not Scarface speaking. I command you to shoot, shoot. Indeed, listen to Scarface. Fire. No. I command you in Scarface's name. You must heed Batman's words. Cease. For voices melded into a cacophony, as Chun Tao's ventriloquism and the ventriloquists struggled fiercely for dominion over the Scarface puppet. This was the ventriloquist's most perilous flaw, a fractured personality engendering distrust. Chun Tao's ventriloquial prowess was unfazed by such tricks. He mirrored the enemy's behavioral patterns, alternating between the mimicked Scarface voice and the genuine Scarface voice, leaving the ventriloquist thoroughly bewildered. Amidst the fervent dispute, Chun Tao's other hand unzipped his satchel, filled with hand puppets, various types of puppets that could be manipulated by inserting one's hand. Arnold's gaze was drawn to him, instinctively asking, "What does this mean?" Chun Tao abruptly extended his hand. Damn! In a flash, the ventriloquist's gun barrel sprang toward Chun Tao's chin like a coiled spring. Yet it was too late, for the voice of Scarface simultaneously issued a contradictory command to the ventriloquist. Thus, by the time the ventriloquist untangled his muddled thoughts, the sock had already found its way into Chun Tao's grasp. The armament was neutralized. No, Mr. Sock. The ventriloquist let out a thunderous scream. What do you intend to do with Mr. Sock? Devoid of the assistance of his sock persona, he reverted to being merely an ordinary old man. Chun Tao disregarded him, giving the pitiful old man a swift kick into the corner. You are safe now, go outside. The hostages exchanged bewildered glances, then collectively screamed, scrambling out in a panic. Even the guard, who had just been lying on the ground, miraculously rose, shrieking and showcasing his injured hand, fleeing faster than a rabbit. Chun Tao maintained his bat-like, expressionless facade until the hall was deserted. Approaching the ventriloquist, he expressionlessly lifted the foul sock and, before the ventriloquist's eyes, tore it to shreds. No! The ventriloquist lunged for the remnants of the sock, as if mourning a lost family. Woe is me! Without you, how can I survive, sock? Take me away, sock! Take me away! Before he could fully succumb to his grief, Chun Tao seized him from the ground, delivering 2 resounding slaps. Stop crying. Look, what is this? Scarface. Arnold, on the verge of charging forward, witnessed Chun Tao twist the Scarface puppet into a pretzel and then stomp it into oblivion. Oh! The old man began to wail again, and Chun Tao yanked him off the ground, delivering blows that left him seeing stars, stifling the onset of a breakdown. After forcibly redirecting his attention, Chun Tao cast him onto a pile of puppets. Forget the old puppets, try something new. There are dozens here. Take your pick. Dazed from the psychological blows, the ventriloquist's eyes glazed over, struggling to recover from the loss of two personas in rapid succession. He absently grasped a puppet, and in the next moment, a new voice emerged from within him. Due to his severe dissociative identity disorder, the ventriloquist had a tendency to create malevolent alter egos. Essentially, these alter egos served as protectors, safeguarding the timid primary persona, Arnold. However, in mere seconds, both protective identities had been violently obliterated by Chun Tao. Thus, he found himself engulfed in profound fear, lacking the protective personas during this critical juncture. Normally, the ventriloquist would instinctively seek an object to anthropomorphize, placing it upon his hand to forge a new identity for self-preservation, much like he had previously done with an ordinary wool sock to create the sinister Mr. Sock. But what would transpire if he were suddenly presented with dozens of toys? Chapter 3. The activation of the Alfred Protocol. Oh, my heavens! Rhinos, tigers, rabbits, turtles, hedgehogs, kittens, gorillas, lions, elephants, monkeys, beetles, dinosaurs, watermelons, bananas, apples, blueberries, gray-clad robots, cowboys, police officers, construction workers, nurses, doctors, gentlemen. Cease your quarrels. Chun Tao sat leisurely to the side, observing the ventriloquist's fingers and toes, each adorned with a plush toy, embroiled in a fierce struggle. He had arranged an array of toys around him, all participating in this chaotic display of personalities. He could even see smoke beginning to rise from the balding head of the ventriloquist, who had transformed into a human speaker, with a cacophony of disjointed voices erupting from his diminutive frame, merging into a chaotic symphony. Ah! The ventriloquist let out a desperate scream. What began as a playful skirmish among the dolls now escalated to involve Arnold himself. A bird-shaped toy seemed to have persuaded the other figures, and 5 of them clenched their fists, delivering a blow right to Arnold's eye socket. Help! Someone save me! Chun Tao shook his head, his expression one of disdain. Truly a lunatic, beyond redemption. Historically, when the ventriloquist invaded the evidence room of the Gotham City Police Department, he had effortlessly selected a police doll to embody his newly formed subpersonality, thanks to the suppressive presence of Mr. Socks. However, the situation was now different. Mr. Socks had been ruthlessly eliminated by Chun Tao. Each newly created personality possessed similar strengths, making it impossible to quickly identify a dominant figure. Their equal footing resembled a multitude of viruses operating on the same computer. As time passed, the personalities continued their loud disputes, while the ventriloquist's facial expressions began to spiral out of control. His eyes wandered in opposing directions, drool spilling from his lips as he emitted incoherent sounds. It was nearly time to initiate the next phase of treatment. If the brain's CPU truly burned out, it would spell disaster. Thus, Chun Tao waded into the pile of puppets and retrieved a Batman plush toy. This was a cartoonish, miniaturized version of Batman, complete with a pacifier, clad in black attire, wearing a diaper, and sporting a cloth belt, exuding an adorably silly charm that would undoubtedly appeal to young girls. Chun Tao had even integrated a radio communication module, enabling him to remotely control the doll's speech, further facilitating his management of the ventriloquist. This is the one. Chun Tao then approached the ventriloquist and swiftly stripped him of all his toys. The ventriloquist lunged forward, clinging to Chun Tao's leg, his tears and snot smeared against his trousers. Oh, my heavens! Do you intend to get lost? Chun Tao brusquely stripped the middle-aged balding white man of every article of clothing, leaving not even a single pair of underpants. He gathered all the toys he had just scattered around him into a pile. He produced a lighter. No, no. The ventriloquist struggled violently, prompting Chun Tao to pin him under his arm and ignite the heap of plush toys. Boom! These items were highly flammable, and the flames surged instantly. Even the plush toys that were not perceived by the ventriloquist as embodiments of personality could not escape their fate. Thus, Chun Tao set fire to the remaining plush toys in the bag beside him. No. Arnold collapsed helplessly to the ground, now devoid of clothing. Even if he wished to remove his underwear to create a new persona, he found himself incapable. Arnold? Arnold? There was no response. The ventriloquist wailed like an oversized, balding infant, sobbing and slapping his own face in despair. Take me away. Take me away. If not for Chun Tao's intervention, he would have almost dashed into the flames, howling in anguish. Chun Tao was quite pleased with his reaction. He retrieved a vial of potion and sprayed a dense mist onto the poor old man's face. Cough, cough, cough. Ah! The ventriloquist ceased his cries, convulsing as if struck by a seizure. The fear-inducing potion, crafted by the scarecrow, had the effect of amplifying terror. Do you see? No matter how many new friends you make, I shall eliminate them all. Chun Tao leaned in closer, gripping his neck and forcing him to maintain eye contact. The ventriloquist began to scream once more, and Chun Tao suspected he might vomit his throat out at any moment. Although the specifics of what the ventriloquist saw remained unclear, perhaps to him the entire world was aflame. Flames, his greatest fear, Batman, the dread brought on by the absence of his protective persona, and the fear toxin melded together to create a concoction of extreme terror. The flavor was just right. Only this, the mini Batman toy, shall be the sole friend I permit you to have. Chun Tao placed the toy Batman into his hands. He will embody my will and supervise whether you heed my commands. Do not discard it. Do not abandon it. He will not lead you to murder like Scarface. He will ensure you obey me. He will not harm you. I will not harm you. This is all for your own good. Chun Tao bellowed at the ventriloquist, his voice resonating with such force that spittle sprayed across Arnold's face, delivering a jarring psychological shock to his dazed mind. Holding the mini Batman toy, a single crystalline tear rolled down his cheek. And then, he ceased to react. Oh no, could he be broken? Chun Tao, filled with concern, delivered 2 sharp slaps. Speak! Come on, smile! The ventriloquist remained unresponsive. Arnold, do not fear. As long as you listen to Batman, you will not be harmed. A deep voice, markedly different from Arnold's own yet faintly reminiscent of Batman's, emerged. A smile spread across Chun Tao's face. Success. Remember, from this day forth, you shall be the loyal hound of Batman. Woof. Huh? Something seems amiss. Never mind. It is inconsequential. Chun Tao's attention was captivated by the rapidly flashing silver text in his mind. Warning. Warning. Anchored object detected. Acquired. The tear of the ventriloquist's persona destruction. Description. The tears shed after the complete collapse of the ventriloquist's alter ego. Obtainable only through a series of morally reprehensible means. You may perhaps summon a Batman from a parallel universe using it. However, will the being summoned through such an unethical artifact truly be a formidable entity? Indeed, you have acquired him, yet your morality has dissipated. Is it truly worth it? Chun Tao suddenly glanced at his hand, where the tear of the ventriloquist was slowly desiccating. Crisis energy units converted. 10. Batman's memories can now be synchronized. Chun Tao felt a surge of excitement within. Has the external enhancement been activated? Protocol activated. Now in effect. Effective. Discovering new Batman. Currently assigning number. Your number is 52. Alfred Protocol has been fully initialized. A mortal form, yet unyielding to the king of monsters. With human strength, standing alongside the Holy Emperor. In the shadowy realms, vigilant in guardianship. The Batman, unmatched even now. Evil factions tremble before my divine light. Monsters and phantoms, none can impede. With the brilliance of shadows, a radiance for all ages. Esteemed Batman number 52. Welcome to the Bat Legion. Chapter 4. The fundamental welfare faces grave issues. Warning. Detected anchored item. Ventriloquist's personality. Tears of destruction. Searching for the targeted Batman for this anchored item. Warning. The targeted Batman could not be located. Randomly matching with a weaker, lower-tier Batman. Success? Matched. Batmonster vehicle. Danger level. F. Synchronizing. Success. You currently possess a crisis energy of 0. Warning. This Batman hails from the dark multiverse, exhibiting malevolent thoughts that may compromise Batman's morals and sanity. Cells are in turmoil, in ecstatic wails of lamentation. Genes topple like a cascade of dominoes, intangible, phantasmal particles entwining with an existence known as reality, transforming into an inextricable truth, revealing visions beyond the grasp of human language. File memories of Batmonster vehicle have been synchronized. You may synchronize others at any time. Detected that you possess no other anchored items. Crisis energy at 0. Temporary inability to synchronize with other Batmans. In the parallel universe of the Batmonster vehicle, Batman has integrated a part of himself into every piece of technology that governs the world. He became a part of the populace's life, providing comfort and security for the flock. But the flock initiated a revolution. They desired not a peaceful existence. These fools only sought freedom, along with all its ensuing flaws. I was erased from this planet by the system, my electronic technology and physical persona obliterated. I could only upload my consciousness into this colossal vehicle. No, I am not the Batmonster vehicle. I am not even Batman. I am Chun Tao. Chun Tao, after a brief moment of indulgence, promptly regained his senses, a chaotic torrent of memories crashing into his mind, causing his temples to throb incessantly. Wait, temples? Laughable. There are no temples. As he looked down to see wheels in place of his arms, spinning helplessly on the ground. With a loud crash, the sound of shattering glass echoed. Attempting to turn his head, he realized there was no head to turn. In the rearview mirror, he witnessed his inflated form smashing through the glass door of the adjacent room. Have I transformed into an off-road vehicle? The vast memories continued to flood into Chun Tao's brain, recounting the life of the Batmonster vehicle, love, hatred, passion, and enmity. All the unfulfilled desires and sorrows surged uncontrollably, igniting a brutal emotion within him, a yearning to annihilate Gotham entirely. He cast a glance at the ventriloquist, and the desire for slaughter and destruction surged forth, an overwhelming impulse to bathe in the blood of his adversary. Chun Tao mused that if he were living in an online game, the numbers for morality would be incessantly flashing above his forehead. 111. This must be the side effect of receiving memories, a complete mental pollution. A fall into depravity? Yet this contradicts my moral compass. What benefit would killing the ventriloquist provide me? In an instant, a dark and brutal emotion was swept away into the abyss of his mind, leaving Chun Tao momentarily speechless at the ease of it all. He comprehended that the benevolent Batman raised the moral high ground, while the malevolent Batman lowered the moral low, and he, devoid of any moral compass, felt an odd sense of pride. He realized he was not Batman, could not relate to the worldview of his counterpart, and struggled to understand the moral dilemmas and choices he had made in the recesses of his memory. Since he could not empathize, he was naturally unaffected. Much like the trolley problem, while others pondered whom to save, he was merely contemplating how to capture the moment and sell it to a newspaper for profit. Their thoughts were on entirely different wavelengths. Of course, this was merely due to the ineptitude of the villainous Batman. The negative emotions were too trivial, and his inability to empathize contributed to this. Would the outcome have been different had he confronted more formidable evil versions of Batman? This remained uncertain for now. Chun Tao swiftly redirected his focus to another question. Could he revert to his former self? Just as this thought crossed his mind, half of his body disintegrated into dark red specks of light, only to coalesce back into flesh and blood, abruptly halting the memories that replayed incessantly in his mind. Perhaps it had been an eternity, or maybe just a fleeting moment. Everything reverted to its original state, as if what had just transpired was but a fleeting dream. Chun Tao rubbed his thumb and forefinger together, confirming he had returned to the original, normal Batman, with not a shred of his attire in tatters. With a mere thought, his left hand transformed into a spinning off-road tire, only to revert back the next second. As long as he willed it, he could metamorphose into that monstrous vehicle anytime, anywhere. Yet ultimately, what utility did possessing the power to transform into a super off-road vehicle hold? And this Alfred protocol? Never mind, adhering to his original plan seemed far more feasible. Chun Tao shook his head, realizing that entrusting the success or failure of his endeavors to an unknown variable was never his modus operandi. He shifted his gaze back to the ventriloquist. Fortunately, when he had subdued the ventriloquist moments ago, he had expelled the hostages, leaving this individual as the sole witness to his transformation. The middle-aged, balding white man stared at him with wide, blinking eyes, while the bat baby in his hands continuously shouted words of encouragement, as if to say, "Indeed, this is what a good dog ought to do." The events that had just transpired were to remain confidential. Woof. Speak human language. Fine. Setting aside these details, his original plan had been proceeding remarkably well. The snowball had begun to roll. With the ventriloquist, he could finally operate from the shadows, manipulating him to subdue more villains. He could even utilize the ventriloquist's identity to leverage Batman's financial prowess to employ international mercenaries. In due time, the alliance of villains and mercenaries, devoid of any sense of honor, would overwhelm and crush Bane, regardless of how formidable he might be. The notion of personally engaging in battle was non-existent. I would leap from Wayne Tower into the abyss rather than. Ultimately, he is a traveler of realms. While it is true that he harbors a fondness for Batman comics, it does not imply that he wishes to embody the Dark Knight in reality. Who would forsake their immense fortune to roam the streets at night like a great bat, unleashing chaos upon the world. He even incites the youth to don vibrant attire, eschewing trousers and confront murderers and lunatics. Admit it, Bruce Wayne has long since lost his sanity. Yet this traveler is different. He is not mad, but rather a man of reason. At present, Chun Tao seeks only to eliminate the Spectre who knows Bruce's true identity, Bane, and then retire in peace, indulging in a life of hedonism, squandering his last vestiges of energy on the socialites of Gotham City. Indeed, this is the life he yearns for. His previous struggles in Hollywood were all for this very existence. As for Gotham's future, he has already devised a plan. Do you truly believe that the Kryptonian of Steel and the 5,000-year-old demigoddess from Amazon are mere bystanders? Although, since his arrival, Chun Tao has yet to encounter Clark Kent at the Daily Planet or find the antique expert Diana Prince in Boston. The Daily Planet already boasts Lois Lane. By temporal calculations, these two will soon emerge to stir the waters. Thus, he must first deal with Bane, ensuring his own survival at least until these titans make their grand entrance. The prospect of a splendid billionaire life beckons him. As for those cosmic crises, he could merely play the role of a spoiler. With so many super beings and demigods within the Justice League, could they truly fail so miserably as to require the intervention of an ordinary mortal like him? Chun Tao's heart brims with hope for a future of comfort. Yet, for now, the foremost task is to vanquish Bane. More specifically, it is time for the ventriloquist to make a call for mercenaries. Or rather, for cannon fodder. Chapter 5. In the realm of mortals as night deepened, Bane and his henchmen departed from their hideout, traversing the streets of Gotham's impoverished districts. In the common imagination, archvillains are typically envisioned as hulking figures, robust and formidable, capable of devouring 3 children in a single sitting. Indeed, Bane epitomized this very image. Yet, even in Gotham, there exist those desperate souls who seek assistance from such fearsome beings. For instance, at this very moment, a small girl gazed up in awe at the mountain-like figure of the muscular behemoth, her timid grip tightening around her tattered doll, a remnant salvaged from a refuse bin, perfectly matching her own worn attire. My mother is suffering from cancer. She needs medicine. She's in so much pain. People say only God can help her. With trembling lips, she looked at Bane, her eyes filled with hope. Can you help me? Bane halted the approach of a henchman intent on shooing the girl away. Where do you live? The girl pointed to a dilapidated house behind her. Bane strode inside. Moments later, he emerged, wiping the remnants of brain matter and blood from his hands. Your mother will suffer no more. Bury her. Do not recklessly seek help from others again, lest the world's miseries come knocking at your door. He raised his gaze slightly, observing the eastern horizon where the stars were veiled beneath the cloak of darkness. Bane murmured, "There is no God here, but Bane is present." The night in Gotham was eerily serene, imbued with a gravestone-like tranquility. The faintly acidic gray rain intertwined with the smog of industrial fumes beneath the neon lights. The Reaper stood atop a building, watching as Gotham City grinned malevolently through the misty drizzle. On the streets, a car zoomed past, splattering mud all over a pedestrian. In an instant, the pedestrian drew a submachine gun from his coat and fired at the receding vehicle, a relentless barrage echoing through the night. The people in this city are utterly exaggerated, The Reaper mused, skillfully extracting an anti-tank rocket launcher and a mortar from his bag. He pointed towards a distant structure, calculating distance and wind speed. I must remind you, Reaper, my mission mandates that no casualties may occur, came the voice of the employer through the earpiece. Ventriloquist, after all these years in the underworld, how did you come up with such a superhero-like requirement? The Reaper complained, positioning the mortar on the edge of the rooftop. If it weren't for you being a longtime client, I might have thought you were an informant for Batman. By the way, that new toy of yours, you're not truly siding with Batman, are you? Has he not provided you with a pair of Robin's pantsless uniform? Firing. The mortar launched, tracing a deadly parabolic arc through the air, coinciding with the voice of the ventriloquist. Dead men pay no dues. All right, I understand. No need to rush. The Death Shooter licked his lips and raised the anti-tank rocket launcher. Bang! The rocket shot forth with a vengeance, meeting the mortar shell in a fiery embrace above the building's rooftop. Boom! In an explosive cacophony, the roof was torn apart like a popped can, revealing the frenzied enemies below, scurrying like ants. See? I told you I would deliver the Mad Hatter to you unscathed. The Death Shooter withdrew his sniper rifle but remained still. However, due to your distrust, I no longer wish to undertake this assignment. What? The Mad Hatter, startled by such trepidation, would likely seek refuge. Capturing him again would be tenfold more challenging. Besides, Gotham is under the protection of Batman, and mercenaries willing to venture here are few. My employer, you wouldn't want this task to go unfulfilled, would you? Enough. State your terms. The Death Shooter gazed skyward at a 45-degree angle, speaking with unwavering conviction and clarity. The price must be increased. The night enveloped the city like a maiden shedding her garments, fervently entwined with its essence. The Cheshire Cat gracefully strolled through the deserted halls of Gotham Heights High School, the outside world filled with the wails of sirens and the chaos of panicked voices. I must remind you, dear lady, that our target, Mr. Zash, is a lethal assassin, much like yourself. The voice emanating from the earpiece belonged to a ventriloquist, or rather, to the bat-shaped puppet perched upon his left hand. I have no doubt you can overcome him, but my stipulation is the assurance of each student hostage's safety. Therefore, you must first separate Zash from those female students before engaging. Oh, is that so? The Cheshire Cat's slender fingers traced the contours of her waist and the alluring white expanse of her chest, pausing at her smiling cat mask. I believe it need not be so complicated. Must it? What are you saying? She isn't speaking to you. The indifferent moonlight mingled with the red and blue hues of the police lights, illuminating the figure of the assassin emerging from the shadows. A multitude of scars etched across his robust muscles. Victor Zash, one of Gotham's notorious villains. His gaze lingered on the woman's graceful form. Why not grant me a glimpse of your beauty, dear lady? Oh no, you know better. The female assassin turned away. A cat never removes her mask, especially in the presence of a completely exposed exhibitionist. A short knife appeared in the empty palm of the adversary. The Cheshire Cat sighed. From behind, she produced a retractable knife. Then from the front, a multitude of throwing stars cascaded forth like a hamster spilling its hoard. She tilted her head. A cat fight? In the shadows of Gotham, the infamous exhibitionist and serial killer, Mr. Zash, wore a twisted smile. Cat quest. Within the depths of Wayne Manor, in the Batcave, Chun Tao was manipulating mercenaries with the voice of a ventriloquist, reminiscent of a bald-headed man. Enough. Just state your terms. What? You want more money? He waved his hand dismissively, adopting a wealthy patron's tone. Increase it. I can accommodate. Turning around, he found Tim Drake, the third Robin, furiously brandishing a piece of paper before him, inscribed with the words, Batman, I still cannot believe you chose to hire mercenaries to deal with Bane instead of bringing me along. The genuine ventriloquist, feigning innocence, crouched in the corner, attempting to disguise himself as an actual dog. Tim's fists clenched at the sight, yet he refrained from striking in Batman's presence. Thus, the young Robin gritted his porcelain-white teeth, filled with indignation, and continued writing. Moreover, you not only brought home villains but also made calls to other nefarious individuals in front of me. Batman hung up the phone, exhaling a sigh. The third Robin fell into a momentary silence. He inquired, is it because of Paul? Jean-Paul, The fallen angel slain by Bane. Not entirely, Chen Tao replied. Listen to me. He turned, grasping Tim's shoulders, locking eyes with him. I intend to retire. Wah! What? This unexpected response left Robin bewildered. Youth must eventually fade, Tim. The days of boyhood are fleeting, golden cups empty, and old dreams difficult to bear. Batman is merely a dream of an 8-year-old child reluctant to awaken. And now the dream must come to an end. I wish to accomplish one final task for Gotham, then lead a life of normalcy, a life I rightfully deserve. So do you, Tim. You are accomplished, exceptionally intelligent, blessed with both father and mother. You cannot fathom how rare this is. You deserve all the beautiful things this world has to offer. You should be attending school, and someday you will meet your true love. She may have golden hair and azure eyes, or perhaps auburn locks. She might bear the surname Gordon or Brown, but one day, she will be known as Drake. You will know each other, fall in love, my child. Such innocent and pure affection is an opportunity one shall never again possess. We must escape this nightmare. With a crash, the tray in Alfred's hands fell to the ground, shattering into pieces. He covered his face, weeping tears of joy. Is this real, Bruce? Am I truly not dreaming, Bruce? Chapter 6. The clever one, the killer croc, crushed the mouse between his powerful jaws, shattered bones mingling with blood, creating crimson ripples in the water. He exhaled a gust of fetid air, heavy with the scent of blood. Standing at over 2 meters tall, with dark blue scales resilient enough to withstand gunfire, glistening claws and menacing fangs, Waylon Jones resembled a bipedal crocodile, both ferocious and somewhat dim-witted. Yet, even as his mind succumbed to primitive instincts and animalistic urges, he retained a vivid recollection of the name of the one who had wronged him. Bane. This name echoed incessantly in his mind like a relentless scream. Navigating the shadowy depths of Gotham's sewers, amidst the stench of decay, filth, and noxious fumes, he sought the scent of his adversary. His arm throbbed with dull pain, a reminder of their last encounter, where he had barely managed to withstand one blow before Bane had shattered his arm. The killer croc understood all too well that he had become a mere instrument for Bane to demonstrate his prowess to Batman, a tremendous humiliation and an unparalleled motivation. The fury within him raged like an inferno. In the natural world, crocodiles are notoriously vengeful creatures. However, before he could exact his revenge, he needed to find sustenance. The thought momentarily dulled his ferocity. With a disgruntled snort, he lamented his hunger, realizing that the mouse was hardly sufficient to satiate his appetite. "It's fine. A brief respite will quell my hunger," he mused, settling down amidst the refuse. Though warm-blooded, he retained several reptilian traits, such as the propensity to remain motionless for hours. At that moment, his acute sense of smell detected an enticing aroma. The scent was so alluring that it compelled him to stretch out his curled form, much like a hedgehog unfurling. How delightful! What was that fragrance? Roast pig. No, wait. Above the sewer where he hid must be a slum. Why would there be? But it truly smelled divine. After a brief, lazy contemplation, his mind ceased its deliberation. With a snap, the mental thread snapped, and his cold, slit-like pupils morphed into an unusual shape. Delicious! With a resounding thud, the salivating killer croc heaved the manhole cover aside and emerged from the underground. He found himself in an abandoned open-air parking lot, littered with the remnants of discarded vehicles and construction debris, devoid of any human presence. It was the deep night in Gotham. The mist had dissipated, and the moon shone brightly amidst the sparse stars. The cool evening breeze intertwined with the tantalizing scent, leaving traces of its kiss in every corner of the air. Bathed in the silvery moonlight, the killer croc beheld a golden roast pig set in the center of the clearing. His nictitating membrane flickered, and reason reasserted itself, revealing a glimmer of human-like contemplation in his beastly gaze. It was a trap. The intent to ensnare him was all too apparent. Surely, the roast pig was laced with poison? Yet, there was no unusual scent in the air. Oh, perhaps it was an odor neutralizer? What kind of person would go to such great lengths? Right, what kind of person indeed? I am at a loss. At this point in the analysis, the cunning alligator found itself at an impasse. My head itches terribly. How was I supposed to extend my thoughts from here? Never mind, but Regardless of who orchestrated this entire scheme, the alligator had no intention of retreating in the slightest. With clarity in his mind, the alligator, resembling a comical figure, swayed unsteadily, drooling as he ambled toward the roasted pig. He had already devised a plan. No matter who the puppet master was, he needed to ensure that the alligator consumed the bait laced with poison to proceed with the next step. He intended to think outside the box and introduce this bait into the underground drainage system. If the adversary truly descended to witness his poisoning, the roles of predator and prey would instantly reverse. If they did not come, he could clandestinely observe and then strike. In either scenario, the initiative would remain firmly within his grasp. The alligator could not help but commend his own intellect internally. Such a clever scheme conceived in a short span. And then, he seized the roasted pig. In the next moment, zzzzzzz, hundreds of thousands of volts surged through his body, leaving him charred and twitching on the ground, his dark blue scales scorched. Crash! For searchlights, concealed amidst the refuse, suddenly illuminated the abandoned parking lot as bright as day. No way, is this it? The alligator overheard the astonished voices of the hidden orchestrators from the shadows. No way, could anyone truly fall for such a simple trap? In an instant, the alligator felt his blood rush from his feet to the crown of his head. Rationality diminished by 100. His brain practically shut down, and with a distorted howl, the alligator leapt up, resembling a Parkinson's patient in a fit. However, the residual effects of the electric shock rendered his movements less an assault and more akin to an electronic dance. Yet, given his weight exceeding 1,500 pounds, such actions still possessed considerable lethality. The ventriloquist nearly crawled away from his previous position, while the wireless communication module embedded in the bat-shaped baby he held continued to relay taunts. Is this it? Is this it? Is this it? At that moment, Chun Tao truly experienced the joy of trolling from a previous life online. Especially as he watched the ventriloquist rolling and scrambling on site. He sat comfortably in a plain van parked several kilometers away, sipping coffee while observing with a satellite and a camera mounted on the puppet. Safe and at ease. Knock, knock, knock. A small thug was rapping on the car window outside. Bro, do you know whose territory this is? You need to pay up. Chun Tao rolled down the window, revealing pointed ears and a half-covered Batman mask. Are you serious? The thug, taken aback by the sight of Batman, emitted a high-pitched scream and fled. Damn it. Encountering a living Batman at such a late hour is truly terrifying. Meanwhile, Killer Croc has descended into utter madness. Roaring with fury, he barely managed to take a couple of steps before feeling a tight grip around his feet, having stumbled into a meticulously prepared trap. Dozens of snares erupted from the earth, ensnaring him at a dizzying pace, binding him into a tight bundle. Once again, he found himself ensnared, and his fury intensified. Yet, starved, paralyzed, and despondent, he could not escape, crawling mournfully upon the ground. Was success achieved so easily? Deathstroke emerged from his hiding place, disdainfully regarding the man clad in yellow and blue, resembling a superhero. Enough with the incessant chatter, Captain Boomerang. You should be grateful that our employer willingly undertakes the task of drawing the enemy's attention, allowing you to linger thus far, he said with a tone dripping with sarcasm. I dare say this mission was more suited to you. I managed to earn a staggering $2 million in one go. So simple, Captain Boomerang exclaimed, his excitement rendering him nearly incoherent. I have no intention of taking on any further tasks. Once this job concludes, I shall retire and return home to Mary, he proclaimed with almost reverent enthusiasm. This is the most splendid day of my life. Deathstroke, rendered speechless, disregarded the idiocy of this background figure and turned to the Cheshire Cat beside him, instructing, send a message to the live bait and the tattooed man. Have them come here. The Cheshire Cat nodded, pleased at the prospect of collecting payment without lifting a finger. Coughing slightly, Deathstroke reflected on the unusual ease of their operation. Yet, with the target now captured, he turned to the ventriloquist, who was gasping for breath nearby, and said, Dear employer, I am curious. You previously forbade us from dealing a fatal blow to Killer Croc, insisting he must work for you. He pointed at the fuming Killer Croc. Do you still intend to pursue that course? Naturally, Arnold quivered, unable to utter a word, while the bat-themed toy in his hand interjected. I have a plan. Unforgivable. However, before he could finish, he was interrupted by the deafening roar of Killer Croc, face down and thrashing. Deathstroke calmly lowered his hands from his ears, saying, "Very well, but in truth, I believe you have likely already made an enemy of this beast, and persuading him to quiet down is practically impossible, let alone compelling him to work for you." Chapter 7. The power of money. Beneath the illumination of 4 enormous searchlights, 2 boxy trucks entered the desolate parking lot. The mercenaries, known as Live Knot and the Tattooed Man, shut the doors with grim faces and approached with an aura of coldness. Like the Death Shooter, the Cheshire Cat, and the Javelin Captain, they were all hired by Chun Tao. In their eyes, however, their employer was not the illustrious Batman, but rather the criminal known as the Ventriloquist. Live Knot, a robust Mexican adept at using lassos, was responsible for ensnaring the Killer Croc previously. Upon seeing the bound Killer Croc, a slight smirk formed at the corner of his mouth. The Tattooed Man, true to his nickname, resembled a watercolor painting sullied with bird droppings. He seemed less like a killer and more akin to a sailor eking out a living by the sea. Upon arrival, he mockingly exclaimed, "Ha! Our target is a fool." Suddenly, a loud bang erupted as a plume of white smoke burst from the head of the Killer Croc. The group hastily dragged the Killer Croc to the rear of the 2 boxy trucks. During this time, the Tattooed Man made a few more derisive comments, nearly falling victim to a bite from the Killer Croc in return, which incited a flurry of chaos, humiliation, rage. The Killer Croc was consumed by a fury that soared higher than the gamma rays produced by the explosion of a supernova in Orion. The insult to his dignity was such that not even the liquid water of Europa could cleanse it. The mysteries of the cosmos, the bending of space and time, the reversal of sun and moon, and the tumultuous tides of the sea could not diminish this wrath in the slightest. He could not contain his thunderous roar. Unforgivable! This cry echoed with the lament of Prometheus stealing fire. Unforgivable! It resonated like Jesus' anguished shout from the cross. Unforgivable! With a decisive bang, the ventriloquist wasted no time and flung open the rear door of the boxy truck, unleashing a ton of cash directly onto the face of the Killer Croc. There was no subterfuge, only an avalanche of dollars. The force was so brutal that the green mountain of money collapsed, spilling from the truck like a box of overturned toilet paper. The Killer Croc's voice was suddenly stifled, as if gripped by a choking hand. This money was an advance payment. With a mere nod, it would all be his. No. Unfor. With another bang, the ventriloquist opened the other boxy truck, and another ton of cash cascaded down, a chilling rain of currency slapping against the Killer Croc's face. The Killer Croc's complexion flushed with rage. "Do not further insult me with this money." He yearned to rebuke them with righteous indignation. He was a cold-blooded beast, a cruel monstrosity, not someone to be trifled with. "Does wealth make you formidable? Just because you offer me money, do you think I will grovel and worship at your feet?" A slap of a dollar bill struck his eye, obscuring his vision. "Unfor. Forgive me." The Killer Croc swayed precariously, overwhelmed by the dizzying sensation induced by the vast sums of money raining upon him, rendering his linguistic faculties temporarily inoperative. Clutching the banknotes, he solemnly declared, "Father." However, he abruptly recalled his identity as an African American, a demographic often devoid of paternal figures. Coughing, he amended his statement. "I have wandered aimlessly for much of my life, harboring a profound resentment for never encountering a sagacious employer. If you do not mind, I am willing. Good heavens, there must be at least tens of millions of dollars here." The spear captain leaped directly into the pile of cash, exclaiming, "I am perishing. Get away." Enraged, Killer Croc retorted, "This is my money. While it may have belonged to you, I am the one reveling in it now." In a fit of fury, despite being bound like a dumpling, he summoned the strength from his core and propelled himself into the heap of money. Mean it. The Deadshot, equally flustered, felt his ability to articulate slip away. Gazing at the money under the light, he found his vision blurring. Unlike the spear, he was no stranger to wealth, so his estimation of the cash's volume did not yield the same egregious error. Tens of millions? This must be at least 200 million. Damn it! He was utterly oblivious to the fact that the van belonging to the living tattoo artist and the active knot was filled entirely with cash. Perhaps they were unaware as well. For a fleeting moment, he contemplated eliminating everyone present and making off with the $200 million. However, reason ultimately prevailed, and he realized that anyone capable of producing $200 million to bribe Killer Croc could just as easily procure the same amount to take his own life. He had a daughter. One could escape the monk but not the temple. Although money is enticing, it is of little use without life to spend it. Most importantly, there were over 2 tons of cash here. Even if he managed to seize it, there was no way to transport it out of Gotham. He forced himself to turn away, only to meet the bloodshot eyes of the living tattoo artist and the active knot, prompting him to draw his weapon. "Whoa, calm down, gentlemen." While cautiously anticipating what irrational actions these 2 incompetent fools might undertake, Deadshot inquired, "Where is the ventriloquist?" This time, he refrained from referring to him as an employer. "What? The ventriloquist is the employer? I wouldn't believe that for a second. If a middle-aged, balding white man could casually produce $200 million, why would he need to engage with Gotham's underworld?" Unfoundedly, Deadshot recalled the Batman figurine in the ventriloquist's possession, sending a shiver down his spine. The mere thought of that bat-like silhouette caused his ribs to ache. The last time he encountered Batman in Gotham, he had fought him on a train, resulting in 3 broken ribs. Forget him. Forget him. Deadshot shook his head. First, we eliminate Batman from consideration. He would never engage in such dealings. So, who possesses the wealth and the influence to command someone like the ventriloquist? Is it the Penguin? Or perhaps Two-Face? The Riddler? Could it be the Romans? He has fled to Hong Kong. Perhaps we should broaden our list of suspects. Such as Bruce Wayne? Never mind, he lacks motive. Let's exclude him. Ventriloquist? Ventriloquist? For heaven's sake, let the true employer speak to me directly. What are you saying? Don't play dumb with me. The tattooed man and the living knot share an uneasy glance. Deathstroke fixates on them, gradually retreating. Even the dullard, Javelin, senses the unusual tension in the air. He emerges from the pile of cash and stands beside Deathstroke, while Killer Croc lies on the ground, grinning like a cat high on catnip. Deathstroke has no intention of engaging in a shootout here. It's not that he lacks the capability to eliminate everyone present, except for Killer Croc, but rather the unsettling feeling of being manipulated disturbs him. The puppeteer seems to have calculated that his domestic ties would restrain him, intending to use him to suppress this unruly band of mercenaries. And should suppression fail, using his hand to eliminate the unstable elements within the group is also an acceptable outcome. Wait a moment. Deathstroke suddenly realizes that the adversary has anticipated his reluctance to engage in conflict, meaning that a scenario where he fails to suppress and kills everyone, causing a loss to the puppeteer's forces, is entirely off the table. This feeling is too bizarre. Why does the enemy know him so well? As for Killer Croc, if he attempts to abscond with the money, that $200 million would likely become a bounty on his head, prompting those present to turn on each other for the reward. Conversely, if he accepts the job to safeguard the salary he just received, he would have no choice but to align with Deathstroke. Together, they could decisively eliminate the other 3 individuals present. Then, at this juncture, the puppeteer might send out the ventriloquist to dangle a tempting offer, coercing and enticing. The 2 men would likely regain their rationality and quickly suppress their greed. This balance is skillfully maintained, but has he not considered the potential for miscalculation? At that moment, he notices the Cheshire Cat silently maneuvering to their flank, forming a pincer movement against the living knot and the tattooed man. Oh, their SA backup plan. Has the Cheshire Cat been bribed in advance? Damn, why wasn't I bribed? Deathstroke gritted his teeth, reflecting not at all on his penchant for haggling. The charged atmosphere dissipated into thin air. Deathstroke lowered his weapon, irritably addressing the ventriloquist. So, the true master, do you not wish to reveal your true self? He then observed the ventriloquist nodding, producing 5 earpieces from behind. Damn it, the puppeteer even anticipated this. How infuriating. Chapter 8. The Assault of Bane. Knock. 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 Someone rapped on the window of Chun Tao's van. Lowering the glass, he beheld the same small-time thug who had previously attempted extortion, now flanked by a larger contingent, brandishing machetes and crowbars. Do you truly believe that donning a Batman costume renders you as such? You genuinely frightened me earlier. Chun Tao, disinterested in further discourse, extended a hand, which instantaneously morphed into a spinning off-road tire, striking the thug squarely on the forehead. Get lost. In Gotham, resorting to machetes and the second-generation Robin's physical weaponry for robbery seemed rather pathetic. As he watched the thugs flee in disarray, Chun Tao adopted a different demeanor and seized a microphone. Hello, can you hear me? I trust you can. He cleared his throat, adopting the cool, detached tone of the Cheshire Cat as he addressed the microphone. Good day to all esteemed mercenaries. Swiftly, he transitioned into the voice of Deadshot. I am pleased that no conflicts have arisen. Believe me, that is precisely what I desired. Now release Killer Croc. Deadshot maintained a stoic expression, refraining from asking foolish questions about one's identity. Internally, he weighed the merits of further involvement in this murky affair. He sensed the undercurrents of a conspiracy. Indeed, such tales invariably commence with the shadowy puppeteer, ensnaring an inexperienced and naive mercenary. Mercenaries, unlike the audacious Bell Tolls, rarely accept all tasks indiscriminately. They are merely mortals easily betrayed by their employers, leading to untimely demises. Thus, individuals like Deadshot typically opt for reliable employers through intermediaries. For instance, the ventriloquist had proven himself to be a kind-hearted, principled crime lord, which is why Deadshot had chosen to be present here. Yet, what of this enigmatic puppeteer? The ventriloquist untied Killer Croc's ropes. The beast leaped up from the ground, claws bared, perilously close, with Deadshot's firearm lowered. Fortunately, the crocodile did not launch an attack. Instead, he gleefully bounded into the pile of cash, painstakingly retrieving each bill from the dust and carefully stuffing it back into the van. Heh. I have $200 million now. Heh. Captain Boomerang, standing nearby, expressed his envy with palpable frustration. Damn it, why is my salary merely? Chun Tao switched to Boomerang's voice. Do not envy Killer Croc. He merely advanced his base salary for the next 4 years. He continued, as your generous employer, I assure you that upon the completion of the tasks I assign, everyone present shall return home with hundreds of millions in a few months. This is an unprecedented opportunity. The question remains whether you possess the courage to accept it. Deadshot promptly resolved to engage in this murky affair, not solely for monetary gain, but primarily for his penchant for adventure. Chun Tao once again rambled on, his words amounting to little more than, I, the wealthy brother, your affluent employer throwing money on the utilization of monetary prowess this pie, it is both vast and round. In truth, Chun Tao was not particularly adept at oration. However, when surrounded by a mountain of dollars, the scenario shifted dramatically. On one side lay the visibly stacked currency, the brutal alligator willing to spend lavishly, while on the other stood 3 individuals exuding overt menace. Thus, a strained smile emerged, and the tattooed man joyously patted his belly, transforming the atmosphere into one of fervor. The spear captain, inciting applause, exclaimed, Ah, illustrious employer, you are exceedingly generous. His Shakespearean-like sycophancy left the Death Shooter speechless. Did you not intend to decline subsequent missions? I have had a change of heart. Humph, how greedy you are for money, the Death Shooter remarked disdainfully. Chun Tao continued, thus a temporary squad is formed, and I have already devised a name for you, the Suicide Squad. What a morbid moniker. I shall add 100,000. That name is simply splendid. Regardless, flattering does not cost a dime. All things considered, the Death Shooter sighed in relief. The current mission had been accomplished, and as long as he exercised caution in the tasks ahead, he was likely to return home alive. With 200 million, perhaps he could retire and spend time with his daughter. Behind the screen, Chun Tao too breathed a sigh of relief. Once Bane was dealt with, he might retire and enjoy the serenity. Once I have earned 200 million, I shall return to my hometown and purchase a grand villa, then live with my wife. Suddenly, the spear captain's golden-haired head, adorned with a mask, was crushed like a watermelon by a large hand, his spear falling feebly to the ground. Thud! Several kilometers away, Chun Tao spat coffee all over the live stream screen, abruptly standing and colliding with the van's ceiling. Time seemed to decelerate. The Death Shooter widened his eyes, hearing the distorted, piercing cry of the Cheshire Cat. Enemy attack! He beheld the colossal figure, the upper body, half naked, muscles bulging and veins protruding like a constrictor coiling around him. Most striking was the luminous green the fourth tube connecting his head to his arm, along with that mask. Bah! Bane often felt as though he were plummeting into a vast, empty void, that profound darkness coalescing into an ocean. This was both his cradle and his tombstone. Yet this did not confine his thoughts. His spirit broke free from the coffin, wandering in the twilight where silence and vitality coexisted. He sought the bat creature, yearning to stand before it, to resist its shadow, and ultimately to slay it. His fears will eventually perish. At that moment, the entirety of Gotham shall resound with the exultation. Hail, the great warrior Bane, who has vanquished the malevolent Dark Knight. Hail, Bane, you reign supreme over Gotham, transcending all. Yet, the adventures of this valiant hero are not destined to be devoid of peril. The Dark Lord has dispatched his minions. That grotesque beast with its green visage and protruding fangs, a fallen adversary, grovels at the feet of evil for the sake of wealth. It bares its sharp teeth, attempting to intimidate the formidable Bane. But the hero remains undaunted. He swings his powerful uppercut, reminiscent of a pendulum, sending the killer croc reeling backward, crashing to the ground. I thought I had vanquished you, beast. Now I must extinguish your life. The creature leaps back to its feet, its jagged maw exhaling a vile breath. It roars, delivering a heavy blow to the hero's crown, its sharp claws tearing at Bane's flesh. You aspire to rule Gotham, do you? Without your venom, you wouldn't even be a contender. Bane retaliates with a punch to its face, sending it sprawling once more. Another strike and its head crashes against the ground, shards of stone erupting. A third blow embeds part of the creature's skull into the concrete. Bane seizes the wreckage of a nearby vehicle, lifting it high. I need not venom to slay vermin like you. Bang! For I am Bane. Bang! The nightmare of all obstacles. Bang! The calamity of all living beings. Bang! The killer croc howls in agony as the twisted remnants of the vehicle shatter into fragments. A gunshot rings out. Bane evades the bullet and swiftly turns. His form is as agile as a dolphin leaping from the water. In the ethereal twilight, his gaze sparkles with brilliance. Ah! Of course, the Dark Lord has other minions yet. Chapter 9. A catastrophic collapse with a sudden eruption. Chun Tao spewed coffee all over the screen, his head colliding with the vehicle's ceiling. He became acutely aware of a dreadful and alarming reality. This was the tangible world, and Bane would not behave like a boss in an online game, patiently awaiting a hero to grind for equipment, level up, gather companions, and ultimately confront him. If the transmigrator Chun Tao had altered Batman's modus operandi and tactics, it was only logical for Bane to correspondingly adjust his strategies. As the mastermind behind the Arkham breakout, Bane's plan fundamentally revolved around exploiting the escaped lunatics to exhaust Batman, allowing himself to remain at ease. However, with Chun Tao's arrival, this strategy crumbled. Bruce Wayne's relentless desire to save the innocent burdened him, so much so that despite discerning Bane's scheme, he was compelled to expend energy confronting various madmen. And what of Chun Tao? He was utterly indifferent to the revelries of lunatics throwing a party in his city. Ding, ding, ding. Alarm bells blared within a Gotham bank. A throng of people screamed as they fled through the entrance, closely pursued by the Joker and his henchmen, who were laden with bags of cash. Gotham's Prince of Crime cackled maniacally, spreading his arms wide at the entrance. Ah! Come on, Bat. It's party time. But there was no one. The streets lay desolate, devoid of even a single police car. A gust of wind swept through, fluttering a flyer against the Joker's face, emblazoned with the words, "Cast your sacred vote for Mayor Carlo." The Joker stroked his chin thoughtfully. Hey, everyone, I just had an idea. Ah. The scene shifted back to Chun Tao. A mind as astute as Bane's could not possibly overlook the transformation of Batman and the sudden appearance of mercenaries within the city. Perhaps Bane was uncertain whether these mercenaries were foes or allies. Perhaps he had an inkling of the truth. Regardless, it was evident that any destabilizing factors intervening between him and Batman could be swiftly eliminated through brute force. Indeed, this was Bane's method. The simpler and more brutal the approach, the more effective it proved. The most sophisticated conflicts often manifest in the simplest of manners. Those who obsess over intricate maneuvers ultimately meet a fate akin to that of a hapless crocodile. Thus, the plan had to change. No longer would they wait for Batman to become incapacitated before striking him down. Instead, the new strategy was to charge forth, eliminate the mercenaries first, and then deal with Batman. How could a villain allow the protagonist to develop unhindered only to confront him in the end? Calm. Chun Tao pondered silently. Bane's decisiveness surpassed Chen's expectations, yet he harbored a critical misjudgment. He believed Batman remained formidable. This indicated that until he had confirmed the elimination of any potential disruptors that could lead him into a state of being overwhelmed, Bane would not rashly initiate a final confrontation. In other words, if Deadshot and the others could turn the tide. Bang! Then Chun Tao witnessed the killer croc being struck so fiercely by Bane that his head sank into the ground. Without hesitation, Chun Tao seized the microphone and urged, "Hold on. As long as we can survive, that's all that matters." Damn! Cold sweat broke out on the forehead of the Deathstroke. With 2 submachine guns in hand and a portable rifle mounted on his arm, he created a formidable web of firepower before him. Deathstroke was confident. With his control, not even a fly could venture near. Yet, a miracle unfolded before him. Bane, spinning and leaping, the muscular behemoth swayed through the hail of bullets like a butterfly amidst flowers. Boom! Deathstroke hastily drew an anti-tank rocket launcher, but such a cumbersome weapon posed no threat to the agile Bane at such close quarters. Damn it, if only I had. His eyes widened in despair as he helplessly watched Bane close the distance. Help! Clang! Bane's eyes narrowed beneath his mask. A strike from the Cheshire Cat pierced his skin. The feline-like woman unleashed a strength far beyond the ordinary, capable of cleaving genuine steel, yet only managed to graze the Titan-enhanced Bane. With a punch, the blade of the Cheshire Cat tore through the air as if it were mere paper, and Bane, with his fingers spread wide, sent her hurtling like a meteor, crashing into a building. Damn it! Deathstroke's peripheral vision caught sight of his teammates. The Cheshire Cat lay amidst the rubble, her fate uncertain. The killer croc sprawled on the ground, while the tattooed man stood nonchalantly nearby, observing his comrade's efforts. Shaking his head, "Sigh, that's not how it's done. You fool." Deathstroke turned to his teammates, shouting, "Retreat! We can't." "Really? I don't believe it." Deathstroke nearly gasped for breath. The Knot had launched his attack. He leaped over the retreating Deathstroke, a smirk on his lips, his white teeth and Mexican-style braids flying in the air. In an instant, he unleashed a flurry of lassos, ensnaring Bane like a spider's web. He laughed heartily. "You lot are useless. It's all on me. Look, no escape. Don't get cocky. Be careful." But Deathstroke's warning came too late. Fool! Why not consider that Bane could evade his bullets? How could he possibly avoid these lassos? In the next moment, Bane tore through the reinforced ropes as if they were mere straw, yanking the rope and, before Knot could react, pulled him effortlessly toward him, sending him crashing to the ground like a yo-yo. Deathstroke fired incessantly, but to no avail. He could hardly believe that Bane could dodge his bullets while simultaneously pummeling Knot, moving as fluidly as a skating prodigy. The tattooed man remarked, "If that were a blade below, he'd be dead." "Shut your filthy mouth." In a fit of rage, the character known as Huojie released his lasso and, with dazzling speed, unleashed his locking technique upon Bane. His name, Huojie, mirrored his combat skills, suffocating and lethally effective. "I refuse to believe it. We are all human, are we not?" he thought. He heard the distant shout of the death marksman urging him not to proceed, yet he had no time to heed others' counsel. His gaze remained fixed upon Bane, who appeared dazed and utterly unresponsive, prompting a slight smirk to form on Huojie's lips. In an instant, Bane seized his hand, effortlessly tearing his body apart as if it were mere straw, a motion indistinguishable from the earlier severing of the lasso. Bah! The master of dismantling all things ostentatious. A harrowing scream escaped Huojie's lips, soon silenced. The muscle and bone, akin to the fibers of rope, only differed in that their destruction unleashed a spurt of crimson. Bane peeled the mangled remnants of Huojie from his body, wringing him out like a soiled cloth. The tattooed bystander exclaimed, "Wow, that's truly savage." The death marksman felt a surge of frustration. Cease the engagement and retreat. He heard the employer's command crackle through his earpiece. But the killer croc had completely lost his sanity. Rising from the ground, he charged at Bane with a feral roar. Yet, his vulnerabilities were glaring, and his state was far from optimal. Bane grasped his arm and snapped it like a twig, the killer croc's anguished wail echoing through the air. Bah! But the killer croc did not retreat as before. His eyes turned crimson, not just the irises, but the entire scara transformed to a vivid blood red. He emitted a growl that resembled a beast's roar, and the death marksman could sense his facial features elongating, becoming more akin to those of a crocodile. The killer croc had grown stronger. He was inflamed with rage. He surged forth, muscles bulging like a locomotive barreling towards Bane. Then, in an astonishing reversal, he was sent hurtling back at an even greater speed. This cannot be, the killer croc protested. Yet, before he could finish his thought, Bane silenced him with a physical blow. Enough! How dare you! Bane seized the killer croc by the ankle, swinging him through the air before crashing him down to the earth, once, twice, akin to wielding a plastic mallet against a whack-a-mole. I am the killer, bang! Croc! Bang! The killer croc lay supine, limbs spread wide, his once vibrant eyes losing their luster. Insect. A cold, indifferent menace flickered across Bane's face as he grew weary of the killer croc's futile struggles, prompting him to increase the potency of the venom injected. As the venom surged within him, his muscles swelled like a balloon, transforming him into a nearly 3-meter-tall monstrosity. The Reaper raised his firearm. Quickly, take the killer croc and leave. The employer's voice droned incessantly in his ear. I understand, be silent. The Reaper gritted his teeth and squeezed the trigger. Flames erupted, unleashing a metallic tempest capable of shredding an ordinary person to pieces. Yet this time, Bane did not flinch. This filled the Reaper with unexpected exhilaration. Bang! 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 For barrels fired in unison, dozens of bullets detonating upon Bane's chest within mere seconds. The Reaper observed smoke rising from the impact points, and then, a crimson indentation marred his pallid skin, faint traces of blood seeping forth. Damn it! The Reaper cursed vehemently. Is this truly a human being? Doubt began to creep into his mind. Just then, he beheld the tattooed man stepping before them. You worthless fools, stand aside. The tattooed one shall resolve everything. The Reaper's expression twisted into one of bemusement. Chapter 10. 1 minute you claim to have discovered Batman inside that unremarkable van by the roadside? Well, that is indeed the case. And when you presumed him to be an illusion and attempted to rob him, he transformed his hand into a wheel and knocked you unconscious. That is precisely what transpired. Ha, cousin, I understand this sounds utterly absurd. But, silence. Seems you have been bewitched by your fans. If there truly was a Batman inside, I would eat this crowbar on the spot. Don't go, cousin. There really is a Batman in there. Knock, knock, knock. The small-time thug cousin rapped 3 times on the van's door, which swung open. Upon seeing Batman emerge, the thug locked the door and, with a swift motion, the van transformed into an eccentric Batmobile, its tires turning as it sped away in the blink of an eye. A gust of wind swept through, leaving the thug and his companions in a state of bewilderment. After a considerable pause, one of them murmured in a daze, "What the hell? I've seen the ghost of Jesus Christ. For so many years, I believed Batman merely drove the Batmobile, but never did I imagine that Batman himself is the Batmobile." Regardless of the angle, the tattooed man's aura had reached its zenith. His alluring tattoos and confident gaze exuded an air of mastery. Even Deathstroke began to question his own judgment. Had he misassessed the situation? Yet, regardless of how one looked at him, his gait was languid, and his movements appeared feeble. Though his muscles were well-defined, he seemed rather dim-witted, lacking the intimidation that even the previous living target had possessed. Frankly speaking, Deathstroke believed he was even inferior to Captain Javelin, who was an Olympic-level athlete and had repeatedly claimed championships in javelin throwing. Could such a fellow truly possess hidden depths? The tattooed man shed his shirt, revealing a hodgepodge of tattoos, each more chaotic than the last. At that moment, he resembled a lowly gangster, yet the tattoos on his back writhed as if alive, demanding attention. Bane ceased his actions, carelessly tossing aside the lethargic killer croc, and tensed his muscles. The Cheshire Cat returned. Thanks to her adept release posture and flexibility, she had avoided fatal injuries, though her appearance was considerably disheveled. She crouched low, attempting to regain her strength as swiftly as possible. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. It was as if something emerged from the mire, and Bane's expression grew grave as he braced for what was to come. Pain etched itself onto the tattooed man's face, and then, before the astonished crowd, a tattoo of a fierce tiger twisted and contorted, crawling free from his body. He was indeed a superhuman. Deathstroke's eyes widened in disbelief. Before them stood a genuine Bengal tiger, adorned with a striking coat and fearsome fangs. A scene straight out of a fantasy novel. Bane assumed a defensive stance as the tiger lunged toward him. The tiger leapt, ready to pounce. The fierce tiger bared its formidable fangs. With a resounding crash, Bane executed a sliding kick, sending the tiger hurtling through the air, akin to a teacup dog struck with force. Ah! But fear not. The tattooed man conjured forth a mammoth. How astonishing! With a thunderous roar, the several-ton mammoth was toppled by Bane, its skull caving in under a flurry of punches. The tattooed man summoned a pack of wolves. All were annihilated. Then he conjured a chimpanzee. It met a similarly grim fate. The tattooed man attempted another summoning. Cursed be it. I shall unleash my ultimate move. The tattooed man's expression darkened as he turned to the Reaper and implored, "Buy me some time." The Reaper promptly obliged. Although the entities conjured by the tattooed man provided little assistance, the identity of the opposing supernatural being instilled confidence in the Reaper. "I reckon I can delay this monstrous creature for 30 seconds, the Cheshire Cat spoke, her voice as crisp as moonlight illuminating the battlefield. "As long as I do not confront him directly." The Reaper added, "And with my interference, that time can be extended to at least a minute. I only require 20 seconds. The tattooed man trembled, and the Reaper observed a Western dragon tattoo writhing and struggling to break free from his chest. This sight bolstered the Reaper's confidence significantly. Boom! Bane's fist struck the ground, causing the reinforced concrete to shatter like a spider's web. The Cheshire Cat evaded with movements that would put even an Olympic gymnast to shame, debris showering upon her and sending a jolt of fear through her. "Cheshire Cat, can your jellyfish toxin affect it?" Upon hearing her employer's inquiry through the earpiece, the Cheshire Cat wrinkled her nose in confusion, her features concealed behind her mask. She replied sullenly, "I possess no jellyfish toxin. Moreover, poison has no affinity with cats." Huh? Chun Tao was taken aback. He had always thought that jellyfish toxin was the Cheshire Cat's most distinctive trait. However, he quickly refrained from pressing her further, for Bane was already charging at the tattooed man. "Open fire." The Reaper rolled and scrambled, persistently attempting to disrupt Bane. "Damn it! I knew this money wouldn't come easily," he shouted in frustration. "Where is the ventriloquist? That wretched old thing. Where have you hidden yourself? Come out and fight." Bane was incensed by the incessant barrage of bullets directed towards him. The Reaper glanced up just as a wrecked car spun through the air, hurtling toward him like a projectile. He yelped and dashed away. At last, the tattooed man's charge culminated. A Western dragon erupted from his chest. Good heavens! This was a quintessential fantastical creature, adorned with ebony scales, grotesque wings, and the ability to breathe fire. Tears of emotion streamed down the Reaper's face, until he pondered, "Wait, why is this dragon merely the size of a dog?" Woof! As the dragon emerged, it crouched down, snorted loudly, and, reminiscent of a dog, let its tongue loll out while emitting a rumbling sound. What a farce! I am at a loss for words. The tattooed man was drenched in sweat, overwhelmed by the surreal experience he was encountering for the first time. In the next instant, the fire-breathing dragon was mercilessly crushed into a pulp by Bane. It was all over. A heavy weight settled in the heart of the Death Shooter, prompting him to turn and flee without a moment's hesitation. The prospect of victory had vanished entirely. His peripheral vision swept across the battlefield, witnessing the tattooed man take a solid punch from Bane. His limbs contorted like a rag doll, essentially finished. The killer croc lay there, bloodied and battered, resembling a lifeless dog. There was no saving him. It was time to bid farewell. The Cheshire Cat darted about like a monkey, evading Bane's fists, with death looming ever closer by the second. "Death Shooter, You must save your teammates. The Cheshire Cat and Killer Croc would soon be rendered incapable of resistance. It was imperative. Death Shooter remained silent, discarding his 2 submachine guns, rocket launcher, and an entire backpack of ammunition and weaponry onto the ground to facilitate a swifter escape. He understood all too well that, by fleeing, the Cheshire Cat and Killer Croc were as good as dead, and the newly formed Suicide Squad would face near total annihilation, a result utterly unacceptable to the forces behind the scenes. Yet, his retreat might invite retribution, tarnish his reputation, and lead to a myriad of severe consequences and troubles. Nevertheless, it was, in any case, preferable to dying on the spot. Hold on a little longer. Death Shooter heard a rushing wind in his earpiece, as if the other party was aboard some high-speed vehicle. Just endure another minute, and in that time, reinforcements will arrive. Upon hearing such an absurd claim, Death Shooter was seized by anger, a mocking laughter escaping his lips. What nonsense! Even he was unaware of the tremor in his voice. He gazed at the muscular behemoth hurling car wreckage as if they were mere toys. What kind of reinforcements could possibly contend with such a monster? Who in Gotham could confront such a beast? Batman? Chapter 11. Flight in the face of danger, just go away. I must flee now. Stop. Do not mention the $200 million. I fear I cannot resist the temptation. No matter how much money there is, one must possess life. Indeed, one must possess life. With Loudon, the Death Marksman, in conjunction with the Cheshire Cat, there remains a glimmer of hope for survival. The Death Marksman halted abruptly, his visage darkening as he fixated on the ventriloquist emerging from the shadows. That wretched old fool had previously cowered like a turtle, yet now... Oh, my sincerest apologies, Mr. Loudon. I truly wish it were otherwise, but Bat Baby has compelled me to act thus. The ventriloquist uttered his hollow apologies. Yet the muzzle of a Thompson submachine gun was firmly directed at the Death Marksman. His round, plump face was illuminated by a sinister glimmer in his spectacles. Do not force my hand, Loudon. A deeper, rasping voice emanated from the Bat Baby puppet in his grasp. The Death Marksman felt his heart plummet. Arnold, if you do not strike him, I shall be compelled to strike you. Chun Tao could not help but silently commend the ventriloquist's assistance. Very well. You understand the dynamics of the command team. Damn it! The Death Marksman cursed vehemently. The ventriloquist was correct. With the Cheshire Cat at the forefront, they could undoubtedly endure for more than a minute. However, should he engage in a gunfight with the ventriloquist now, with wolves ahead and tigers behind, his demise would be most ignominious. He retrieved the abandoned rocket launcher from the ground. 1 minute, he muttered in frustration. Just 1 minute. Then he raised the rocket launcher and fired a shot at Bane. Clear out. The Cheshire Cat, dodging left and right, narrowly avoided the blast, leaping and rolling aside, gasping for breath, her voice losing its previously frigid composure. You bastard. You nearly blew me to pieces. Countdown. 50 seconds. Boom. A violent eruption of flames and smoke engulfed Bane. Yet the Death Marksman was acutely aware that such a weapon would merely serve to repel, utterly incapable of harming his foe. He fired continuously and then sprinted, taking cover behind the wreckage of a vehicle. Countdown. 40 seconds. Bane surged from the thick smoke, while the Cheshire Cat endeavored to distract him. Yet, Bane paid her no heed. His gaze was fixated on the Death Marksman, and like a bolt of lightning, he lunged forward. Each of his charges resembled instantaneous teleportation. Bang! 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 As 4 gunshots rang out, the 4 lights illuminating the scene erupted almost simultaneously. Bane's pace faltered slightly, yet the silver moonlight continued to illuminate his path. Boom! The spot where the Death Marksman had just vanished was obliterated by Bane's kick, debris soaring into the sky as if mowed down by a machine. The Death Marksman, hiding elsewhere, had no time to revel in his fortune before he saw several steel rods and boulders hurtling toward him with deadly precision. Ah! The Death Marksman screamed in anguish, narrowly evading the lethal steel rods, but still being struck by a massive stone upon his shoulder. Damn it! Bane was never deceived by me. Bane is a master of escape, second only to Batman and Mr. Miracle. The tricks that Deadshot played before him were merely child's play. Not only did his ruse fail to delay time, but it also allowed Bane to turn the tables, unexpectedly injuring him. Empty, empty, empty. Even with an injured shoulder, Deadshot unleashed a rapid succession of 3 explosive projectiles. This method of firing maximized the destructive power of the explosions, at least enough to. And then Deadshot helplessly watched as Bane caught the 3 rocket projectiles with his bare hands, returning them with a motion reminiscent of an ancient Greek demigod hurling a javelin. The round heads of the projectiles reflected in his pupils. Damn you. Countdown, 30 seconds. Boom! Debris rained down like a torrential downpour, and Deadshot spat out blood, feeling a searing pain in his back. Grateful for his superior armor, he was spared from an immediate death. He tried to rise and flee, only to despair as a massive boulder pinned his leg. He gazed at the composed Bane, his eyes filled with hopelessness. Ah! The world's most skilled marksman was ironically killed by his own missiles. Could this be the most absurd dark humor of the century? The Cheshire Cat attempted to escape, but without her distraction, Bane swiftly captured her. With a single punch, Deadshot watched in horror as the Cheshire Cat tumbled like a football across the ground, eventually crashing into a heap of rubble, lying still. Countdown, 20 seconds. Deadshot let out a grim laugh, then coughed up more blood. Perhaps his insides were damaged, but it no longer mattered. He coldly watched as Bane approached him step by step. Memories of his life flashed before him like a revolving lantern. Damn it! He was so beaten that even his past seemed to emerge in a carousel of memories. He wanted to laugh. His impoverished youth, the dream of becoming an artist, the 12 bullets that pierced his parents and sister, a shattered life, his military career, becoming a mercenary, and his daughter, Zoe. Countdown, 10 seconds. So, this is the conclusion. This is the end of the life of Floyd Lawton. Bright moon, you are both dim and radiant. The world breathes, lingering in the aftermath of heat and explosions. Here there is no military might. Except for me. Here there is no authority. Except for me. Here there is no hope. Except for me. Here there is no Batman, no one else. Here there is only Bane. Countdown, 3 seconds. Bane extended his hand towards Deadshot, that fatal, all-ending caress. 2 seconds. His rough palm grazed Deadshot's throat. 1 second. 0 seconds. Bane's roar echoed as if it came from afar, yet seemed to resonate right beside him. The earth trembled, and the night was filled with dread. Bane clenched his palm abruptly, spinning around to confront the ultimate nightmare at the pinnacle of the garbage mound. He trembled violently, locking eyes with that godlike apparition. A resonating hum echoed, as if an ethereal bomb had detonated in the air, sending a chilling wave of terror coursing through Bane's formidable frame, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. What a gaze it was! An abyss of darkness howled in his eyes. A tempestuous force akin to a tsunami surged forth, while the breath he exhaled resembled the most frigid northern wind, imbued with an unrelenting cold, reminiscent of glaciers that have not melted for millennia in the Arctic. He simply stood there, yet it felt as though he had descended upon the earth like a cataclysmic sky. One step further, and you shall perish. His body conveyed this warning. Bane understood that Batman never took a life. He was a paragon of virtue, a superhero, and superheroes were bound by an unyielding code against killing, were they not? Yet, he felt as if even his very genes were screaming in alarm. Advance, and you will die. Bane was aware that even if the Bat harbored murderous intent, it would be incapable of ending his life. He possessed unwavering confidence in his physical form. But what did knowing matter? The truth remained that every drop of his blood, every sinew, even every strand of hair screamed at him. To proceed is to die. Bane was baffled by how the Bat achieved this. He could not fathom how Batman emitted such a deathly threat to his body. Akin to a biological hormonal reaction, it was impossible, unscientific. Yet it was precisely what Batman accomplished, rendering it all the more plausible. The true master of Gotham roared before him, asserting his dominion as the Bat unfurled its wings, casting a shadow upon this very moment, announcing the arrival of Gotham's sun. Thus, Bane abandoned the Death Dealer, leaping several times until he vanished behind the debris of garbage and the wreckage of automobiles. In the far eastern sky, the first light of dawn pierced through the night like a sharpened blade, illuminating the nightmarish figure. He stood upon the radiant dawn, sweeping away the pervasive darkness of the cosmos. The red sun rose, heralding the end of the long, tumultuous night. Chapter 12. Tradition. The third-generation Robin, Tim Drake, sat at the Bat-computer in the Batcave, shackled by handcuffs and leg irons, wearing an expression reminiscent of a housewife who had just discovered her husband's infidelity.
Alfred.
Something is decidedly amiss with Batman. Absolutely, unequivocally amiss. He cleared his throat and spoke in a mocking tone. Ignoring Batman's orders has become a traditional skill for every iteration of Robin. Thus, my dear Tim, I regret to inform you that I must confine you. The thought of Batman instructing him to extend his hands, which he naively complied with, made Tim wish he could slap himself twice. Ha ha ha. Alfred brought over a box of pastries. A little respite is also a duty of Robin. How about a piece of toffee? Would you prefer toffee or chocolate? I want both. Tim grumbled as he accepted the pastries and began to devour them. His voice became somewhat muffled due to the excessive toffee in his mouth. Thank you. But Alfred, to be honest, I truly believe something is wrong with Bruce. He swallowed a large mouthful of pastry. Perhaps it's mind control, or maybe a magical soul exchange, or yet another scheme by the Mad Hatter. I pummeled him for 2 hours, yet he remained silent. In truth, regardless of which soul currently inhabited Batman's body at the very least, he was undeniably not Bruce. The young Robin placed his empty plate on the table, his expression gradually turning serious. I must admit, he is the most skilled actor I have ever encountered. Even Basil Carlo, the original Clayface, would be left speechless in his presence. Tim paused and continued, however, even such a remarkable thespian cannot replicate that which he does not comprehend. His interpretation of Batman is flawed. Bruce is merely a mortal, Alfred. No matter how terrifying Bruce appears to outsiders, he remains a man, and we all know he is just a man. Yet, this impostor has transformed Batman into a deity, a god walking amongst us. His demeanor, his presence, and most impressively, his aura. I've witnessed Bruce in a rage before, but this charlatan is 100 times more fearsome. Just one glance from him makes my heart skip a beat. He spoke with agitation. Over the past 3 days, I have secretly employed more than 40 methods to verify his true identity. Iris scans, fingerprints, DNA tests, biological AI logic analysis, gait detection. Yet, no matter the verification, he remains the Bruce Wayne we once knew. He looked at Alfred earnestly. But what of it? Hiring mercenaries to assist him in tackling those Arkham lunatics, willingly abandoning Robin for solitary missions, of course. Abandoning Robin for solo ventures is a hallmark of Batman's behavior, but this is different. His gaze gradually deepened, contemplating the nonsensical ramblings of impending retirement. He was certainly not Bruce. Perhaps we ought to seize him and interrogate him with crowbars and whips to uncover the whereabouts of the true Bruce. How terrifying it was. Chun Tao maintained a disdainful, bat-like stance, his heart racing. Fortunately, the false bat had frightened away the genuine Bane, thus allowing him to navigate this perilous juncture. As anticipated, Bane proved to be no mere brute but rather a cunning hunter. He would never engage Batman in a direct confrontation until he was assured of Batman's utter exhaustion. Historically, he had waited over 3 months, allowing Batman to capture one by one the lunatics he had freed from Arkham, and only after confirming Batman was completely worn out did he retreat to launch a surprise attack. Such a cautious Bane would never initiate a final duel here. Chun Tao still had time before his true hollow strength was revealed. Descending from the mountain of refuse, he approached Deadshot and the others. Warning! Detected the broken javelin of Captain Boomerang. The cherished lasso of the broken living knot. The severed hand of the tattooed man. Chun Tao paused, observing the silver text flashing on his retina, lost in contemplation. What did this mean? I ask you, what does this mean? Why, amidst the tragic demise of my comrades, am I left to collect these relics? Anger, trembling, cold. Am I the Dark Knight, the Caped Crusader, Gotham's guardian, the world's greatest detective, the illustrious Batman, to subsist solely on the coins of fallen teammates? Gazing at the remnants of his allies, Chun Tao felt a pang in his nose, a surge of poetic melancholy blossoming in his heart. No, absolutely not. A superhero must possess integrity. Even in death, I shall never scavenge the bodies of my comrades. Half a second later, Chun Tao, with tears in his eyes, looted the bags. Alas, it was customary for Batman to inflict pain upon his allies. A few more did not matter. Broken javelin of Captain Boomerang. Gant Blauen once wielded it to win multiple gold medals at the Olympics. Although now headless, the remaining materials are just enough to craft a flagpole. This javelin is my wife. It dawned on Chun Tao that Captain Boomerang not only lacked a mansion but also had a wife who was merely a javelin. He should have anticipated that someone like Boomerang would have no spouse. Villains in the DC universe invariably harbor some form of psychological affliction. The cherished lasso of the broken living knot. Christopher West doubted everything, except for his confidence in his lasso. In lonely, midnight hours, he would even engage with the rope inappropriately. Whenever he bound others, a subtle smile would grace his lips, reflecting his self-assured demeanor. Oh, the lasso has responded to me. I firmly believe in its judgment. This individual was indeed a weighty burden. Chun Tao resolved never to employ such a perverse character again. Especially, he had even drowned himself. John Oakes, once an unremarkable sailor, found himself imprisoned for brawling, where he encountered the original tattoo artist, Abel Tarrant. He retained a tattoo of an anchor on his arm, a tribute to his youthful days at sea. It's incredibly slippery. Let me tell you, the deck is truly treacherous. Chun Tao was left speechless. 3 feeble individuals had collectively transformed merely 10 units of crisis energy for him, a sum equal to what the ventriloquist had previously converted alone. Yet how exactly was this crisis energy quantified? Each of these 3 could match the ventriloquist in prowess. So why such a paltry conversion? Warning: none of the 3 held anchor objects have been found to target Batman. You will be randomly matched with 3 weak, low-level Batmans. Matched, baby Batman. Would you like to expend 1 unit of crisis energy for synchronization? Chun Tao noted that, unlike the previous Batmonster vehicle, this time the matched Batman was accompanied by a faint silver description. A Batman from a dark multiverse, on the verge of demise, reincarnated his memories into the body of an infant, only to tragically fall down the stairs and meet his end due to the weight of his head. Danger level: none. Chun Tao's expression darkened instantly. What use was a top-heavy infant? Did they expect him to charm the villains with cuteness and innocence? Absolutely not. Synchronization immediately abandoned. Data saved. You may consume a unit of crisis energy at any time to synchronize with this Batman. Rematching in progress. Success. Matched. Wealthy Batman. A Batman from a dark multiverse purchased the entirety of Gotham City, transforming it into his medieval serfdom, only to be slain by Superman as a villain. Chun Tao could only express his exasperation. Superman committing murder? What a cruel and twisted world.
No sincronización.
Rematching in progress. Success.
Matched, Mayor Bat.
In a dark multiverse, Bruce Wayne did not become Batman but instead served as the mayor of Gotham City, ultimately meeting a fatal assassination, with his head displayed on the dripping beast of Wayne Tower as a warning against opposing the mob. Once again, a futile ability. Chun Tao sighed and turned his gaze toward the 3 severely injured individuals sprawled on the ground. Chapter 13. The second assault. The Cheshire Cat and the Killer Croc were not dead, much to Chun Tao's astonishment and elation. Alongside the seemingly elusive ventriloquist, he helped pull the 3 survivors from the rubble. Fragmented scales of the Killer Croc. Description: the scales shed by the Killer Croc after enduring merciless blows and witnessing a formidable foe's retreat, accompanied by the shattering of his valiant spirit. Perhaps these could summon a Batman from a parallel universe. Chun Tao was slightly taken aback as he observed the evidently alive Killer Croc nearby. But could an entity summoned by non-human beings truly resemble a normal human? Bane has escaped. How could he possibly flee? Is there truly a form of sorcery in this world that allows one to survive without combat? What was the purpose of my arduous battles then? Converted crisis energy units. 50. Current crisis energy units. 60. Warning. Downloading targetable Batman file. Bat-Dragon. Danger level. Earth 27 is a realm teeming with dinosaurs, devoid of the Justice League, and instead inhabited by the Jurassic League, where all superheroes and supervillains are dinosaurs. Shall 20 units of crisis energy be consumed immediately for synchronization? Chun Tao had no intention of synchronizing in the presence of the three individuals. He decided to first escort the injured away. He helped the Deathstroke to his feet. Deathstroke lamented, "Am I heading to Arkham Asylum? I do not wish to go to Arkham." The Killer Croc, still dazed from Bane's brutal assault, sluggishly rose from the ground, his gaze vacant, failing even to acknowledge the imposing Batman nearby. He groaned, "I am so hungry. Do you have anything to eat? My arm is broken." Only then did his eyes manage to focus, recognizing who stood before him, and he trembled in fear, struggling to rise but soon resigned to lie back down, utterly drained. The Cheshire Cat, despite her condition, still wore her mask. She was the only one among them capable of standing, albeit limping as she attempted to flee, only to be struck on the back of her head by Chun Tao. He realized he had become increasingly adept at this skill of striking. Everything appeared to be returning to normal, and matters seemed to be progressing smoothly. Chun Tao only needed to take them away, continue to manipulate them from the shadows, recruit more combat strength, and hire additional fighters. However, he was consumed by a singular question. Had Bane truly escaped so effortlessly? As this thought crossed his mind, Chun Tao furrowed his brow and retreated behind the three severely injured individuals, an elderly man, and three lifeless bodies. A sense of foreboding washed over him. Based on his knowledge of Bane from the comics, he knew the adversary to be audacious, meticulous, and insidious. Whenever he encountered Batman, he would invariably seek to test the Dark Knight's state. To flee without a fight was decidedly uncharacteristic of him. If he were Bane, he would undoubtedly seize the moment when Batman believed he had successfully intimidated him and suddenly strike back. Just as this thought crossed his mind, his expression darkened, wishing he could slap his own prophetic lips.
Alfred?
There was no response. Alf?
Alfred?
Ah, my apologies, Tim. I seem to have drifted off. Where were we? We should capture Batman and beat him with whips and crowbars. The third Robin, Tim Drake, crossed his arms, causing the chains in his hands to rattle.
Noticing Alfred's silence,
he anxiously pressed on. Do you not believe me? He is not the Batman I once knew. He is not the Batman you are familiar with. He is Bruce. He is merely masquerading as. You do not understand. Alfred appeared somewhat dazed. You do not comprehend, Tim. Gotham has returned him to me. What? He has come back to life. That child who perished in Crime Alley with his parents, my little Bruce, he lives. He was so small then. Not like that Batman. But this filthy city, this wretched city, which I have cursed countless times for taking Thomas and Martha, my dearest friends, has shown mercy today. Wake up, Alfred. He simply. No, I know him. He is my little Bruce, Tim. Bruce and I have shared many conversations. We are retiring. We are leaving Gotham for Fiji, where we will enjoy our golden years. Alfred's voice trailed off. He had once been so astute and capable that Robin almost forgot he was an elderly man. Yet the elderly are often nostalgic, soft-hearted, sentimental, and resolute. Jean-Paul, the aforementioned Angel of Death, and Jason Todd, the second Robin, who was bludgeoned to death by the Joker Bruce, had lost too many people already. Tim, let him go. Gotham is not Bruce's burden. He lamented. Bruce. My poor little Bruce, he has endured so much suffering. His body is devoid of soft tissue. Every time he throws a punch, his bones grind against each other, inflicting unbearable pain. Two-Face, the Riddler, the Joker. The scars they have left fester with each rainy season. But what of Gotham? Without Bruce, who will save Gotham? Alfred was silent for a moment. Though I wish to say, let Gotham perish. Bruce insists he will find a successor. He mentioned a certain Clark Kent, whom he had asked you to seek but you could not find. I do not understand why Bruce chose him, but my Bruce needs liberation. We all deserve to return to a normal life. And you, he embraced the young Robin. We will leave Gotham, along with your parents, and seek a new life together, shall we?
Tim embraced Alfred,
holding onto his frail body and the scent of an aging man. He found himself unable to utter words of refusal. If the Clark Kent that Bruce spoke of could indeed safeguard Gotham, he vowed, I shall. Chun Tao felt a sense of impending liberation. Upon spotting the muscular behemoth emerging from the shadows, he felt the blood coursing through his body surge from his very core to the depths of his mind. The sight of Bane sent shivers down the spines of everyone present. The Deathstroke struggled to rise and chamber around, while the ventriloquist cowered behind him. The Cheshire Cat. Well, the petite girl lay on the ground, dazed. Killer Croc had also abandoned his prone position, rolling to his feet and standing beside Chun Tao. A sense of safety lingered in the proximity of a superhero. Killer Croc reminisced about the civilians he had seen protected by Batman, and a wave of empathy washed over him. This world is utterly insane. I never imagined I would find myself fighting alongside Batman, he declared. Yet, the others were too focused on the imminent battle to indulge Killer Croc's musings on life. Everyone steeled themselves for combat. Batman slowly rose, and this singular movement instilled a sense of suffocation within Bane. The mix of fear and determination caused his heart to pound wildly, as if a toxic liquid flowed through his veins, intensifying his physical prowess. This raw power and murderous intent were sufficient to snap any individual like a mere twig. Yet, this man before him was different, extraordinary. Never had he felt such dread that he might fail to break this stick. I have known you from thousands of miles away. From a damned pit, Bane spoke, his voice hoarse and deep beneath the respirator. I knew you in my dreams, then fled that hell, escaped my nightmares, solely for one purpose, to find you and destroy you, to seize Gotham that rightfully belongs to you. And now you arrive in my city, cowering like a timid rat in the corners of the gutter? He heard Batman's retort. Release the lunatics from Arkham, watch me deal with them until they wear me down, and you dare not stand before me? Bane recognized Batman's attempt to provoke him and resolved not to be ensnared. I have witnessed too many arrogant fools like you. You have caused so much death, so many lives ravaged. All for the so-called dominion over this city, merely for such a ludicrous reason? I would kill for anything, Bane responded, his intensity rising with each word exchanged. I would kill to silence the jarring noise. My muscles flexed, sinews taut. I would kill to extinguish the light in the eyes of those who dare to meet my gaze. Bane clearly observed the fury surging in Batman's eyes. He understood that this was an unprecedented challenge, an unyielding confrontation against the Dark Knight, who had not been diminished to his lowest point. It was utterly exhilarating. He then witnessed the formidable Black Bat, without uttering a word, effortlessly hoist the Cheshire Cat and Deadshot onto his shoulders, while deftly seizing Killer Croc with one hand and pinching the ventriloquist under his arm with the other. With a swift motion, he brought his feet together and transformed into a pair of wheels. Bane. Chapter 14. Running away, though shameful, is indeed useful with the engine's groan. Chun Tao made a hasty exit, silencing Bane's attempts to utter further provocative remarks. For the first time, a look of dread appeared on Bane's face, as he realized he had gravely misjudged the intelligence regarding Batman. What was that? He replayed the fleeting image in his mind, grappling with the absurdity of a human foot transforming into a wheel. By the time he processed this revelation, he was already sprinting after Chun Tao. As he chased, he fumbled for an earpiece to place in his ear. Zombie, caveman, birdman, we are here. Bane, responded Bane's henchman over the radio communication channel. The plan had shifted. They all converged to pursue. With a piercing gaze, Bane declared, I need to ascertain what exactly has transpired with the bat. Despite carrying for individuals, Chun Tao moved with remarkable agility, deftly employing his wheeled feet. For a moment, Bane found himself unable to keep pace. The Batmobile, renowned for its notoriety, had an innate ability to flee. Chun Tao tightened his glutes, activating his liquid nitrogen propulsion system. My word, the Killer Croc is fixated on Chun Tao's wheeled feet. Bat, I had no idea you possessed such a talent. Enough talk. Deadshot, prepare to fire. My name is Floyd Lawton, 27 years old, and I am Deadshot. At this moment, I am being pursued by a towering muscle-bound fiend over 3 meters tall, who has just dispatched 3 of my comrades. I have no doubt that, with a single punch, he could reduce me to a mere pancake. Yet, I remain unperturbed. His speed pales in comparison to my steed. However, there remains a pressing question, an exceedingly significant one. The steed I currently ride is none other than Batman. A massive rock whistled past, narrowly missing Deadshot perched on Chun Tao's shoulder, causing him to tense up. He drew his submachine gun and fired backward, the recoil and jolting motion causing his flesh to ripple like the waves on the Gotham River. Despite the tumultuous ride, his bullets found their mark, striking Bane in the eyes, forcing him to shield his face with his palm. "We're doomed," he shouted at Batman. "Why can't you just confront Bane directly?" "Because it would be futile, you fool," Chun Tao replied. "To ensure your safety, I cannot engage Bane while also protecting you." The Cheshire Cat immediately donned a look of feline empathy, though her mask obscured any visible expression. "It's all right, you need not worry." Deadshot shot her a sidelong glance. "Do you truly believe his words?" He fell into contemplation. Batman must have a compelling reason, yet the scant information at his disposal left him in utter darkness. "Your feet." "Silence. Just ride along. I shall devise a plan." Chun Tao narrowly evaded a gigantic stone hurled by Bane, irritably inquiring, "What is it this time?" "Look ahead." Chun Tao turned to behold several buses obstructing the road, with Bane's minions poised atop, seemingly anticipating a collision. "So what's your plan now?" Chun Tao clenched his teeth. The Super Baby, a newly opened restaurant in Gotham City, sought to attract patrons by adorning its waitstaff in the guise of superheroes, creating a rather alluring spectacle. Inside, 2 officers sat beside the transparent floor-to-ceiling windows, indulging in a sumptuous breakfast. "Help! The Joker just robbed our bank. You must." The older officer exchanged a glance with his younger counterpart, nonchalantly silencing the communicator. "Oh, it's fine. Batman will apprehend the Joker," the younger officer remarked. "Indeed, it's not worth the effort. It'll just be washed away in the end." They exchanged knowing looks, resonating with the camaraderie of those who take their ease, erupting into laughter. "Do you want to order more?" a somewhat impatient waitress, dressed as Harley Quinn, inquired. They placed an additional order, and the older officer continued, "After so many years in Gotham, I've nearly become desensitized to astonishment. True, the work is never-ending. Do you recall the other day when Poison Ivy robbed the Star Labs? Gordon was in such a frenzy, as if something monumental had occurred. And now? Ha ha ha." The older officer chuckled. "Indeed, in Gotham anything can happen." He took a sip of beer, adding, "Even if I were to see a dinosaur on roller skates on the street now, I wouldn't bat an eye. But what's that saying? The sun rises as usual. Batman can resolve everything." The younger officer froze. The older officer regarded him quizzically. "Look! Behind you!" The younger officer turned, only to behold a colossal green Tyrannosaurus Rex, towering at least 6 meters, striding down the street with a raucous sound. Clad in a tattered uniform identical to Batman's, its muscular arms and thighs were adorned with golden spiked gauntlets, and though it wore a mask, it appeared as if it were not wearing one at all. In each hand, it grasped indistinct figures, seemingly a few individuals and a large lizard. A hushed silence enveloped the restaurant as patrons stared vacantly outside, watching the dinosaur's tail vanish around the corner. The 2 officers exchanged glances. "Ha ha ha, we must be hallucinating. How could such a thing possibly occur?" They patted each other on the back, laughing until they were breathless, before falling into a contemplative silence. A thunderous explosion resonated, unmistakably the sound of a rocket's detonation. The dinosaur has unexpectedly returned, now equipped with 2 wheels on its feet, pursued by 3 individuals wielding rocket launchers and a burly man brimming with muscle. "Roar!" The 2 policemen exchanged glances, bewildered. Suddenly, the restaurant's doors burst open, and a throng of patrons screamed in unison, successfully fleeing without paying their bills. The 2 officers dashed outside, trembling as they brandished their sidearms, witnessing the colossal green dinosaur rampaging down the street, with blockages on either side, darting hither and thither. Rockets soared chaotically, bullets whizzed through the air, and parked vehicles were struck by the explosive ordnance, flipping skyward in a cacophony of detonations, only to be caught by the muscular man who hurled them like cannonballs at the dinosaur. The streets were filled with cries of despair as people scattered, leaving behind a scene of utter devastation. "Look at what you have protected." In its flight, the enormous green dinosaur astonishingly paused to rescue a small girl nearly crushed by a falling streetlight and a middle-aged man who had fallen, carelessly discarding the mid-escape, evading left and right with the agility of a great ape. The 4 pursuers were incandescent with rage, but how could they possibly match the long strides of the fleeing creature? Ultimately, it seemed the dinosaur had finally reached its limit with the relentless pursuit, retaliating against 2 of the rocket launchers with a powerful strike, and before the two could flee or the muscular man could close in, the green dinosaur made its escape once more. It leapt high, propelling itself off the wall with the wheels on its feet, using the rotational force to spring onto the rooftop, shattering a large expanse of tiles. The four pursuers scrambled onto the roof as well, engaged in a frenetic chase that quickly rendered them invisible, leaving only the two policemen gazing at one another in disbelief. Nearby, a voice lamented the loss of a vehicle. As flames and chaos engulfed the streets, a fire hydrant erupted, drenching the two unfortunate individuals caught off guard. The older officer sighed in quiet resignation, pondering the surreal events that had just unfolded. What exactly just happened? Was that dinosaur a superhero? The younger officer calmly replied, "Who cares? Our job is to clean up this mess. Sometimes I feel like an NPC in a video game." The older officer chuckled. "I feel the same. If this world were a book, we would be the unnamed extras. Right, Sean?" "Indeed, Boris." They patted each other on the back, laughing until they gasped for breath, then fell into a reflective silence. Alas, more work awaits. Indeed, damn it. Wait, will there really be a difference between cleaning this up now and later when another supervillain wreaks havoc on the streets? Hey, that's a fair point. Let us head back for a meal. I barely had a bite of my donut. Thus, the two formidable hearts of the brothers, adorned with the stars and stripes, swiftly embraced the situation. With a mere brush of their heads, they returned to their breakfast. Chapter 15. The National Guard on the rooftop, Chun Tao nimbly traversed the edges, transforming his limbs into legs on wider spaces and into wheels on flat surfaces. Despite Bane exerting every ounce of strength, he could not keep pace. Fight? What nonsense! Could he possibly win? I would rather make my escape. Speeding up to 70 miles per hour, I reveled in the exhilaration of freedom, leaving Bane and his rockets to choke on my exhaust. "Bane, are you not going to continue the chase?" The pale man, nicknamed Zombie, hefted a rocket launcher, beads of cold sweat trickling down his face, bruises marring his features. In his fervor to pursue, he had strayed too far from Bane, only to be struck in the face by a dinosaur's powerful punch. How dare it impede my flight? Had Bane not intervened, he might well have found himself in the intensive care unit by now. Goodness, never had he encountered someone so fleet of foot. Well, it was a dinosaur, and he had never witnessed such absurdity. Bane's other two subordinates, the caveman and the birdman, wore expressions no less grim than Zombie's. They were not only unable to keep up, but were also frequently targeted by Deathstroke's precise shots. This was no longer feasible. Upon hearing Bane declare the pursuit over, they collectively exhaled in relief. Bane stood quietly in the middle of the street, gazing up at the rooftops from which Batman had fled, reminiscent of a youth in a midsummer evening, arms outstretched to embrace the cool night breeze, surrounded by fireflies. "Caveman, the situation has changed." The subordinate known as Caveman wiped the cold sweat from his brow.
Understood, Ben.
"I will promptly submit a comprehensive analysis report on Batman's weakened state and unknown abilities." "No, that is unnecessary. We are to initiate a new plan. However, we require time. Let us assign Batman some tasks to occupy him, preventing him from troubling us." Bane's voice, though deep, rose in pitch, reminiscent of a beast tasting blood, akin to a siren softly calling to her beloved. Batman fled not out of cowardice, but because he did not possess the confidence to defeat me coincidentally. Neither did I. I had intended to test his strength, yet he did not afford me that opportunity. He was more cautious than I had imagined. He leapt between buildings like a comet. In the distance, police sirens blared, akin to the subdued chants of the Jews as Moses parted the sea. The nature of this conflict was set to change. Prepare yourselves, maintain radio contact, and do not engage with the police, for damaging the streets would be detrimental. After all, this will ultimately be my city. Meanwhile, in a narrow alleyway, after a frantic half-hour of high-speed pursuit, Deathstroke, Cheshire Cat, Killer Croc, and the ventriloquist found themselves abandoned by Chun Tao. The earlier chaos of combat and chase seemed but a fleeting dream. My mind is empty, thoughts stagnant. The Cheshire Cat, feeling a bit dazed, remarked, "I don't recall Batman possessing such abilities." Clearly, that fellow had deliberated long between being Batman and Dinosaur Man Deathstroke, grinding his bloody teeth, shared a dry jest. So, we are just left here? What of our employer? Where is Batman? And what of my payment? The Reaper remained indifferent to the raucous outcry of the Killer Croc. This time, he was genuinely contemplating whether to forego this assignment. Just consider the formidable adversaries he had encountered: Bane, Batman, and that superhuman known as the Tattooed Man. A few years prior, no amount of trouble could deter him, as long as the monetary reward was sufficient. However, the circumstances had shifted. He now had a daughter. When Bane had pressed against his throat moments ago, he found himself pondering, not for the first time, what would become of his daughter in the event of his demise. The answer was unsettlingly clear. She would be fine. Zoe had adoptive parents, and upon receiving news of his death, she might experience a fleeting sorrow, yet ultimately, she would forget him. His existence would dissipate like a hyacinth in the azure sky, unremembered and uncherished, fading from the collective memory of humankind, akin to a wandering spirit, like Captain Boomerang, Livewire, or the Tattooed Man. Such a fate was intolerable for Floyd Lawton. The Reaper was acutely aware of his own depravity. A supervillain whose affection for his daughter was anything but selfless or altruistic. It was marred by a venomous possessiveness, grotesque yet profound. He yearned to witness her growth, to share in her life, to see her blossom into a woman of substance, to bear witness to every significant moment in her life, and ultimately, to pass away on a hospital bed amidst her cries. This was Floyd Lawton, a man with a cowardly and despicable wish. Therefore, even regarded as a coward and a fool, the mercenary known as the Reaper mustered the courage to persevere. He turned to the ventriloquist, who was still rummaging on the ground for his misplaced glasses, and said, "Enough, Arnold. Inform your employer behind you that I am withdrawing." Ding! The elevator doors slid open. Chun Tao ascended to the top floor of the Gotham City Police Department, where a junior clerk gazed at him as if she had just encountered Batman, causing her file folder to clatter to the ground. Chun Tao maintained a composed demeanor, smoothly diverting into the stairwell adjacent to the elevator, making his way to the rooftop. Darn it, why is this grappling gun so difficult to use? Commissioner Gordon awaited him on the rooftop. I turn on the bat signal. I turn it off. Oh, wait. I turned it on again, and now I've turned it off. Chun Tao stealthily approached from behind. Gordon. Whoa, I'm definitely not playing. Chun Tao interjected. You called me in such a hurry. What's the matter? Gordon sighed. There are lunatics rampant on the streets, and the situation has escalated to an unmanageable extent. This was a redundant statement. Chun Tao narrowed his eyes behind the mask, waiting for Gordon to elaborate. I know you've done a great deal already. You apprehended the Mad Hatter and Zash. Get to the point. Fine. Gordon sighed. As if resolving to convey something significant, the mayor has decided to deploy the National Guard. It's perilous, but I cannot prevent him. The National Guard, an independent military force under state jurisdiction, was the only regular army capable of operating on American soil. The mayor's decision signifies a complete loss of faith in Gotham's situation. In response, Chun Tao thought to himself, splendid. It would be most effective if the National Guard were to send forth 40 to 50,000 troops to storm Gotham and reduce Bane to mere pulp, subsequently executing a decisive strike to eliminate all of Gotham's villains, sending them straight to the electric chair. This would allow Bruce Wayne, the Batman, to retire gracefully and enjoy the comforts of his affluent lifestyle. Gordon pinched the bridge of his nose. However, these individuals possess a fundamental misunderstanding of Gotham. They approach the city's lunatics with a mindset designed for dealing with ordinary criminals, which is bound to lead to disaster. Yet our foolish mayor merely regards this as yet another campaign stunt. I find this deeply concerning, but what troubles me further is that they have designated you as a target for their assault, regardless of the consequences. So, you request that I refrain from involving the National Guard in the purge of Bane and Gotham? Excellent. Chun Tao silently cheered. Indeed. Gordon wore a solemn expression. I will do my utmost to prevent the military from causing significant issues, but you truly cannot provoke those sensitive political nerves any further. I recognize this is profoundly unfair to you. Not at all. Chun Tao maintained a facade of seriousness. Yet this gravity was interpreted by Gordon in an entirely different light. Very well, Batman, you may continue your involvement in the Bane case, as if my dissent would truly deter you. No, you misunderstand. Chun Tao swiftly interrupted his train of thought. I truly will not. Beep, beep, beep. But at that moment, the sound of the bat communicator interrupted their conversation. Chapter 16. The plant crisis. The communication was initiated by the ventriloquist, who delivered unfortunate news to Chun Tao. The Death Shooter was adamant about disbanding and returning to Gao Laozhuang. Chun Tao felt an overwhelming sense of exhaustion. He was once again acutely aware that reality is not akin to an online game. There are no absurd constructs such as recruiting soldiers to gauge their loyalty. The individuals he had enlisted were increasingly troublesome and eccentric. Gordon stood nearby for a moment, noticing that Batman did not leave to answer the call as he usually did, so he instinctively stepped aside. Chun Tao instructed the ventriloquist to pass the phone to the Death Shooter, then took a deep breath, momentarily collecting his thoughts, and spoke in the Death Shooter's own voice. All right, even if you don't care about money, you should prioritize your life and reuniting with your daughter. I respect your choice and wish you well, but I still have some words to share. Are you truly satisfied with this arrangement? On the other end of the line, the Death Shooter's expression turned peculiar. It was unsettling to hear someone using his own voice to persuade him. Listen, I have conducted my research on you. Your daughter's adoptive parents are merely an ordinary family. They are incapable of providing her with a quality education. Your daughter is still in elementary school, and soon she will attend the worst public middle school in the community, surrounded by delinquents who dye their hair, smoke, and engage in fights. After that, she will likely end up at the most subpar high school, unless she succumbs to bad influences. And then what? One day she might fall victim to some lowlife, ending up pregnant and becoming a single mother, perhaps working as a cashier in a supermarket, her figure marred, her skin sagging. Is this the life you envision for your daughter? Shut up, you bastard! The Death Shooter's anger flared at the provocation. He was not typically a volatile individual, but when it comes to family, maintaining composure is a challenge for anyone. Yes, it was true that his father was the infamous Death Shooter, a wanted murderer in over 10 countries. The only difference between Zoe and other girls from the slums was that her formidable father could eliminate any scoundrel who approached her, backed by the wealth he had accumulated over years as a mercenary. But what good was that? No matter how much money he had, the elite institutions would not open their doors to Zoe, and if he attempted to launder his ill-gotten gains, half of it would simply vanish. Your wealth may be redeemable, but what about your identity? Where do you intend to provide a home for Zoe? The Sahara Desert or the East African Rift Valley? Dear mercenary, surely you do not wish for your daughter to miss out on a proper education. Do you? Enough. Stop talking. The Death Shooter's voice trembled with an unusual cadence, as if he were biting his tongue to suppress the tumultuous emotions threatening to erupt. I can procure a letter of recommendation from Gotham's most prestigious institution, from Bruce Wayne or Jim Gordon. I can transform 200 million of your funds through financial maneuvers into legitimate income for Zoe. I can orchestrate a flawless life for Zoe. Silence. The death dealer on the other end of the line sighed, not anticipating that he would so swiftly reverse his decision and capitulate within mere minutes. He refrained from inquiring whether the other party could assist him in cleansing his identity, knowing that even if they could, they would not do so on his behalf. What they sought was a formidable combatant, not a mercenary consumed by thoughts of retirement. Very well, I understand. I shall assist you. What do you call me? Boss. The matter was settled, presenting facts, laying down stakes, and concluding the transaction. To be honest, Chun Tao was too indifferent to ponder whether the other party was deliberately inflating their demands. Such musings were utterly futile. Once Bane was dealt with, his collaboration with these mercenaries would cease immediately, settling all accounts, fulfilling promises, and then each would pursue their own splendid lives, never to cross paths again. At least for now, he could firmly grasp the reins of the death dealer, and that sufficed. Moreover, with the National Guard now deployed, could Bane truly dismantle an entire army single-handedly? Looking on the brighter side, perhaps the situation wouldn't even necessitate Batman's intervention. Chun Tao ended the communication and turned to Gordon, preparing to discuss strategies for confronting Bane, still holding on to the fact that the other seemed to be on another call. Jim Gordon turned around, wiping the sweat that had emerged from his furrowed brow onto his graying brown hair. His expression was gravely serious. Wait for me a moment, Batman, he said, hastily departing from the rooftop. Minutes later, Director Gordon returned, clutching a file folder, from which he presented a document to Chen Tao. Take a look at this. I'll handle the rest. 3 days ago, the Star Labs was assaulted, and a prominent figure was abducted, Harold Goldblum, a chemistry professor and leading expert in biochemical warfare at Gothcorp's Chemical Research Division, possessing exceptional intellect in biology, botany, and toxicology. He produced a photograph for Chen Tao's inspection, revealing a balding man with graying hair, unmistakably brilliant. Chen Tao felt a pang of concern. This was indeed a grave matter. However, at that moment, Firefly had just ignited a blaze at Elmer Dock. Chen Tao responded, and Firefly, that lunatic, reveled in watching the dock transform into a torch, and then, he hesitated, suddenly realizing that, in the original timeline, Batman had arrived promptly to confront Firefly, sending him fleeing in utter disarray. Yet at that time he had just traversed here, still attempting to activate the Alfred Protocol with toilet paper from the Batcave, resulting in a fierce confrontation between Firefly and the arriving young men. The young men referred to by Gordon are his subordinate officers. Apart from Firefly, there are also the likes of Almond Brain, the Cannibal, and Two-Face. Gordon enumerated a plethora of names as if reciting a menu, and then continued, Bane has released too many from Arkham Asylum, consequently, the matter concerning Poison Ivy has been delayed. However, merely 10 minutes ago, I received a report indicating that the forensic team has utilized technical means to restore the damaged surveillance footage. We have unexpectedly discovered that Poison Ivy did not act alone in the heist at the Star Labs. Chen Tao took the photograph handed to him by Gordon, which depicted a terrifying treeman standing beside Poison Ivy. Shortly thereafter, we uncovered that Professor Goldblum had recently developed an extensive biochemical weapon for Gothcorp. If Poison Ivy and this non-human monstrosity plan to replicate this weapon and deploy it within the city. Chen Tao scrutinized the photograph for a moment. I know him, he asserted confidently. This fellow is the plant master, Jason Wood. He has replicated the incident that created the Swamp Thing, Alec Holland, transforming himself into a walking plant, becoming a lesser embodiment of the magical force known as the Green. The Green. What on earth is that? It represents the elemental essence of plants, juxtaposed against the red, which symbolizes flesh and blood creatures, and the black, which signifies decay and death, collectively known as the three fundamental forces. Alright, wait a minute, Gordon interjected. You just mentioned magic, didn't you? I'm perplexed as to why our discussion has suddenly escalated from a crime narrative to a chaotic supernatural melee. Chapter 17. The search for Harley Quinn. Jason Wood, the master of plants, is an unequivocal eco-terrorist. In comparison to his actions, Ivy's Poison Ivy, quaint pastime of transforming the living into trees, resembles Harley Quinn's diapers, deadly yet harmless. Chen Tao remained oblivious to Gordon's expression. His instincts as a fervent comic book enthusiast were ignited, prompting him to rattle off the backstory of the two botanical villains. The elemental force of nature, known as the Green, is primarily divided between the Parliament of Trees, representing trees, and the Queen of May, representing vines. However, the inherent nature of vine plants is one of attachment and obedience, leading to the frequent oversight of the Queen of May, who often bows to the Parliament of Trees. Yet this does not imply she lacks power. It is noteworthy that the representative chosen by the Parliament of Trees is the Swamp Thing, while a lowly agent like the Master of Plants is merely a pawn in comparison. Poison Ivy, however, is different. As the representative of the Queen of May, she stands on equal footing with the Swamp Thing in terms of power, surpassing lesser agents like the Master of Plants. Gordon was momentarily dazed by the sudden barrage of convoluted lore, opening his mouth in bewilderment before stammering, "Batman, your intel is... I can hardly comprehend you. What? You can't grasp such a simple premise? I have articulated it clearly. Only a fool would fail to understand," Chen Tao retorted, reclaiming the stack of documents in his hands. Ha! I knew it. In order to repay Mother Earth, the Master of Plants would never engage in futile endeavors. If he cannot manage, he will enlist Poison Ivy's help, especially since Bane has blown up the asylum, thus eliminating the need for a jailbreak. Gordon interjected, "There is something else I must mention. This detailed dossier does not seem to have been penned by the inept individuals who handed it to me. However, upon cross-referencing the contents with our existing knowledge, I found it to be entirely accurate, with many sections meticulously investigating blind spots even professionals have overlooked. Discussing his area of expertise, Commissioner Gordon adjusted his glasses. Yet, the timing of this intelligence is too fortuitous. It not only provides new evidence and leads, but also asserts through various methodologies that only Batman can resolve this grave issue. Many assertions within the report compel me to concede their validity, leading me to question the underlying motives. The synchronized utterance of Batman from Gordon stirred a sense of resonance within him, reminiscent of the bygone days when he and Batman, alongside Harvey Dent, formed a triumvirate, vowing to transform Gotham during its golden era. Though all the achievements and beauty of that time crumbled to dust with Harvey Dent's descent into Two-Face. Damn it, why am I recalling these memories? Gordon swiftly cast aside the sentiments of these middle-aged men and continued, moreover, the details in this document are excessively meticulous. It outlines everything from the characters' postures and attack sequences to even their escape methods, as if it were crafted by an accomplice. Perhaps it is indeed the work of an accomplice. Chun Tao responded, "This attack plan is meticulously orchestrated and thoroughly devised. I refuse to believe that these two dullards could suddenly exhibit such expertise. Frankly, this resembles an attack blueprint more than an investigative report. Furthermore, how could you have overlooked the presence of such a substantial living tree, the plant master, a scientist wielding a horrific biological weapon, and you only discerned his true nature days after he was captured? Is the Gotham City Police Department's intelligence network truly this deficient?" Chun Tao remarked, "Someone is deliberately misleading you, merely to orchestrate events at the opportune moment." Batman suddenly paused, then continued, "I understand." Gordon's eyes sparkled at Batman's words. "Oh, are we about to engage in some deduction?" A glimmer of excitement danced in Gordon's gaze. No matter how many times he collaborated with the world's greatest detective, Batman, it was an exquisite pleasure to unravel cases together. Even as the commissioner of Gotham City, he remained a humble apprentice in the presence of such a remarkable detective. "Come on, Batman." Despite his advancing years, Gordon felt a surge of youthful fervor. His deductive spirit ignited, yearning for a clash of intellect, a feast of reasoning. He heard Batman lower his head to commence his deduction. "I comprehend. Bane lacks the confidence to defeat me directly, so they intend to initiate alternative plans to vanquish me, but they require time. Thus, they must preoccupy me with other matters, preventing me from relentlessly pursuing their group." This report undoubtedly originates from Bane's subordinate, the cave dweller. It is possible that he orchestrated this entire affair, and the motives of the plant master and Poison Ivy are glaringly evident. Utilizing biological weapons? How pedestrian! They must be aiming to capture the botanist to facilitate the greening of the entire planet. I understand. The plant master is undoubtedly attempting to replicate the transformation process of the Swamp Thing in every individual on Earth, aspiring to turn the entire planet's populace into walking trees. However, something must have gone awry in his plan, resulting in the ability to temporarily transform others, only for them to revert into a state of festering decay. That is why they require the scientist. It is evident that they are currently orchestrating their nefarious task in the outskirts of Gotham, slaughtering in the swamp. So that's it. I am gradually grasping the entirety of the situation. No one understands villains better than I do. Gordon, somewhat bewildered, opened his mouth, then removed his glasses to rub his eyes. "Are we examining the same document? How did you arrive at such conclusions? What is your basis? What are your reasons?" Evidently, the reasoning is, of course, because Chun Tao has perused the original comic. Over the decades of the Plant Master's comic history, his appearances have always been synonymous with my Earth Mother. Then he began to unleash chaos upon the Earth, each incident remarkably similar to the last, only to be met with the wrath of Poison Ivy and the swamp creature. Any tale that brushed against the verdant realm inevitably resurrected the corpse of Jack Wood, the master of plants, a walking tree who found it exceedingly difficult to perish. His patterns of behavior, once observed repeatedly, could almost be recited verbatim. However, Chun Tao soon realized he could not articulate why he possessed such extensive knowledge. Thus, he resorted to a whimsical fabrication. Human intuition is an innate quality that cannot be mastered through learning. It is my most formidable weapon. Do not inquire further. Simply trust in intuition. Gordon, upon hearing this, could not help but feel a deep respect. Was the charade finally over? I had always believed that Batman's extraordinary deductions were far beyond the realm of ordinary thought. To me, it seemed like magic, yet you always insisted it was mere reasoning. After pondering for a moment, Chun Tao recognized the potential in this situation. Even if Bane sought to delay him, he would never engage Bane in a direct confrontation at this moment. From Bane's perspective, Batman appeared formidable, now revealing a transformation ability previously unnoticed in their intelligence-gathering efforts, exuding an aura of invincibility. Yet only Chun Tao understood that he was currently quite vulnerable. The towering green dinosaur might possess some combat prowess, but Bane was a true master of martial arts. After utilizing Titan Venom, his physical strength could exceed 90 tons. If he chose to relinquish his intellect, that figure could escalate to 120. Therefore, Bane was reluctant to clash with Batman at this juncture, and Chun Tao was equally disinterested in a direct confrontation. Why engage in a brawl when his abilities could resolve matters? Bane intended to ensnare him with the Master of Plants and Poison Ivy, which played right into Chun Tao's hands. Rarely found among Gotham's villains, a superpowered adversary like Ivy was already on his list of allies. As a fervent comic book enthusiast, Chun Tao dared assert that he understood Poison Ivy better than even the parasitic worms within her. Bane's actions were tantamount to providing him with assistance. Yet now arose the pressing question. Amidst the vast expanse of the swamp, where exactly were Poison Ivy and the Master of Plants? This time, Chun Tao found himself genuinely stumped. He was merely a reader of comics, not a fortune-teller at the corner of Gotham. To deduce the rough outlines of a villainess' plans was a feat achieved through extensive reading, yet discerning the finer details was beyond his capacity. However, he was aware that there was someone who could know. He murmured, "I have a plan. I am certain I possess a devilishly brilliant plan. We need Harley Quinn, the former Harlequin of the Joker, Gotham's villainous human GPS, a particularly destructive asset against the Joker, and the best friend and arch-nemesis of Poison Ivy. Only she can locate her." And fortuitously, he knew precisely how to find Harley Quinn. Chapter 18. A little surprise for Bane. This is one of the numerous bat caves scattered throughout Gotham City, each serving as a covert base for the Dark Knight. The Mad Hatter sat listlessly in his prison cage, having spent over 16 hours confined within this oversized, oval-shaped transparent capsule. After his escape from Arkham Asylum, he had intended to host another grand tea party to recruit formidable henchmen and commence his mischief. However, just as he had gathered all his minions and the cannon fodder under his mind control, he was swiftly apprehended by the merciless Deadshot, hired by Chun Tao, with all his followers taken away by police cars, leaving him to occupy the luxurious quarters of the Batcave. Fortunately, unlike his subordinates who had suffered grievous injuries from bullets that came from unknown origins, the Mad Hatter surrendered to the police quickly, emerging unscathed. Naturally, he was handed over to Batman once more. Upon his arrival at the Batcave, he was met with a brutal beating from Robin, who, amidst the assault, questioned him about his schemes. How unjust! He indeed had some plots in mind, but was apprehended before he could set them into motion. What right did they have to punish him for actions he had yet to commit? Bang! The lights in the hall flickered on, causing the Mad Hatter to shut his eyes. After a considerable time, his eyes gradually adjusted to the sudden brightness. With a mechanical whir, the transparent door before him opened, revealing none other than Batman. Chun Tao pondered how to elicit a confession from his captive. He had not summoned Deadshot merely for amusement. The Mad Hatter, according to the comic's narrative, possessed a significant secret at this moment. Bang! While Chun Tao was deep in thought, Robin leapt up and delivered a punch to the Mad Hatter's face, sending him crashing to the ground, before producing a crowbar from seemingly nowhere and began to mercilessly beat him. "Will you talk? Will you talk?" The metallic crowbar struck the Mad Hatter's head, producing a rhythmic, resonant sound akin to a traditional drum. Chun Tao swallowed hard, alarmed. Indeed, Robin was a lunatic. What kind of upbringing did Batman provide? This was a clear manifestation of violent tendencies. The incessant clamor of the blows intertwined with the Mad Hatter's screams, creating an unsettling rhythm. Reality was certainly not the all-ages comic it pretended to be. Even Robin, during interrogation, was far from being a composed gentleman. "Help! I truly have nothing to say." The more the Mad Hatter screamed in agony, the more exhilarated Tim seemed to become. The 15-year-old Robin, with a manic energy, swung the crowbar with fervor, a perverse grin plastered across his face, drool trickling from the corner of his mouth. "You filthy, disgusting scum. I shall break every bone in your body, then grind them to dust to flush down the toilet. But this might cause a blockage in the toilet. Good heavens? What am I thinking?" The Mad Hatter writhed in agony on the ground, tears and snot streaming down his face as he collapsed at Chun Tao's feet, clutching at his cloak. "Please, stop. I beg you." Tim delivered a swift blow to his backside, and Chun Tao noticed that part of the crowbar seemed to have been compromised due to excessive force. The Mad Hatter let out a piercing scream of despair. "Damn it! This crowbar is useless," he exclaimed. "What on earth do you want me to say?" The Mad Hatter was on the brink of madness. "Stop it." He trembled like a terrified hamster. He wished he could flatten himself against the wall of the enormous oval transparent capsule prison behind him. Chun Tao gathered his thoughts. "Tyke, do not be afraid, for fear will not help you." The moment those words left his lips, he wished to slap himself. Despite Robin's fierce appearance, he had a kind heart. Tim struck the crowbar against the ground with a loud clang, causing the Mad Hatter to cower and collapse. Chun Tao abandoned any notion of providing comfort and stated directly, "You captured the red bird that was used to monitor you, the one belonging to Bane's minion, Birdman, and placed a tracker on it. You know Bane's location, Tyke. Originally, you had gathered enough manpower and sent out numerous invitations to stage another twisted game reminiscent of your Alice in Wonderland, intending to find a capable fighter to test Bane's true nature." As Chun Tao recounted the comic's plot, he meticulously observed the expressions on the Mad Hatter's face. To be candid, he was uncertain about how far the Mad Hatter had progressed and whether he had indeed acquired Bane's location. However, the Mad Hatter's current reaction could be interpreted as a confession. It was clear that he did know Bane's whereabouts. "Tyke, my patience is limited." Robin raised the crowbar once more. 45 minutes later. "Gordon, you need to move swiftly, ideally before Bane realizes. And with heavy firepower, just hold him off. Evacuate the residence and then it should be a bombardment. Is the National Guard lacking?" "Yes." "Force Bane into a direct confrontation, but be wary of his counterattack. If he targets the officers." Beep. Chun Tao hung up the phone. When Bane discovered himself blocked by tanks at the door, the expression on his stern face would surely be remarkable. "May God forgive you as you have forgiven others. From dust we come, and to dust we shall return. May your soul rest in peace in heaven, extinguishing your labors." The funeral of the Angel of Death was exceedingly brief. Chun Tao and Robin leaned against a black umbrella, standing at one end of the cemetery, watching as the clergy and Alfred gradually excavated a grave large enough to accommodate a coffin. In the original history, the Angel of Death had succeeded the broken-spined Batman and had triumphed over Bane. However, as time elapsed, he gradually succumbed to villainy, ultimately being vanquished by the returning Batman. Yet now, this seemingly plausible future has been irrevocably obliterated, buried beneath the ever-mounting earth. Upon closer examination, it is evident that the butterfly effect instigated by the time traveler is to blame. The traveler, unlike the true Batman, is not relentlessly dedicated to the high-intensity pursuit of criminals, thereby affording the Angel of Death an opportunity. He has adeptly upheld the esteemed tradition within the Bat family of disregarding Batman's commands, absconding with Batman's uniform, only to be intercepted by Bane. The following day, a headless corpse was returned to Wayne Manor, marking the premature demise of this future archvillain, who had yet to fully develop just 4 hours after Chun Tao's arrival. Chun Tao felt no sense of loss. The Angel of Death, having been long indoctrinated by the cult of Saint Duma, had already exhibited signs of instability. Otherwise, his descent into darkness would not have been so swift. Conversely, Tim was deeply saddened, as he shared a close bond with Jean-Paul. He laid flowers at Paul's grave and remarked, "Bruce, there is something I must convey to you." Chapter 19. The Rental Dilemma. "Bruce, there is a matter I must discuss with you." Tim gently caressed the coffin of the Angel of Death as he spoke. "It pertains to Zash. Didn't he previously assault my school, Gotham Heights High School? He was apprehended by that individual you dispatched, the Cheshire Cat." Tim continued, "Although Zash claims he acts independently, and my investigation corroborates his assertion, I have never been one to believe in mere coincidences. Among the multitude of high schools in Gotham, why did he specifically target mine? In both method and timing, Zash's recent actions starkly contrast with his past behavior. Surely, someone must be orchestrating his moves. Two-Face? The Riddler? I am currently unable to ascertain who it might be. He rose to his feet. Regardless of their identity, they may have some inkling of my true identity. However, Tim quickly shook his head in disinterest. Forget it. All of this is mere conjecture on my part. I possess no evidence to support my claims. Let us not dwell on this. Bruce, what was it you wished to say earlier? Chun Tao furrowed his brow. Indeed, according to the comics, Zash was supposed to attack a girls' school, not the high school attended by Robin. What could have caused this shift in the narrative? Damn it, could it be my doing again? With insufficient information, he resolved to abandon the thought. He stated, "We shall revisit this matter later. For now, I require your company on a visit to the Little St. Pritch district. Here lies Gotham's newly opened Super Baby restaurant." Following the peculiar dinosaur incident a few days prior, the proprietor thoughtfully introduced a marvelous dinosaur delicacy set, which quickly gained immense popularity. Alright, 1 Harley Quinn burger, 1 black canary salad, and 1 leg-lost Jessie quick meal. A waitress dressed as Harley Quinn brought several meals to the table. Yet an unruly man attempted to grope her backside. Be careful or you might find your hand broken, chubby. Hey, one ought to show respect to a lady. 2 policemen seated at the window remarked. While we may not be able to manage the giant green dinosaur, we can surely handle you. Ha! Regrettably, in Gotham, the more the police wish to prevent certain individuals from engaging in misconduct, the more those individuals are inclined to do the opposite. That lecherous hand reached out once more. The younger of the 2 policemen, clearly agitated, declared, "Boris, I can't take it any longer. Bang! The unruly man screamed in agony as the waitress effortlessly lifted him and slammed him to the ground, with a sickening crack as his arm was broken. The waitress, adorned as Harley Quinn, dusted off her hands as if to remove non-existent debris. "So, is there anything else I can assist you with, gentlemen? Damn it! She broke my hand." Squeak. Hours later, the end of the workday arrived. As Harley Quinn exited the restaurant, engrossed in a word puzzle from the newspaper, she did not return home. Instead, she took the subway to an apartment in downtown Gotham City. She ascended the stairs and knocked thrice at the door. Oh! Harley looked up to see a leaf protruding from the crack of the door. Such a sight would surely attract attention. Swiftly, she extended her pale, delicate hand and plucked the green leaf away. There was no response. Thus, she retrieved her key and, with a creak, unlocked the door. From the outside, the interior appeared unremarkable. However, upon opening the door, it became evident that the room was nearly engulfed by an abundance of plants. Lush ivy sprawled across the space, with winding tendrils that evoked the impression of a tropical rainforest in East Africa. Harley placed her hands on her hips. Enough! Rustling sounds accompanied the retreat of the plants, revealing the true occupant of the room. Perhaps it was a plant. A massive carnivorous flower emerged in the center, emitting an eerie, spine-chilling laughter. "Harley, you've arrived. Ivy asked me to inform you that this will be your home from now on. Of course, there's no electricity, no water, and no gas, as Ivy hasn't paid rent in over 6 months." Noticing Harley's silence, the enormous carnivorous flower quickly interjected. "Ah, I sense you have questions. Allow me to answer them. Wait, let me pose a question instead. Frank, could you cease those flamboyant gestures?" The colossal flower paused. "Oh, Harley, I had assumed you would appreciate these theatrics. Firstly, I have long since parted ways with the Joker. Secondly, I have turned over a new leaf, securing a job as a waitress at a peculiar establishment called Super Baby. Thirdly, my mind is quite rational now, devoid of madness, and I go by Harleen Quinzel, not Harley Quinn." Harley squeezed her face, forcing a twisted smile, then extended her hand to flatten the corners of her lips, returning her visage to normalcy. No trace remained of the once manic jester. "Fourthly, I have been cured. The doctors at Arkham even awarded me a plethora of nonsensical accolades. In summary, I was not released alongside Little Red. Were it not for my dire financial situation, Alas, let us not dwell on that, how peculiar." Harley surveyed the chaotic surroundings and remarked, "Didn't Little Red mention he hired the neighbor's boy to help clean the room and water these plants? Why is it so?" Ugh! Frank, in her presence, expelled a skeleton adorned with an indigestible leather backpack. Goodness gracious! What on earth are you? I am powerless, Harley. The carnivorous plant, Frank lamented. After Ivy departed for a week, that little rascal diligently tidied the room, but after a month, he began to pilfer. So, damn it, you've landed in deep trouble. Did his parents not? Ugh, ugh. 2 more skeletons were regurgitated. Judging by their attire, 1 male and 1 female, Harley could easily deduce their identities. Frank, in a fit of exasperation, thought if the landlord knew. Ugh! A skeletal figure leaning on a cane was expelled. This skeleton appeared more recent, with 2 pieces of undigested flesh still clinging to it. Frank then ejected a firearm. This isn't my fault. That little rascal's parents are utterly involved in the mob, brandishing guns as they came to the door, certainly not the picture of good citizens. The landlord had initially reclaimed the property, even appropriating many plants that Ivy and I had cultivated. That was one thing, but then he had the audacity to attempt to produce powder in this very room, forcing me into a reluctant. Harley was at a loss for words. Well, she felt somewhat drained. In any case, I am now just an ordinary person, and I can only reside here. There shouldn't be any more damn. Knock, knock, knock. A voice called from outside. Open up, Batman. How tiresome. Chapter 20. The initial appearance of the owl court silence enveloped the room as the door swung open, not with the gentle finesse of an unlocked mechanism, but rather with brute force, as if someone had seized the handle and wrenched the wooden barrier apart. The lock emitted a grating shriek, while the metal core violently breached the flimsy plywood door, stubbornly colliding with the warped metal frame. A gust of wind swept in, carrying the chill of the outside world into the dimly lit room. The sound echoed, a soft thud. Harley Quinn involuntarily shivered, lamenting her distraction by the skeleton, completely oblivious to the figure approaching from beyond the threshold. In the countless days and nights spent in Arkham, she ought to have honed her senses to their zenith. At that moment, dusk was drawing to a close. The fading rays of the sun streamed through the gaping door, casting an eerie glow that rendered the room a shadowy haven, as if that sliver of light imbued the darkness with purpose. Then came the extinguishment. Slowly, Harley reached for her handbag. The tall silhouette stood at the entrance, and the light dimmed further, marking the end of twilight. With a heavy sigh, Harley mused, "You are indeed a hard-to-find girl." Silence hung in the air as she beheld the figure stepping inside, a smile curving her lips, almost compelling her to laugh aloud. "Ah!" she exclaimed, a hysterical shriek escaping her. "Good heavens, it's you again." She approached a nearby miniature dragon blood tree, birthed from the essence of poison ivy, and banged her head against the trunk in frustration. "Ah, good grief. Batman, you always manage to find Harley Quinn. I have a few questions for you," she heard Batman's familiar deep voice state. "For instance, where can I locate your dear friend, Poison Ivy?" Harley halted her headbanging and tilted her head. "I need your help. Spare me, darling. To some extent, I've begun a new life." In an instant, Harley appeared remarkably composed, as though her earlier frenzy had never been. "Listen, Ivy is mingling with some nefarious individuals. She and the plant master are scheming to turn the entire planet green. I need to stop them. They're a lethal combination, Harley. Many will be harmed, even, forget it, perhaps I'm being futile. You simply need to know one other thing. Ivy might also be injured or killed." Harley had to concede that Batman possessed an acute understanding of her relationship with Poison Ivy. Upon hearing the possibility of Ivy coming to harm, a flicker of impulse ignited within her, but merely a flicker. "No, I refuse to involve myself in your troubles any longer," Harley replied resolutely. "I've bid farewell to capes, tights, and masks. I simply wish to lead a quiet life as an ordinary person." "Is that so? It's a pity you are not." Harley Quinn, following Batman's gaze, beheld the 4 skeletal remains lying upon the ground. Grasping her 2 braids, she let out a series of hysterical screams, her nerves fraying. She turned abruptly and seized the man-eating plant, Frank, which stood in a flower pot, resembling a genuine botanical specimen. "You wretched creature! This is undeniably your doing," she exclaimed, blaming her murderous actions on the flora, an act that would not mitigate her culpability. With fervor, Harley delivered 2 resounding slaps to the plant. "I advise you. she declared, as she leapt upon the carnivorous flora, bouncing with abandon. Your emotional outburst. With a sudden crash, Harley hurled herself towards the window, determined that if she shattered it, she could escape this room. She had calculated the distance, even Batman unless his arms could transform. All right, I surrender. Chun Tao retracted his arm, setting Harley down gently. The enormous dinosaur-like limb retracted in an instant, collapsing like a deflated sponge, soon reverting to the normal size of a human, even preserving the integrity of his clothing. Such a blatant violation of the law of conservation of mass would astonish 90% of the world's scientists. Yet for the citizens of Gotham, Batman's feats were merely routine. No matter how he achieved victory, it was an inevitability that Harley had grown accustomed to. After all, Batman would always prevail, and he would continue to do so. This is Bane's hideout. People often assume that a mastermind like him would nest in some enigmatic submarine or a military base soaring through the skies. However, it is nothing of the sort. This is merely a rather ordinary motel in Gotham. At this moment, Bane sat on the solitary sofa in the room, his towering frame of 2 meters and 15 centimeters filling the chair to capacity. This time, the city government has decided to deploy the National Guard, purely out of a sense of morality, justice, and responsibility. Batman? I must assert that such a law-defying masked vigilante can hardly be compared to a true hero. Let us extend a warm round of applause and heartfelt gratitude to our genuine hero, Mayor Carlo, and the commander of the National Guard. The experts on television and those officials, whose heads were filled with nonsense, continued their incessant chatter. After outlining the situation, they swiftly began to disparage Batman, lavishly praising the actions of the City Hall instead. The muscle-bound behemoth contemplated this. Frankly, were it not for his intent to undermine the Bat, he might have felt some sympathy for him. Batman tirelessly labored for the city, yet those in the City Hall and Gotham's elite were a collection of utter fools. He could scarcely believe that anyone could be foolish enough to publicly disclose their military maneuvers on television. Batman, the most perilous figure, remained entirely unappreciated. At this moment, the individuals on television, impeccably dressed, are solely concerned with disparaging Batman to elevate their own viewership. They resemble vultures competing for carrion, more so than the deranged inhabitants of Arkham. They mock the Dent Act, belittle Jim Gordon, and deny the formidable strength of Batman, undermining all that he has accomplished for this city over the past decade. They assert that it is Batman's very existence that has drawn those costumed lunatics, framing today's chaos and madness as a mutual attraction among the deranged. They proclaim that only the military can maintain order and that only City Hall can effect change. Yet, they never pause to consider. Why did Harvey Dent become utterly disillusioned with justice? Why did Edward Nygma descend into madness? Why was the once honest Arnold incarcerated? Gotham has rotted. Bane, more aware than many native Gothamites, recognized this on his very first day in the city. Batman, like his so-called supervillains, is but a collection of madmen and deviants, and this time we shall seize the opportunity to bring their reign to a definitive end. Bane furrowed his brow, increasingly repulsed by the drivel emanating from the television. Those pontificating on screen, proclaiming their profound insights, are slick with oil and powder, exuding a stench so foul that even Bane finds them revolting. Thus, he relinquished the torment of his ears and lowered the volume. Thud! A dull sound from above caused him to frown. Thud! He sighed. Enough. Can you three expedite your task? No sooner had he spoken than a thunderous crash resounded, and the ceiling collapsed. His 3 subordinates, a zombified caveman, a creature known as the Birdman, and an adversary clad in an owl-like attire, plummeted through the wooden ceiling. Cease, Bane. City Hall has mobilized thousands of National Guardsmen to confront you. The Court of Owls intends to. Bane sighed once more. What are you? Never mind. Chapter 21. Bane strikes with a soft squelch. Bane withdrew his blood-soaked hand, as if he had merely crushed a puddle of urine. He disdainfully shook off the viscous white residue, allowing the headless corpse to slump to the floor, mere refuse from the gutter. How foolish of you to attempt to spy on me. With a swift kick, he sent the body tumbling into the corner. Even more foolish was the fact that, upon being discovered, you did not flee at once. We're sorry, Bane. This fellow is merely an unkillable zombie. We clearly ambushed him and pierced. No need to continue, my friends. Bane disregarded his panting subordinates, quickly casting aside the memory of the Owl Court's clawed assassin. He relaxed his muscles, his broad chest rising and falling with deep breaths. Calm yourselves. Feel it with me. Bane's 3 followers exchanged glances, sensing nothing beyond the thick stench of blood. Feel what, Bane? Look out onto the streets. What do you see? Desolation, replied the cave dweller and the zombie man in unison. A city familiar with its own terror now tastes fear, the Birdman remarked. Indeed, that is your power, Bane. You instill fear within them. They plan to muster an army against you, yet they do not comprehend the nature of their adversary. They flatter cautiously. They deserve only to tremble at your feet, my master. Though unspoken, his subordinates repeated this in their minds. No. Bane's response astonished the two. Not so. He suddenly roared, his voice low and fierce. You have not truly felt it. Batman has cast his shadow over this city for far too long. Gotham once stood as the largest hub for drug production and trafficking in America, the greatest market for human trade, the most prosperous gambling den. He spread his arms wide, as if embracing the unseen darkness. Gotham is a haven for criminals. For so many years, the American government has confined the nation's wrongdoers within Blackgate Prison. Yet they are swiftly bailed out, released for medical reasons, escape, and then reemerge as citizens of Gotham. This so-called Gotham has always been a super prison. They would rather see all the scum slaughter one another until someone intervenes to stop them from treating Gotham as a dumping ground. He laughed mockingly. Before the birth of Batman, law and order in America was tenfold better than it is now. You say Gotham fears me? Ridiculous. Gotham does not fear. Rather, she revels in excitement. How twisted that she finds joy in it. Finally, someone seeks to defeat the Bat. At last, someone aims to slay the Bat. Those scoundrels, the gangs, the rogues, can finally return to their former lawless lives of crime. The silence on the streets is not born of fear, but of anticipation. They are elated, eagerly waiting. Everyone despises Batman. They long for his demise. The scoundrels despise the Bat. The elite detest the Bat. And even the elderly women toiling in the meth lab harbor a loathing for the Bat. Batman seeks to rescue Gotham? Spare me the nonsense. Gotham has no desire for salvation. For this wretched city revels in its perpetual degradation. Bane senses it. He feels it deeply. Gotham is akin to a cruel matriarch, whispering in his ear, urging him to slay her only son, that battered warrior. This vile creature parades before him, assuming the haughty demeanor of a queen, demanding he prove his might and grandeur through the filthy trials of those ignorant fools, and then to seize that untouched crown and assassinate Batman. What an honor it is. He reclined back onto the sofa, his body instinctively tensing forward, a posture that rendered him slightly stooped. Yet, this did not diminish his authority. Rather, it bestowed upon him the ferocity of a beast poised to pounce. You 3, leave this building at once. Surrender to the military. I shall return shortly. While you remain, I am restrained. Bane's voice was low yet unexpectedly resonant, akin to magma surging and roaring beneath the earth. Light filtered through the curtains, illuminating his bulging biceps, rendering him a veritable Iron Man. His 3 subordinates hurriedly departed, harboring no doubts about Bane's resolve, nor daring to question it. Bane sat upon his sofa, gazing upward, patiently awaiting. The long street lay in silence, devoid of human presence. Buzz. The M1A2 Abrams main battle tanks and M2A3 Bradley infantry fighting vehicles were primed and ready. Acknowledged. The M109A6 self-propelled howitzers and M777 artillery were in position. Acknowledged. Somewhere in Gotham, this was the National Guard's command center. Mayor Carlo turned to the visibly glum Jim Gordon beside him. Hey Jim, stop wearing that tense expression. You don't truly think I'm a fool, do you? What was that saying again? To strategically disdain the enemy while tactically respecting them. We have deployed nearly 40,000 National Guardsmen, tanks, machine guns, heavy machine guns, armored vehicles, and even semi-automatic missiles. Mayor Carlo couldn't resist the urge to comment. Such a military configuration could easily conquer any small African nation. Gordon, you've been a policeman in Gotham for so long. Have you truly forgotten how terrifying modern weaponry can be? We have encountered so-called extraordinary individuals before, but in the face of real modern might, everything else is mere refuse. Mayor Carlo declared with a hint of pride. This is all thanks to the precise locations you provided, Gordon. In my view, as long as we evacuate the surrounding residents, we can simply rain down missiles and obliterate the area. Let us not even mention Bane. Even a man of iron would melt into water. There would be no need for Batman's intervention. So, is this the reason you so disparagingly portray Batman on television? Oh, come now, Gordon.
Mayor Carlo.
With an air of familiarity, draped an arm around Gordon's neck. Wasn't he that merely a tactic to draw Bane's attention? After all, it was you who orchestrated the television signal to ensure Bane would be captivated by the broadcast. Was it not? This too serves as a means to allure voters, a powerful method to project your tough persona to all. Gordon, with unyielding resolve, brushed aside Carlo's arm, ruthlessly dismantling the mayor's assertions. People require some form of spiritual solace. However, Gordon, do you genuinely believe it is psychologically sound for individuals to place all their hopes upon a masked vigilante? Carlo reclined indifferently in his chair. No matter how formidable Batman may be, he remains but a solitary figure. I do not dispute his contributions to Gotham over the years, nor do I harbor any personal animosity towards him. Yet, one must recognize that in the face of the state's violent machinery, the power of an individual is but a mere whisper. Humanity, at its core, is a collective entity. Mayor Carlo extended his arms, mimicking a grasping motion in the air. The greater the multitude, the mightier the strength. He asserted, the populace ought to restore their confidence in the government, rather than entrusting their hopes to individual heroes. Do you not perceive the fervent adoration for Batman among the masses as a perilous sign? They place their trust not in the police, but solely in Batman. Regardless of how we malign Batman on television, we must concede that his influence among the people has transcended conventional bounds. Do you recall the former Harvey Dent? The Dent Act, notorious indeed. Ha! Yet when Dent turned rogue, the act was swiftly undone. Mayor Carlo proclaimed, only a stable organization such as the government can ensure the enduring stability of the city. Even if I were to perish today, this impeccably functioning machine would continue to operate seamlessly. The authority of the government must be re-established, commencing with the apprehension of all these supercriminals starting today. Chapter 22 The Monster of the Sewers TikTok. The sewers of Gotham City, shrouded in darkness and mystery, harbor a myriad of unknown creatures. Killer Croc once counted himself among them, yet now he has transcended that existence. He is a man of immense wealth, 200 million to be precise. Though this fortune is tainted with illegality, unaccounted for in taxes and devoid of legitimacy, it nonetheless instills in him a flicker of hope. Killer Croc opened his eyes. His nictitating membrane flickered momentarily, casting ripples upon the water's surface in the dim glow of his lantern. The behemoth was approaching once more. He turned to his companion, the ventriloquist, and remarked, "Bye, big guy. I never envisioned I would refer to anyone else in such a manner. I once considered myself Gotham's most renowned simpleton." Yet, despite such musings, Wayland felt an undeniable surge of intelligence. He had come to accept his diminished mental faculties, though he had not always been so. In his adolescence, his intelligence had been comparable to that of his peers. However, upon reaching adulthood and transforming into a veritable beast, he found himself increasingly estranged from humanity. His primal instincts flourished, and his feral appearance intensified. Yet, after spending the past few days in the company of other humans, his beastly nature had significantly receded, allowing his mind to regain a semblance of clarity. "Focus on your work, Wayland," the ventriloquist urged from his perch along the corridor of the sewer. This antiquated drainage system of Gotham retained walkways for laborers. His bat-themed puppet responded, "Rest assured, you may not be the most famous simpleton, but you are undoubtedly the wealthiest one now. Have you not seen those 2 armored trucks brimming with cash in the vault of that Swiss bank? If you wish to have your employer launder that money into a spendable form, you had better move swiftly. After all, this isn't your first venture into such dealings." The reptilian giant swished his tail, rising from the subterranean waters, and lifted a small cart beside the ventriloquist. Inside lay a perfectly roasted, golden-brown whole cow, A dish fit for Gotham's finest seven-star restaurant, destined instead to be squandered by a gaggle of pretentious imbeciles, rather than languishing in this filthy abyss. Killer Croc let out a sigh. The aroma of roasted pig and cow wafted through the sewers, a scent so familiar, so nostalgic. It was a grim reminder of past exploits, now underscored by the irony of his own transformation into the executor of such feasts. Thud, thud, thud. The sound resonated like a colossal iron ball striking the ground, echoing through the desolate underground pipes, accompanied by a hoarse, somber voice, composing a grotesque duet. Listen closely, and the sound intoned. Solomon Grundy born on a Monday. Meanwhile, Tim Drake, the third Robin, perched at the edge of a building, peered through a telescope at the distant apartment where Batman and Harley Quinn were ensconced. In the past, Tim would have harbored no concerns, for he understood the formidable prowess of Batman. However, the present circumstances were markedly different. Could Bruce Wayne truly contend with a criminal as perilous as Harley Quinn? Cautiously, Tim swung across the street with his grappling hook, landing silently upon the rooftop before slipping through a corridor window. As twilight descended, the dimly lit hallway enveloped in darkness resonated with an eerie silence. A slightly ajar door emitted a faint glow, akin to the gaping maw of a colossal beast. Concealed in the shadows behind the door, Tim overheard Harley exclaim, "Damn it, Bat, you worthless." With a sudden crash, he kicked the door open. "Batman, what are you doing?" Before him stood Batman, one hand gripping a skeleton while the other toyed with a skull, seemingly attempting to fit the scattered bony fragments back into the gaping maw of a massive carnivorous plant. "Ugh, are you trying to make me swallow my own vomit?" The plant, Frank, protested loudly, yet it was utterly powerless against Batman's authority. Tim produced a lighter, showcasing it before the creature, which promptly subdued. "Ah!" Upon seeing Robin enter, Harley leaped from the windowsill, striking an exaggerated pose as if inspecting troops, Private Robin at ease. Tim turned to Batman, his expression questioning the absurdity of the scene. Batman provided clarification. These individuals were not harmed by Harley. Harley, ever the performer, chimed in, "Woe is you, Mr. Skeleton. You have tragically transformed from a living being into a mere corpse. This is not your fault. Rest now." This is merely my version of a lament or requiem," Batman added. A few minutes later, Harley Quinn stood before the Batmobile parked at the alley's entrance. Leaning her backside against the vehicle's front, she effortlessly slid into the passenger seat as if devoid of bones. "So what's next, dynamic duo?" The third Robin stood indignantly nearby. The passenger seat was rightfully his. "No one understands Poison Ivy like I do. I'll help you find her, but you must allow me to reason with her before you charge in. Afterward, you'll need to put in a good word for me with the parole board, telling them what an upstanding citizen I am, and so forth." This request, seemingly reasonable, would be a trivial matter for Batman. By acquiescing to Harley's demands, he could swiftly secure her assistance in locating Poison Ivy, confronting the plant master, and resolving all issues at hand. Yet Batman would not comply. This was Harley's test, to discern whether he was indeed the true Batman. Once Chun Tao nodded, the dynamic shifted, transforming him into Batman, seeking assistance from Harley, thus placing the reins firmly in her hands. Despite having relinquished her role as a psychologist for many years, Harley Quinn instinctively employed certain linguistic techniques that subtly influenced the power dynamics between them. Therefore, Chun Tao asserted, "No. What's the situation? I mean, you don't want. You don't need." While Harley endeavored to maintain her stance, Chun Tao observed her, feigning astonishment. The specifics were inconsequential. What mattered was Ivy. Chun Tao had always possessed an acute sense for what was truly significant, and he now aimed to dismantle Harley Quinn's delusions of seizing control. "I do not wish to negotiate with a mentally unstable individual." I am a sociopath," Harley exclaimed, frantically scratching her head. "Goodness, why does everyone misinterpret my identity?" With her arms crossed, she leapt from the Batmobile. "If you do not agree to my terms, what reason do I have to assist you?" Chapter 23. "The greenery of beings you shall assist me, or the tranquility of this world shall cease to exist," mused Harley Quinn, inwardly scoffing, as if Bane, the Joker, Two-Face, and the Riddler were paragons of virtue. Even a lunatic such as yourself must relish the sensation of being alive. How about a small treat as a bargain? Please arrange for me a day at the spa, and send a signed photograph of Batman to my little cousin, who is gravely ill. Chun Tao, ignoring her, strode towards the opposite side of the Batmobile. He silently counted in his mind. 3.
Et, bas.
Only I can. 2.
Bas.
Batman. 1. All right.
Fine.
You are the boss after all. Eventually, Harley Quinn relented, leaping into the passenger seat. Tim, the third Robin, who had witnessed the entire exchange, scratched his head in frustration. Wait, is Harley Quinn coming along with us? Is that a wise decision? He interjected, blocking Chun Tao's path. Not my first choice, he replied, hearing Batman's voice respond. But we cannot let her out of our sight. She may inform Poison Ivy that we are searching for her. Ha! Exactly, Harley Quinn retorted, rolling her eyes and pressing her finger to her temple, adopting a silly expression. The dangerous madwoman is right here. No one knows what I might do. The three of them climbed into the vehicle. Harley, I only need you to help me locate Poison Ivy, and that will suffice. We shall handle the rest ourselves. Chun Tao occupied the driver's seat, feigning control over the steering wheel. He was not the genuine Batman and had no skill in operating such a vehicle, which was essentially a tank. The driving had been solely managed by AI thus far. We shall first visit a certain location, then embark on our quest to find Poison Ivy. Alright, but what exactly does Ivy intend to accomplish? Based on the expertise of the abducted scientist, Professor Goldblum, the philosophies of the Plant Master and Poison Ivy, and the assault on the Advanced Metahuman Research Institute, the Star Labs, I have drawn a conclusion. They will undoubtedly synthesize a formula to create the Swamp Thing and transform it into a rapidly spreading virus, subsequently cleansing the Earth and turning humanity into hybrid beings of plants and animals. What? Ugh! Harley Quinn extended her neck in an exaggerated display of disgust, then exclaimed, Oh, don't misunderstand me. I am certainly no racist. She placed her pale hand upon her chest, continuing, I have some good friends who are plants, Well, at least from a positive perspective, they won't exterminate everyone, Robin remarked. Perhaps, Chun Tao replied, but if they succeed, we shall all live like plants in the future. He cast a glance at Harley Quinn and deliberately pronounced, if their plan encounters even the slightest hitch, within weeks or mere days, we shall witness the extinction of all life on Earth. Wow, that's quite impressive, Harley remarked, seemingly unfazed. But wait, Tim, the third Robin, interjected. Why do they require Professor Goldblum? Why not unleash the virus themselves? It was evident that this was a shortcut. He swiftly answered his own query. To achieve gene imprinting engineering could take years, perhaps even decades. Once commenced, they would cease to be complete humans. She is a naturally occurring mutation, while he is a tree spirit from another dimension, merging with ordinary humans, ultimately succumbing to the supremacy of nature's green, becoming a super creature. Tree spirits from other dimensions. Are you jesting? Harley exclaimed. Chun Tao countered, you have encountered supernatural beings before. Mudface, Killer Croc. Are they not? He paused. We merely require your assistance in locating Poison Ivy. The Batmobile twisted and turned, finally halting before a dilapidated apartment building. Slaughter Swamp. Within a rustic cabin, an array of experimental apparatus lay scattered about. Poison Ivy was kissing Professor Goldblum. Oh, that's truly revolting. It's disgusting. The Plant Master, a walking tree, composed of lush foliage and trunk, adorned with a fuzzy, verdant head crowned with ears resembling those of a sprite, stood nearby, feigning a look of revulsion. After a prolonged moment, their lips parted. Professor Goldblum, his eyes shimmering with a green glow, stood dazed, approached the table, and began synthesizing a potion. Do you think I relish this, swapping saliva with him every 6 hours? Poison Ivy wiped her mouth and spat on the ground. She retorted, if you have a better method to compel him to heed our words, I am all ears. TSK, the Plant Master crossed his arms. Life is fraught with tribulations. I desire no tribulations, she replied. There are 7 billion flesh bags in this world. Our plan will be their suffering. At the very least, a torment of unparalleled severity. Poison Ivy asserted, no, our plan is one of purification, to cleanse every organic entity on Earth. A truly noble and righteous endeavor. Noble and righteous. The plant master scoffed, a term birthed by a callous bunch who disregard other species, embroiled in incessant infighting. Poison ivy added, indeed, they incessantly discuss climate change, yet are they not the architects of it all? At least on this point, she found common ground with the plant master, forming the foundation of their collaboration. In truth, it was their benevolent deed. The plant master replied, they have doubled their greenhouse gas emissions, recklessly deforested our planet. You once said, Pamela, and I quote, that humanity will not care about any of this unless we compel them. The two botanical antagonists exchanged knowing smiles, having reached a consensus. Standing before the professor, they gazed at the grand blueprint of their scheme. Once our virus is activated, every individual on this planet will reap a tremendous benefit. The greening of everything. Professor Goldblum, with gloved hands, retrieved a small white mouse from a box and aimed a gun-like syringe at it. You will feel a slight pressure, little fellow. Everything will be just fine. He injected a pale green substance. Under the watchful eyes of the two botanical villains, the mouse gradually transformed into a vibrant green, eventually sprouting verdant foliage all over its body, becoming a completely green mouse. It worked. It's stable. The plant master exclaimed with unrestrained joy. My goodness, look how beautiful it is. The poison ivy woman, suppressing her excitement, cradled it gently. Come here, my dear. The plant master raised his hands high. This is not just an ordinary green mouse. It heralds a new era. Humanity's wretched factories will be supplanted by magnificent arboreal cathedrals, and lush greenery will envelop the entire earth. Suddenly, with a pop, the little green mouse exploded into a repugnant mass of viscous green goo. Chapter 24. The welding dog knight in the streets of Little St. Prilly's. The dapper Count Dizziness, clad in an English-style trench coat and brandishing a civilized cane, ambled along. Although this area was not the most dilapidated or impoverished in Gotham, it hardly boasted any semblance of development or order. Under normal circumstances, the Count would never find himself in such a vulgar and coarse part of town. However, the demands of his employer for this mission dictated otherwise. A cacophony of honking interrupted his thoughts as a furious driver beside him unleashed a torrent of expletives. Fuck you. Are you deaf? The irate driver slammed the horn once more, the sound deafening. Seeing the Count's unflinching demeanor, the driver surprisingly drew a gun, aiming it menacingly. Get out of the way, unless you wish to be riddled with holes. This was a classic case of road rage, and the Count furrowed his brow in disbelief. He had not anticipated encountering such brazen insanity on the streets, let alone someone possessing a driver's license. You son of a... In an instant, an intangible wave swept through the driver's mind. His head dipped, and with a sickening thud, one of his eyes popped out of its socket, landing on the pavement. Amidst the agonizing screams and the prolonged blare of the horn, the Count inclined his body slightly, executing a quintessential British gesture of courtesy, before nonchalantly turning away and striding towards a dilapidated apartment on the curb. Let me check the address number 52. Indeed, it is correct. He ascended the exposed concrete steps, passing the peeling red handrail, until he reached the door of room 401. He extended his hand and knocked. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Upon entering, the Count emitted a sound of surprise. Externally, the room bore no distinction from the ordinary tenements surrounding it. Even the door appeared wooden. However, once inside, he was greeted by a completely different realm. Behind the wooden faade lay a robust, airtight metal door, designed to effectively regulate air pressure. The walls, ceiling, and floor were clad in metal panels, coated externally with blast-resistant paint and internally with anti-corrosive material. This was unequivocally a professional-grade blast chamber. Even if the building were to collapse, this room would remain unscathed. Various weapons were haphazardly piled in the corners of the room: grenades, rocket launchers, and even multi-barreled explosives. On the opposite side stood a table occupied by 4 individuals. Among them, the Count recognized 2. The infamous death shooter, renowned for his sharpshooting skills and equally notorious temperament, and the British mercenary, Ms. Vick, whose lethal prowess matched her alluring appearance. The remaining 2 were masked figures. The younger woman appeared somewhat normal, donning a smiling cat mask and wielding a long knife, leading the Count to suspect she was yet another assassin-type mercenary. The other, however, was quite peculiar. Seated in the corner, he wore a welding mask, transparent and glare-resistant, typical for welders. He bore a pair of gas cylinders upon his back, wielding a welding torch, clad in a light gray bodysuit and overalls, and donned a pair of long rubber boots. At first glance, he appeared to be an ordinary welder. However, what was truly striking was that his left hand gripped the lifeless body of a dog. It was a rather commonplace breed, seemingly a golden retriever, albeit with only its upper half intact. Someone had severed the dog in half with some implement, absconding with the upper portion. The dog appeared to have recently perished, its condition still quite fresh. Its innards swayed grotesquely, causing the Count of Dizziness to feel a churn in his stomach just from a fleeting glance. Astonishingly, the man's left hand had plunged into the dog's midsection, undeterred by the blood cascading down his arm. "Greetings. My name is the Dog Welder, and it is a pleasure to meet you, dear newcomer. I have just arrived as well." The dog welder spoke. Or rather, it was the dog that spoke. Yes, the very dead dog in his left hand suddenly raised its head, its unblinking face oddly adorned with a semblance of a cheerful smile. "Are you also contracted to partake in this mission?" This bizarre and terrifying tableau momentarily stunned the Count of Dizziness. Yet he was no ordinary human and swiftly regained his noble composure. "Indeed, sir, it is an honor to collaborate with you." He stifled the urge to gaze at the dead dog in his companioness grasp and moved to Lady Vic's side, bowing in a gesture of homage. "Beautiful lady, your visage shines as brightly as the stars in the heavens. Count dear, my old friend." Lady Vic was a statuesque woman with golden hair and azure eyes, wearing an eye mask and a crimson gold bodysuit that left her shoulders and one side of her chest exposed. "Enough! When will you genteel nobles cease this charade?" The death marksman, feeling completely overlooked, rapped his knuckles against the table. "Now that we are all present, let us hear what our benefactor has in store for us this time." He gestured toward the Cheshire Cat, who, ever taciturn, retrieved a tape recorder from a nearby pile of grenades. "Ha, my dear, I couldn't have been mistaken, could I? A tape recorder?" Lady Vic inquired. The death marksman paid her no heed. He pressed a button on the recorder, extended the antenna, and adjusted the settings for a moment before stating, "The employer has requested that we turn on the radio once everyone is assembled. Let us remain quiet and await further instructions. I presume you all are here for the money, as am I." Thus, the four of them sat in silence, and soon, amidst a crackling sound, a voice finally emerged, "Zzz. Can you hear me?" "Yes, we can, employer," the death marksman replied. "What task do you require of us this time? Are we to capture the arsonist Fireflies, or some other miscreant emerging from the shadows, our righteous benefactor?" "Neither of those," the employer's voice, now slightly raspy through the radio, responded. "He has already examined it. This recording device is merely an oversized wireless intercom. Does this imply that the employer is nearby? I have appointed a leader for you, and you must adhere entirely to his commands, especially you, Count Dizziness." The Count appeared somewhat unconvinced, although he recognized that this mission was not solely his to undertake. He had never considered collaborating effectively with others. He was a lone wolf, a solitary figure. The mere fact that he was sharing this task with others was already motivated by the allure of monetary gain. To expect him to heed someone else's orders? What does he think this leader is, Batman? Chapter 25. The leader? No. How could this happen? The plant master was utterly incredulous as he grasped the puddle of green slime. In a fit of rage, he hurled it against the wall, resembling a large smear of green mucus. The outcome of the project was a dismal failure. Professor Goldblum scribbled on a piece of draft paper. Objective: elimination. Why did this occur? The plant master cast an accusatory glance at him. Despite his wooden visage, it was evident how incensed he was. "He is a fraud. He has not exerted himself at all." Professor Goldblum, with his green-tinged eyes, stared blankly at the plant master's accusations. The plant master swiftly redirected his ire towards Poison Ivy. "Your hypnotic kiss is utterly ineffective." Ivy sighed, urging, "Calm down, Jason. He is still within our control." She turned to the professor and inquired, "Harold, can you enlighten us on what went wrong?" The green glimmer in Professor Goldblum's eyes flickered before he responded. "This is an exceedingly complex azeotropic mixture. The viral conversion formula was effective in theory, Yet it remains mere conjecture. There are almost countless variables that could lead to the failure of this process. Then let us hypothesize, Meatball. Well, speculation does not align with scientific rigor. Professor Goldblum adjusted his glasses. However, I suspect this is related to certain elements we have been utilizing. The old swamp water used in our experiments comes from a slaughtered swamp. That will not suffice. What we require are proper biological nutrients and chemicals, sourced from reputable locations capable of creating swamp monsters, the Wayne Light Swamp in Louisiana. Oh my heavens! I feel a twinge in my backside, Poison Ivy remarked.
No, Pamela.
Do you not see? This is perfect, the plant master declared, his eyes ablaze with fervor. This river flows directly into the Gulf of Mexico, and the waters of the Gulf can transport the virus to the Atlantic, and then to the entire world. He turned, declaring, those corrupt, death-ridden monsters will never obliterate the verdant essence of all things. The inept and filthy denizens of Crimson shall utterly submit beneath our feet. Even without the aid of swamp monsters, we can drive those sordid beings back to their rightful corners, and this planet shall be safeguarded by the Great Green. He circled on the map. The salvation plan of Mother Earth is set to commence from here. As for who would take the lead, the Death Shooter was indifferent. Ever since his daughter was promised that acceptance letter, he had grown somewhat apathetic. No matter what the employer stated, he would simply acquiesce with a yes. After all, you possess the funds, your word is law. Thus, he said, all right then. Employer, I believe we do not require a so-called team leader. The Count of Dizziness was cut off mid-sentence by the employer's voice emanating from the recorder. You may choose to make your decision only after having encountered the leader, who will soon arrive in this room. The voice of the recording device grew increasingly hoarse, intermingled with a jarring metallic sound, as if it were being disturbed by some electromagnetic field, emitting a low, guttural groan. I believe that once you have truly witnessed this leader, you would never oppose his ascension to this position, for I suspect he is someone you are quite familiar with, a true old friend. The Reaper felt an unsettling sensation, one whose origin eluded him, yet it sent shivers down his spine, as if he were being watched by something inhuman. Ms. Vic cast a perplexed glance at the Cheshire Cat, parting her lips to inquire about something, but ultimately fell silent before the expressionless, smiling mask. The Cheshire Cat, seemingly indifferent to their discussion, fixated intently on the dog held by the dog welder. The dog welder gestured as if to ask if she wished to pet it, and with delight, she proceeded to caress the deceased canine. Knock, knock, knock. The door resounded with a firm rap, and the Reaper rose, his feelings of unease intensifying. Something lurked beyond the door. Come in, the Count of Dizziness bellowed. A prickling sensation of danger surged within him, making the hairs on his body stand on end. Ms. Vic also stood up. I am entering, came a voice. A shoe appeared first, specifically, a form-fitting specialized bodysuit shoe. Following that were gray leggings, a pure black cloak, pointed ears, and a mask. Batman. The Reaper sprang from his seat, but a single gesture from Batman halted the bullets from his gun. Batman, holding a walkie-talkie, proclaimed, I told you, I have arranged for a leader of sufficient influence and strength. You will find this leader to your liking. The Reaper noticed Batman's pointed ears aimed directly at him, as the voice emanating from the recording device synchronized in eerie layers, echoing like a nightmare in a shadowy abyss. He heard Batman declare, for this leader is none other than myself. Chun Tao had once contemplated revealing his identity as the mastermind behind the scenes at this juncture. He could easily choose to remain quietly in the shadows, becoming a beautiful puppet master. But then what? With no will to fight, merely desiring to flee, they would be a disjointed assemblage, uncooperative and reckless in their attacks. It must be acknowledged that the current Suicide Squad lacks a formidable soul, an individual capable of uniting everyone as a cohesive force. In the original narrative, the captain of the Suicide Squad was Rick Flag, who, with his noble character, conquered this unruly band of mercenaries, leading them to accomplish mission after mission. However, Chun Tao's subordinates do not possess a leader of Rick's caliber. Undoubtedly, the Reaper has the potential for such leadership. Throughout the history of the Suicide Squad, he has held the captaincy more frequently than anyone save for Rick. Yet he is now merely a solitary wanderer, not the seasoned leader he once was within the ranks of the Suicide Squad. Nightwing, too, may be involved, As the original Robin, he is not accustomed to operating solo like Batman. During his tenure as Robin, he gained experience leading the Teen Titans. However, according to Alfred's intelligence, Dick and his Titans are currently engaged in a fierce battle against Deathstroke, which explains why Chun Tao is unable to summon Nightwing or enlist Deathstroke. Chun Tao certainly does not wish for a situation where, amidst their conflict, one party is interrupted with the news. Batman seeks you or a client desires your services. Such a circumstance would lead them to abandon their skirmish only to be astonished by the revelation that their adversary has become their ally. Moreover, Chun Tao possesses the ability to transform into a formidable dinosaur, which affords him a solid foundation of combat prowess. Additionally, he can metamorphose into a Batmobile. While he may not be able to defeat his opponents, his ability to escape by becoming a vehicle ensures he can flee swifter than most. This guarantees at least a measure of safety for his life. If he still hesitates to confront the situation directly, it would not be mere caution but rather cowardice. As Chun Tao stepped through the doorway, his gaze swept across the 4 individuals within the room. Deathstroke, Count Vertigo, Cheshire Cat, all are present. Wait a moment. Chun Tao's eyes fixated on the character known as the Dog of War. Who are you? I did not hire a rabid dog. Chapter 26. The Slaughter Swamp. The salvation plan for Mother Earth is set to commence here. The Plant Master's finger lingered on the map, yet, in the next moment, both he and Poison Ivy froze. Pamela? Poison Ivy's complexion turned grim. I can feel it. As night descended, the Slaughter Swamp lay on the outskirts of Gotham, the largest marshland in the suburban region. It stands as Gotham's second largest dumping ground, surpassed only by Gotham Docks. For over 2 centuries since Gotham's establishment, countless corpses have been cast into this swamp, transforming into repugnant, viscous masses that merge indistinguishably with the murky, deep green water and the serpentine roots of the trees. The Suicide Squad and Chun Tao now traversed the periphery of this swamp, wading through clusters of low reeds and bulrushes, relying on the gnarled trees and slippery moss to guide their way. Oh, it's about to swallow me whole. A swarm of mosquitoes and other flying insects buzzed around Harley Quinn's head, rendering her pale face even more ghostly. Robin produced a vial of potion and sprayed it around him, causing all the tiny insects in his vicinity to drop lifelessly into the water. This instantly caught Harley Quinn's attention. Oh, thank heavens. Can I have some? Tim replied, this is concentrated sulfuric acid, a powerful dehydrating agent. You dare to pack such a terrifying substance? Harley retorted. Couldn't you bring some bug spray into this wretched swamp? Well, what good are you, 3 insects danced above Harley's head, swirling around like they were on a merry-go-round. Tim remarked you might need to supplement your vitamin B. Note: a deficiency in vitamin B can lead to irritability. Here, Tim is subtly chiding Harley. Enough of this, Harley Quinn exclaimed in a fit of agitation. Your gear is like that of a Boy Scout. With that, she tossed the remark aside and hastily moved forward. As she walked, she slapped her head sharply, but alas, she failed to swat a single insect and instead yelped in pain. Robin hurried to Chun Tao's side, walking in tandem as they silently observed Harley Quinn striding ahead. Batman, I've always had a question. How did you locate Harley Quinn? Of course, I found her through the comics. Harley has a residence in Brooklyn, New York, and she's still paying off her mortgage. Utilizing the Wayne family's connections, I checked the most ostentatious houses in Brooklyn, then compared them with the homeowners, traced the financial transactions, and finally discovered who was paying the salaries to that account, leading me to the Super Baby restaurant. However, he could not directly express this to the young detective. Observing Tim's expression, it seemed as if this question had been bottled up in his heart for quite some time, embodying a profound sense of frustration akin to wondering why his idol could effortlessly achieve what he could not comprehend at all. Thus, Chun Tao could only respond, because I am Batman. Tim sighed, all right, let us not discuss how you found Harley Quinn. I merely wish to talk about her. Batman, I implore you to reconsider. Robin murmured, Harley Quinn is characterized as a free spirit. Based on my knowledge of her, she is quite likely to support Poison Ivy's scheme at the last moment. She might find Ivy's reasoning less absurd, or perhaps the winds of fortune have shifted today, or simply because it is Thursday. Any of these factors could compel Harley Quinn to change her mind. Chun Tao remained silent. I understand, because I am Batman. Tim was utterly exasperated. He waved his hand dismissively and retreated to a distance, unwilling to walk alongside Chun Tao. This, of course, was drawn from the comics. Harley Quinn had always vehemently opposed Poison Ivy's more outrageous plans, just as Poison Ivy had consistently disapproved of Harley's excessive infatuation with the Joker. In a sense, these two women resisted the most dreadful and dark aspects of their characters, targeting each other's most significant weaknesses in a form of mutual redemption. Thus, whenever Harley Quinn became aware of Poison Ivy's dangerous intentions, she would never turn a blind eye. Yet, he could not articulate the reasoning behind his judgment to Tim, so he resorted to the excuse of being Batman to brush it aside. "Handler, are you certain you do not require any additional weaponry?" Ms. Vick inquired from behind. Among those selected for this mission, whether it was Count Vertigo, Deadshot, or Batman, all were old acquaintances she had previously dealt with, save for this peculiar character who called himself the Handler, whom she had never encountered before. "Batman has provided us with some rather peculiar gadgets, hasn't he? Right, Deadshot?" The designated Deadshot responded curtly with a grunt. Ms. Vick continued, "Frost grenades, reportedly derived from Captain Cold's technology. Fear toxin smoke bombs, which induce paralysis upon inhalation. Supersonic rocket launchers, pulse wave guns, and this, ionizing radiation bombs." Count Vertigo maintained an impassive demeanor. "These items are utterly meaningless. TCH. Deadshot scoffed but refrained from further comment. He understood that Count Vertigo was a pseudo-superpowered individual who had an electronic device implanted in his right temple to disrupt his opponent's balance. For him, combat consisted of using that small contraption in his brain to interfere with others, and he held a disdain for conventional weaponry. Deadshot had no desire to engage in a debate with Count Vertigo. If the Grim Reaper were to wield a sniper rifle, he would possess the utmost confidence in obliterating the head of Count Stun at several kilometers away, transforming it into a spectacular display akin to fireworks. However, at such a close range lies the optimal distance for the Count's abilities to manifest. He is not a fool. Ms. Vick remained unfazed by the discord between the two men and continued addressing the dogman. "I must say you." Finally, the dogman spoke. His left hand, acting as a mouthpiece, began to express itself openly. "Could you perhaps maintain some distance? There are matters I wish to discuss with you. I appreciate your desire to understand me, and I too yearn for you to know me, yet I cannot allow it. My mind is troubled," he declared earnestly. "I harbor a significant affliction in my mind, and thus, unless you can consistently remember during our interactions that I am a deviant, it would be prudent to keep your distance." However, these words evidently failed to intimidate Ms. Vick. Just as she intended to respond, the front figure of Harley Quinn interjected. "I believe we are nearing our destination. From what I know, I would wager that Poison Ivy will undoubtedly transform the bushes and some trees into monstrous sentinels, much like a cheat code from Green Goblin." Harley Quinn exclaimed, "I am not jesting. Once, she turned my cane and lollipop into a three-headed snake branch while the lollipop was still in my mouth. Since that incident, I have never touched a lollipop again." Then, she abruptly halted. "I am quite certain that Little Red is right here." Chapter 27. Weeding. They have arrived. The plant master stealthily slipped out of the doorway of their wooden cabin onto the large bluestone outside, where Professor Goldblum and Poison Ivy were seated at a table nearby. The elderly professor, donning a gas mask, was diligently synthesizing vials of pale yellow solutions. "I can feel them," exclaimed Poison Ivy, her fingers dancing over the keyboard. "They are getting closer." She vigorously shook a vial of the potion, stirred it with a rod, and placed it into a box. "Could you refrain from fidgeting? I need to concentrate," she admonished. "Once we reach Louisiana, we won't have access to these instruments. We must synthesize as much raw material as possible and quickly." "Hurry up," grumbled the plant master, settling heavily onto a nearby stone. "They are nearly here." "Here we are. Let us take this path." Harley Quinn pointed to a log bridge that traversed the marshland. "I wager that crossing this bridge leads directly to Poison Ivy's base." Robin stepped forward, followed closely by Deathstroke, while Chun Tao cast a meaningful glance at Harley Quinn. "Oh really? So crossing this wooden bridge will lead us to Poison Ivy?" he said. "Ah, yes, indeed," Harley nodded eagerly, though Batman remained fixated on her. Is there something on your mind?" she asked, bemusement evident in her tone. Chun Tao chuckled inexplicably as he too ascended the bridge, which caused Harley Quinn to exhale in relief. Intentionally dawdling at the rear of the bridge, she silently counted down 3, 2, 1. Boom! Countless massive vines and tree trunks surged violently from the depths of the lake, transforming the wooden bridge beneath their feet into a serpentine trap that ensnared them all. What the devil is happening? Deathstroke exclaimed, instinctively drawing his gun to shoot at the advancing vines, shattering several that reached for him. However, the upheaval of the bridge caused him to lose his balance, ultimately binding him tightly. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Harley Quinn adeptly performed several rolls away from her previous position. Don't waste your efforts, Count Vertigo. I know your powers diminish with distance. You require tightly packed solids to transmit the auditory vibrations in your mind, she taunted, gesturing to the repulsive water source below. But now you are separated from this excellent conductor. From this distance, you are powerless against me. Ms. Vick displayed remarkable agility, curling her body to evade several attacking vines. Teaming up with the Cheshire Cat, the two women unleashed a flurry of blades, severing the surrounding tendrils. Yet, in the next moment, the very wood beneath their feet vividly illustrated the idiom of an old tree blossoming, as their feet became ensnared by trunks, swiftly capturing both women. Why? Why is this happening? Ms. Vick struggled, ensnared by the vines before a colossal tree, which split down the middle, revealing a gaping, ominous maw in its trunk. What are you doing, damn it, Harley Quinn? Robin screamed. I knew I shouldn't have trusted her. As he shouted in what appeared to be a hysterical breakdown, he discreetly tightened his grip on a plastic bomb behind his back. Only Chun Tao and the Swamp Thing exhibited an indifferent demeanor, allowing the verdant tendrils to envelop them, binding them like Zongzi. The pale-faced young girl crossed her arms, gazing at Chun Tao, who sighed. Harley seemed to show no surprise on his face, which unexpectedly took Harley aback. Harley Quinn, what are you up to? What am I up to? Harley suppressed her unusual feelings and replied, just as you hoped, you fool. Because today is Thursday, and Thursdays are typically mad. The Poison Ivy and the Plant Master, finally realizing their trap had been triggered, arrived belatedly. Harley, Poison Ivy exclaimed in astonishment. Harley Quinn skipped over, her voice dripping with sugary sweetness. Hello? Darling, I'm so sorry to be mingling with Batman, but I had to make these guys think I was on their side to bring them here to ensnare you. You can proceed with your plan now. SNT, it's splendid? Poison Ivy stepped closer, staring at her in disbelief, seemingly unable to fathom that Harley Quinn would utter such words. But soon, she heard Harley lean in and say, Darling Pam, you must abandon this insane plan. It's truly, truly, truly unreliable. Don't turn us all into vegetarians. There must be other ways. You're currently tampering with the ecosystem unbeknownst to humanity. I'm certain I can advocate for you when you're judged. After all, your intentions are noble even if you've taken lives. Please, darling Pam, I beg you, abandon the plan. What? No. Harley, the Earth is perishing. I am not destroying it. I am saving it. Saving it from those exploiters and users. Harley Quinn's expression fell. I've been surrounded by these humans my entire life, but we can change them, prune them, shape them like gardeners. I don't want to do this, but I must. Harley Quinn's face fell, and she sighed deeply. Well, you can't blame a girl who has tried. With a sudden movement, 2 micro-herbicide capsules shot from her hands, landing in the trap and exploding. The massive trees toppled with a wail, freeing Ms. Vick and Deadshot from their bonds. Poison Ivy, stunned. JPG Harley's series of erratic jumps left her bewildered. These are the specific herbicides you gave me, remember? Little Red. Harley Quinn remarked, I still believe we ought to lend them a hand, considering that incident with the lollipop. Almost immediately, she found herself ensnared by Poison Ivy's grip around her neck. I thought we were friends. Red, friends do not permit friends to slaughter 70 billion humans. You. Ah. Harley Quinn noticed Poison Ivy raising her fist. Bang! A punch struck her in the eye, and she became frantic. Red, I am assisting you. Thus, the two women became embroiled in a fierce scuffle. Suddenly, the Plant Master lunged forward, while Deathstroke clumsily rose from the ground and retrieved 2 frozen grenades, hurling them forward. Damn it, everyone together, wait. Chun Tao intervened, gesturing for him to pause. What do you intend to do? Deathstroke was at a loss for words as he observed the 2 frost bombs landing on the plant master. In a cacophony of explosive sound, they conjured an abundance of frost, yet it dissipated almost instantaneously, failing to inflict any harm on the plant master. Wait a moment. Do you recall? Herbicide. What do you mean? Before Deathstroke could comprehend, the sky began to rain. In an instant, countless trees melted under the light green downpour, and the plant master was left with gaping holes in his form, emitting agonized shrieks. Deathstroke turned around to hear Batman say, "What are you fighting for?" "I'm simply pouring herbicide over this area, ensuring that even their slightest exhalation reeks of it. My name is Bane. Regardless of where my gravestone lies, I am currently racing towards it, utterly exhausted. As I pursue the thunder, extinguishing flames in my path and depleting my very essence, Batman, in contrast, is conserving his strength, relishing the spectacle and patiently awaiting the moment to crush me before my grave. I know I must pursue the shadowy figure, the cold, unyielding center around which all chaos revolves, Batman. Yet to reach him, I must confront the tempest within. I am Bane and I am in motion. Time is of the essence. There is no room for delay." Chapter 28. Chaotic Brawl. Alfred piloted the Bat stealth aircraft, hovering above the slaughter swamp. Engaging the autopilot, he languidly poured himself a cup of coffee. Beep, beep, beep. Hearing the notification sound, Alfred approached the screen and pressed a button with his fingertip. Soon, a voice emanated from the Bat computer. "Herbicide has been deployed." Ugh! The plant master doubled over, expelling a viscous green substance. His body, marred and pockmarked, began a gradual restoration. However, he was not a fool. It didn't take long for him to devise a solution. Layers of wood swiftly congealed upon his surface, forming a formidable wooden armor. The green herbicide dripped onto him, failing to corrode the delicate leaves any longer. Alas, the saline herbicide proved insufficiently potent. Chun Tao sighed. Regrettably, he wished to employ more effective herbicides such as acetic acid, cuprous oxide, or glyphosate, but the concentration and quantity of these chemicals, once elevated, would invariably inflict fatal harm upon the human body, causing unavoidable and even irreversible destruction to the environment and water sources. This area not only housed allies but also Professor Goldblum, a hostage ensnared by Poison Ivy's hypnotic kiss. Chun Tao was no Russian rescue team, thus he shook his head. "Let us make our move." "Yes, Batman." As the plant master, clutching his head, rose from the ground, he turned to see the gathering crowd. He. Caw caw caw. Ah! Deathstroke had armed himself to the teeth with high-tech weaponry. The Cheshire Cat wielded an ultrasonic rocket launcher. The Count of Dizziness pressed his hand to his temple, slowly advancing. Ms. Vick perched atop a tree, brandishing a pulse-effect gun. Wait, perched in a tree? Amidst Ms. Vick's shrill screams as she was yanked skyward by a vine, the battle commenced. Ouch! Poison Ivy delivered 2 resounding slaps to Harley Quinn, left fist, right fist, followed by a swift kick, only to be toppled by Harley grasping her thigh, sending them both tumbling to the ground in an embrace. What ensued was a relentless exchange of face-riding, wild punches, hair-pulling, and spitting. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The Count of Dizziness straightened, his temples throbbing. The intense interference waves forced the plant master to clutch his head, allowing Deathstroke to seize the opportunity with an ultrasonic rocket blast, knocking him to the ground as he shielded his head. 7 successive freezing grenades were hurled by the Cheshire Cat, utilizing her speed advantage, rendering half of his body immobile. Ms. Vick raised her pulse effect gun, unleashing a tremendous current that coursed through the plant master's body, eliciting a cry of agony from him. Honestly, Pam, Harley Quinn exclaimed, straddling Poison Ivy, forcefully prying apart her tightly closed legs to grasp her neck. Your plans are utterly ridiculous. Humanity is destined to annihilate this world. Poison Ivy rolled over, pinning Harley beneath her, and began to pummel Harley's raised arms with her delicate, pale green fists. What else can I possibly do? I have no idea. Vote for the Democrats or donate to Greenpeace. That organization is dedicated to saving whales, you fool. Oh, regardless, anything is preferable to us becoming walking plants. The plant master lay on the ground, and the boldest among them, Ms. Vick, charged towards him, delivering a flurry of punches and kicks to the cowering figure. Deathstroke stood by, unleashing a barrage of ammunition upon the green giant, seemingly venting all the pent-up frustration, confusion, and fear about the future. The Cheshire Cat wielded a knife, attempting to sever the plant master's neck. The woman donning a feline mask struck repeatedly, akin to a hopeful farmer diligently tilling his land. Ms. Vick was, well, sawing legs. This time I shall collect the wooden man's. Whatever, what is there to collect about such a thing? And could someone enlighten me as to where she acquired that saw? Poison Ivy was sprawled across Harley's back as they wrestled, with Harley forcefully slamming Ivy against a tree and delivering a series of punches. Ivy evaded with a swift motion, landing a blow on Harley's chest. Ouch! Harley clutched her chest, retaliating with a punch aimed at Ivy's torso. Ouch! Ivy grasped her chest and retaliated with a kick to Harley's groin. Harley seized Ivy's hair, while Ivy stepped on her toes. Harley executed an uppercut, and simultaneously, both women struck each other squarely in the face. The dog of welding made his entrance. His method of combat was straightforward. He charged forward and welded the lifeless dog in his hands onto the enemy's face. His actions in broad daylight caused others to momentarily pause in shock. With his left hand, he ignited the welding gun, and in mere seconds, the golden retriever was firmly affixed to the plant master's visage. Woof! Barked the dog, now welded to the enemy's face. Woof woof! Woof 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 woof! Get off me! The plant master rose from the ground, his expression grim. You fools have no comprehension of the power of nature. You are the foolish one, Harley. We could have changed the world. Poison Ivy executed a roll, retrieving a broken branch from the ground. But you are too dim-witted to grasp that. She swung the stick at Harley, only to have Harley seize her arm and perform an over-the-shoulder throw. Harley snatched the branch away. Oh really? I'm clever enough to beat you senseless. She brandished the stick with flair. Poison Ivy stood up indignantly and snapped her fingers. With a resounding crack, Harley Quinn's wooden stick transformed into a serpentine figure, its gaping maw revealing a row of sharp, raw wooden fangs. A piercing scream escaped Harley's lips as she hurled the stick away. Now that is truly cool, exclaimed Poison Ivy. This is utterly unfair. Harley cried out in frustration. Enough! The plant master forcefully broke free from the ground, pushing aside Ms. Vick's obstruction, panting heavily. I had no intention of resorting to this, he declared. You have compelled my hand. He then retrieved a tuber from his cloak and shoved it into his mouth. Ugh! He lamented loudly. This is simply dreadful. Chapter 29. True essence, a boundless expanse of verdant green enveloped the master botanist, Jason Wood, as he gazed in wide-eyed wonder. He felt as though he had collapsed upon a dew-laden meadow at dawn, serenaded by the fragrant whispers of the grass. Countless shades of green wove intricate patterns from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head, intoxicating him in a euphoric haze. In a daze he murmured, "Oh my heavens! I was utterly unaware until now." Chun Tao's expression shifted, a hint of concern etching his features. The dog welder surged forward, a taciturn hero whose method of delivering justice involved welding dead canines to the faces of wrongdoers. Yet this time he faced no ordinary adversary. With a thunderous crash, the dog welder was sent soaring, while beneath Jason's feet, a wooden dragon and a colossal plant crab ascended, heralding the transformation of the master botanist in mere seconds. Chun Tao furrowed his brow. Surely he would not need to intervene? What you just consumed. Was that a yam? He inquired. A rather extraordinary yam, the master botanist replied. He spread his arms wide as the wooden dragon beneath him stirred to life, rearing its head to emit a silent roar towards the onlookers. They possess certain unique properties. I selected 6 such tubers from the corpse of a swamp creature, you see. They must be harvested at the moment of death. He spoke with gravity. I have preserved them for a moment such as this. With a resounding thud, Poison Ivy was sent tumbling down the hillside by Harley, landing squarely before their wooden cabin, where an array of completed materials lay upon the nearby laboratory table. What was that phrase again, Ivy? I could battle you all day. Poison Ivy sighed. I do not have that luxury of time. With a flick of her wrist, vines erupted from the ground, ensnaring Harley's feet in an instant. Turning her back, Poison Ivy began collecting the vials of ingredients from the table, methodically stowing them away. Professor Goldblum stood silently behind her, his green eyes glimmering, serving as an unassuming backdrop. "This is unjust," Harley Quinn exclaimed, face down in the dirt, reaching out towards Poison Ivy with a series of muffled sounds. Poison Ivy paid her no heed. "Are those the materials for the virus, Ivy?" "This is the antidote," Poison Ivy clarified, "capable of saving this world, regardless of the cost." "What does that imply? You haven't tested it, have you? And you do not intend to," Harley Quinn retorted. Batman warned that one misstep could cost the lives of everyone on this planet. "Humans, animals, plants. Is that truly your desire, Pam?" Poison Ivy briefly fell silent. "Even if I do not act, the Earth will find other means of destruction. We only require the swamp water from Louisiana. Once we possess it, we shall succeed." She added, "I'm sorry, Harley, but sometimes one must gamble everything." Jason is correct. The verdant essence of all things has run out of time, as has the crimson essence of all beings. In the shadowy marsh, amidst the dappled light filtering through the trees, a woman with pale green skin declared, "The forces of darkness are stirring, Harley. The swamp creature lies vanquished, and the power of the crimson essence has no agent capable of fully manifesting it. No one can withstand them unless we dare to. Thus, no matter what I do, you shall not relent. Shall you?" Harley Quinn sat partially on the ground, her face devoid of any semblance of a smile. "Very well, once all is said and done, you must remember. I once granted you a chance. You must." Poison Ivy turned away, her words trailing off as she beheld Harley Quinn removing her jester's hat. "No, indeed, dear." Harley Quinn slowly wiped away her exaggerated smoky eye makeup. It was time to employ her trump card. "You promised me that you would never." Harley Quinn continued to erase every trace of makeup from her visage. With her gaze lowered, she appeared as forlorn as a fawn bereft of its home, before she unveiled her sea-blue eyes. The world seemed to quiet, enveloped in the silence of Harley Quinn's sorrow. "Harley, I warn you." When the first tear glistened in those sea-blue eyes, it resembled the tiniest lake known to humankind. Even a steel-forged Iron Man could not withstand such lamentation. Harley Quinn bit her lower lip. "I cannot allow you to do this." One tear after another fell. "Ah, woe is me." Poison Ivy discarded the viral materials in her hands. She began to weep, embracing Harley Quinn tightly. "Ah, woe is me. I detest you. I truly detest you." Harley Quinn held her close, weeping as she responded, "Woe is me, this tactic always works." She endeavored to stifle her tears, brushing her hair from her forehead. "Shoo! The 1st Battalion has collapsed. This monster fears not the tanks. Help! Someone save me. This creature has lifted my tank. It is about to hurl me away." Boom! Corpses piled high, blood flowed like rivers. "No! Help! Do not approach! What manner of monster are you? You are not even." The soldier's words were cut short as Bane seized him by the shoulder. His expression remained impassive as he tightened his grip. Crack! Blood sprayed forth, and the soldier crumpled like a peeled banana. Weary, Bane discarded the mangled remains beside him. He had already slaughtered at least 2,000. From initial vigor to utter exhaustion, a monstrous transformation had taken place. Monster! Monster! Bane's figure vanished in an instant. With a force of 90 tons, he could easily topple any tank, and with his speed, he could catch even a speeding bullet. No one stood a chance against him. Yet, as he prepared to slay the last of them, the army finally cast aside their final reservations. As Bane cast the final shattered corpse upon the ground, he beheld missiles soaring from the horizon, akin to meteors plummeting to Earth, brilliant yet beautiful, imbued with a lethal intent. Good heavens! Surely this monster must meet his demise now? Mayor Carlo, at this moment, found himself devoid of the previous confidence he had exuded, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. The deployment of missiles within the city was indeed a cataclysmic affair, yet it was preferable to the utter humiliation of a crushed National Guard. "Jim Gordon, hurry and continue to organize the troops. Instruct them to unleash artillery fire. This fiend cannot be subdued through conventional means." Mayor Carlo's hands trembled. 2,000 men. He had once harbored the hope of capturing Bane alive and had dispatched forces to encircle the district. Yet, that many had been systematically annihilated by Bane alone. What sort of monster is this? Bullets seem ineffective and shells are effortlessly caught. Not a single soul escaped. It was clear that his intent was total annihilation. I realize now, should we involve Batman? Do not utter that name before me, Gordon. We can resolve this, he murmured, a tone of calm hysteria lacing his words. Artillery fire will suffice. Jim Gordon, resigned, stepped outside. Yet, before long, there came a rapping at the door. Knock, knock, knock. Is anyone there? Mayor Carlo, irritable, opened the door and bellowed, "Did I not instruct you to maintain order?" But it was not Gordon who entered. Carlo's eyes widened in horror as he beheld the pale man with a twisted smile. The Joker. Guards! Guards! Mayor Carlo cried out, only to then glimpse the two lifeless bodies behind the Joker, their faces contorted in grotesque grins. Turning, he saw Scarecrow seated by the window, offering him a mocking salute. Good afternoon. Chapter 30. The dinosaur strikes the telephone in the command center rang out, sending a jolt through Director Gordon. He pushed his desk aside and stood up, his footsteps echoing as he approached the phone. With a decisive motion, he picked up the receiver and announced, "Hello, this is Director Gordon." An ominous premonition stirred within him, quickly escalating to a peak of dread. What? Wasn't it stated that we would cover with artillery fire? Are you jesting? Cold sweat broke out across Jim Gordon's forehead. Why would you send the remaining 20,000 troops into the fray? That is utterly senseless, merely inviting more casualties. He slammed his palm onto the desk. I had made a clear decision with Mayor Carlo. Whose orders are you relaying? I apologize, Director Gordon, but the orders I received were explicit. The communications officer on the other end replied politely. Additionally, your command authority has been revoked. The troops must mobilize immediately to— How dare you? I am going to see Carlo. Has some fool taken over his mind? I will not allow such a foolish directive. With a loud crash, the door swung open, and two burly soldiers entered, their assault rifles slung across their backs. The unexpected arrival of these armed intruders sent a wave of tension through the command center, causing several Gotham police officers to instinctively place their hands near their waists. In Gordon's ear, the communications officer continued, "And I regret to inform you that, to prevent any rash actions on your part, we must," the two soldiers interjected, "temporarily escort you to the detention room." "We are very sorry, Director. Please comply." Director Gordon removed his glasses. He was no longer young. Wrinkles had begun to etch his face, and gray strands had stealthily crept into his hair. The robust muscles of his youth had faded over the years, and even his height had diminished slightly. "Do not impede my path." Gordon, without his glasses, looked up intently into the eyes of the towering soldiers. "Carlo and I discussed this. This is Mayor Carlo's command." The soldiers, polite yet resolute, interrupted him. "The mayor's orders are that he does not wish to see you." "I am truly sorry, but we are only following orders, Director." They unstrapped their rifles and held them firmly in hand. Gordon inhaled deeply. "Keep a close watch on Bane's three subordinates," he instructed his team. As Jim Gordon followed the two soldiers out of the makeshift command center, he beheld, under the setting sun, waves of soldiers rushing forward at the command of their superiors, the rumble of tanks and armored vehicles resonating through the air. The street was lined with an endless sea of soldiers prepared for battle. Indeed, he was but a single man. 1, 2, 3. Capture Bane alive. Third column. Third column. Do not worry, soldiers. We are all human. With our numbers, even if each of us spat, we could drown Bane. A twinge of regret began to gnaw at Gordon. Mayor Carlo's decision was undeniably peculiar. Had he not so fervently urged Batman to steer clear of the National Guard, and had Batman been present at this moment? He gazed anxiously at the tide of regular troops. Could they truly vanquish Bane? "We possess tanks." A soldier beside him, perceiving his unease, could not refrain from speaking. "A force of 20,000, bolstered by countless armored vehicles and 20 tanks. I've heard this fellow Bane is some sort of superhuman, right? How many divisions can a superhuman take on?" Another soldier chimed in. "If 2,000 couldn't subdue him, how could 20,000 hope to capture him?" What could Gordon possibly say? He sighed once more. "Let us hope so." "Batman, do you intend to intervene?" Robin swallowed hard. In the distance, Ms. Vic was ensnared by a coil of vines. Her dual katanas plunged into the ground. Yet to no avail, as she was ultimately yanked skyward amidst a cacophony of screams. The sledge dog rushed forward, clutching a dead dog he had inexplicably retrieved. But in the next instant, he was sent sprawling by a plant fist that erupted from beneath the master of plants, tumbling head over heels, limbs contorted. Yet he promptly arose unscathed and charged again. Robin whispered to Chun Tao, "Don't think I'm unaware." Initially, he intended to express that he knew Chun could transform into a dinosaur and a car, but he quickly recognized that this Batman before him was not the familiar Bruce Wayne, adept at delivering blows, but rather a completely new persona. Thus, he rephrased his inquiry. "Do you intend to take matters into your own hands?" Meanwhile, the master of plants consumed a tuber of Swamp Thing, as countless trees and herbs madly converged on his form, melding into him. His nearly 2-meter frame began to swell, becoming increasingly monstrous. Chun Tao pondered for a mere moment before resolutely stating, "I am not one for conflict. Help, Batman. If you do not come to my aid, I shall perish. I will curse you for eternity." The Cheshire Cat, strained from battling the Master of Plants alone with the assistance of the dazzled Count and Deadshot, felt utterly overwhelmed. Seeing Batman and Robin casually standing aside, whispering and chuckling as if they were schoolchildren enjoying a spring outing, ignited a fury within her. "I shall go on strike," she cried out. "I am a cat, not a donkey," she declared. "If you do not assist, I will lead this giant your way." Finally, Ms. Vic severed the vines that had ensnared her legs. Breathing heavily, she collapsed to the ground, devoid of any trace of the elegance and composure expected of a British noblewoman. "Yes," she exclaimed fervently, "we need assistance." She plunged her katana into the ground and, utterly exhausted, leaned against a tree, gasping for breath. "I truly can't take it anymore. I feel so dizzy. The most detestable thing in my life is roller coasters. Ugh, I feel like I'm about to." Before she could finish her sentence, she retched violently at the tree's roots, profoundly illustrating the notion that even a beautiful woman can succumb to nausea. Wait, a tree? Accompanied by Ms. Vic's shrill scream as she was once again yanked into the sky by the vines. Chun Tao let out a long sigh and slowly stepped forward. His demeanor was extraordinarily striking, and his expression serene, rendering the plant master unable to disregard his presence. The plant master halted his actions, ignoring the panting Cheshire Cat that had retreated to the side, fixating his gaze on the man before him. "Why must it always fall upon me to take action?" Chun Tao sighed. He took a step forward. In an instant, silvery ethereal particles surged around him, and his physique suddenly elevated. With a second step, sharp fangs and claws replaced his unremarkable limbs, as the silvery particles receded, forging golden armor upon his arms. With a third step, a green bat-like dinosaur materialized in the spot Chun Tao had just occupied, roaring defiantly to the heavens. This scene, reminiscent of the transformation of a golden saint, left the plant master in a state of stunned disbelief, so much so that he missed the opportunity to strike during the transformation. The Crimson of All Beings? Chapter 31. The plant world. The Master of Plants shook his head. Regardless of whether his opponent was a representative of that power, it made no difference to him. Anyone who obstructed his quest to save the earth and the world was his enemy. For the sake of the world he cherished, for the peace of the realm, and to triumph over the malevolent darkness and the decay of death, Jason Wood was willing to sacrifice everything. Foolish beings. The vibrant force of verdancy surged within him, its immense vitality akin to the Amazon River rushing into the embrace of the Atlantic Ocean. "You know nothing of the adversities we face. The decaying darkness is approaching, the ultimate death, the epitome of rot. I must amplify the power of all things green. I apologize for encroaching upon the domain of the red of all beings, yet I shall never cease my endeavors," the Master of Plants declared. "This is the final method to shield the entire earth from the grip of decay and death. Only the essence of all things green can save us. The red of all beings had no intention of pursuing your actions." He heard the colossal green dinosaur before him proclaim, "This is merely a conflict between us. My sole desire is to defeat you, or perhaps to be defeated by you." The aura of the green dinosaur grew increasingly imposing, and as he confronted the Master of Plants, an invisible current seemed to pulsate through the air. Red and green, plants and animals. A clash of ideologies, A battle of beliefs was imminent. The Death Shooter's expression was peculiar. He couldn't shake the feeling that this scene was oddly familiar. He glanced at the serious Count of Dizziness beside him, who appeared thoroughly intimidated by Batman and the Master of Plants. Then he observed the Cheshire Cat, gasping for breath, and the Hound of Welding, contorted on the ground. The sense of déjà vu intensified. Ms. Vic soared overhead, still valiantly battling the vines. These trees had been programmed by the poison ivy to attack automatically, requiring no manipulation from the Master of Plants. Nevertheless, not every tree had been equipped with such an automated trap. Ms. Vic merely encountered them through sheer misfortune. The Death Shooter noticed Batman, transformed into a dinosaur, drawing closer to the Master of Plants, while Chun Tao approached them as well. The Master of Plants' aura surged. He was about to launch an attack. He spread his arms wide. He endeavored to summon as much of the power of all things green as possible to command an even greater multitude of plants. Then Chun Tao extended his hand, grasping the bewildered Count of Dizziness in his left hand, while his right hand scooped up the lifeless Hound of Welding and the Cheshire Cat, wedging the Death Shooter beneath his arm, and with a swift motion he transformed into wheels. "What the? You're back?" The Death Shooter was taken by surprise, his head forced beneath Chun Tao's arm, nearly causing him to faint. The green dinosaur roared to life, swiftly carrying the pursuing Master of Plants away into the depths of the forest. Poison Ivy and Harley Quinn embraced, tears glistening in their eyes, as time stood still in serene beauty. They gazed at each other, unable to contain their emotions, wiping away the tears that stained each other's faces. Their lips drew nearer, inch by inch, ever closer, until suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted. A massive green Tyrannosaurus Rex barreled through, splintering the trees in its path. Amidst the swirling dust and fallen timber, the Plant Master rode atop a wooden dragon, accompanied by a giant crab. Every tree they passed was either toppled by the dinosaur or transformed into an extension of the Plant Master's formidable power. At last, the great green dinosaur spotted the two embracing figures, its eyes gleaming with delight. All his meticulous planning had not been in vain. "My goodness!" exclaimed Harley Quinn. "Pamela, you've finished." But before the Plant Master could complete his sentence, he was met with the sight of the two locked in an embrace, their eyes blinking in unison, leaving him momentarily speechless. His expression darkened, and the leaves upon his visage turned a deep, ominous green. "So, this is where your loyalty lies, like a hopelessly soft marshmallow?" The dinosaur, transformed by Chun Tao, clumsily stumbled over to the two young women before reverting to human form. "Splendid, Harley, you've convinced her." Quickly, Ivy, it settled. "Go teach your old friend a lesson." Meanwhile, Robin and Deadshot were left reeling from Chun Tao's sudden transformation, struggling to regain their footing. "We cannot proceed like this, Jason," Poison Ivy asserted, rising to her feet. "If we make even the slightest misstep, the entire Earth will be doomed. Even if the swamps of Louisiana aid our success, such actions will inflict nearly catastrophic damage on the essence of life itself. Do you truly believe that green can be amplified to such an extent that it can stand alone?" "Indeed, as long as the essence of all things green is sufficiently enhanced, it can absolutely be done," the Plant Master retorted, his voice rising. "I would much prefer to put this to the test." "Very well, I withdraw," Poison Ivy stated, a note of resignation in her voice. The Plant Master fell silent. What a pity. In the next moment he spread his palm wide. Boom! 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 The earth trembled beneath them. A colossal hand made of countless plants burst forth from the ground, reminiscent of the giant beanstalk from a fairy tale that connected the earth to the heavens. Everyone looked up in awe, witnessing the shadows cast upon their faces. A myriad of bizarre flora, man-eating flowers, sorrowful trees, and poisonous plants wove a tapestry of darkness overhead, resembling a mountain looming above them. Then it happened. The sky fell. An avalanche of plants cascaded downward like a waterfall, crashing upon them as if the earth were a tattered cloth, thrown over their heads by an unseen hand. "No!" Deadshot screamed, feeling on the brink of a nervous breakdown. But in the next heartbeat, the deluge of plants came to an abrupt halt. It was Poison Ivy. The smile on the Plant Master's face froze.
Impossible.
"I had consumed the tuber of the swamp creature. Hee hee. A cold sweat trickled down Poison Ivy's face, her teeth chattering in a cacophony of anxiety. "Stop him, Little Red." Harley Quinn's encouragement infused her with newfound strength. A green light flickered in Poison Ivy's eyes as her crimson hair billowed around her. "Do you think you know who I am?" The plant master strained with all his might, his dark golden eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. Yet the myriad of plants continued to be pushed back under Poison Ivy's formidable power. Drip. A bead of sweat fell from Poison Ivy's chin onto the ground. Crack. The deafening sound echoed as everyone turned in disbelief toward Poison Ivy, the red-haired plant which advanced step by step toward the plant master, each stride causing the flora he commanded to crumble further. Though her movements were labored, she rendered him utterly powerless. She extended her hands, seizing the ethereal green tendrils that existed beyond this world. Drink. The plants disintegrated, verdant hues spiraling away as the plant master recoiled in horror. "I am Ivy. I am Poison Ivy, and the realm of plants belongs to me." With a sudden crackle, all the plants shattered in an instant, dissipating into nothingness in the air. Breathless, Poison Ivy stood before the astonished, speechless plant master. The apocalyptic scene that had loomed over them mere moments ago now felt like a fleeting illusion. In the next heartbeat, with a resounding thud, the plant master struck her down to the ground with a powerful punch. Chapter 32. The trump card, the invisible batplane model Heavy Tuxedo. This is the bomber variant of the tuxedo-style batplane, which, while sacrificing its ability to transform into a combat vehicle, significantly enhances its payload capacity and the deployment of energy weapons. At this moment, Alfred sits within the cockpit of the batplane, holding a photograph, lost in contemplation. Thomas Wayne and Martha Wayne are seen on the lawn of Robinson Park with young Bruce, who is excitedly lying on the grass while his parents crouch beside him, their eyes gleaming with joy. Alfred stands at a distance, vividly recalling the day when young Bruce eagerly called out to him, requesting delicious chocolate pies and sandwiches from the basket. Beep, beep, beep. Batman calling Penny 1. Note: Penny 1 is Alfred's codename in the Bat family communication channel. His daughter is Penny 2. Received, Batman. The voice on the communication line interrupts Alfred's reverie. He straightens up and brings the microphone to his lips. "How may I assist you, sir? Are the M77 napalm bombs, powerful herbicides, and cluster bombs ready?" Hearing the familiar inquiry, Alfred momentarily drifts into a daze. "Penny 1?" He steadies himself. "They are prepared, sir. Ready at your command." He speaks softly. "With a mere word from you, I can unleash them all upon the ground."
Alfred.
"Are the delicious chocolate pies and chicken sandwiches ready?" "Ah, they are all prepared, sir. Ready to be savored at any moment. As soon as dear young Bruce gives the word, I can have those warm delicacies delivered to you instantly." "Wow, that is wonderful. Thank you, Alfred." "Yes, indeed. Thank you,
Alfred."
Alfred hears Bruce let out a soft sigh on the other end. "I do not wish for the worst-case scenario to unfold, but we must be prepared for its possibility. I appreciate your efforts. It is my duty, Batman. It is what I wish to do, young Bruce. I am always at your command." Alfred gazes at the red launch button. Whatever consequences may arise from pressing it, he muses, it is certainly preferable to Bruce returning to the Batcave drenched in blood. Below the aircraft, the frontline battlefield is grim. Chun Tao's expression is dark. Is this it? He had painstakingly sought out Harley Quinn, confident that she could sway Poison Ivy back to their side. Logically, with Poison Ivy's ability to control plants nearly equal to that of the plant master, combined with the mercenaries under his command launching a surprise attack, defeating the opposition should have been more than adequate. However, to his astonishment, Poison Ivy's command over the plants far exceeded Chun Tao's expectations, effectively overpowering the enemy. Yet her recklessness led her to confront them head-on, resulting in her being taken out with a single punch. Harley Quinn rushed over, desperately lifting the unconscious Poison Ivy from the ground. Unlike the plant master, even though she was enhanced by the verdant essence of nature, Poison Ivy's physique remained that of an ordinary human, albeit slightly more resilient. In moments devoid of magic or power, they were all as fragile as jesters. Once, a rogue had thrown Zatanna into a water tank before she could chant a spell, nearly drowning what was arguably the most formidable practitioner of ironic magic in history. This epitomized the plight of DC's sorcerers. Chun Tao hurried to Poison Ivy's side. "Ivy, are you all right?" he inquired, acknowledging that, for a fleeting moment, he had fantasized about the so-called Alfred Protocol activating, revealing that Poison Ivy had matched him with a spectacular parallel universe version of Batman, ready to harness crisis energy at his command. All he would need to do was click, and he could obliterate everything in his path, no longer needing to transform his feet into wheels and flee. Alas, fantasies remain mere fantasies. The Alfred Protocol exhibited no response to the unconscious Poison Ivy. "Pamela, you truly are foolish." While the plant master droned on about the fallen Poison Ivy, Tim leaned closer to Chun Tao, whispering, "Batman, should I call the ventriloquist?"
No, Chen Tao replied quietly.
"It hasn't reached a dire enough situation to involve them." He lowered his voice further, addressing Robin, "Quickly, prepare everyone and equip them with protective gear. The potent herbicide is lethal to both humans and plants, so if I wish to avoid decimating my own team, I must." "And what about you, Batman, who should deal with the plant master?" "I will handle that. You won't have time to don your protective suit. I'll assist you." Cheshire Cat gripped her katana at her waist, her stock of freezing grenades considerably depleted. The firestarter approached Chun Tao, his limbs twisted grotesquely yet somehow still functioning. Deathstroke regarded him with an odd expression. His appearance was decidedly inhuman. Harley Quinn cradled Poison Ivy. "Does anyone have water? We need to give Red something to drink. Get the protective suits out quickly. We can hardly hold on much longer." The Count of Dizziness had no time for idle chatter, for nothing was more precious to him than his own life. He rushed to Robin's side. "Hurry, bring out the protective gear. Do you think I am invisible?" Jason Todd's voice rang out. "Do you believe your dark and filthy schemes can prevail against the great essence of nature?" Chun Tao exhaled deeply. "Do not mind me, Tim. Just get them all suited up." Silvery particles trembled around him, and everything fell into an eerie silence, the dust in the air seemingly suspended in time, slowly descending from the atmosphere. Chun Tao lifted his gaze, his icy vertical pupils locking onto the dark golden, non-human irises of the plant master. With a thunderous roar, the colossal green dinosaur unleashed a fierce battle cry, lunging forward with its bared fangs and sharp teeth, creating an invisible resonance in the air. Boom! As the plant master raised his arms, layers upon layers of enormous plants surged back towards him. Flames erupted from Chun Tao's rear, as a liquid nitrogen jet propelled him skyward, crashing him into the towering trees that shot up from the ground. The force sent the entire dinosaur tumbling backward, rolling several times on the ground in a disoriented heap. The plant master's attention shifted to the Death Shooter and others, who were desperately donning their protective gear. "What are you truly intending?" "Surely not." In the next moment, he heard Chun Tao's hoarse cry, "Penny 1, activate it swiftly." Chapter 33. Laughing gas in the command center of the National Guard. Mayor Carlo sat in his seat, gripped by terror. The Scarecrow looked at the clown with a mix of astonishment and delight. What a peculiar surprise. The Scarecrow silently descended from the windowsill, his tall, slender figure resembling a walking bamboo pole, yet surprisingly agile. "I am offended, clown. You seek amateurs from the realm of fear when a master is at your disposal." "Ah, indeed, the master is you, of course," the clown replied, spreading his palms, his expression reminiscent of an exuberant young boy, glinting with innocent malice. "But I believe I might be able to control Gnarlstruck, Note: Gnarlstruck, the supervillain ogre, first appeared in Detective Comics 592. You are gravely mistaken. Such a choice is utterly deplorable, clown." The Scarecrow's voice, muffled by his respirator, took on a sharp edge. "This vexes me greatly. In fact, I am quite inclined to administer a dose of my fear to you." "Then do try, Scarecrow. I dare say I shall find the experience rather amusing." The Scarecrow gazed silently at the clown, their heart-stopping standoff, felt only by the beleaguered Mayor Carlo, enduring for approximately 10 seconds. The mayor slumped in his chair, rendered speechless. The Scarecrow articulated, "I wish to supplant Scott, but this time it must be an equal partnership. No one controlling the other." With a creak, the door swung open. Gnarlstruck entered, pushing the door aside. "By the gods, Scarecrow," he exclaimed in surprise. "What are you doing here?" "Struck." The clown greeted him as if he were a middle school girl, saying, "Where is Captain Steve, whom I instructed you to abduct?" "Right here." The ogre nonchalantly produced a large chunk of something red, alongside a jumble of other red, chaotic items, and began to munch on them in front of the clown. As he indulged in his snack, he mumbled that Captain Adrenaline is quite nice. Yes, a bubbling source of delicious pressure hormones, fulfilling all the natural ingredients required for an organic fear stew. "No, you fool." The clown grasped his scalp in despair. "You illiterate buffoon. You were supposed to kidnap him, not kill him." He lowered his head, slapping his own ears in frustration. "Damn you. It was a grave error to involve Scott. He is far too unstable. After all, you are a madman." Ah. Well, so am I. Madmen ought to associate with one another. After all, I chose you as my collaborator." The clown inquired further. "You didn't have anyone witness Steve's murder, did you?"
No.
"Of course not." The ogre swallowed a mouthful, mumbling, "I hypnotized the soldiers at the door when I went in. Now no one knows that Smith is dead. Even if he is, our plan will remain unaffected." Very well, very well." The clown, in a moment of exasperation, cradled his forehead and resigned himself to the situation, acknowledging that it had come to this. With a visage of madness, he scratched his head and exclaimed, "I'm dying of thirst. Stirk, please hand me that glass of water on the table behind you." Accepting the water from the ogre's hands, he took a hearty gulp, releasing a satisfied hiss. After being ignored for quite some time, the scarecrow could no longer contain himself. "So, clown, about our collaboration." A sudden crack echoed as the clown smashed the glass cup against the table, and in mere moments, he had driven the shards deep into the ogre's throat. Gasping, the ogre could hardly comprehend the situation. He struggled to retrieve a blade from his bosom, but as he stood, he fell back to the ground in vain. The clown swiftly approached, snatching his dagger from the ogre's grasp, and then mounted his convulsing body, striking again and again while shouting, "Fuck you, you worthless piece of trash. Useless. Useless." Blood soaked the remnants of the ogre's recently consumed meal, rendering it as succulent as a medium-rare steak. Only when the last drop of crimson was extracted from the ogre's body did the clown discard the dagger, elegantly wiping the splatters from his face with his sleeve. Then, he made a grotesque gesture of chivalry, placing his hand upon his chest and proclaiming, "Scarecrow, my dearest friend, it is time to reveal your true prowess." The scarecrow fell silent for a moment before striding forward, his elongated limbs reminiscent of a slender bamboo stalk, stepping over the lifeless form of the ogre to stand before Mayor Carlo. Without uttering a word, he unleashed a cloud from his skeletal-shaped spray can directly onto the mayor's cheek. "No, this cannot be happening. Cannot be real." Mayor Carlo's eyes widened, his pupils constricted, blood vessels bursting under the chemical's assault. "It must be a nightmare. No, it can't be real. But we are indeed very real, Mr. Mayor, exceedingly real." The clown cackled with a high-pitched glee. "If your guards outside could still speak for you, they would attest to our presence." No, it's poisonous." "Poisonous? What do you see, Mr. Mayor? What is your greatest fear? Spiders? Venomous snakes? Spoiled sushi?" Under the influence of the fear toxin, Mayor Carlo trembled uncontrollably, resembling an infant incapable of self-care. Snakes are poisonous." The scarecrow leaned closer to the mayor, who, in terror, witnessed two venomous snakes emerging from his eye sockets, while the scarecrow remained unfazed, as though he were oblivious to their presence. In his ear, the scarecrow whispered, "Snakes, Mr.
Mayor.
Pythons, venomous snakes. Their flickering forked tongues caress the soft flesh of your throat, poised to pierce with those hooked, hollow fangs. Please, I beg of you, what do you truly desire?" "Well," the mayor of Gotham, the clown, declared, "it is time to wield your influence. Dance lightly beneath the fiber-optic lights, and bring this dark city to its knees." He laughed maniacally, akin to a mischievous child revealing the answer to a riddle, relishing the expressions of despair, anger, and terror etched upon the faces of others, which served as his greatest reward. Aside from sending those 20,000 souls to the battlefield, I had a special gift of laughing gas to present to Bane as a slight reprisal for stealing our beloved Batman's affection. Battered and bruised, perhaps with an additional broken rib, my strength nearly depleted, I had never felt so haggard, so wretched. Yet I was not dead. Bane lowered his head, gazing at the ever-increasing tide of enemies advancing towards him. Venom infused. At maximum power. Engage. Chapter 34. Good teammates. The solvent derived from the roots of the reeds possesses the lethal capacity to obliterate any flora. As Chun Tao reverted from his bat-like form back to human, he beheld the once formidable plant master serenely sprawled upon the ground, slumbering deeply, tranquil as a babe. It is over, he declared. All were utterly exhausted, their bodies and minds weary. They encircled the unconscious poison ivy, with Harley tearfully tending to her wounds. Although the fallen poison ivy bore no visible injuries and required no bandaging, Harley evidently held a different conviction. Deadshot and the Cheshire Cat stood nearby, panting heavily as they cautiously removed their protective suits, now stained with the verdant solvent. Damn it, Batman, if you could have simply poured that acid rain here. Why did you not do so from the start? Even if we needed to rescue that professor, we could have saved him and fled, then doused this place with herbicide. Why go through the elaborate process of a direct confrontation? Deadshot silently grumbled. Given his nature, had it been any other employer, he would have spoken his mind long ago. Yet before Batman, he refrained from uttering such words. Suddenly, a thought struck Deadshot. Could Batman be a fool? He surveyed the surrounding marshland, noting that nearly all the vegetation had perished. After 2 successive applications of herbicides, while the initial saline solution might have left some chance for survival, the reed root solution was akin to sulfuric acid for these plants. Even an iron tree would succumb to such devastation. Poison ivy lay unconscious, having taken a direct blow from the plant master unawares, seemingly having been thrust into a state of complete shock. Deadshot doubted she would awaken anytime soon. All attention seemed fixated on poison ivy. At least in this moment and place, the power of verdant life had plummeted to its nadir, Chun Tao mused. He appeared to turn towards poison ivy, momentarily casting the plant master aside. Yet he silently observed the positioning of the others. Deadshot and Cheshire Cat stood together at a distance. The Riddler sat on the ground, attempting to straighten his contorted limbs. The Count of Dizziness stood beside poison ivy. Addressing Harley, if you wish to rouse her, I believe you should. Could it be him? Was there a possibility it could be him? Could it indeed be the Count of Dizziness?
No.
There was another contender. Chun Tao subtly shifted, catching a glimpse of Miss Vick emerging from the thicket. The English beauty, a mercenary, appeared utterly drained. A circle of dark red welts marred her strong, pale thigh, reminiscent of a plastic bottle fallen upon pristine snow in early January. Her golden-haired head, adorned with a mask, bore a visage of exquisite beauty, yet her sapphire eyes revealed profound weariness, as if lamenting her ill-fated mercenary existence. From the very outset of the battle, the woman who had been merely an observer, languidly meandering through the chaos, found herself at the scene where the plant master lay motionless on the ground. Ah, how the tables have turned for you! She hastily approached the plant master, her tranquil eyes resembling a serene spring gazing upon his battered form. With a swift kick, she struck his wounded body, exclaiming, I am nearly driven to madness by you, you wretched, accursed green, foul and putrid vitality. With each kick, she unleashed her ire upon him, while Chun Tao observed her performance with indifference. The attention of others was captivated by the tempestuous Harley Quinn, yet Deathstroke, though seemingly focused on poison ivy, discreetly positioned his hand upon his weapon. How detestable! How abhorrent! You repulsive shade of green! The elegant English noblewoman unabashedly vented her fury. The sight of you makes me want to retch. 1 kick, 2 kicks, 3 gurgle. Suddenly, one of her exquisite eyes dislodged, its optic nerve grotesquely elongated like a spider's web, barely clinging to the eyeball. Half of her delicate face melted away like wax, revealing the decaying, foul interior of dark red flesh. Her elevated leg transformed, in that instant, into a sharp, insect-like appendage. No longer did her voice carry a melodious tone. Instead, it morphed into a cacophony of multiple echoes, rife with frenzied hatred, a howl akin to that of a night owl. I truly wish to kill you. Everyone seemed taken aback by this sudden transformation. Sharp, goat-like fangs erupted from the mouth of the creature cloaked in a woman's skin, tearing through the flesh. ready to pounce upon the immobile plant master. This was the moment he had painstakingly awaited. Then, with a crackle, the immense current surged through his body, causing him to stagger back 2 steps. "What is happening to you?" Suddenly, the frost from the iceman erupted upon him, freezing the half of his body that had yet to launch an attack. Immediately thereafter, a violent explosion of flames erupted from his chest, white phosphorus piercing through flesh, igniting the other half of his body into a blazing torch. The creature tumbled and rolled upon the ground, exclaiming in disbelief, "Impossible! What is happening? How could you? Has no one ever told you never to carelessly catch Batman's batarangs?" Amidst the raging flames and the penetrating chill, the creature's dark gray eyes, resembling those of the deceased, fixated intently upon another emotionless figure. "If one cannot even catch Batman's batarangs, what audacity do you possess to accept the weapon he offers you?" Deathstroke felt an overwhelming urge to dispose of all the weaponry he carried, as the thought of running about with such life-threatening accoutrements made his legs tremble. No wonder Batman insisted that each of them be armed to the teeth. Even those like the Dog Welder and the Count of Days, who were not adept at wielding firearms, were compelled to carry explosives and grenades, under the guise of augmenting their ammunition supplies. It turns out everything was a trap. He always suspected Batman harbored ill intentions. Yet no matter how much he underestimated Batman's moral boundaries, he never anticipated that we were, in fact, teammates. Installing self-destruct countermeasures on a teammate's weapon. How is that reasonable? Batman, are you ready? You could easily eliminate a teammate at any moment. Let me see. The shockwave effect gun, freezing grenades, a compact flamethrower, and the ultrasonic rocket launcher. Chun Tao snapped his fingers, and in an instant, the rocket launcher exploded upon the creature, the ferocious ultrasonic waves shattering half of its face. Foolish creature. Did you never question why these weapons were so cumbersome? You noticed nothing. Your stupidity is astounding. Just like now, why did you fail to notice beneath your feet lies a meticulously buried soybean seed? Poison Ivy opened her eyes. Chapter 35. The onslaught. The plant that germinates most rapidly in the world is the soybean. Under suitable conditions, its seeds can sprout within a mere 3 to 5 days, while other common plants typically require more than 7 days. However, propelled by extraordinary forces, this duration can be condensed to 0.3 seconds. As the last frozen grenade detonated on that creature, Poison Ivy gradually raised herself, extending her arms, while robust green vines pierced through the nurturing soil in a mere 0.3 seconds, binding the creature tightly. With tears welling in her eyes, Harley Quinn exclaimed, "It's such a relief that you're all right, Red. Wah, I was so scared." Chun Tao nodded slightly at Poison Ivy. Well-versed in comic lore, he understood that the Rotting Black, as a significant entity of magic, was essentially a magical being. As his father had once articulated, only magic could withstand magic. These fundamental elemental forces, while influenced by science and physics, were not immune to them. For instance, even the most formidable plant master would succumb to herbicides, chemicals specifically concocted to annihilate flora. Similarly, when Dr. Sloan, noted as the Gotham supervillain Man-Bat, injected that serum into his artery, the red of all beings, regardless of its reluctance, would be compelled to bestow its power upon him. However, magic is often antithetical to physics. Chun Tao had never anticipated that physical means could subdue the creations of the Rotting Black. Thus, he had previously instructed the semi-conscious Poison Ivy not to awaken abruptly, but to feign unconsciousness while he discreetly scattered a few soybean seeds, provided by the opponent, into the soil beside the plant master, the detestable green of all beings. The creature struggled desperately, and Lady Vic's beautiful human skin was entirely shed, rotting away and emitting a foul stench as it fell to the ground. This skin, though seemingly pristine on the surface, was entirely decayed and blackened beneath. The Rotting Black will not spare you. It shall seize dominion over the entire world, and our master, Arcane, will corrupt all. As one of the 3 hunters, I will. A third-rate villain's monologue. Chun Tao interrupted the antagonist's death speech with disdain. Even an antique stepping out of a Shakespearean opera wouldn't utter such trite lines. How dare you belittle the Rotting Black? The Rotting Black is an embodiment of death and decay, a natural magical force that stands alongside the red of all beings and the green of all things. Chun Tao retorted, assuming a mockingly scholarly demeanor. Moreover, it has been quite active in recent centuries, seeking to disrupt the balance of these three forces. Do you think I reside in some secluded wilderness, oblivious to such matters? The monster faltered momentarily, somewhat stuttering. What, the notoriety of the rotting black is so widespread. Finally, he ceased his rambling, fixating intently on Chun Tao's back. Poison Ivy, unafraid, met his gaze. I will return. We shall return. And when that time comes, darkness will lift. The vines constricted violently, exploding the creature's head. Poison Ivy remarked, why all the unnecessary chatter? Regrettably, the essence of the decay black signifies death itself. For the creations of decay black, the term death is utterly absent from their lexicon. The creature struggled to coalesce its form. Remember, I am one of the three hunters. When the day arrives that the power of decay black reaches its zenith, I shall. Yet, before the words could fully escape its lips, it succumbed to the menacing tendrils of the poison ivy, voluntarily disintegrating its corporeal form into a mass of decayed flesh, which swiftly transformed into ashes. The decay black is immortal. They shall inevitably return, though not at this moment. After a brief silence, Poison Ivy spoke. Chun Tao turned to see her rising from the ground, shaking off Harley's support, sorrowfully caressing the plants that had perished under the herbicide. When you employed those herbicides to murder these plants, I was nearly incensed to the point of eruption, Poison Ivy remarked. However, decay black holds greater significance. I comprehend your actions and have tacitly condoned them. At this moment, the verdant woman mourned briefly for the fleeting lives of the plants. Yet, I feel remorse for them. Crash! Chun Tao turned to witness everyone discarding the weapons they had previously wielded. Particularly, the Death Shooter had stripped himself of all armaments provided by Chun Tao, including the resonance effect gun which he had cherished just hours before. That very gun now lay abandoned in the mud, while the man who had vowed eternal devotion to it stood idly by, seemingly indifferent. Chun Tao exhibited a disapproving gaze. This is merely a precautionary measure, an emergency contingency plan, Plan B. What ill will could I possibly harbor? You are overreacting, causing a scene without just cause. As he urged them to hastily retrieve their weapons, he activated his monetary ability, and moments later, everyone donned their life-saving arms. Observing the fallen master of plants and the industrious Poison Ivy, who was striving to restore the greenery of the area amidst the chaos of the battlefield, Chun Tao exhaled deeply. If all went according to plan, matters would finally reach their conclusion. He pondered the situation with Gordon. Roar. Venom is administered with maximum power input. Essentially, venom is not a one-time injectable concoction. It is a cocktail of toxins meticulously formulated by scientists, comprising significantly enhanced male hormones, an extremely addictive synthetic steroid, and a myriad of diverse neurostimulants. This potency and rapid effectiveness leave other drugs far behind. Bane's minions constructed a venom circulation system for him, enabling Bane to integrate this toxin into his bloodstream, continuously drawing forth strength from it. Central nervous system stimulants intensified his vigor, while the perilous amalgamation of various drugs within his body engendered an explosive, unstable reaction, which was, however, tempered by the X-factor, thus achieving a state of perfect equilibrium. Yet, if we entertain the notion that the dosage of venom surpasses the threshold that the X-factor can suppress, then those volatile reactions, once restrained, would manifest in a chaotic display, establishing a mechanism of production. They would rend tendons and engender more robust tissue, while an excess of central nervous system stimulants would also impair the intellect. Tell me, where is Batman? The soldier gazed upon the towering, 4-meter muscle behemoth before him, feeling warmth between his legs as urine trickled down his trousers. Behind Bane lay countless soldiers, akin to dead mosquitoes, crushed upon the ground. Tanks were torn apart as if made of paper, and corpses littered the streets, a river of blood flowing amidst the piles of bones. Batman was embroiled in the incident of the kidnapped scientist, as Gordon informed us. Bane's mind had regained a modicum of sanity, precisely as he had orchestrated. He gradually lowered the soldier, but before the soldier could rejoice, Bane swiftly twisted off his head. He forcefully tapped the soldier's severed head against his own, ensuring that it had not been filled with muscle. Yet, Just as Bane intended to depart, a missile laden with Joker's gas descended upon the battlefield. Accompanied by a hissing sound, a bright, cheerful smile adorned the face of the barely revived Bane. Chapter 36. The manic laughter of Bane. What? You say how many lives were lost? I do not know. I truly do not know. Woe is me. The soldier standing before Gordon concealed his face, towering at least 6 feet tall, surpassing the elderly Gordon by a full head. Yet at that moment, he wept like a giant infant. All around lay the lifeless bodies. Bane had slaughtered the majority of our ranks, and the National Guard was utterly decimated. Everything was in ruins. Where is Bane? Where has he gone? The soldier abruptly pressed his palm against his forehead, sobbing, He has gone to find Batman. Gordon sought to inquire further, but his attempts were met with only the soldier's relentless weeping, which ignited a sense of urgency within Gordon. He suspected that the soldier was suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder. Further questioning seemed futile. Calm down, Gordon, he admonished himself. First, summon someone to administer a sedative. As he stood beside him, Sheriff Bullock's words trailed off as he witnessed the soldier lift his head, and instead of the sorrowful visage one would expect, a smile erupted upon his face. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Hiya. Chun Tao observed the formidable form of Poison Ivy's adversary, Jason Woodrue, sprawled on the ground, having regained a modicum of strength, yet ensnared tightly by Ivy's vines, resembling a crab awaiting its fate in a boiling pot. He grunted in discontent, prompting Ivy to purse her lips. Jason, I do not wish to do this. I am sorry, but, Pamela, for heaven's sake, the plant master succinctly retorted. Yes. Yes, indeed. Ivy nodded emphatically, and in the next moment, the vines ascended, sealing his mouth. Chun Tao even witnessed Ivy summon a vine that forcefully thrust into his mouth, silencing him entirely. One must never underestimate a woman's capacity for vengeance. Was this a lesson in ensuring a more thorough betrayal? Fortuitously, as a being of nature, the plant master was not human. Otherwise, such a method would surely lead to asphyxiation. Batman, do you mind if Ivy shares a few words? Harley Quinn squatted nearby, observing the scene with a sense of detachment. She pouted in irritation, yet her subtle discontent went unnoticed. Ivy, deep in thought, replied, You may speak first. Originally, she intended to inquire about Batman's approach toward the plant master, but the moment Batman uttered his words, he captivated her attention, sending a shiver down her spine. I suspect the rot is still among us. Do not look back, she heard Batman murmur. I implore you to protect Professor Goldblum. The formula that could significantly amplify the growth of all things green can only emerge through his intellect. If I were the rot, I would ensure he never lived to see another day. We cannot guard the professor indefinitely. Rather than resorting to passive defense, I prefer to actively diminish the power of the decaying darkness, rendering them incapable of executing their nefarious plans against the professor. On the matter of preserving the professor's life, Ivy, I believe we can find common ground. He stated, I understand that for you elemental representatives, borrowing a new form is second nature, yet such rebirth comes at a price. We have already dealt with one of the minions of decay, and I have no intention of allowing another lurking within our ranks to survive. Chun Tao declared, I have devised a plan. A tremendous figure thundered through the forest, uprooting trees with sheer brute force. The mercenaries have been sustained by the provisions I provided. The Poison Ivy felt a twinge of unease. Despite her distraction, and the unusual camaraderie in Batman's tone, she gestured for him to continue. I am prepared to lure out the corrupt. The massive silhouette stepped into the treacherous mire, a veritable death trap. Even a mammoth would be ensnared in its depths, yet nothing could impede the footsteps of that colossal form. He moved with a speed that seemed almost instantaneous, his weight causing the marshland to erupt beneath him, propelling him forward like a lithe ape. We can strike at any moment. Poison Ivy, are you listening to me? Chun Tao pressed, what are you contemplating? We are discussing something of great significance. Yet he was soon met with the seriousness in Poison Ivy's gaze. A formidable foe approaches. Prepare yourself. It appears to be an enemy. A raucous, childlike laughter echoed from afar, and Chun Tao turned to see Bane emerging from the thicket, a weapon in hand, likely a massive tree he had uprooted along his path. His muscles writhed as if animated, a grotesque and terrifying sight. Previously, no matter how Bane utilized the venom or how it altered him into a muscle-bound figure, he had retained a semblance of normalcy, merely taller and more robust. But now, his ever-expanding muscle mass had transcended the limits of human anatomy, layering upon itself. The skin stretched taut and unnaturally pale. Soon, the skin could no longer contain the burgeoning mass, tearing like fabric, only to heal almost instantaneously, rendering Bane a grotesque amalgamation of muscle, resembling a colossal balloon of sinew. Chun Tao was left in a state of shock. Bane's unpredictable display had left him bewildered. Hadn't they agreed to take a step back, to consolidate their forces before the final confrontation? Why was he here again? Have we truly erred in the tacit understanding we once shared? Have I been misled? Is it not you who has schemed to divert me, thereby buying time to execute your plans? In the fleeting moments upon beholding Bane, Chun Tao began to question his own perceptions. Could it be that I have overthought this, that Bane merely intends to rush forward to strike me down, rendering all my previous analyses utterly misguided? However, this notion was swiftly dismissed as Bane turned to face him. Aside from his imposing, muscular limbs, what captivated Chun Tao's attention was the fact that the lower half of Bane's mask had been shattered, revealing a grin that struck a deeply familiar chord within him. Ha! 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 Bane erupted into a raucous laugh. His mouth, smeared with blood, bore the remnants of either another S or his own lifeblood.
Chapter 37. Solomon Grundy Boom.
Poison ivy collided fiercely with the wooden dragon and the plant crab against Bane, who towered over 4 meters. With a single hand, Bane effortlessly lifted the plant-formed crab, flipping it onto the ground, and then leaped onto his opponent, laughing maniacally as he raised his fist, once, twice, thrice, pummeling it like a drum. Chun Tao was at a loss for words. Robin, standing beside him, inquired, "Shall I call the ventriloquist?" Chun Tao trembled slightly. "I have never been one for fighting. So, will you call? I believe Poison Ivy cannot possibly defeat Bane. The fact that she has managed to momentarily suppress him is already remarkable. Damn it! Call someone. Quickly." Internally fuming, Chun Tao maintained a fa of calm. He stood atop a large stone in the marsh, striking a superhero pose as he looked down, forcing himself to say, "No problem, I anticipated such an outcome." He attempted to reassure Robin, adding, "Everything is part of my grand plan." "Ah, no. Batman's plan." Meanwhile, below, 5 individuals were being mercilessly beaten by Bane, and thus far, none had sustained injuries. Suddenly, Count Vertigo dashed into Bane's attack range, seemingly bereft of reason. Deathstroke could hardly comprehend why this fool would act in such a manner. Oh, perhaps he believed that the closer he was, the more potent his disorienting ability would become. He attempted to press his head against Bane in hopes of delivering a decisive blow. To this, Deathstroke could only deem him a fool. Strength, speed, experience, and combat skills were all obliterated. Stealing in front of the shopkeeper, was this not the act of a simpleton? Before he could get close, Bane seized him, lifting his upper body high above his head, and with a fierce grip, snap, the Count's dark blood splattered all over Bane. Every Saturday, the Gotham Gazette allocates a small section for a column entitled Gotham Is. In this column, randomly selected Gotham citizens complete the phrase Gotham Is, with no more than 3 words. When Bane first arrived in Gotham, he found this column quite appealing. Here are some phrases from recent weeks used to describe Gotham. Cursed, insane asylum, bloodthirsty. Gotham is despicable. Gotham is hopeless. Gotham is a city of despair. Bane wholeheartedly agreed. He had once believed that such a wicked city deserved to be conquered by him. If such malevolence were not within his grasp, it would be a significant regret in his life. However, he had now bid farewell to those past thoughts. In this moment, he felt an exuberant joy within, his spirits soaring, as if he were floating on air. In these recent days, all worries and discontent have dissipated with resounding laughter. He felt an inexhaustible vigor coursing through his entire being, overwhelming him with an exhilarating madness. It was peculiar. In the past, he had been so serious, so burdened with grievances, yet all of that lost significance with the inhalation of laughing gas. What plans? What conquest of cities? These matters now seemed trivial to him. All he desired was to vanquish the Bat. This wretched city, who cared for it? He certainly did not. He believed he could achieve it. For he was the valiant champion of justice, the hero who vanquished evil, Bane. With this thought, Bane broke into a wide grin and laughed heartily. His chilling laughter rendered Deathstroke weak in the knees. The trees could not impede his advance. Those serpentine, twisting branches, writhing on the ground like a python, were destined to shatter beneath his immense strength. Bane felt an unprecedented elation. No one could thwart him, and he need not consider any strategies. He would dismantle the green protective barrier summoned by poison ivy piece by piece, and then, like a thunderbolt, he would obliterate everyone present, awaiting the emergence of a dark gray zombie to halt his rampage, Solomon Grundy. Unlike many of Gotham's monsters, this hulking zombie possessed almost no intellect. To control him would require some extraordinary means. Solomon Grundy, born on a Monday, Deathstroke, panting, stood beside Chun Tao, drenched and with his tongue lolling out. Good heavens! This zombie swims at nearly the same speed as I do. I had thought I was the amphibious one. I had to carry that bull for ages to successfully lure him here. The great zombie was greedily devouring the golden bull. Deathstroke remarked to Chun Tao, well, Batman, He turned his head away and emitted a dull sound. This feels strange. You get used to it over time, Deathstroke, Chun Tao replied. Times have changed. Even Batman must evolve. As he connected Alfred's call, he said to Deathstroke, a good man needs 3 helpers. Solomon Grundy, born on a Monday, the great zombie, still gnawing on flesh, muttered, Solomon Grundy, married on Tuesday. No. Solomon Grundy was born on Tuesday. The great zombie's eating came to an abrupt halt. The next moment, he was consumed by a sudden rage. Nonsense. Born on a Monday. Batman, can you hurry up? We're about to be crushed. Deathstroke screamed loudly. If we get flattened, we will perish in the now. Solomon Grundy died on Monday, married on Wednesday, baptized on Saturday. A resonant voice echoed from the heavens. A mixture of confusion and fury spread across the gray zombie's face. No, all wrong. Indeed, the gray zombie was predictably incensed. He suddenly tilted his head towards the sky, seeking the audacious wretch who dared to alter his nursery rhyme. Yet, amidst the clear blue expanse, how could one detect the shadow of Batman's invisible aircraft? Consequently, his furious gaze inevitably shifted towards Bane, who was wreaking havoc, who had tampered with Solomon Grundy's nursery rhyme. Deathstroke and Poison Ivy exchanged glances before stepping aside in unison, pointing at Bane. It was he who had done it. What? Ha ha ha. Bane continued to cackle maniacally, but in the next moment, the fist of the gray behemoth struck his face. Bam! His visage was violently concaved, resembling a cake that had been pressed down. The sound of bones fracturing echoed. Even the combined effects of Titan venom and Joker's toxin could not mitigate the overwhelming agony. Bane emitted a pained wail, abruptly silenced in his laughter. Solomon Grundy, born on a Monday. Grundy had already conveyed this to you. He was born on a Monday. Why could you not comprehend? Born on a Monday. You bastard. I did not utter those words. Bane, struggling to regain his senses, lifted his head, half of his face disfigured by Solomon Grundy's assault. However, at that very moment, as everyone remained oblivious, the puddle of black slime on the ground lunged towards Bane's face, merging with the black blood that had previously dripped from the Count of Dizziness onto him. Chun Tao's heart raced. The decayed darkness he had been anticipating had finally stirred. He witnessed Bane's eyes turning a ghastly shade of gray. Chapter 38. The mask of Bane clattered to the ground. The black and white headpiece, once securely donned upon Bane's visage, now lay shattered at his feet, and with it, Bane's very essence succumbed to darkness. Warning! Warning! Anchored item detected. Bane's mask. Description. This is the mask that fell from Bane's cheek after enduring the siege of a 20,000-strong army, the Joker's venom, and the corruption of decay. Alongside this mask, tainted and cast into the mud, lies Bane's pure pride. Perhaps it can be used to summon a Batman from a parallel universe. Chun Tao was nearly oblivious to the existence of Alfred's agreement. But, does a being summoned by something tainted possess an identity that is purely unblemished? No. Curse it, is this. The laughing gas wielded by that jester known as the Joker? Ha ha ha. Absurd. How could I, Bane, succumb to such a lowly toxin? Ah ha ha ha. I am the super warrior. Bane. Roar. Warning. Warning. Batman 52 is too far from the anchored item. Immediate action required to secure it. Chun Tao's gaze fixed upon the mask at Bane's feet. He exhaled deeply and then whispered a few words to Robin. The power of decay spread through the forest. Trees crumpling and rotting. A tree beside Harley Quinn transformed before her eyes into a heap of foul-smelling rot. Squirrels and other small creatures scurried down in terror, their tiny minds unable to comprehend the sudden misfortune that had befallen them. Just as Harley Quinn reached out to rescue the little animals, Deadshot, without hesitation, fired a shot that obliterated one of them. Hey, take a good look. Harley turned her head to see the once adorable squirrel emitting a shrill, deflating scream. The creature raised its head, writhing with maggots crawling across its perforated face, insect appendages slick with mucus extruding from its body, unfurling grotesquely. It resembled a large spider, and then the abomination leapt towards Harley Quinn. Bang! Deadshot fired again, stepping forward to draw a flame pistol from his back and igniting the creature. As the squirrel writhed and screamed amidst the flames, he took a couple of steps back, exclaiming, "I've never seen anything so bizarre in my life." Poison Ivy, without a word, raised her hand, and tendrils emerged from the ground, coiling around Harley Quinn, forming a protective vine armor upon her body. "Harley, be cautious," Poison Ivy urged through clenched teeth. "Do not let this thing touch you. The vines upon you possess the power of all that is green. They can offer you temporary protection." Deadshot interjected, "Why don't you conjure one for me as well?" Poison Ivy ignored him. "Thank you, Little Red." Harley Quinn enveloped Poison Ivy in an embrace, exclaiming, "You're the best. So why can't I have one too? I'm quite afraid of dying." "Get lost," the two women retorted in unison. The vibrant green rapidly withered under the oppressive force of decay, as the grotesque zombie Solomon Grundy gazed at the encroaching darkness at his feet. His pallid, hideous visage contorted in distaste, revealing a repugnant expression. "Grundy despises this." Chun Tao murmured to Poison Ivy, "How much of the power of the green can you still summon?" Poison Ivy cast a glance at the Plant Master. The Plant Master, who had just collapsed, was merely incapacitated due to the corrosive herbicide solution, requiring her, another avatar of the green, to bind him with vines. Now, his countenance resembled that of a dying elder, as if he were over a century old. His once mighty physique and robust green leaves now faded to a withered gray-black. This was indeed the handiwork of Batman, a source of embarrassment for Chun Tao, though he quickly dismissed the feeling. Poison Ivy released the vines that had been stifling the Plant Master. Jason Wood's mouth. "Jason, we need your assistance." Chun Tao interjected, "Where's the tuber on Swamp Thing?" "I sense a surge of power." Zombie Bane opened his mouth, and despite being ravaged by decay, the Jokerous toxin still exerted its influence. "Ha! Ha! 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 What is going on?" Another voice echoed from within Zombie Bane. "We are but 3 hunters. How can mere mortal toxins?" "Enough! Don't embarrass yourself. The decaying force of nature does not wholly control this body. A part of it still lives, protected by the life force of the red. There's no time for this. Prepare to confront the enemy." Bang! The ashen zombie's fist struck Zombie Bane's face with considerable force, lifting his head high, yet Zombie Bane displayed no sign of pain, only a joyful laugh, before embracing Solomon Grundy. "Fool, prepare to embrace the power of the realm of decay." Solomon Grundy, being neither alive nor dead, was impervious to the forces of decay. Chun Tao whispered to Poison Ivy, "But we cannot rely on this mindless creature to aid us in vanquishing the foe." I know. I'm already searching. Stop urging me." At that moment, the Plant Master lay flat on the ground, and Poison Ivy utilized the power of the green to slice open his plant-like form, with Killer Croc assisting, rummaging through the Plant Master's abdomen. Of course, this yielded no results. Growing anxious, Poison Ivy stood and approached the Plant Master, gripping his face. "Damn it, Jason. Do you not comprehend the gravity of our situation? The decay is upon us, and you still wish to squabble?" The Killer Croc suddenly let out a fierce cry, extending his hand to reveal a somewhat hardened mass of green substance, its surface coated with a slimy layer of green. The poison ivy turned around, stating, "That is the residue left after Jason has absorbed all the nutrients from the food he consumed." She then faced the plant master, urging, "Think carefully. Regardless of our internal strife, we are all part of the verdant essence of existence. You are resorting to moral coercion." The plant master emitted a low, angered grunt, exclaiming, "Traitor!" Ugh! For a moment, the killer croc stood frozen, nearly retching. He fought against the nausea but refrained from discarding the plant master's offering, instead pushing it back into the plant master's body. "I will not be subjected to such indignities. Jason, we are friends, Enough. Look." Chun Tao interrupted Poison Ivy's words. With a sudden forceful motion, he turned the plant master's head towards the battlefield where Solomon Grundy and Zombie Bane were engaged in a brutal melee. Deathstroke and the Cheshire Cat were tirelessly firing at Zombie Bane. "If the rod of darkness prevails, we shall all perish, and before I meet my demise, I will certainly cast you to that monstrous beast." The plant master fell silent for a moment, then retched forth 2 chunks of tuber. Chapter 39. Bane the Bat Demon. Solomon Grundy. Born on a Monday, the colossal zombie muttered softly. Baptized on Tuesday, his voice gradually crescendoed. Wedded on Wednesday, with a mighty punch, the undead Bane staggered back 3 steps. Each time his feet struck the ground, the soft, slippery mire erupted as if a deadly bomb lay buried within. What power does this behemoth possess? Solomon Grundy extended his arms, relying on the sinewy, grayish-white muscles of his knee-length limbs to push back the assaulting Zombie Bane. However, his opponent merely stumbled, then anchored his feet deep into the earth. Grundy pushed twice, yet could not budge him. Thus, he proclaimed, "Grundy feels anger." The grayish-white zombie howled at the sky, wrapping his arms around Bane's waist. "Solomon Grundy is furious." Boom! The 2 titanic creatures roared and rolled in the mud, decaying trees crashing down one by one. A multitude of animals, infested by the dark rot, surged towards them, fearlessly converging upon Solomon Grundy. Yet they could inflict no harm upon the iron-skinned giant. Bane waved them away, redirecting them toward the Death Shooter and the Cheshire Cat. Grundy seethed, anger, furious. Then he felt himself embraced. The dazed zombie, in a fog of confusion, gazed into Bane's grayish-white eyes. "Are you enjoying this? Now behold my might." In the next instant, Solomon Grundy felt the world spin. Everything turned upside down. Bam! He was forcefully planted headfirst into the ground, and then Bane seized his feet, yanking him from the earth as if plowing. Clods of earth soared into the air. The massive muscular creature straddled Solomon Grundy, raining down blows upon his face as if forging iron, each fist hammering the features of the giant into deformation. Fleischtore. Bones splintered. Chun Tao could almost see Bane's arms, where broken bones pierced through the exposed muscle. Yet not a flicker of pain graced Bane's visage, nor did blood flow from his wounds. Soon Grundy lay still. Bane rose from the battered form of the grayish giant and turned his gaze towards Chun Tao and the others. Crack! The poison ivy consumed the tuber of the swamp creature. All eyes were drawn to the poison ivy, commanding the enormous plant monster and wooden dragon, none noticing Chun Tao quietly retreating behind a grand tree. There, Robin awaited him, his face a mask of shock, gripping a grappling gun in his right hand, while his left clutched Bane's discarded headpiece. "I have obtained the item, Batman, but..." Chun Tao refrained from further conversing with Robin, tightly clutching the tattered remnants of cloth. "Warning. You possess a tethered item. Bane's mask. Crisis energy units converted. 103. You currently hold crisis energy units. 143. Warning. Downloading targetable Batman files.
Banba. Danger level, D.
Chun Tao was astonished to discover that this danger level had a secondary classification of addition and subtraction. In a shadowy multiverse, Batman, having suffered a devastating defeat at the hands of Bane, resolved to become his adversary, donning the guise of his nemesis and harnessing his formidable power. He succeeded. Ultimately, Batman triumphed. However, when one gazes into the abyss gazes back. Engaging too long with a malevolent dragon can transform one into a dragon themselves. Yet, having vanquished Bane, Bruce became accustomed to Bane's mindset, attempting to emulate his rival. In doing so, he lost the essence and moral compass of Batman, ultimately becoming a being that resembled neither Bane nor Batman. Would you like to immediately consume 59 units of Crisis Energy for synchronization? Chun Tao exhaled deeply. Synchronize. Synchronization complete. Bane Bat. You now possess Crisis Energy units. 84. Batman, I cannot fathom the utility of this item. Poison Ivy cannot possibly contend with Bane. Tim's words trailed off as he observed Batman silently bowing his head. Batman? From the mask began to emerge wisps of white fabric fibers, cascading from the tip of Batman's mask, shimmering with a silvery glow, akin to the ethereal dust of a moonbeam fallen to earth. Bane's iconic white skull mask materialized upon Batman's visage, overlapping with his pointed ears, transforming into a harmonious amalgamation, an inseparable unity. Following this, dark green Titan venom conduits were conjured from the void, traced by silver particles along the nape of Batman's neck, as the modified venom surged, roaring and pulsating, flooding into Batman's being. Muscles expanded, stature increased. Tim took a step back, his voice trembling. So, Bruce, is this the power you've acquired? From that piece of Bane's cloth? This defies scientific explanation. He murmured, Moreover, I have witnessed magic. And this is not magic at all. A sharp, overwhelming force, akin to a waterfall plummeting from a precipice, pressed upon Tim's nerves, emanating a primal deathly dread from this formidable body. A familiar sensation returned. The threat once felt in the presence of the martial arts master, Batman, the paralyzing panic of being seen through in every martial maneuver. Tim recalled with clarity Batman's ability to instill profound fear in others, even those closest to him. For he is the Batman, rendering one utterly powerless, like a helpless child. And now this Batman wields venom. Yet the tale does not end here. Chun Tao exhaled once more. Dragon, dinosaur, that colossal form, sharp teeth glistening. Chun Tao envisioned it from the depths of his heart. A vehicle, an off-road monster truck. It boasted colossal tires, liquid nitrogen injectors, and sharp steel spikes adorning its wheels. Every detail vividly materialized in his mind, akin to the reflection of the bright moon in a well. First, his legs transformed, his feet curling and twisting, inexplicably morphing into rubber. The green, scaly skin reminiscent of a dinosaur began to manifest on his left arm, spreading to his palm, where sharp claws pierced through the kind of gloves that Bane would wear. Chun Tao opened his mouth, his cheeks elongating, causing his mask and the pointed cowl of a bat to stretch as well, enveloping the upper half of his face and exposing his exaggerated jawline. Jagged fangs sprouted forth, while a bottle behind him gurgled, supplying venom. In the gaze of Tim, whose heart nearly ceased to beat, a gargantuan green Bane dinosaur, towering 7 to 8 meters tall and rippling with muscle, let out a thunderous roar to the heavens. It rotated its rubber tires, which had replaced its feet, swung its tail, crushing several towering trees, then turned and launched into the air, kicking up a tempest, racing toward the battlefield like a bolt of lightning. Chapter 40. Exchange the filthy green servant. The poison ivy beheld Bane. His grayish-white eyes cast downward at the verdant tendrils entwined around his form. This was of no use to me. A sound, sickening to the teeth, emanated from those vines, and a bead of cold sweat trickled down the poison ivy's brow. She extended her hands, and dozens, if not hundreds, of roots and other flora surged from the earth, each one reinforcing the body of the zombie Bane, already bound like a dumpling. Yet, this failed to impede the movements of the undead Bane. The vegetation blackened and withered under the corrosive grip of decay. And then, with a slight exertion, the zombie Bane. Crack! The enormous creature ambled forward leisurely. Poison Ivy, right? May I call you Ivy? I've heard they address you that way. Crack! A gunshot rang out. Layer upon layer of wooden shields formed around Ivy in mere seconds. But the electrical discharge from the weapon barely penetrated the first barrier before it faltered. The plant master, Jason Wood, lay beside them, barely included in Poison Ivy's protective sphere. His eyes were tightly shut, resembling a true deadwood. Poison Ivy and Killer Croc stood back to back, their gazes fixed intently on the deathshot standing alongside the zombie Bane. His once handsome visage had now been entirely supplanted by rot and maggots. Jagged fangs protruded from his jaw, and strands of dark red flesh hung from it. In stark contrast to this horrific sight, his grayish-white irises had become the only discernible feature on his face. The Cheshire Cat, at this juncture, still donned her mask, perhaps a vestige of her dwindling self-awareness, though Poison Ivy remained uncertain. Yet, such a feeble sense of self could not possibly challenge the decay, rendering it utterly ineffective. Jagged, protruding fangs pierced her jaw, slicing through her swan-like neck, leaving a stain of dark, corrupted blood upon her delicate collarbone. The ventriloquist had lost his glasses. Wielding a Thompson submachine gun, he had cast aside his cherished Batman figurine onto the ground. Insect appendages protruded from his mouth. They were all parasitized by the decay, just like that fellow named Bane. Poison Ivy had heard of him, the mastermind behind the liberation of himself and his fellow inmates from Arkham Asylum, who had now become slaves to the decay. Without the protection of the red of life and the green of nature, they were utterly defenseless before the formidable decay in this realm. And then, inevitably, she encountered the last person she wished to see, Harley Quinn. No. Poison Ivy let her hands fall. Harley Quinn's once vibrant pigtails, now disheveled in contrasting red and blue, dripped with blackened blood from the corners of her mouth, stark against her chemically bleached skin. The meticulously woven dark green plant armor that Poison Ivy had crafted for her was now thoroughly tainted black. In the end, you still failed to protect anyone, Ivy. Yet you still have the opportunity to salvage some semblance of hope. She beheld the grotesque creature, its body a repulsive mass of sinewy muscle. Extending its hand towards her, we can strike a bargain. All we require is you, the avatar of the green. This woman, insignificant in comparison to your companions, is of no consequence to us. You refer to her as Harley Quinn, do you not? You care for her, and we happen to have no need for such an ordinary mortal. Two voices emanated simultaneously from the decaying Bane, the harbingers of rot speaking in unison. Let us make a trade, one for many. You are well aware that neither the parasitism of the rot nor the infusion of the green is an irreversible transformation. We only desire you. This Harley Quinn will awaken in a few hours, unharmed, back in her home. As for you, you must come to our side. Join the rot. Trust me, do not fear. The process of purification is remarkably exquisite. Killer Croc muttered to Poison Ivy. Good grief, Ivy, you cannot seriously contemplate such folly. The Lizard of the Green lowered his head, his mouth opening as he desperately sought words to persuade Ivy. He had not felt such frustration with his own lack of eloquence in a long time. It had been ages since he had truly engaged his intellect, leading to a blank slate when he needed words most. Finally, he mumbled, You should not ally with the rot. This is not the right course of action. Upon uttering these words, Killer Croc wished he could rend his own teeth. Poison Ivy managed a strained smile. I know you wish to convey that even if I sacrifice myself, they will not release Harley. Or perhaps you wish to assert, death is the very essence of the rot. How could they possibly defy their own nature? So you are aware. Killer Croc nodded emphatically. Indeed, that is precisely what I intended to express. If your concern lies therein, perhaps we can negotiate an alternative arrangement. The decaying Bane gestured towards the incapacitated master of plants, Jason Wood, lying defenseless on the ground. You do not wish to come to us. We understand, for you lack comprehension of the rot. So how about another? That fellow sprawled on the ground, known as the master of plants, correct? You have betrayed him once before. What harm is there in a second betrayal? What is that saying? Either do not act or act to the fullest. After all, you are already enemies, are you not? Trading the life of an enemy for the lives of your friends and companions is an unparalleled bargain. Even though Killer Croc considered himself not particularly astute, he sensed that the situation was growing dire. Ivy appeared to be on the verge of being swayed. Ivy, you must not. I have made my decision. Then Killer Croc heard Poison Ivy declare, This is the final recourse. I will exchange myself for Harley. Killer Croc felt as though he were teetering on the brink of madness. He understood. He comprehended precisely what Poison Ivy was contemplating. She found herself unable to forsake Harley, nor could she convince herself to betray the plant master. Thus, that wretched desire for self-sacrifice surged within her heart, compelling her, like a fool, to throw herself into the jaws of the beast. He opened his mouth, only to find his tongue tangled in knots. "Damn it," he uttered. He witnessed poison ivy disperse the surrounding greenery, extending her arms as she slowly departed from him, moving towards the decaying darkness. "Wait! Wait!" Killer Croc called out to poison ivy, his mind racing. "There is still a chance. We have one last opportunity. Batman. Ivy. This time, Batman is on our side. He is not our enemy." Killer Croc struggled for words, stammering for what felt like an eternity before finally stating, "Batman always finds a way. Batman always triumphs." Even though the zombified Bane could no longer express emotion due to the necrosis of his facial nerves, Killer Croc remained convinced that the other was seething with rage. His pale gray eyes flashed with malice. "Huh? Is that your hope? Relying on another? How utterly disappointing. Even if Batman arrives, what can he do? Just a coward fleeing from the fight." He declared, "Batman cannot change anything." But the very next moment, he was bitten in the back by a massive dragon's maw. Batman. Chapter 41. The Fearful Bat When. Zombie Bane rotated his grayish-white eyes. "When exactly are you?" Chun Tao disregarded him. With great force, he sank his teeth deeply into his opponent's flesh, striving to hold on for as long as possible. His fangs elongated and sharpened, and Zombie Bane felt them piercing like needles, deeply embedding themselves and injecting an unknown liquid. Was it poison? Absurd. What kind of toxin could possibly affect the decayed black? Even the most potent venom could not kill a corpse. In essence, the word death would never grace the lexicon of the decayed black. Solitude and indifference enveloped Chun Tao's heart in icy coldness. The unique indecisiveness and hesitation of a traveler from a peaceful era dissipated from him, replaced by a brutal savagery belonging to Bane, fused with Batman's calm demeanor, and combined with the massive bulk of a dinosaur. Under the enhancement of venom, this produced a reaction beyond the imagination of ordinary beings. "Foolish creature, daring to draw so close to me, let the decayed black corrode him, for ultimately." Zombie Bane's eyes shifted. This so-called Batman, even if endowed with special abilities, was nothing more than a mortal. And mortals can never withstand the decay of. Wait, why is it ineffective? Zombie Bane's movements halted. He could not parasitize Killer Croc, for the latter was an agent of the Crimson of all beings. He could not control Poison Ivy either, as she belonged to the green of all things alongside the Plant Master. Solomon Grundy existed in a state between life and death, yet this individual before him, even with superpowers, should be no match for him. Wait! Zombie Bane's gaze fell, witnessing Chun Tao's dark green dinosaur muscle gradually transforming into a glistening metallic silver. The power of the decayed black only encountered lifeless matter, appearing as bewildered as a frog trapped in a glass jar. The insectoid appendages extending from Zombie Bane's back clanged against Chun Tao's face. Chun Tao slowly opened his mouth, retreating gradually. Phew! Zombie Bane seemed somewhat helpless. Poison Ivy, unaware that creatures such as them, who had already perished, could still experience feelings of helplessness. Well then, my dear Ivy. Poison Ivy initially wanted to say they weren't that familiar, but she decided against provoking him at this moment, for Batman stood quietly, not advancing to attack. She had begun to surmise what Batman had done. Are you still not planning to join us in the decayed black? I hold you in high regard, Ivy. Do you think that's why I haven't killed you, but rather allowed you to play with me for so long? Yet all playful things must come to an end. Zombie Bane scrutinized the towering figure of Batman. Is he your crutch? Must I defeat him before you relinquish your false hopes? Just like that lifeless zombie lying there? Oh, little girl, he remarked, you truly are a source of concern. Yet, he sensed a peculiar gaze from Poison Ivy, reminiscent of one directed towards a corpse, which was rather fitting considering his condition. He heard her voice, laced with compassion, as she inquired, You have never lived in Gotham, have you? What does that have to do with our discussion? He retorted, Everything certainly. Behind Poison Ivy, verdant foliage began to coalesce, intricately weaving into a chair of vines as she slowly settled into it, akin to an audience awaiting the commencement of a film. Allow me to impart some wisdom regarding the rules of living in Gotham, some fundamental truths. As a supervillain dwelling in Gotham, how could one be oblivious to such knowledge? Poison Ivy extended a slender, greenish finger and began. First. Suddenly, the corpse of Bane jolted, a wave of rich green emanating from his back, as half of his body uncontrollably transformed into vibrant plant life, starkly contrasting with the decayed, foul-smelling remnants of the other half. How could it be you? It was you who bit me moments ago. Poison Ivy's chilling voice resonated. First, Batman does not fail, nor can he afford to fail, for should he falter, countless lives would be lost due to his downfall. Hence, Batman never fails. He shall triumph. Past, present, and future, he shall continue to prevail. With a thud, the zombie Bane collapsed to the ground, fiercely tearing at the plant-infested half of his body. Countless decayed and fresh flesh were pierced by the burgeoning vegetation, each tug eliciting a spurt of black blood. No matter the adversary he faces, no matter how insurmountable the foe may seem, Batman will always emerge victorious, even if victory comes at a grave cost. And Batman's victories signify the defeat of criminals. Thus, the criminals of Gotham harbor an enduring fear of him, for they can never conquer Batman. Poison Ivy's voice grew somber, reminiscing about those youthful days. Even she had once been in her nascent prime. You will exhaust every ounce of your wisdom, devising every conceivable strategy, akin to Sisyphus pushing the boulder. Yet you shall never prevail. Such is Batman. He is always a step ahead, as he has always been. Gurgling sounds erupted as the venom canister behind zombie Bane unexpectedly activated, incessantly injecting venom into his body. The creature howled in despair. No, you are under our control. Get out of our heads. Second, Batman does not die. This is an undeniable truth. Shoot Batman, and he shall not perish. Witness him vanish in an explosion, and he remains unscathed. Knives cannot slay him, nor can tanks. Poisons prove ineffective against him. Regardless of the lethal onslaught, irrespective of how many claim to have ended Batman's existence with compelling evidence, as long as crime persists, Batman will emerge, confronting them with his fists to terminate their criminal endeavors. Even battered and bruised, even riddled with bullets, he would still stand before the criminals. No, what have you done to me? The undead Bane writhed on the ground, howling in agony, his dual voices resonating in a piercing shriek. Spare me. The voice of Poison Ivy echoed in the air. Thirdly, Batman possesses an unwavering conviction. No matter what you say or what temptations you offer, it is futile. No one can sway his beliefs or compel him to abandon his mission or his identity. He is taciturn, dismissing the ramblings of others. All that matters to him is whether you wish to surrender. Poison Ivy spoke earnestly. This is Batman. Difficult, if not impossible, to communicate with, entirely unpredictable in appearance. At times a mere shadow, at others strikingly human, seemingly indestructible. Her tone carried a hint of pity. Batman is a being of such nature, unbreakable, unpersuadable, unbargainable. He will only triumph. Never falter. Chapter 42. We are all mortals. Chan Tao stood at a distance, his soul soaring through the night, an explosion of boundless knowledge flooding his mind. He could even vividly recall the warmth of blood splattering on his face from the severed spine during Bane's first murder. I am Chun Tao, he whispered to himself. The colossal dinosaur shrank to the height of an ordinary man, 2 meters tall. In the fleeting moment when the zombie Bane was caught off guard, and with a comet-like uppercut, sent his foe crashing to the ground. The monsters that resided within Bane could only watch in horror as the bat silhouette soared into the sky, followed by the tremendous weight of the dinosaur plummeting down. Boom! Poison Ivy sat upon a chair woven from green vines, turning her head to regard Robin, who had appeared beside her. The virus Jason and I created? All those materials have been synthesized into that failed concoction by him. This is all thanks to Professor Goldblum. Robin stood quietly beside Poison Ivy. The killer croc has taken him to a safe place. He slightly inclined his head and whispered to Poison Ivy, Ivy, do you not wish to harness the power of the green to achieve something? Then he noticed Poison Ivy looking down. Half of her face transformed into a decayed, ashen hue. This nearly caused the young Robin to leap in fright. Hush! Do not make a sound, he heard Poison Ivy murmur in a voice reminiscent of the dead. The power of the green has waned to its utmost limit here, little red bird. I fear I am powerless now, and what you must do is maintain the illusion that I can still fight, rather than causing a commotion. This is impossible, Robin whispered anxiously. The power of the green should be coursing through Bane's body due to that serum. Your strength should have surged. The rot should have been dispelled. Wait a moment unless... Tim Drake's pupils suddenly constricted as he glanced at the spot where the plant master had lain. Where has Jason Wood, the plant master, gone? Feudal mortal. After a brief moment of chaos, the minions of the rot regained their composure. Even if your power surpasses ours, you remain immortal.
Bang!
Batman's iron fist, fueled by unmatched strength, struck the zombie Bane's head, causing it to bob like a rubber ball on his neck. You cannot kill what is already dead.
Bang!
Transforming once more into a colossal dinosaur, Batman pinned Bane by the collar and forcefully thrust him into the ground, compelling him to swallow the ensuing words along with a mouthful of mud. The creations of the rot uttered a venomous curse. You cannot escape death, mortal. You cannot withstand us. I do not need to withstand you. I merely need to dispel you, Chun Tao retorted, pressing the zombie Bane to the ground. Bane was not part of my plan, but fortuitously. You are. He detached the tube from his back and connected it to the tube behind the zombie Bane. Ah, what is this? Is that the Titan venom? The grotesque visage of the zombified Bane betrayed no semblance of mockery. His half-face had been split open from a recent violent blow, revealing a decayed tongue and a few remaining teeth. The so-called Titan venom could not resurrect this body. A mortal under our control would be incapable of. Silence, Chun Tao murmured. I am now Bane's bat. Though he is a bat, he is also Bane. Chun Tao reflected, then whispered. A part of Bane overlaps with me. I understand him. Yet you do not comprehend what Bane truly is. The sound was akin to acid dripping onto skin, as the zombified Bane emitted a lament that mingled two voices. What is happening? The waters of Lazarus, also known as the Fountain of Youth. A treasure I acquired from the lair of the Assassin's Guild. He heard the creature known as Batman coldly declare. This tube can link Bane and me, can not only transmit venom but also convey anything I have prepared in advance. I have long known that all living things are your nemesis. I shall always be prepared. Listen, residue, ordinarily I might share a quip or two, but I have grown weary of being referred to as a mere mortal. I intend to show you the ways of Gotham's denizens. The residue heard that person's icy judgment. You have never been to Gotham, have you? You do not understand the nature of the opponents we face. You perceive us as mortals. Yet you may have forgotten. The black of decay, while indeed a fundamental force of mystery, merely makes you its inferior agent. Before Akane, you are inconsequential. Kane. How do you know the master's name? This is of no importance. It is not Batman who speaks. The zombified Bane's eyes shifted to the other side of his face. You. I am Bane. The other half of Bane's face had regained human muscle, though devoid of any color. What of it? The hunters of the Black of Decay still clamored. How could a mere mortal escape the clutches of the Great Death? You are nothing. Yet they soon found themselves at a loss for words. For I am Bane. The ashen decay swiftly dissipated from Bane's face. I am Batman's adversary, an unprecedented rival. As long as Bane's consciousness returns, he can achieve this. Chun Tao interjected. As long as Bane desires it. The grayish decay shed from Bane's form, his fierce gaze holding an inscrutable depth. I never anticipated the current circumstances. He murmured. You saved a serpent, Batman. I am not much less dangerous than these filthy death creatures. Even with your assistance, this will not alter my resolve to crush you. Chun Tao replied. But at least, from the perspective of living beings, our lines are aligned. Your fate is to be defeated by my hand and sent to Blackgate Prison, rather than to become a mere zombie. Bane fell silent. He proclaimed, I shall spare your life. He spoke loudly. Regardless of the circumstances, we shall remain eternal adversaries. Yet, before that, I shall grant you mercy. First and foremost, you must concentrate on the present. Bane observed Batman's faint, mocking smile, the angular lines of his jaw beneath the mask leaving him entranced. He knew that even after a century, he would never forget the scene before him today. Chun Tao remarked, the most significant characteristic of decay's darkness is its insidious nature, much like a festering wound. I have long suspected that they would seize the opportunity in my absence. Suddenly, a thunderous crash resounded as massive trees toppled. Facing Bane and Chun Tao was the master of plants, completely consumed by decay's darkness. Bane's gaze remained fixed on Batman. I never imagined I would fight alongside you, my foe, he confessed. Yet I had foreseen this, my nemesis, Batman replied. Chapter 43. Soulmates. Bane had never experienced such an extraordinary sensation. With merely a glance, his counterpart could fathom his intentions. With the slightest gesture, an immediate response would follow. This uncanny synchronization resembled that of soulmates, driving him to the brink of madness. They did not appear to be adversaries who had been at each other's throats mere days prior. Rather, they resembled twin brothers, perfectly attuned to one another as if rehearsed countless times. How could this be possible? The wretched creature of decay was no match for them. A multitude of wooden splinters were effortlessly cast aside, as simple as peeling the flesh from a dragon fruit. Already weakened, he was in no condition to withstand the combined force of Bane and Batman. The remnants of decay's power lingered upon Bane, could neither erode him nor pose a threat to Batman, who could transform into metal at will. Even the deceased, once dismembered, would lose their capacity to resist. The body of the plant master was in tatters. Despite the attempts of decay's 3 hunters to manipulate it, if this corporeal form were to be shattered in a physical sense. The 3 hunters struggled to direct those under their control to make a final stand, but all they succeeded in doing was supplying Chun Tao with a continuous stream of crisis energy. Boom! Decay's creation collapsed, and the plant master, now entirely under the sway of decay, crumpled to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Various forms of rot erupted from the gaping wounds inflicted by fists. Bane, panting heavily, leaned against a nearby tree, having decimated armies and those under manipulation. His body and strength had reached their limits. Chun Tao spat at the writhing form of decay, then produced a large vial of Lazarus water, pouring it over him. Accompanied by a sound reminiscent of sizzling meat, the creature of decay lay motionless on the ground. Poison ivy regained her strength, as green tendrils gradually enveloped the plant master. Jason could not perish. He was an essential part of the green. I have no intention of killing him. Gazing at Poison Ivy's warily cautious expression, Chun Tao replied, "Control him." Poison Ivy sighed with relief. "Very well. After all, Jason is not human. I truly feared you would." Batman had undoubtedly slain countless of her sentient plants in the past. Chun Tao paid her no mind. Then, before Chun Tao could turn around, Bane leapt high into the air, proclaiming, "We shall meet again, Bat. This time, it will not be our final encounter." Chun Tao shook his head, redirecting his attention to the Cheshire Cat and the others. The power of decay waned from their forms, and they helped one another to their feet, appearing rather foolish. The Cheshire Cat's mask. The cat never removes her mask, even in the presence of her most trusted confidant. Her father forced her into a marriage with a master of toxins, a decision that directly led to her departure from home. Yet one day, the cat must confront her fate. "My visage has brought me nothing but tragedy." The ventriloquist's glasses. Arnold had never experienced the warmth of humanity until Batman graced his presence. "Batman, my divine lord." Their insignificant scratching attacks bestowed upon Chun Tao nearly 14 points of crisis energy and 3 nearly worthless Batmans. Yet what Harley Quinn delivered to Chun Tao commanded his attention: the shattered baseball bat of Harley Quinn. Introduction. The baseball bat in Harley Quinn's possession is a remnant of the large wooden mallet given to her by the Joker, repurposed into a handle by Poison Ivy herself. Despite Ivy's frequent objections to Harley's affinity for the Joker's belongings, and her tendency to transform the bat into a wooden serpent to frighten Harley, this bat remains Harley Quinn's most cherished weapon. Before Harley succumbed to the corrupting power of the decayed black, this bat was the last to shatter. However, an extraordinary affection could not alter the fate of destruction. Even the most twisted and loyal of human emotions could not elicit a response from the cruelly pale individual. Perhaps one could summon a Batman from a parallel universe. Error. Chun Tao was taken aback. It was the first time he witnessed such a bizarre change in Alfred's protocol. But could the entity summoned due to the twisted affection for the pale individual really be Batman? "No, my little pudding. He loves me. I believe he loves me." Why do you always think of Batman? "I am the one who loves you most." Crisis energy units converted. 40. Current crisis energy units held. 124. Warning. Targeting in progress. Maniacal laughter. Error. Targeting complete. The Joker.
Danger level, D.
The Iceberg Lounge in Gotham City serves as the stronghold of the supervillain Penguin. Once the largest casino and bootlegging hub in Gotham, it has now dwindled to mere smuggling operations. Under Batman's relentless pursuit, Oswald Cobblepot, the Penguin, ultimately abandoned the casino business in his old haunt. It was now past 9 in the evening, and the wickedly cruel Penguin was indulging in his late-night snack, a slice of pink strawberry cake. The Iceberg Lounge was nearing closing time. Even the criminal kingpin, after a day of lawlessness, deserved a treat. Yet, indulging in such sweets at night explains why he appeared short and stout, resembling an oversized, wrinkled fat penguin. Today, the Penguin seemed somewhat distracted. Recently, the lunatics who escaped from Arkham Asylum had wreaked near-catastrophic havoc on Gotham's order. They were all out and about. The Joker, Scarecrow, Zash, Riddler, Two-Face, an ensemble of chaos, turning Gotham into a pot of disorder. Every day, the streets echoed with gunfire and terror attacks, and his business faced either the police or unforeseen calamities. It was utterly untenable. Alas, they had all gone mad. Upon contemplating this, the Penguin let out a long sigh and poured himself a glass of milk. He refrained from drinking coffee. At his age, excessive caffeine would rob him of his slumber. In these times, lunatics seem to emerge one after another, and the recent arrival in Gotham, Bane, is no exception, an utter madman. For a legitimate criminal like him, it is becoming increasingly challenging to navigate these turbulent waters. He decided to close his doors early for the time being, waiting for Batman to restore order before proceeding further. The Penguin smacked his lips, his mind somewhat vacant under the sweet nourishment of sugar. The casino and arms business are constantly under siege, and the traditional avenues of income are becoming rather tenuous. He must devise new strategies to bolster his finances. Perhaps he could invest in ice cream trucks or a taco stand bearing his endorsement. He could then station armed henchmen at the entrance. Surely, no one would dare to rob him then. Alternatively, he might venture into the stock market. He had heard whispers of something called Bitcoin that was quite promising. Yet, just as the Penguin was indulging in the serene moment of enjoying his cake while contemplating the future of his enterprises, a flustered henchman stumbled into his office, his face a mask of terror, tripping on the opulent carpet. "This is bad. Boss, the Joker is here." With a startled gasp, the Penguin inhaled sharply, causing the milk to spray from his hooked nose. Chapter 44. A night of terror for the Penguin. The Penguin returned to his office, his elaborate hairstyle and gold-rimmed glasses unscathed, albeit dusted with remnants of the night's chaos and flecked with a few drops of blood, which he swiftly wiped away. He settled back into his chair, when his secretary hastily entered the room, her high heels silencing upon contact with the floor. She approached him quietly, gently kneading his shoulders. "So, boss?" she inquired. "What does the Joker wish to discuss with you?" She had intended to say what the Joker wanted him to do, but her instinct for self-preservation halted her tongue. "Same old story, Mavis," the Penguin replied, rubbing his temples. "Another game awaiting Batman's participation. You know the drill: hostages, explosives, and the dilemma of whom to save. A fairground on the outskirts, perhaps, or that ace chemical plant, who knows? The Joker always selects the most obscure locations. It's all rather uninspired. I'd wager there might even be piranhas involved, though this time the hostages might hold considerable weight." He sighed, taking a sip from the half-finished glass of milk. "Mayor Carlo, as you know. Just hours ago, I received intel on his spirited command of 20,000 National Guardsmen. And what happened next? He just soiled himself in my presence." He spoke with sardonic disdain, like a dog. "But even if Carlo is a dog, he remains the mayor," Mavis retorted. "Batman has his work cut out for him," the Penguin acknowledged silently. "Damn the Joker," he muttered. "Every time he visits, he always concocts a reason for mayhem." Yet, the anger soon dissipated from his visage. The lives of his slain subordinates were of little consequence to him. Dispose of the remains of those worthless bodies the Joker left in the restaurant, and clean the blood adequately. "I do not wish for any guests to remark upon a red-stained floor when we reopen tomorrow." "Yes, sir." Once his secretary departed, the Penguin finally allowed himself to relax. To soothe the frayed nerves from the day's fright, he resolved to indulge in 5 no 10 cookies. However, as he rose to search for the treats, The gentle demeanor vanished from his face. The cause of this abrupt change. Someone was breathing behind him. A simple inhalation followed by an exhalation. The penguin could even hear the hiss of air swirling by his ear. This sudden intimidation caused his heart to race, and he instinctively gasped, forgetting he was still drinking milk. Coughing violently, he expelled the milk through his nose and sprang to his feet. He knew who stood behind him. In Gotham, only one individual possessed such mastery of the art of intimidation. The penguin remarked, "Enough, Klein. Regardless of your intentions in coming here, attempting to intimidate me with your theatrics will not alter the outcome of our conversation. Well, after all these years you remain as perceptive as ever, Cobblepot." The penguin turned, only to find emptiness behind him. He redirected his gaze to see a tall, lanky man, resembling a mere stick, suddenly seated in one of the chairs in his office. The penguin wiped away some milk, revealing a familiar expression. "Klein, my old friend, I had assumed you were entirely subservient to the Joker, as I had witnessed. This is merely a temporary alliance, Cobblepot. I am bewildered as to when you developed a penchant for empty rhetoric." "Ha! Does the Joker know you've abandoned him, returning alone?" The Scarecrow fixed his gaze intensely upon the penguin's eyes. "My relationship with the Joker is strictly transactional, Cobblepot. As long as our interests diverge, this fragile alliance is susceptible to disintegration at any moment." "Indeed, you are correct. I am entirely aware of that." Observing the penguin's threat dissipate, the Scarecrow got straight to the point. "I come bearing news of Bane." He continued, "He is quite a formidable individual, and it is apparent to both of us that he has been orchestrating recent events from the shadows. I harbor no doubts about Batman's ability to thwart him, yet I believe this presents an opportune moment to unite all of Arkham." The penguin struggled to suppress a laugh, nearly causing his milk to spew from his nostrils once more. "As a friend, Klein, I believe that attempting to intimidate our colleagues will only yield counterproductive results. It is already challenging enough to keep these lunatics in check, and yet you propose to incite them into grander schemes? What then? Shall we merely stand by and watch Batman vanquish Bane? Allow Batman to once again exert his dominion over Gotham?" The penguin clicked his tongue. "You ought to prepare yourself for the task you have undertaken, to thwart all adversaries, Bane, Batman, and those obstinate colleagues of yours. Feel free to attempt to subdue them all single-handedly and fulfill your grand ambitions." The penguin continued, "If your sole desire is to claim a territory within Gotham, I could readily provide you with a parcel. But do you truly believe you can command the Arkham denizens? What means do you intend to employ to constrain them? Will it be through wealth, loyalty, or compassion? Or perhaps through the conviction of seizing or defending this city?" The penguin shook his head. "My ancestor, Nathan Cobblepot, defended Gotham during the Civil War. Individuals of his caliber, those who possess nothing compared to you, would never weep like a child while fighting for their city. Regrettably, such integrity exists only in tales, while the nature of the Arkham denizens is one of flight. You, like the Joker, are utterly deranged, you fool dressed for Halloween." External forces. The previously silent Scarecrow finally spoke. "External forces. Otherwise, why do you think I associate with the Joker?" Chun Tao quietly redirected his attention from the Alfred Protocol. The transformative abilities bestowed upon him by the agreement did not necessitate immediate application. He had ample time to delve into their intricacies. "We should return," he addressed the gathered crowd. "So when did I become your subordinate?" Poison Ivy inquired, glancing first at the ventriloquist, then at the Cheshire Cat, and finally at Deadshot, who was helping Harley Quinn to her feet. With a swift kick, she dismissed him. "Get lost. Only I can assist Harley." "That is precisely why you are accompanying us," Chun Tao remarked. He then disregarded the others and dialed Alfred's communication line. 3 minutes later, he was seated beside Alfred in the invisible aircraft.
"Alfred,
"Please connect me with Lucius," he requested. The tainted laughter of Bane and his grotesque smile evoked a sense of foreboding within Chun Tao, reminiscent of a presence he had previously envisioned. This matter must be prioritized for production, alongside plans to reclaim usable combat power. He would soon find himself occupied with numerous tasks and advancing several strategies. Chapter 45. The deal having bid farewell to the Scarecrow, the Penguin exhaled a sigh of relief and slumped back into his seat. The succession of clowns and the Scarecrow that had visited him today left him feeling utterly frazzled. Upon returning to his office, he reached for his milk, which had cooled from its initial warmth and now remained only a quarter full. The penguin resolved to finish it before calling it a night. He lifted the cup to his lips, leaning in closely to the rim. If all went according to plan, an unexpected occurrence was imminent. Yet nothing transpired. The penguin let out a breath and smiled to himself. Surely, with the clown having barged in previously and the scarecrow just moments ago, there could be no further interruptions, could there? With a sense of calm, he took a hearty gulp of the milk, only to be interrupted the next moment. A young henchman stumbled into his office, fear etched across his face, and tripped on the pristine carpet once more. "It's bad? Boss, it's Bane. Yes, here." Milk erupted from the penguin's beak-like nose once again. 10 minutes later, the penguin wore a scowl as he walked alongside Bane on the rooftop of the Iceberg Lounge. "Follow me, penguin." Noticing the penguin's silence, Bane spoke first. His voice resembled that of someone with a hole in their throat, carrying an unsettling tremor that sent chills down the penguin's spine. Oddly, this tone sounded like a pathological reaction one might expect after inhaling the Joker's concocted laughing gas. The penguin pondered silently. Having spent so many years in Gotham, he had grown accustomed to encountering the deranged afflicted by the Joker's virus. Thus, he was well acquainted with such madness. "I know the Scarecrow has visited you, hasn't he?" Initially, the penguin contemplated fabricating a lie, but it seemed futile. He was uncertain how Bane had discerned the Scarecrow's visit just moments prior. Hence, he replied, "Indeed, he came. As always." Klein lamented repeatedly, as if the world were his to command. Creating fear is his forte, yet he is invariably the most frightened of them all. You harbor reservations about him, yet you navigate between both parties. "That is your nature," Bane retorted, his eyes glinting with rationality. "Self-interest is the purest of motives. I believe in him, rely on him. Every city is governed by self-interest. I am well aware of your family's history in this city, Cobblepot. I understand the profound attachment you have to her brick walls, her mortar, her steel. Unlike those fickle Gotham misfits who yearn to win her without sacrifice, only to return defeated in the shadow of Batman." Bane continued, "Like you, I comprehend the toil that such devotion demands. I am familiar with the sensation of being manipulated, the despair that pricks like a thorn in one's back." His voice echoed in the evening breeze of Gotham. "This city has betrayed the men and women who built her. They toiled diligently only to meet their demise in the streets, and that is the law of this city, so it seems. This is the inevitable price of progress. Without the demolition of old buildings, new ones cannot rise, and death is merely a facet of the natural order. Believe me, I have only recently traversed the realm of mortality." The penguin, in his heart, scoffed. "Nonsense, have you died before?" Yet, despite his thoughts, his gaze lingered on the green shoots sprouting from the other half of Bane's physique. These shoots ought to flourish upon the branches of a century-old tree, not sprout upon Bane's biceps. "I approached you with little caution, Bane, for I am aware that, at this moment, we still require one another," the penguin stated, unwilling to squander time on sentimental reflections. "You are accustomed to navigating the winds of fortune, penguin, while I shall remain steadfast and unwavering." Bane placed his large hands upon the penguin's shoulders, fully aware that should the penguin desire it, these hands could easily sever his neck in an instant. "You are simultaneously suspected by both me and those from Arkham. Indeed, it is a peculiar talent. I do not find it dishonorable to employ any means necessary. However," the penguin observed that Bane had turned his attention away, standing at the edge of the rooftop, quietly surveying the cool city swaying in the evening breeze. "It is a place both chaotic and orderly, organized yet anarchic, the constant tug-of-war embodying the true torment that has afflicted Gotham over the decades. It has been this way long before either of us, even before Batman. For so many years, Gotham has festered in decay, and Arkham Asylum stands as the city's largest breeding ground for madness. It is time for us to eradicate this spiritual malignancy that drains the life from the city. I shall provide Gotham with something it truly needs, a resolute direction. And you, Cobblepot, I require you to furnish me with intelligence concerning Blackgate Prison, and when the Arkham inmates seek refuge with you, I expect you to relay their information to me, or even join my ranks. Intelligence and opportunity shall be your domain, while treachery will become your ruthless expertise." The Penguin, unflinching, locked eyes with the towering figure of Bane. Yet, I would prefer to remain a bystander, Bane. I have already surmised your intentions for Blackgate Prison, which is precisely why I engage in this discourse with you. There lies something of great interest to me, something you could readily provide when you are in a position of power. The Penguin adjusted the brim of his hat. His name is Ignatius Ogilvy. He was once my right hand, Emperor Penguin. I regarded him as my own child. He chuckled softly, but as he raised his gaze, the smile on his face seemed to be swiftly wrenched away, akin to a marionette losing control. He was one who aspired to usurp my position. I have much to repay him, and he owes me a life. His reckless existence. You must bring him to me. Bane acquiesced. Bruce, have you truly made your decision? Lucius Fox serves as the president and chief technology officer of Wayne Enterprises. He is not only Batman's trusted scientist, but also one of the few privy to the Dark Knight's true identity. A completely sealed jar of tempered glass, once closed, remains eternally impervious to reopening, its insides utterly sealed, layered in such a manner that not even a whisper of gas escapes. Lucius repeatedly sought confirmation from Chun Tao regarding his request. Must it be equipped with high-tech devices capable of reducing a living being to quark-level particles, ensuring instantaneous death and eliminating any possibility of resurrection? The scientist couldn't help but internally scoff. Who could possibly be resurrected after being reduced to quark-level particles? And do you think quarks are akin to the ice cream you purchased downstairs or some novel web browser? Thus, he could only scratch his head in exasperation. While reducing someone to quark level is unfeasible, terminating the life of the individual within the glass coffin poses no challenge. The sole question remains, Bruce, are you truly prepared to commit murder? Chapter 46, Indifference and Banquets. How can I, Bruce Wayne, encapsulate Gotham City in a single word? Home? Family? Purpose? Yet, the truth remains. I am unable to articulate an answer to this inquiry. Amidst the melodious strains of music, Chun Tao, clad in formal attire, stood at the center of a brilliantly illuminated hall. The elite of Gotham's high society had gathered for a charity gala, orchestrated by the illustrious billionaire Bruce Wayne, which had been postponed for 6 days due to Bruce's health concerns and was originally scheduled for March 29th, 3 months prior. At this moment, most attendees were aware that I had lost my parents during my childhood. Deep within, I understood that despite the profound anguish, circumstances would eventually improve. My point is, when we find ourselves in an environment fraught with challenges or trepidation, pondering what our city is becomes futile. For as we survey the streets and edifices we have built, they are mere reflections of our fears and frustrations, the demons that reside within us. If we cease to dwell on the present or reflect on the past, and instead cast our gaze toward the future, questioning what tomorrow may hold, then we are indeed asking the right questions. Embracing hope, nurturing dreams, and welcoming the future equates to actively shaping our city rather than being shaped by it. Chun Tao's gaze swept over the assembly. They were judges, legislators, and entrepreneurs, the embodiment of Gotham's justice, painstakingly cultivated by Bruce Wayne over the years before his departure. Bruce had nearly propelled the initiative to this juncture, and it was now up to Chun Tao to maintain their morale. Damn it, Chun Tao thought. To rejuvenate this beleaguered city, Bruce Wayne had meticulously constructed a system of sustenance and resilience from the ground up, leveraging time and wealth. With the presence of these conscientious judges, legislators, and entrepreneurs, even if Gotham's corrupt officials were to vanish, Batman would never resort to such brutish methods. Sigh. Chun Tao fully grasped the immense challenge of establishing such a system. The energy expended and the effort invested were beyond imagination. This was Bruce Wayne's lifeline for Gotham, prepared before his untimely departure. Could this time traveler truly overcome insurmountable odds and carry forth Bruce Wayne's vision? The weight of such responsibility was profoundly burdensome. Yet, at the very least, before he could successfully identify a successor, he must sustain this endeavor until Superman or Wonder Woman could assume stewardship of the city. Chun Tao steadied himself and continued to read Bruce Wayne's prepared remarks. I understand that many of you may harbor doubts, as our city has been shrouded in violence, with countless criminals escalating to a point where military intervention is necessary to suppress them. The order has been disrupted to an unsustainable extent, yet we are aware that this turmoil shall eventually pass. Our duty lies in eradicating the very roots that foster such riots and the malevolence of Gotham. I shall invest the necessary funds to support my words. Once the unrest subsides, Wayne Enterprises will boldly and swiftly commence investments in Gotham's future. We have collaborated with several local design firms to devise a reconstruction plan aimed at revitalizing Gotham's most dilapidated industrial neighborhoods. Building upon this foundation, we intend to undertake a sweeping expansion of Gotham's public transportation system, modernizing it comprehensively. These plans fill me with hope and exhilaration. It is challenging to articulate my emotions to you. In the coming days, we will unveil further details, but at this moment, I implore you to transcend the contrast between Gotham's past and present. I ask you to take a moment to envision with me what Gotham's future holds. Thank you. Now, my friends, I urge you to join me in investing in Gotham's future. I assure you that if we unite in this endeavor, if we collaborate with resolve, a brighter and more splendid Gotham is merely a step away. Thank you. Thank you. Amidst the melodious strains of the banquet, Chun Tao raised his glass of champagne, blending into the eager crowd. Well done, Bruce, truly inspiring. Chun Tao did not look back. Tim, what is the status of Solomon Grundy? Clad in formal attire, Robin held a glass of juice and shrugged. All set. Our grayish friend is now thriving in the swamp. The locator is in place, and we provide his daily sustenance. He is always ready to be armed with a potent tranquilizer, ready to be deployed to any battlefield. So now he serves as our living bomb. He continued, Poison Ivy and the Suicide Squad have been consolidated as expected. Ivy cannot resist the allure of those rare plants for salvation, especially since she and Harley are inseparable. According to Ivy, the plant master Jason Wood has been significantly incapacitated. Her exact words were, Jason may be powerful, but he is no Swamp Thing. For at least half a century, he cannot hope to regain his former strength. In other words, that Super Treyant can now only function as genuine lumber. The other members of the Suicide Squad are maintaining order in Gotham. I must concede they possess a certain prowess. Tim frowned slightly and remarked, at least they are more than capable of dealing with those third-rate villains, especially Deadshot. Although Poison Ivy's abilities are easily countered, she should face no significant issues unless she encounters exceptionally formidable opponents. However, when it comes to the Joker, Two-Face, or the Riddler, we never expected them to handle such freaks. Chun Tao replied, Continue with the updates. Bane remains untraceable. We have yet to ascertain his location. He deliberately avoids our bat cameras. Houses pose no hindrance for him, thus he is not bound by traditional pathways. As anticipated, the results were grim. Chun Tao remarked, Proceed. The National Guard structure had essentially disintegrated, and the situation on the battlefield was utterly devastating. Robin Tun paused briefly before continuing, The Joker has taken Mayor Carlo hostage and, in a final act of madness, launched a super-double Joker gas bomb into the heart of our positions. Approximately one-third of our soldiers perished either from Bane's onslaught or the Joker's poisonous gas, with even ambulances failing to arrive in time. Robin Tun added, The remaining survivors fared little better. It was, after all, the deranged command of the Joker-controlled Mayor Carlo that led even the cooks of our battalion into the fray. Following the explosion of the bomb, the hospitals of Gotham were inundated with casualties, many of whom will endure prolonged bouts of uncontrollable laughter and uncertain recovery for 3 to 4 months, while the state government has ceased to provide any further support to the city. Tim hesitated before stating, in other words, Gotham has been abandoned. And there is one more thing, Tim said, Are you truly going to disregard the challenge the Joker has sent you? Chapter 47. The missed appointment. What I mean to convey is that the Joker has indeed kidnapped Mayor Carlo. After all, he is a mayor, albeit one with limited power and a head filled with ambitions. Nevertheless, he is the mayor of Gotham City. Would the Joker not have some regard for him? Chun Tao interrupted, asserting that before a fish is hooked, the bait cannot be at fault. While this sentiment holds some truth, had it been the genuine Batman, he would have undoubtedly rushed to rescue him. For if he were to fail his appointment, the Joker might not harm Mayor Carlo. Yet there exists a possibility that he might. The outcome of this situation remains an uncertain one. It could unfold favorably or dismally. The true Batman would never wager another's life on his understanding of the Joker. However, Chun Tao is different. The traveler opts for a high-stakes gamble, for if he loses, it is not his own life at stake. He refuses to be treated like a stray dog, summoned and dismissed by the Joker, only to then engage in futile altercations with the other inmates of Arkham, exhausting himself in the process. The lunatics released from Arkham by Bane must be dealt with. That is inevitable, but certainly not in such a manner. It is precisely at that moment that these mercenaries will come into play. After all, what is the purpose of spending money? To confront Bane in a state of fatigue? He is not foolish. Instead, he plans to use Bane's own strategies against him. Have the items been delivered to the Joker? Tim nodded, akin to a chick pecking at grains. In the outskirts, at the amusement park, the Joker's various peculiar henchmen languidly occupied the bumper cars and Ferris wheel. These bumper cars had been modified into artillery vehicles, veritable instruments of death, while the Ferris wheel had been accelerated to a pace that would leave Batman's brain reeling should he dare to ascend. Yet all of this was of little consequence. The Joker informed them that Batman would arrive, yet he was already 2 hours late.
Impossible.
I made my notification to the Penguin exceedingly clear. Batman would never behave in such a manner. The Joker began to lose his composure. This isn't Batman, the Scarecrow's voice chimed in from the side. Perhaps the Penguin failed to notify him.
Impossible.
The Joker retorted. I witnessed him send the message. His agitation grew as he paced back and forth, the grin on his face diminishing considerably. He rushed forward and seized Mayor Carlo by the collar. Are you not some extraterrestrial robot or puppet?
No, no.
I am merely an ordinary man, a genuine human being. Please, let me go. The mayor wept, his body unbound by a single length of rope, yet he dared not flee. His tears were not a result of the Joker's intimidation, but rather because beneath his seat lay 4 pressure-sensitive landmines, and around his neck was a bomb set to remote and timed detonations. He was nothing short of a human powder keg. Is this moving? He dared not move. Perhaps Batman is simply preoccupied. The Scarecrow remarked. The prolonged wait has nearly extinguished my patience. Why can we not engage in something more meaningful? Something that truly instills fear in the city and allows us to seize control, rather than confining ourselves to this utterly mundane amusement park? He observed the Joker completely disregarding him, mumbling to himself in a trance-like state, which ignited a flicker of anger within him. Why is it that bats are beyond comprehension? I understand bats. When a bat raises its rear, I know precisely what it intends to excrete. The Joker replied, appearing remarkably sane, exuding a semblance of rational deduction akin to a pale-skinned detective. The Scarecrow sensed that the Joker's madness had deepened. However, at that moment, a drone intruded upon the meticulously crafted trap of the Joker. The Scarecrow watched as the Joker, overjoyed as a child anticipating candy, dashed after it. Beneath the bat drone hung a tape recorder. The Joker eagerly seized the recorder and pressed the play button. This is Batman. The Joker's expression instantly transformed into one of elation, but it swiftly morphed into fury upon hearing Batman's words. Joker, you are no longer the greatest threat. Do not send me messages through the Penguin. I fear Bane may misconstrue my lack of attention to him. Soon, the police, National Guard, or some other force will arrive to deal with the mess you've created. Please cease your harassment, a Scarecrow said. The next moment, he found himself gazing into the Joker's reddened eyes. Bane arrived at Blackgate Penitentiary Island under the cover of night. Most of his henchmen were disembarking, as he summoned those he had scattered throughout Gotham, including the brawny men brought from St. Priscilla Island. He led the entire squad underwater into Blackgate Prison. Through the sewage pipes. Typically, the railings of sewage pipes would be electrified, but since Bane had landed 2 punches on them, that was no longer a concern. Bane and his men were intimately familiar with every inch of Blackgate Prison. Clearly, this was a vital part of the grand scheme, meticulously planned for some time. Before Bane fully entered Blackgate, a mass breakout had already occurred. Thus, when Bane arrived, the revelry was at its zenith. After Bane relentlessly snapped the necks of hundreds, none dared to challenge his authority any longer. Beep, beep, beep. Bane answered his phone. A somewhat exasperated voice on the other end belonged to the Penguin. I feel like that foolish child stuck between 2 contrasting classmates in elementary school, constantly relaying messages back and forth. He continued, I have a dossier on who the Joker truly is, and I can assure you it originates from Batman himself. He added, While I do not understand why Batman would share this information with you, I believe he must think you could put it to good use. Send it over. Bane replied coolly, then ended the call saying, bring the warden and his entourage to me. I intend to thoroughly consolidate the military strength of this prison. Allow me to introduce Mr. Bruce Wayne, Lincoln March, Chief Operating Officer of March Ventures, and candidate for the mayor of Gotham City. Yes, I am aware that the medical branch of March Ventures, led by Leslie Tompkins, in the East End is funded by you, is it not? Chun Tao recited the information he had seen prior to the banquet, yet suddenly felt a jolt in his mind. He recognized who the individual truly was. Lincoln March. Was he not a subordinate of the Court of Owls? Chun Tao gazed at him, as the talons of the Court of Owls revealed a composed smile. Regarding investment, I am indeed very interested, and I would like to be a part of this, Bruce. Can we discuss the details? Chun Tao stared at him intently. Mr. Bruce? Certainly, he replied. What are your thoughts? Chapter 48. Deception at the Old Wayne Building. As the elevator doors opened with a soft chime, Chun Tao stepped onto the 14th floor, where he encountered Lincoln March, standing there like a silent, elegant statue. Bruce, I was just about to express my gratitude for meeting with me. I can only imagine how busy you must be these days. Not too busy to meet with Lincoln March, the next mayor of Gotham, as the gossip suggests? I suppose so, Chun Tao replied with a smile. Yet, I harbor no doubts regarding the veracity of the rumors. I have been perusing articles about you, the self-made financial prodigy turned philanthropist. Your narrative is both captivating and impeccable. Lincoln March sensed an underlying implication when Bruce uttered the word impeccable, but gazing into his sincere eyes, he dismissed it as mere overthinking. You have also done commendable deeds. You funded the boys' home and initiated after-school literacy programs. Chun Tao produced a check, scribbling on it. What do you think? Does this figure meet your satisfaction? Bruce, I did not come here to solicit your funds, but do not misconstrue that every penny is appreciated. Lincoln March replied, damn, Mayor Carlo has about 10 lines of credit functioning around the clock, and the sources of funding are, at best, questionable. If you seek public endorsement, I fear I cannot provide it. I do not desire public endorsement. All I truly seek is your vote. Chun Tao silently observed Lincoln March's performance, the man's expression earnest. Well, if you enjoy this game so much, why not indulge him further? Your vote. You traveled all this way for a single vote, Lincoln. Indeed, but what you are currently undertaking aligns with my beliefs. The Gotham reconstruction plan is a noble endeavor, and frankly, I view you as a friend. Cynics would argue you see an opportunity. Yes, cynics might also contend that your new Gotham initiative serves to enhance corporate image, as it is a publicly held project yet caters to private interests. Is that not the gossip at present? Perhaps they may be correct. I must take my leave. I shall leave the check on the table. Bruce, you know I lost my parents during my childhood. Chun Tao paused. The emotional play had begun. A classic parental narrative. Regardless, when attempting to deceive Batman, one should first draw the conversation into unfamiliar territory. Strange, isn't it? I remember only fragments, mere details. I can hardly recall my mother's visage. Yet, I vividly remember the brooch she wore that fateful day of the accident. It was a ceramic heart-shaped brooch I crafted for her at school, lopsided and imperfect, yet she pinned it to her charming dress, my awkward little creation. I cannot recall the moment we were struck by the drunken driver. I find myself struggling to recall the precise circumstances of the accident. Yet, I distinctly remember witnessing the brooch resting on the ground, untouched and unscathed, devoid of any cracks or fractures, simply lying there on the road. My only wish was for someone to pick it up. After that fateful night, when I lost everything I held dear, I languished in a state of utter despondency for an extended period, harboring a profound disdain for this world. However, fortune smiled upon me when I secured funding for my tuition, enabling me to pursue my studies at the city college. This city saved me. Gotham saved me, Bruce. In my solitary wanderings, this city bestowed upon me a sense of purpose, and I wager it has done the same for you. When I gaze upon you, I see an ally, a true ally, aware as you must be that genuine allies are a rarity in this city, particularly in these trying times. Chun Tao chuckled softly. Mr. March, I have always believed that the best way to understand a city is to explore it on foot. He turned, standing before the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, stretching his body as he gazed into the distance, where the distant city lights twinkled like stars against the velvety night. Feel the cracks in the pavement beneath your feet. An indescribable aura enveloped Lincoln March. He could not fathom the reason, yet merely seeing Bruce Wayne standing there with a glass in hand left him somewhat breathless. The parking lot, blanketed in snow, exuded an eerie brilliance of silence. The elevated train passing overhead from 3rd Street, accompanied by the hissing and sputtering of sparks, the rhythmic ticking of the traffic lights in the dead of night. But do you know what is most intriguing? He observed Bruce Wayne turning, the light streaming in from behind him, casting half of his face into shadow. Everything in Gotham appears so overtly evident on the surface. Yet should you endeavor to comprehend Gotham on a deeper level, you would expend a lifetime, only to remain utterly oblivious. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. March? Gotham possesses a singular subterranean cavern. Lincoln March was perplexed as to why the conversation had veered in this direction. There exists but one, in fact, the only one located beneath the Willowbrook Children's Rescue Center in Kane County, which many years ago served as Gotham's affiliated hospital for the treatment of pediatric mental illnesses and neurological disorders. Operating until 18 years ago, Lincoln March's complexion gradually shifted. This was a secret known only to him and the court. They had kept it well concealed all these years. How had Batman acquired this information? Surely, he gleaned it from the comics. Chun Tao observed his serious demeanor, secretly amused. He continued, I once had a brother, Thomas Wayne too, Mr. March. As Chun Tao spoke, he covertly studied Lincoln March. His amusement deepened as he recounted a tale transformed by the hand of a time traveler. When I was 3 years old, my mother was pregnant with him, and we met with an accident. I do not recall that incident, but records remain. He was my brother, a premature infant born with congenital defects. Lincoln March felt his heart race faster. The knowledge possessed by Bruce Wayne far exceeds his expectations, which signifies that all his previous assumptions about the other party must be completely reevaluated. The records from Gotham Mercy Hospital indicate that my brother, young Thomas Wayne, was forcibly brought into this world under emergency circumstances. He was given a name and soon connected to a ventilator, but the physicians reported that he suffered from severe neurological damage. Due to the gravity of his condition, he was deemed highly likely to become a permanent vegetable in order to endure the initial trauma. Yet he miraculously survived. My parents secretly sent him to Willowbrook Hospital for treatment, harboring the belief that the car accident was anything but ordinary. In a bid to protect that fragile infant and to safeguard him from potential malevolent forces, they entrusted him to Willowbrook. Chun Tao fixed his gaze upon Lincoln March's face. My parents loved my brother dearly. However, no one anticipated that merely half a month later, that tiny infant would vanish without a trace. Chun Tao continued. My parents searched for him until their dying days, and I have been searching as well, for so many years. Lincoln March's hands trembled. Yet we have found nothing. Tell me, March, where could that child possibly be? Chapter 49. Beneath the moonlight, Lincoln March is but a figment of existence, a mere paper figure conjured by the Court of Owls. Brainwashed, he resolutely believes himself to be the tragically short-lived younger brother of Bruce Wayne, who existed for a mere 12 hours. Martha Wayne frequently visited the Willow Hospital during her lifetime, attending to each child she sponsored, with a heart-shaped pin serving as a symbol of honor. The Court of Owls exploited this evidence to persuade Lincoln, asserting that he was indeed Bruce Wayne's brother. Gradually, they guided Lincoln into believing he was a forsaken child, abandoned by his parents and older brother, nurturing within him a burgeoning animosity toward the Wayne family. Their initial scheme was to leverage Lincoln to claim the Wayne Enterprises' fortune, but their plans faltered with Bruce Wayne's unexpected return. Thus, they fashioned Lincoln March, compelling him to aid in their endeavor to reshape the city, proclaiming, "You shall become the beak of the great owl." Yet, it became evident that Lincoln was not as compliant as he appeared. He genuinely desired the city, much like the villains who sought to dominate it. Ultimately, Lincoln's antagonism toward Bruce Wayne stemmed not merely from an irreconcilable desire for control over the city, but also from a sense of abandonment. His brother had forgotten him. What if Chun Tao were to weave a new tale at this juncture? That his parents had not forsaken him, and that his brother had never ceased searching for him, only to have their efforts thwarted by the Court of Owls, who snatched him from his sickbed, instigating the tragedy of his existence? How might Lincoln's demeanor transform then? Listen, Joker, Scarecrow approached from behind. Batman is deliberately provoking you. He seeks to incite your rage, leading you into a confrontation with Bane, which plays right into Batman's hands. His words flowed rapidly, yet despite his fervent efforts, he felt utterly incapable of calming the irate Joker. Those like them were emotional creatures, while individuals like him, who specialized in fear, were rare. Despite being a psychologist, Scarecrow lacked the experience needed to contend with a lunatic of the Joker's caliber. Ah! He heard the Joker emit a low chuckle, which soon escalated into a hysterical cackle. Ha ha ha! With a sudden crash, the Joker sprang to his feet and kicked a drone, sending it tumbling to the ground. A henchman nearby, caught off guard, was instantly knocked down. Before anyone could react, the Joker seized a henchman's assault rifle and unleashed a barrage of gunfire upon the drone and the fallen thug. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat. The flames illuminated his pallid visage, followed by the radio. When the Joker finally expended his fury, the scene was left with a lifeless body, eyes wide open in death, and a heap of shattered metal. An oppressive silence enveloped the room, as all present were rendered mute, paralyzed by the chilling atmosphere. Joker? Only the Scarecrow dared to speak without fear. He tentatively inquired, "Your mental state appears rather troubling." "I am perfectly fine." "Ah, what could possibly be wrong with me?" He laughed while tossing the submachine gun back to his subordinate, playfully tapping their heads together as a gesture of encouragement, akin to an ordinary corporate executive. He smiled and remarked, "Batman employs such base tactics to provoke me. A choice of utmost folly." He continued, "Klein, you need not regard me as a fool. Am I the sort to impulsively yield to Batman's whims and immediately launch an attack on Bane? Indeed, you are a lunatic. The likelihood of such an event may be small, yet it is by no means non-existent," the Scarecrow mused. Of course, he would never utter such thoughts in the presence of the Joker. Thus, the reticent Scarecrow merely nodded slightly and asked, "Well then, what shall we do next?" "What to do?" The Joker picked up a submachine gun, laughing. "What else? Our dear Batman has calculated that we shan't kill Mayor Carlo today. Ha ha ha. Hence, he feels invincible. So why don't we seek him out ourselves? What, do you know Batman's whereabouts?" Before the Scarecrow could finish his sentence, he observed the Joker flipping over the back of a radio, soon discovering the address of Gotham's old Wayne Tower. "We shall storm Wayne Tower," he declared. "This is likely a trap," the Scarecrow cautioned, meticulously scrutinizing the address the Joker had secretly placed within the radio. "Batman is practically daring you. Going to that location is undoubtedly a trap." The tall Scarecrow offered his opinion. "I suggest we ignore him entirely. It is not worth the risk." Before he could finish, he caught sight of the Joker's bloodshot eyes and realized his words had fallen on deaf ears. The Scarecrow recognized his folly. He had intended to unite the Joker, this formidable ally, yet had forgotten that he was a madman, and madmen care little for plans. Indeed, the Scarecrow was also a lunatic. What a devilish irony. Only a madman would associate with another madman, deeply understanding the feelings of others when they beheld his madness. "Good heavens, you would not want to engage in such folly," the Scarecrow declared. He could not permit his meticulously crafted scheme of terror to unravel due to his companion's reckless actions, and he stood on equal footing with the Joker. The Joker had no right to alter their plans without his consent. "You will regret it if you persist in your obstinacy," he warned the Joker. "This is sheer suicide." "Joker," the Scarecrow asserted, "Batman has laid a trap awaiting your return. I will not accompany you. No chance." "What do you mean, no chance?" "I mean the target is far too insignificant, Joker. After we joined forces, we promised to annihilate the entire city, not merely a single individual. However, this city, you foolish creature, belongs to him. Once we eliminate him, Gotham will be ours. Moreover, for our own sake, we must proceed with this plan. We cannot allow that outsider, Bane, to divert Batman's attention from us. Are you really going to act like a fool and just walk away? I fail to comprehend the significance of Batman's focus on us. What does it contribute to our scheme? Dismiss that thought, you jester. I am weary of your autocratic ways." The Joker's countenance darkened. "So, you have made your decision, have you?" In an instant, he delivered a sudden punch to Scarecrow's face. You would strike me for the sake of Batman? An unwise move indeed. Scarecrow staggered back, raising the fear toxin in his hand. I can crush him whenever I wish. Ha ha ha, your fear gas. The Joker laughed maniacally. I am eagerly anticipating it. Well, that is the tale of why he now lies on the ground, bruised and battered. The fear toxin had no effect on the Joker, yet he spared Scarecrow's life, merely reducing him to a pitiful state, akin to a dying stray dog. Wow, it seems my arrival was rather ill-timed. Someone entered the room. Scarecrow first noticed a pair of feet, brown leather boots, and a grayish-white trench coat. But when Scarecrow raised his head, he discovered that it was his old acquaintance, Edward Nygma, the Riddler. Strangely, Nygma was not clad in his iconic green coat adorned with question marks, nor did he carry his question mark cane or wear his signature eye mask and green hat. Instead, he was dressed in casual attire, resembling an office worker just off duty. Wow, what is going on? I heard the Joker was with you. This is quite troublesome and unexpected. Scarecrow observed as the Riddler knelt down and inquired, Can you kindly inform me where the Joker has gone? Really, the plan is halfway through. If the lead actor simply runs off, there is no way to continue. Scarecrow struggled to prop himself up. Upon seeing the figure bound in a straitjacket, pushed in a small cart by the Riddler, Scarecrow rose from the ground. You actually brought him here. God, I am astonished. Nygma, what on earth are you planning? Chapter 50. The Riddler, Part 1. Let us rewind a few hours. At this moment, the Riddler has yet to arrive before the Scarecrow that the Joker has battered and discarded upon the floor. He remains within the precinct, having just been apprehended by Commissioner Gordon. Generally speaking, a character of the Riddler's caliber is not typically within the purview of Commissioner Gordon's solitary capture. However, this event has transpired, suggesting that it is likely a conspiracy. The female officer beside Gordon inserted a USB drive into the computer. It is currently reading. It will be but a moment. We will slow it down. Frame by frame. Here it comes. Gordon, seated at the elevated desk of Gotham's police station, adjusted his glasses. This occurred several hours ago. The victim of the murder was John Peterson. There it is. The screen gradually illuminated, presenting a grainy black and white image, occasionally disrupted by signal interference, evoking an absurd and haunting quality akin to a silent film. Typically, our victim would return via subway, yet on that fateful day, he opted for a taxi. Now observe the left side. Jim Gordon squinted. There stood the Riddler. As the surveillance footage captured him, he had already drawn his firearm. Do you see? In his left hand. I recall the Riddler is not left-handed. In truth, the events unfolded in the blink of an eye, devoid of hesitation, or any other actions. The female officer's voice echoed. It is unclear whether he spoke. We examined closely, and his lips did not appear to move. Thus, based on our current understanding, we deduce he likely did not utter a word. Gordon had already surmised what would transpire next, though he found it hard to believe. Here is the moment he fired. Commissioner Gordon pressed his lips together. He witnessed the Riddler in the footage raising the gun against the innocent victim's nape. Bang! The sound of the gunshot reverberated in Jim Gordon's ears, even though the footage bore no sound, remaining as silent as a tomb. A single shot to the head. Instant death. Panic erupted among the crowd, fleeing from the source of the commotion. The female officer continued. The Riddler lowered his weapon, not aiming at or attacking anyone else. The crowd remained in disarray. He discarded the gun beside the victim's lifeless body, and it remained untouched until we arrived at the scene. Remarkably calm, devoid of screams or any similar reactions, utterly professional up to this point. He had not spoken a single word. This was the first patrol car to arrive hastily. Coincidentally, an officer named Sean was a half-block away. He emerged from the vehicle, vocally confronting the Riddler. He heard it. Gordon remarked, "Undoubtedly, this constitutes the entirety of the evidence regarding the Riddler's public execution of John Peterson." Commissioner Gordon observed as the Riddler turned to face the camera, producing a card emblazoned with the Batman emblem from his breast pocket. He smiled gently and then inquired, "Where is he?" The interrogation room. The lamp was turned on, and the Riddler tilted his head slightly, evading the piercing light. Director Gordon sat down opposite him. He wouldn't come. Edward wasn't worth his time. Do you know what the oldest riddle is? It dates back to ancient Sumer, approximately 4,000 years ago. He raised the shackles on his wrist slightly. I am everywhere yet invisible. I often manage to escape, but I am never free. I shall find you at the crossroads and even pursue you to the next street corner. What am I? Death. I can be shattered, uttered, created, and toyed with. What am I? I have no time to play riddles with you. Director Gordon interrupted. Nigma. You shot poor John Peterson in broad daylight and then waited for the police to arrive. Was there a reason for your actions? Did he owe you money? Do you owe him money? Did you lose at poker to him? Or perhaps he slept with your girlfriend. Do you even have a girlfriend? The answer is a joke. So does that mean you are negative about the girlfriend? You do not like jokes? The Riddler replied, smiling gently, bashful like a student answering a question in class, his eyes seemingly filled with innocent folly. Shall we guess another one? How did the Joker know that little Barbara was at home that day? How did he know where you lived? How did he bypass your security system? We both know him. He is an odd fellow, both mad and complex, yet not particularly skilled at planning. The Riddler mimicked a phone call, impersonating the Joker. Hey dear, how's the love plan going? I want to create a bad day, but I have no idea where to start. Well, how about Jack targets the sheriff and his daughter? I've planned everything, but it's too simple. I find it boring. Sing me a song and I'll hand it over to you. Wow, that sounds perfect, Ed. Listen, I'll even throw in a dance for free. Ah, 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 ah. The Riddler spoke lightly, while a girl's fate was cruelly painted over, like an inky stain on a wall. Gordon slowly clenched his fists, repeatedly reminding himself that the Riddler merely sought to provoke him. He could not allow his emotions to be so easily manipulated. Doing so would signify a complete loss of control and mental instability, a perilous state when confronting the Riddler. How dare you? Gordon suddenly leaped from his seat, grasping the Riddler's neck. How dare you? But in the next moment, Gordon forcibly restrained himself, suppressing his fury. Cough, cough, cough. The Riddler coughed painfully behind him. Are you all right, Gordo? You don't seem very happy. Oh no. Has everyone discovered Sergeant Sarah's predicament? How could you? Her and then compel her to transfer. This way, you can conceal your infidelities from your pregnant wife. She was once your subordinate, my friend, with her own career, and then... Well, we are all aware of the subsequent events, aren't we? Poor woman. Jim Gordon gradually calmed himself. His anger was slowly supplanted by shame, and just as he was about to succumb to it, he suddenly realized that, before the Riddler, his emotions were as malleable as clay. Thus, he turned away, no longer facing his captive. Yet, everything felt amiss. For years, every time the Riddler committed a crime, a riddle was left at the scene. A passionate murder devoid of a riddle? This contradicted the Riddler's established modus operandi. Edward Nigma should have scorned such base criminality. Gordon felt an unsettling sense. It seemed that something was amiss. The Riddler appeared to be no longer the individual he once was. Nevertheless, at this moment, he was already ensnared. Gordon stated, "You will be transported to the newly renovated Arkham Asylum. You can await your fate there. Perhaps Batman will find the time to interrogate you." He gazed at the Riddler, his pupils reflecting the sinister smile on the latter's face. "Do you believe it?" he heard Edward Nigma proclaim, escaping the cage. Takes merely 20 seconds. Chapter 51. The Riddler, Part 2. Prisoner Edward Nigma. You must maintain absolute silence. Any conversation, noise, movement, or resistance will be met with swift and severe punishment. Now, in preparation for your assignment to Block C, please place your hands before you. Jim Gordon was preparing to personally don the Riddler in a restraint suit. Here was a state-of-the-art prisoner transport vehicle, reinforced not only with a fortified body and bulletproof glass, but also with metal protective materials on the doors and windows to ensure that the escorted prisoner could not escape. Inside the vast compartment, more than 20 armed guards stood vigilant, each clad in bulletproof vests and wielding rifles. Gordon was confident that such a formidable escort would render even the Riddler incapable of escape. Probably. Have you spoken to him? The Riddler inquired. Is this really such a rush to transfer me to Arkham? I do not appreciate being forewarned. Let us commence with the threat of rubber bullets, Director Gordon replied. He turned to the officer beside him. Make him kneel. The officer raised his weapon, aiming at the Riddler. Click, click, click. 5 or 6 guns were almost simultaneously trained on the Riddler's forehead, the laser red dots accentuating the ominous atmosphere. Let us ponder a riddle, the Riddler proposed. How much time does one require to escape a prison cage? 10 seconds? 15 seconds? Half a minute? An hour? Or even a lifetime? A chill, inexplicable yet palpable, crawled up Gordon's spine. The answer is 20 seconds. Silence, you. Jim Gordon comprehended the Riddler's intent, but it now appeared somewhat too late. Hey, Andrew, wait a moment, do not heed Gordon's words. Remember, you have 3 children, Maya, Caroline, and Caitlin, at the Conway Bright Community School. Hearing the familiar names, the officer's weapon immediately dipped slightly. And I have escaped Arkham a dozen times. I shall do so again. I will find them and I will kill them. What? The soldier murmured. A profound terror seized Director Gordon's heart. Officer, you have received orders, not options. Chris, does Gordon know you are secretly accepting bribes from Two-Face? You are also involved in Black Mask's drug distribution network. However, you may have forgotten that Harvey Dent was a former district attorney, and district attorneys are accustomed to gathering evidence of all crimes. Herein lies the most intriguing aspect. The evidence he has amassed is sufficient to confine you in Blackgate Penitentiary for a century. And I possess this evidence, dear Chris. If you do not comply with my directives, all that you have done will be revealed immediately. Oh dear, I had not realized your colleague seems to have overheard your misdeeds. Alas, it appears that they are all aware of your transgressions. Once they return, they will undoubtedly report you. Do you truly wish to share a cell with those you have incarcerated? Allow me to propose a more palatable solution. What are your thoughts on the notion of eliminating everyone present to safeguard your secret? Naturally, you must also protect me, for should I perish, your clandestine matters shall be laid bare. Gordon observed as Chris's hand trembled upon the gun's trigger. Chris, do not trust the Riddler. Before Gordon could complete his warning, he witnessed Chris turn the gun upon himself. Damn it, Jim Gordon cursed. Quickly silence him. Daryl, Jill, Christopher, Raphael, Ron, Connor, Josh. It seems I am acquainted with each of you, along with your dear, sweet families who are soon to meet their demise, and the darkest, most hidden secrets you harbor. It feels as though this is our first encounter. The Riddler remarked, what an intriguing conundrum. Bang! As the cerulean shield enveloped the Riddler, Commissioner Gordon stood in stunned disbelief at the scene unfolding before him. Suddenly, one officer, without warning, shot his comrade in the head, and chaos erupted as gunfire rang out, plunging the situation into utter disarray. Bullets pierced flesh, burrowing through sinew, halting at bone, as another officer fell silently. All were seasoned professionals from the same system, acutely aware of one another's tactics. Strike preemptively. It begins, the Riddler declared. The cerulean shield floated around him, encasing Commissioner Gordon within it like a bubble, shielding him from the erratic gunfire, yet perhaps subjecting him to a far crueler torment. No, lower your weapon. Do you hear me? Commissioner Gordon frantically attempted to intervene, but his efforts were futile. Lower it. I heard you. I have children. I will not allow Edward Nigma, that psychopath, to emerge from this vehicle. Everyone, you must cease fire. Daryl, put down your weapon. Do it now, I am not joking. Bang! Which individual did you meet for the first time, only to have it be the last? Asked the Riddler, sprawled on the ground, leisurely resting his hands behind his head. The blue shield transformed into 2, as Commissioner Gordon endeavored to grasp the Riddler, yet could not touch him. He desperately fired at the shield, only to see his bullets suspended in the air, trapped by the barrier. Bang! 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 The sound of intense gunfire echoed. Oh no, too specific. You must be here to understand. Bang! Bang! Which individual can you meet once, never to see again? A group of foolish individuals, their minds still occupied by bullets. Bang! No, I feel nothing. This is quite disheartening, which is precisely why I must speak with him. He possesses the ability to render everything comprehensible. Jim Gordon kneels amidst a pool of blood. Good heavens. Gordon, could you possibly reach out to him once more? I would be immensely grateful. Chapter 52. Nuclear bomb beep. 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 Chun Tao's phone vibrated against his waist. He rose to his feet, apologizing, "My apologies, Mr. March, but I believe we should conclude our meeting here. We have reached a consensus in our collaboration, and I am confident that we shall coexist harmoniously like family in the future." Lincoln March appeared conflicted again. The term family seemed to imply something deeper, yet it could merely be a conventional metaphor. With a heart full of questions and melancholy, he exited the old Wayne Tower, shaking his head at the shadowy figure on the distant rooftop. The operation was called off. He had initially intended to orchestrate a feigned assassination by the Talons to strengthen the bond between Lincoln and Bruce, while simultaneously clearing Lincoln's suspicions, leading Batman to believe they were allies. However, all of that must now be postponed. His mind was in disarray, leaving him disinclined to investigate who had just contacted Batman. All he desired was solitude. Today he had heard a narrative that contradicted the one presented in court. Although he was already a traitorous soul at heart, the revelation had delivered a profound shock. A few minutes later, propelled by his grappling hook, Chun Tao gracefully landed on the rooftop of a building. It appeared to be a residential rooftop, adorned with garments drying in the breeze. Grateful for the memories bestowed upon him by Bane's bat, he had finally mastered the use of the grappling gun. Silently, he disengaged the muscular transformations inherited from Batman and stealthily approached the two figures standing at the edge of the rooftop. He pressed his finger to the communicator. "I have arrived, Killer Croc." "Wow!" Killer Croc jumped in fright, nearly teetering off the edge of the rooftop. "Damn it, Batman, boss." Chun Tao ignored him. "Oswald?" The diminutive figure beside Killer Croc was indeed the Penguin, his expression grave. "Batman, we are in serious trouble." Chun Tao remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on the Penguin. The Penguin understood this to mean he should speak quickly. "I have had something stolen, a bomb." "Ha, what's the big deal? Don't you often get robbed?" "You must be accustomed to it," Killer Croc boisterously remarked. "Haha, I know you're always getting robbed, and not just by stealth." He continued with a rather dim-witted chuckle. "I thought you were mysteriously asking me to contact Batman for something important, but it turns out to be this? Getting robbed is just routine. When someone is in need, they might just take a little from you. I even stole from you once." "Shut up. Let the Penguin speak." "All right," Killer Croc said, covering his face with his large hand, leaving only his eyes peeking through. The Penguin shot a furious glance at Killer Croc before continuing. "But this time, what was taken from me is a nuclear bomb." "What?" Killer Croc grunted, covering his mouth, the sound escaping from his ears. "I said, a nuclear bomb was stolen from me. For the love of all that is holy," the Penguin spoke rapidly, "I had it hidden in the warehouse." "The Penguin, you conceal a nuclear bomb, and you dare to sell it?" The Killer Croc exclaimed. "For so many years, have we been living atop a nuclear bomb? What madness is this? You are the true lunatic, even the Joker would bow to you." The Penguin's face flushed with anger. "Enough! That is not for sale. Selling a nuclear bomb? That is merely arms dealing." The diminutive Penguin spoke with such conviction that, in an instant, he managed to subdue the imposing Killer Croc. The large creature, adorned with green scales, turned slightly, muttering in dismay, "I have always known you to be an arms dealer, but I presumed arms referred to grenades, submachine guns, and rocket launchers, not tanks, attack helicopters, jet fighters, and nuclear weapons." As he spoke, the green giant began to assert himself. "I once believed that dealing in tanks and fighter jets constituted the most outrageous arms trading in the world." The Penguin explained. "Those goods were merely coincidentally acquired when that nation fell apart. They were not a stable source. It was quite some time ago when my power was limited, and I only managed to obtain two." "Wait, you acquired two?" Killer Croc suddenly grasped a crucial point. "No worries, only one was stolen." "Oh, I see. And what of the other?" "I sold it." "Non-negotiable," Killer Croc murmured, "though I know it's inappropriate to ask. I can't help but inquire how much you sold it for?" The Penguin pondered briefly before extending 5 fingers. 500 million. 5 billion. Chun Tao calculated in his mind. The cost of the Justice League's watchtower was approximately 500 billion, meaning that this nuclear bomb had been sold for about 1,000th the price of a watchtower. A bat plane costs around 50 billion, making the price of the bomb equivalent to 1/10 of a plane. Is it worth risking such a dangerous item for so little? Chun Tao felt a sense of fatigue. All those I had stationed in the warehouse were murdered. They were oblivious to what they were guarding. The Penguin remarked. A swift cut to the throat, executed with the precision of a professional killer. They perished before they even realized what was happening. There was no evidence left at the scene. Was it Victor Zash? Or an assassin from the League of Shadows? Or perhaps some master of the blade? He continued, I have no leads, Batman. This matter has escalated beyond my control. I am a criminal, but not a madman. I procured the nuclear bomb solely to sell it. He added, regardless of whether it involves the Joker, Bane, or Scarecrow, that is no longer the pressing concern. He stated, if we cannot locate this nuclear bomb, and should it be detonated in Gotham, then it would all come to an end, Batman. Wait a moment, Killer Croc interjected. Who would be deranged enough to desire the destruction of all Gotham? I mean, despite the chaos and filth, it is still our home, and we love it here. He extended his foot and delivered a forceful kick to the rear of Oswald the Penguin. Oswald, do you not agree? The Penguin nearly crumbled under the impact of the assassin's kick, tumbling to the ground. After a moment of flailing, he managed to rise, grumbling, damn it, this is infuriating. Yet, I must concede the validity of his words. Both men observed Batman, who appeared lost in contemplation. Let us not ponder motives for now. Rather, we must assess who possesses the capability to execute this. Chun Tao remarked, the Joker? Undoubtedly. Bane? Indeed he could. But for what purpose? As the Penguin had articulated, this thief. Just then, Chun Tao's communicator chimed. Expecting to hear the voice of Jim Gordon, he was instead greeted by his assistant, Harvey Bullock. Batman, Commissioner Jim Gordon has been kidnapped. Chun Tao remained composed. And the perpetrator? The Riddler, Harvey began, succinctly summarizing the kidnapping incident, his agitation evident, yet he maintained a professional brevity. He abducted Gordon from the prison transport, surrounded by a dozen officers. I understand, Chun Tao replied. How long ago did this occur? Several hours have passed, Harvey informed him. The Riddler severed external communications at the precinct and detonated an explosion at the entrance. Understood. Chun Tao pondered for a moment before assuring him, I will take care of this. Commissioner Gordon will return safely. He ended the transmission, his gaze piercing. He could not afford to halt his trap for the Joker, but the Riddler. He would not let slip away. Nigma, you have chosen an ill-timed moment. Chapter 53. Batman and the Joker on his way. The Joker had envisioned countless scenarios of the traps Batman might set. He understood that upon arriving at the address inscribed on that paper, Batman would likely be waiting for him. Yet, he himself was unprepared, no hostages, no cackling piranhas, nor even a bomb primed to explode. He had not even committed murder in anticipation of their encounter. He should have been standing amidst a multitude of grinning corpses, applauding the tardy Batman, offering his dearest darling a customary greeting from Gotham, before unleashing a spray of corrosive acid or tossing explosives like a lovesick maiden presenting a kiss to her beloved. Then, his Batman would deliver a resounding slap, much like a lover playfully brushing the tip of a girl's nose, ultimately sending him off to Arkham amidst a delightful flurry of blows. Perhaps he would have earned a bouquet of roses, bloodied from the beating, a few love bites, a few ribs cracked, or a near asphyxiating climax. But now, all of that was absent. No explosives, no captives. Much like a splendid evening devoid of the cinematic charm, candlelit dinners, romantic rendezvous, or fireworks, fast-forwarding directly to two souls seated on a bed, gazing at each other in silence. Yet that mattered not, did it? For this was precisely what Batman desired. Mayor Carlo was but tattered cloth. Regardless of how he or she flaunted it, it could not entice Batman. Thus, the garment was rendered worthless. The young girl's heart brimmed with anxiety, sensing the affection of her lover slipping away, yet she remained oblivious to how to reclaim it. If even Mayor Carlo's lace-trimmed black bunny-eared miniskirt could not allure her beloved, how could mere hostages or explosives, mere candlelit dinners and shared drinks, ever hope to capture his attention? However, the time to orchestrate a grand spectacle of releasing laughing gas in the city center or whimsically demolishing a building had long since elapsed. Oh, and then there was Bane, that insufferable interloper. Yet, she was magnanimous. She refrained from clawing at the rivalous face, suppressing herself, for that would ruin her loverous mood. Thus, the pale-skinned girl found herself in a quandary, feeling somewhat devalued, akin to those waiting on the street for business, readily offering themselves at Batman's beck and call, devoid of dignity and shame. But what could she do? He harbored a deep-seated hatred for Batman. He could not abide Batman's indifference, nor could he tolerate Gordon or those tedious officers besmirching him. So, if Batman were not to come, then he would present himself willingly, even if perceived as foolish. Even the cruelest of attentions were preferable to the mildest of neglect. And now, here we stand. I have told you, you do not understand me. Darkness, utter darkness. I do not smile. It is you who has never made me smile. The Joker heard Batman utter these words in the shadows. It was always the same, he and the Bat, locked in confrontation within the darkness. Time and again, year after year. Yet this time, the adversary has wounded him profoundly. I refuse to entertain such ludicrous remarks. Consider this, a jester. My sense of humor is lacking. I cannot fathom what constitutes a good jest. However, that does not imply you are amusing. Silence. The jester bellowed. Silence. Bah! What I mean is that the tricks of button-popping and water-spraying flowers are outdated. Where are the new novelties? Pranks and the like? No, emerge before me. You make me laugh solely due to your pitiful existence. Ha 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 ha. It began as a low, melodic sound, gradually ascending to a crescendo. The jester felt a chill envelop him as he heard Batman's raucous laughter, sending shivers down his spine. Enough! Cease your laughter. I shall not permit such mirth. Ha 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 ha. So, you fell into a vat of hydrochloric acid and decided to become a supervillain? What, unable to find work in the circus? Ha 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 ha. What's the matter? I thought the jester always desired Batman's laughter. No, you are not Batman. Come forth. Then the jester beheld him, the one he was utterly captivated by, the Bat King. You wish to see me, do you not, jester? You long to elicit my laughter. Now that I laugh, you are displeased? I ask you. The jester witnessed Batman slowly removing his cowl. Silver particles entwined around him, creating an ethereal scene that seemed otherworldly. He heard Batman softly whisper, I ask you, jester. Have you ever danced with the devil in the pale moonlight? With a clatter, the jester cast his gun to the ground. In the luminous moonlight, the pallid figure gazed upon the equally pale visage, as if plunging into an icy abyss. No, the jester staggered back. It was not meant to be this way. No. No, no, no. The jester lunged towards Chun Tao, who did not evade. Recognizing this was not a hysterical assault but merely an incredulous touch. Who are you? What are you? Return my bat. Ha 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 ha. Do you not comprehend? I am Batman. The silver particles quivered, and the jester beheld Batman's face manifest suddenly, only to vanish in an instant. You! The jester felt as though he had been struck harshly across the face. He saw the pale, purple-haired aberration on the opposite side raise his crowbar high, striking himself repeatedly. There was none of the sweet affection characteristic of Batman, only cold malice and cruelty that pierced the very soul. The delightful sensation had vanished, replaced by a bone-chilling agony. He sensed Batman grasping his collar, lifting him up, dragging him to the corner of the room. The jester beheld Batman, no, the pallid monstrosity that had become of Batman, open a wooden box resting in the corner. A Batman costume? The jester exclaimed. Good heavens! His tone was normal and calm, his mouth slightly downturned. Even though the wound at the corner of his lips rendered such a tranquil expression both strange and horrifying, the Joker remained unfazed. He heard Batman emit an eerie chuckle. Ah! A chill coursed through the Joker's body. He had never anticipated that a laughter so familiar could sound so terrifying. I've been pondering, Joker. Tell me, what does it mean to win? The Joker listened as the pale, grotesque figure of Batman laughed maniacally. Let us delve directly into the crux of the matter, shall we? Oh, my dark little heart, beating away, why have I not killed you? Then, his head transformed amidst a silvery haze back into Batman's visage, that beautiful bat-like head crowned with pointed ears, crudely affixed to the body clad in purple, mocking everyone. In the deepest nightmares of Gotham, even within the twisted mind of the Joker, such a terrifying scene had never been witnessed, because that is how you have triumphed. Batman's voice was deep and somber, a tender, husky call from a beloved. As he lowered his head, his expression filled with compassion. Batman, it is you. What has transpired? What is all of this? I cannot control myself. No, no. My dear, I am here. Batman, you can never be defeated, you will not. The Joker trembled as he reached out his hand, which was contorted from the brutal beating, fingers twisted like a tortured pretzel. Yet he felt no pain. As long as Batman existed, as long as Batman remained, regardless of the plight he faced, Batman would always prevail. Batman could always conquer him, conquer anyone. He quivered, yearning to caress Batman's cheek, yet could only touch the elevated corner of his mouth. In the next moment, Batman's voice morphed into a hysterical cacophony of laughter. Ah! 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 The hoarse laughter gradually warped and intensified, as if he were choking on his mirth. The Joker observed Batman's lips split open, the face beneath the bat cowl pale, resembling his own reflection. No! No! The Joker screamed in a frenzy, nearly tearing his throat as he did so. That pale monstrosity began to don Batman's attire, the lower half of its face beneath the mask now an ashen hue, while the upper half transformed back to its pallor in the silvery glow. Ha ha ha! I adore this response. Thus you have won. I have won. But it is different, do you understand? It is different. Now this is how I have triumphed, little bat, I persist. What you just said you would not do, for it would allow me to win, is what you tell yourself, what you tell others. For you do not wish to acknowledge the truth and the old excuse of the slippery slope. Am I correct? Batman killed the Joker, and then suddenly, who knows what could prevent Batman from annihilating all these villains, becoming utterly mad. The Joker watched helplessly as the pale creature chuckled. But I believe that is nonsense, old friend. The Joker's entire body was gradually enveloped by the pale monstrosity, donning a complete Batman uniform. Half of his ghastly white face was concealed beneath the obsidian mask of the Dark Knight. Accompanied by a silvery luminescence, the creature transformed back into Batman's visage, resplendent in the iconic attire with pointed ears. Oh, naturally, the face beneath the mask remained ghastly pale, mouth stretched to the roots of his ears. Now, they were nearly indistinguishable, two pale figures draped in the guise of Batman. I mean, do you truly believe you could merely kill me, the Joker, and then cease your actions? No one would ever know. You could find a secluded spot and act in the shadows. Surely you could endure that, correct? Later, uttering something like, "Oh dear, the poor Joker, I knew him?" No, the Joker declared, "I would never do such a thing." His Batman uniform and pointed ears gleamed in the night. Then, in an instant, everything vanished. The hysterical laughter, the upward curve of his mouth, the crimson teeth, and the malevolent gaze. The Joker heard Batman imploring him. You must help me. I cannot contain him much longer." The grip around the Joker's neck loosened, and he staggered, bewildered, standing on the ground. He touched his Batman mask and cape. Nearby, around the corner, that deep crimson cabinet. "You must enter, crawl inside," he heard Batman instructing him. "You must go in. It is the only way to revert me back." 10 minutes later, Chun Tao departed from the scene alone. No one knew the outcome of the confrontation between him and the Joker. All we know is that he left that place alone. Perhaps he killed the Joker, or maybe the Joker escaped after unraveling his scheme. The truth remains elusive. What we do know is that Chun Tao transformed into the Batmobile, racing through the shadows of Gotham. In the darkness, a small thug spotted the vehicle passing by. "What the?" he exclaimed, pulling out a camera, seemingly eager to capture the moment, his excitement palpable. "I saw it again. I saw it again. I'm not insane. Ha ha ha. I'm not mad. Neither are my cousin and my underlings. You foolish gang leaders, you all deemed me a lunatic and cast me aside. I am not." But the vehicle sped away too swiftly, soon disappearing from sight. Chun Tao arrived at a street corner in Gotham City. There, Killer Croc, the ventriloquist, and the villainous Almond were awaiting his arrival. Chun Tao landed beside the car. "I'm not late, am I?" he inquired. "Not at all," replied Killer Croc. "Excellent." Chun Tao nodded. He approached the rear of the vehicle and opened the trunk. Soon, Killer Croc caught sight of Batman's uniform being tossed into the rearview mirror's field of vision. Minutes later, "My heavens, you look just like a movie monster," remarked Killer Croc. "Just a touch of makeup, nothing more." Chun Tao shook his head, and then a smile spread across his face. "In comparison to that, my friends, are you ready to serve the Riddler?" "Absolutely, boss," the Killer Croc replied, equally sporting a sinister grin. I have been employed by the Riddler on numerous occasions, and he frequently hires other villains. However, this time, he continued, it appears that he has inadvertently enlisted the services of Batman. Chapter 54. Murder among the 30 million inhabitants of Gotham City. 5 million have either directly or indirectly participated in first-degree murder. Here, in a clandestine safe house, the Riddler's lair, it is the epitome of safety and secrecy. The room is adorned in a manner reminiscent of an ordinary study. Seated upon the sofa, Killer Croc withdrew a copy of Kant's Critique of Pure Reason from a nearby bookshelf. After perusing it for a brief moment and realizing he comprehended not a single word, he angrily cast it to the floor. The ventriloquist picked it up and returned it to its place. Approximately 15 million individuals have engaged in criminal behavior, while the remaining 10 million who have not committed any crimes are not virtuous citizens, but rather hidden reprobates, gamblers, and sex workers from the red light district. The Riddler's voice echoed throughout the room, as Jim Gordon found himself bound tightly to a chair, his eyes covered and his mouth stuffed with cloth. The reason these individuals refrained from joining the ranks of criminality is not due to any noble qualities, but rather because they have not been driven to desperation. The television displayed live footage, confirming the Riddler's expectation. Batman was present, just as he had orchestrated. He continued, so, do you understand?
Gotham harbors no virtuous souls.
The only ones deserving of such a title are the addicts and gamblers, for they harm only themselves. He sighed, weary from the relentless cycle of existence amidst a sea of filth and crime. If crime is so exhausting, why not cease? The movie monster interjected, you could stop committing crimes, couldn't you? No, you fail to comprehend, the Riddler replied, his demeanor becoming increasingly erratic as he stood and perched upon the sofa, hugging his knees like a forlorn child seeking refuge from a tempest. This is a war. If we surrender to fatigue and abandon our criminal pursuits, then he has triumphed. Batman has prevailed. And so what? He pondered. Is survival impossible without transgression? Meanwhile, Killer Croc discovered a bag of chips, tore it open, and tossed the contents into his mouth. No, it is not as such. Batman may have won, but I am not the one who has lost. Huh? Killer Croc mused, bewildered by the Riddler's descent into madness. He recognized that riddles were the hallmark of the Riddler, akin to how a hot dog vendor at the park would possess a unique recipe. Yet, the Riddler had never articulated such perplexing riddles, at least none that lingered in his memory. With a frenzied demeanor, the Riddler cradled his knees, resembling a frightened boy cowering in a corner during a storm. You do not understand. I am not truly myself. What I mean is, I do not represent my own identity. He rambled on, I am inherently drawn to my kind, just as the bat draws us all. Just like you, Killer Croc, you attract every creature in Gotham with a primal heart akin to yours. Thus, when you call, they answer, and you effortlessly muster a legion unwaveringly loyal to you. You are their king, surrounded by those pure, beastly criminals who idolize you, much like the highly intelligent wrongdoers beside me, the desperate laughter of the defeated that accompanies the Joker, and the fearful worshippers around the Scarecrow. We, these so-called supervillains, serve as their spiritual pillars. As the Bat wisely observes, most criminals are superstitious and blindly obedient. The Riddler continues, we possess the same traits as they do, yet we are infinitely more powerful, which is why they are so easily subjugated by us. We no longer represent merely ourselves. We embody a fragment of Gotham's malevolence, becoming a tangible manifestation of this wickedness. He gazes blankly at the television. Killing me would serve no purpose. Should I be slain, whether it be Tutankhamun, the master of clues, or any other criminal of my ilk, another will take my place. Perhaps they may lack my strength, but they will undoubtedly be the strongest among the remaining. Thus it continues. And continues. We are not exceptional. The Bat understands well that eliminating us will not halt crime. On the contrary, his act of murder will only exacerbate its proliferation. Each successful crime serves as tremendous encouragement to other wrongdoers. Once this door is opened, he truly becomes part of the darkness, rendering it impossible to eradicate. Do you comprehend? If the Bat were to act in such a manner, he would become akin to us, drawing in other criminals and inspiring others to emulate his murderous actions. Consequently, this metropolis of 30 million would devolve into a slaughterhouse, a river of blood and mountains of corpses. For if one were to be pedantic, every person is a potential criminal, the Riddler proclaims. Anyone can invoke the banner of justice to kill indiscriminately. The law would become mere scrap paper. The Bat would never resort to such extremes. Such alarmism. The movie monster critiques. Supervillains are merely a touch more unique. What makes me special? The Riddler muses. Before us peculiar beings, there was Falcone of Rome. Prior to him, Gotham had the Lion King. And before that, the four great families of Gotham. I am merely a puppet of Gotham's wickedness. A marionette. Whether this puppet is called the Riddler or Edward is of no consequence. Just like the Joker, how many times has he perished? How dare you claim he remains the same as before? We have witnessed him vanish in explosions, only to return after a few months, disappear into the river, and re-emerge again after a few months. He will always return. He can be dispersed but never extinguished. Gotham only requires a madman capable of stretching his smile to his ears. What matters is not his true name. He defeats me time and time again. Our game will never cease until one side collapses. The Bat attempts to reverse the fate of the entire city single-handedly. You cannot fathom the profound impact of this. He is invincible, unwavering, and entirely devoid of the need for rest. His intellect is unparalleled, his wisdom transcendent, and his will is as unyielding as steel, resembling a deity walking among mortals. The voice of the Riddler crescendoed as he rose, gesticulating fervently. This defies science. This is impossible. How can such a being exist? You simply do not comprehend the despair of facing such an adversary. No matter how fiercely you struggle, how valiantly you fight, you will inevitably be returned to Arkham. It is a tragic fate. He despondently collapsed back onto the sofa. Perhaps death would be a release for me. Then I would no longer have to torment myself with my own ineptitude and the entrapments of Gotham's malevolence. I find myself unable to cease my criminality. This is not merely due to my mental illness. Regardless of the resolve I muster to pursue anything but crime, the wickedness of Gotham ensnares me like invisible hands, enslaving me. It drags me back. No matter how I cry out and struggle, I am compelled to engage with that accursed riddle that manipulates me, to reveal the fangs of the son of Gotham, born of darkness yet betraying it. I am the dragon that should be slain by the night, yet I am also a servant of the shadows. Only death can grant me peace. Yet the Bat will not even bestow this final tranquility upon me. He does not even kill the Joker. Do you understand? The Bat is a merciless avenger, but his targets are not me, nor Two-Face, nor the Joker. It is the evil of Gotham City. He aims not to eradicate criminals, but crime itself. However, wickedness and crime can never be extinguished. As long as there exists even a single human being in this world, evil and crime shall persist. Yet he strives to achieve an utterly unattainable goal, tormenting himself and all those around him. He is scarcely human. He seemed utterly drained, as if all the bones in his body had been extracted, slumping in the chair. I am weary, truly weary, he murmured softly. So now, there are no more riddles, no more tests, and no more games. Everything must come to an end. He picked up the telephone on the table and connected to the Batman on the television. Batman, now, as I command, kill the Joker. He approached the whimpering Jim Gordon, withdrew a handgun, and pressed his head alongside Jim's, then placed the gun against his own temple. No riddles, no hints. I possess but a single command. Kill the Joker, or Jim Gordon and I shall meet our demise at once. Either slay the Joker and save Gordon and me, or release the Joker and allow our deaths. Batman, can you hear me? Make your choice. Do not feign stabbing or shooting the Joker in non-lethal areas. I demand that you dismember the Joker. Only by witnessing his dismemberment will I confirm his death and release Jim Gordon. Regardless of you or me, the principles that bind us, the unbreakable iron laws, must be utterly dismantled today. If they cannot be obliterated, then let it be my own destruction. I have resolved to employ femtosecond laser fragmentation technology to eliminate the Joker. This technique can shatter materials on a microscopic scale. In a sense, the Joker is to be dismembered. Indeed, let us proceed forthwith. The Joker slipped into the crimson cabinet, and soon after, the wooden panels gave way, revealing the true nature of his crystal coffin. Instantly, he must be killed by whatever means necessary. Yet Batman disregarded him, stepping forward to engage the Joker in conversation. You must eliminate him. Why do you hesitate? Wait. The Riddler suddenly realized something. He was not inherently foolish, and he should not have come to this realization so late. The silhouette of Batman, with his pointed ears, materialized behind him, and the Riddler heard the voice. Batman, you see, I have made an error. I always assumed that supervillains like yourselves relished in games, believing that your desire for play was insatiable. I am a fool, much like you. Observe, you are currently in your chamber, making the same clever mistake I did. You presume I cannot breach the iron laws. You assume I am defenseless and unprepared. You believe my compassion knows no bounds. You assume I lack the courage to face the consequences of shattering the no-kill rule. You presume that what lies before you is not a meticulously prepared recording, assuming I am presently at the old Wayne Tower, exchanging final words with the Joker. The amygdala wished to act but was swiftly subdued by Killer Croc, pinned to the ground, bound tightly. You also presume that the ventriloquist and Killer Croc are not in my employ. You assume that the movie freak cannot be Batman in disguise. Crack. The Riddler pulled the trigger, but no bullets emerged, although he had anticipated this outcome long ago. You even presume that I had quietly replaced the bullets in your firearm. Why do you underestimate me, Edward Nygma? Why do you assume that you alone would defy convention? The Riddler turned, a bitter smile crossing his face. So, the Joker was not slain? You deceived me? Nygma. Your arrogance is ever present. Guess what, Edward, we have only crossed paths once, but from now on, you shall forever know me. Who am I? Pay heed to my next words. They are not metaphors, rhetoric, theories, or anything of the sort. The Riddler heard Batman declare, the Joker has already been slain by my hand. Chapter 55. The funeral indeed. This marks the denouement. The Riddler gazed in astonishment as he beheld the television screen, where Batman engaged in a brief exchange with the Joker before activating the machine. Before his very eyes, the Joker metamorphosed into a grotesque mass of flesh within that crystalline coffin. There were no theatrics, no fake deaths, no mysterious disappearances, nor accidental falls from cliffs. Only the stark simplicity of death remained. The Riddler had orchestrated several feigned demises in the past, employing the Mudface or the shape-shifting Gotham villain known as Snakeskin, yet none compared to the gravity of today's revelation. Batman had committed murder, an act of cold-blooded assassination without the slightest hesitation. As the footage zoomed in, the Joker appeared before him, prompting the Riddler to rewind to the moment of the Joker's demise. Was this all a deception? Had you never transformed into the Joker? Never. Chun Tao replied. Silver-white particles shimmered as the crystalline coffin sealed completely, and Chun Tao exhaled deeply. Lucius's technological prowess was indisputable. The Joker could not possibly escape from such a thick crystalline prison. Indeed, he had succeeded. He had outwitted the Joker, the very entity that had caused the original Batman. Bruce Wayne, countless torments, now ensnared within the crystal, awaiting the mere press of a button. Through the transparent glass, the Joker was convinced that this was a polymer of superior sealing properties. He gazed at Batman and laughed heartily. Ah, Batman, you've captured me once again. How foolish I am. But this is truly amusing. What a splendid joke. You play your part so convincingly. I assure you, I won't be fooled again. The Joker chuckled breathlessly, yet Chun Tao remained unperturbed. There will be no next time, Joker. What? The Joker's movements halted abruptly. As I stated, you are to die. This is not a matter of impulse or passion-fueled rage. It is the culmination of careful preparation. I have resolved to employ femtosecond laser pulverization technology to end your life. Chun Tao extended his hand, caressing the transparent coffin. This is not a birdcage. It is a coffin. The decision to eliminate the Joker had long been forged in his mind. Ever since the Joker had unleashed laughing gas upon the battlefield, rendering over 20,000 soldiers nearly incapacitated, he had no intention of allowing the Joker to persist in this world. Of course, as a devoted aficionado of superhero comics, he had encountered the debates surrounding whether Batman should kill countless times. Numerous individuals, from political and military analysts to philosophers and social theorists, as well as those influenced by comic book sales, had fervently argued both sides of the issue for decades. Yet, the crux of the matter was that Chun Tao was not Batman. Thus, these debates held no significance for him. In Chun Tao's perspective, there exists neither moral quandary nor fateful epic. The Joker is merely an inconvenience. If circumstances permitted, he even contemplated eliminating the Joker with a blade or a firearm. The memories bestowed upon him by Bane had endowed him with the art of murder, rendering him proficient with any weapon he might choose. Yet, he opted for the most prudent course of action. The tale of the Laughing Bat left Chun Tao in a state of trepidation. In the comics, Batman had repeatedly noted that even should he kill the Joker, Gotham would retaliate with something far worse. He harbored a deep-seated fear of traversing through time only to discover that he had become the very Laughing Bat, cackling maniacally as he sought to annihilate the multiverse. Such absurdity was beyond even the most intoxicated of hack writers to conceive. Thus, when it came to the matter of murdering the Joker, he recognized the necessity for utmost caution. Was there truly a toxin nestled within the Joker's spine capable of transforming others into jesters? Perhaps yes, perhaps no. But he would never stake his own life on such a gamble. The Joker, encased within a crystal coffin, clutched at his throat, struggling for breath. Chun Tao approached the coffin and began to silently operate the machinery. Once the energy was activated, the device would commence its operation, obliterating the contents of the coffin in a singular cataclysmic event. Whether it be Joker's noxious gas or some other bizarre substance, as long as the coffin remained sealed, escape would be an impossibility. Following the Joker's demise, Chun Tao intended to encase him in layers of steel, sealing him within concrete in the darkest recesses of the Bat Cave, until the end of time itself. The Joker, with an unsettling awareness, perceived the murderous intent in Batman's gaze. He oscillated between sharing nonsensical jokes and reminiscing with Chun Tao, but the latter remained resolutely indifferent to his ramblings. Ultimately, the Joker exhibited an unexpected tranquility. I understand now. It is time to conclude. You no longer wish to engage in this game with me, do you, Batman? Very well. I accept. This is the end. Yet, you perpetually evade those around you. Have you ever considered that you have never uttered the words, "I hate you"? Those 3 words. I hate you, Joker. Listen well, Batman. If today is indeed the finality, then I believe I still possess the right to prepare my final words. The femtosecond laser cutter is primed and ready. The machine emitted a mechanical sound. Please confirm all systems are operational. Countdown, 10 seconds. Batman. Chun Tao stood before the crystal coffin, impassive, as the Joker lunged against the transparent lid. I am dying. You are about to kill me. But heed this, Batman. I hate you. It is your turn, Bat. Hurry. It is your moment. Speak those words. Time ticked away, second by second, as Chun Tao turned his head away. The flicker of hope in the Joker's eyes dimmed gradually. 7 seconds. 6 seconds. I feel the same, Chun Tao replied, addressing the Joker. Ah! Ah! The Joker erupted into a fit of hysterical laughter, a cacophony he had unleashed countless times over the years, yet never had it been so frenzied and distorted as it was now. Tears streamed down his face from the sheer force of his mirth, his belly aching with each convulsion, as he repeatedly struck his forehead against the coffin's lid. This is it. This is it, Bat. I am delighted that you will finally grasp this today, for in the past, I would never allow you to witness my demise. Falling from a helicopter, tumbling down a cliff, vanishing in an explosion. Yet I always return. I should not have permitted you to behold my end, but it appears that today, such an occurrence is unavoidable. Listen well, I shall not die, Batman. This is a verity. I am but a thought, a concept, and I shall persist in the shadows, living on in Gotham's discontent.
Yo shall sa magainson. Ah.
First, a line of blood began to spread from his forehead, and then his head began to collapse. The Joker was dead. Chapter 56. The Bat King Warning. Warning. An anchored item detected. The Joker's crystal coffin. Converting crisis energy? Chun Tao could hardly believe his eyes. Sinking. The Laughing Bat. The Laughing Bat. Laugh. Error. Initiating emergency shield. Emergency shield. After a dazzling display of silver-white text flickered before him, the words on Chun Tao's retina finally stabilized. Crisis energy converted. 80. Current units of crisis energy. 164. Warning. Downloading targetable files on Batman, The Broken Bat, Danger Level. See, in a dark multiverse, following the Nightfall incident, Batman failed to vanquish his fallen disciple, the villainous Angel of Death, Jean-Paul. Consequently, Batman's identity was usurped. The Angel of Death rebranded himself as Saint Batman, unleashing a bloody reign of terror upon Gotham. Bruce Wayne, subjected to vivisection yet preserved with essential organs, was doomed to observe the Angel's tyranny over Gotham for 30 long years. After being rescued by Lady Shiva and the son of Bane, he was healed by miniature bat-like robots crafted from nanotechnology, transforming him into a cyborg. Nevertheless, 3 decades of torment shattered the once heroic Dark Knight. Embracing the darkness, the Broken Bat eliminated the Angel of Death and all those who opposed him, becoming the new sovereign of Gotham. Would you like to immediately expend 80 units of crisis energy for synchronization? Chun Tao stroked his chin, his fingertips tracing the pronounced cleft of Batman's jaw. The previous Joker had granted him 40 units of crisis energy, yet 40 were consumed during synchronization. This instance was no different. He received 80 units, precisely the amount required for the new Batman's synchronization. Unlike the prior Bane, who provided 103 units but only required 59 for synchronization. What could account for this discrepancy? Chun Tao pondered briefly before dismissing the thought. The most pressing matter was that of the Riddler. And now, you have crossed that line, Batman. The Riddler stood in shock. On the television, the grotesque mass of the Jokers remains lay grotesquely on the ground. He repeatedly verified the truth with his own eyes. Good heavens, you have crossed that line. The Riddler let out a cry that was both mournful and jubilant. I was wrong, woefully wrong. I believed I would have to exert tremendous effort to force you into murder. I even doubted my own capability to achieve it. Yet, in the end, I suddenly realized that I needed to do nothing at all. You never intended for the Joker to survive. While I was entangled in the mundane, you had already shattered him to pieces like glass upon the ground. You, my dear, had it premeditated. Oh, how I adore you. I adore you, you combative, calculating murderer. He erupted into laughter, then abruptly inhaled, stifling his mirth as if he were on the verge of gasping for breath. Batman, believe me, it is about to begin. I am quite familiar with this sensation. You will soon attract a cadre of new admirers. No, I shall not, came the reply. Trust me, I once thought the same. But this is not within your control. The Riddler nonchalantly set down his handgun. I surrender. And they. He cast a glance toward the silent ventriloquist and the Killer Croc, who was busy binding the almond to a chair with rope. How foolish of me. I spoke of breaking the mold, yet failed to consider the very real possibility that the hired muscle I engaged were all traitors. The line was crossed long ago. You have had these followers for some time, have you not? They are employees, Chun Tao corrected him. Paid them. You paid them? Ha ha ha. Batman, I apologize. Though I am the Riddler, and hearty laughter is typically not my forte, I find this utterly amusing. Ha ha ha. The Riddler chuckled in an exaggerated manner, slapping his thigh and pointing at Killer Croc. Do you have any idea how many employers have been devoured by Waylon Jones? Those weak, foolish, artistically bereft, unimaginative criminals. How many times has that beast consumed those attempting to manipulate him? He is a beast, Batman. Do you truly believe mere currency can tame such a creature? Do you know how many employers he has slain? Would you like me to tell you how many have been eaten by him? Chun Tao was certain that the Riddler's use of eaten was a double entendre. He glanced at Killer Croc, who returned his gaze with a bashful smile, pure and innocent, much like a puppy striving to please its master. Having witnessed Batman's lethal actions, he appeared even more submissive than before. Ow! Almond cried out, attempting to resist. He was a mentally challenged maniac, one of Arkham's villains, hired by the Riddler, who had stumbled into this predicament. Then, Killer Croc took a bite out of his shoulder, tearing off a substantial chunk and chewing it twice before spitting it onto the ground. Almond fainted from the pain. And the ventriloquist? Do you think that for all these years, no fool in Gotham has regarded him as anything but an unthreatening figure, merely a schizophrenic with a puppet? How blasphemous! Oh dear, that is rather impolite, Nigma interjected. The ventriloquist's intended words were swallowed back down. He saw the Riddler's eyes glimmer with a predatory light, fierce and brutal like a colorful tiger. He was undoubtedly a formidable criminal. But to confront the Riddler directly? Not quite enough. Silence. The voices of both the Bat-Baby and the ventriloquist fell silent under the Riddler's fierce gaze, their eyes darting toward Chun Tao, hoping their master would come to their aid. And then Arnold Weskier had never mingled with the underworld before entering Blackgate Prison. Yet he, with remarkable self-taught prowess, mastered all the survival skills of the underworld, rising to become the most formidable gang leader in Burnley District within a mere 3 months. What kind of virtuous gentleman do you believe can tear away a piece from a well-divided feast? Are you aware of how many gang leaders' corpses have been trampled under the pink bunny slippers of Arnold Weskier? He is nothing but a cold-blooded, merciless maniac. No, I am but a dog of Batman. Woof, 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 woof. The ventriloquist appeared somewhat anxious, unperturbed as he began to mimic the sound of barking in the room, fervently seeking to demonstrate his loyalty to his master. I am now under the command of Batman. I understand that only by obeying Batman can. I apologize. I apologize. So, do you comprehend, Batman? There is no turning back. What was that Klitsch saying again? Chapter 57. Justice having grappled with the dragon for far too long, one inevitably becomes a dragon oneself. Gazing into the abyss for an extended period will result in the abyss gazing back. The amygdala awakened from excruciating pain, weeping and wailing, lamenting the torment it had endured. The killer crocodile released the amygdala. Chun Tao observed him, and even within the chaotic tumult of his manic mind, he felt the weight of Batman's gaze. The sound of crying was abruptly silenced by an invisible hand gripping his throat, and with a whimper, he collapsed to the ground, trembling and curling into himself. It is all over, Batman. You too have become a captive of Gotham's sins. The Riddler proclaimed. Do you remember the Romans? Carmine Falcone. Do you know that in his youth, Carmine Falcone's life goal was to eradicate the evils of Gotham entirely? Yet, he ultimately became the greatest crime lord in Gotham. You are no different, Bat. When a righteous man succumbs to sin, it is as toxic as poisoning a public well. He spoke in a manic frenzy. Thus, Batman is dead. He cast his gun to the ground. The Bat King has been reborn. He exaggeratedly bowed to Chun Tao, akin to a jester performing in a theatrical play. Batman, you are now a criminal as well, he exclaimed with exuberance. You are no different from us. The Riddler had convinced himself with his own twisted logic that Batman, who had directly murdered the Joker, was undeniably a fellow criminal in his eyes. Batman possessed the same qualities as he did, yet was vastly more powerful. Thus, he surrendered in every conceivable sense. Chun Tao knew that at this moment, a mere beckoning of his finger would prompt the Riddler to rush forth and fervently worship at his feet. Well, perhaps the other would be somewhat restrained, not quite to such an exaggerated degree. Yet, the underlying attitude remained the same. As long as Chun Tao desired it, he could instantly procure the Riddler's assistance. If he chose this path, leveraging the Riddler's intellect and resources, defeating Bane, locating the nuclear bomb, and either saving or ruling the entire city would be utterly convenient. Wouldn't he it? However, I refuse. I am already a criminal Nigma, violating personal rights, unlawfully possessing deadly force, openly contravening fortress laws. This has never been a point of denial for me. Now it is merely an additional charge of first-degree murder. But you scoundrel, listen closely. Everything you have spouted is utter nonsense. Your dark coercion theory is nothing more than a variation of the bad day theory. You believe everyone will become a servant of darkness, just as the Joker thinks that a bad day will turn even Gordon into him. But Gordon did not become the Joker. Neither did Barbara. He spoke these words while his eyes were fixed upon the blindfolded Jim Gordon. Whether it is a bad day or dark coercion, these are merely excuses crafted by villains to justify their nefarious deeds. The law? To me, the law is but a worthless piece of paper. Nigma, please do not misunderstand. I have long drawn a line for myself, not to protect my own interests, but rather for your sake. I have been pondering whether sacrificing a fragment of justice for the sake of a greater good can truly be deemed just. So, do you now possess the answer, Batman? Chun Tao sighed. From the moment Edward Nigma began to speak, he understood that his true opponent was not the broken riddle before him, but rather another member of Gotham's once indomitable triangle, the police chief Jim Gordon, who had devoted everything for the city. He removed Jim Gordon's mask, revealing the pity in the latter's gaze. Batman, you were once a beacon of hope, he stated. Jim's expression grew distant as he fixed his gaze upon Chun Tao. You told us you once enlightened Gotham. No matter how vast one's knowledge or remarkable one's talent, one must not elevate oneself above others as Nigma does. No matter the desire to save family, one must not, like Victor, sacrifice innocence in the name of kin. The knights of Gotham, no matter how frigid, should not be warmed by the blood of others. Judicial efforts will ultimately yield results. Society shall not remain forever in a gray area. Justice is a virtue worth safeguarding. You reminded us that life is worth living, even after the most dreadful of days, even after enduring unspeakable suffering. Yet, despite the pain, the madness, the despair, it is all worth it. He suddenly spiraled into a near breakdown. You taught us that the greatness of humanity lies in its ability to confront the unfathomable brutality and bloodshed of its history, while still holding on to hope, striving to heal society rather than extinguishing it with a bullet. These are your words, your teachings. Why? Why allow the Joker to prevail? Why make such a sudden decision? Why become like them? Oh heavens! You ought to have imprisoned the Joker, not ended his life with a gunshot. I did not end him, Chun Tao replied. I reduced him to a pulp. He added, a finely minced pulp. Joker paste. Joker paste. I am quite certain that is some sort of Japanese dark humor. Gordon, infuriated, retorted, what? Do you intend to create a Batman-Joker flavored sandwich with that paste? And that is precisely what I did. I apologize, Jim. You realize that by doing so, Batman will fall into. Procedural justice is merely a means, Jim Gordon. What? I shall only spit upon the Joker's corpse, Gordon. Murdering the Joker does not transform me into a mindless tyrant or dictator. Do you truly believe in such fallacies as the slippery slope theory? Are we not pursuing tangible justice? Chun Tao asserted. Superheroes possess the capability. They should also inspire and guide humanity to make the right choices. When the pursuit of procedural justice and institutional integrity aligns, I am indeed inclined to support the system and its processes. However, when these institutions become incapacitated and corrupt, it is my duty to scrutinize them. Essentially, the justice sought by superheroes should transcend the confines of the law. Otherwise, why should I not simply join the system and become a police officer? Gordon responded with silence. Chun Tao sighed, stifling further words, and shook his head. Such matters boil down to a fundamental divergence in ideology and thought. Jim Gordon had become ensnared in the system after so many years. He had already contemplated, back when the Joker was murdered, that a collaborative relationship between them could never be rekindled as it once was. This was a price that he had foreseen. Therefore, now, Mr. Nigma, you would be wise to divulge where you have hidden the Penguin's nuclear device. What nuclear device? I have never stolen a nuclear device. Chapter 58. Who stole the nuclear bomb? What nuclear bomb? I have never stolen a nuclear bomb. Chun Tao felt a tightening in his chest. Who else could it possibly be but you? The Riddler's eyes gradually brightened. Good grief. It seems some events have transpired that I am unaware of. A nuclear bomb? Batman, you are in serious trouble. Several hours later, within the Batcave. Bruce Wayne possesses numerous Batcaves throughout Gotham City. Though this one is considerably smaller than the one beneath Wayne Manor, it is nonetheless fully equipped to provide Batman with all necessary support. At this moment, the three generations of Robins stood beside a retractable mobile display screen, each holding a tablet. Based on the intelligence we currently possess, the individuals capable of acquiring a nuclear bomb may include the following. Chun Tao, seated in Batman's usual spot with his back to the Batcomputer, gestured for Tim to continue, while Alfred stood beside him. Not far away, the ventriloquist, Deadshot, Cheshire Cat, Killer Croc, Harley Quinn, and Poison Ivy were seated in a row. Harley, filled with excitement, surveyed the Batcave's facilities, even brandishing a baseball bat and attempting to smash the display case beside her to retrieve one of the Batman suits. Such impolite behavior was promptly curtailed by Poison Ivy, as Harley's previously rigid baseball bat softened upon contact with the glass case, wavering in her hands like dough. "Oh, come on," she exclaimed. "Our primary suspect is Bane. He possesses both the capability and the motive to commit this act," Tim stated as he scrolled through the information on his tablet. Pressing a button on the remote, the retractable screen and the large Batcomputer display behind Chun Tao simultaneously revealed Bane's face. The guards in the Penguin's nuclear bomb storage facility were heavily armed, consisting mostly of the Penguin's assembled mercenaries and retired veterans. Although selling a nuclear bomb is undoubtedly a reckless act of self-destruction, the Penguin has claimed that he has maintained tight security over the bomb in recent years, with the guards' quality consistently high. However, the absence of any large-scale gunfight at the scene indicates that the assailant was likely a single individual, executing a flawless stealth operation, eliminating all witnesses without resistance. Bane is a cold-blooded killer, and with his imposing physique, there is no doubt he could accomplish this. Yet, it is peculiar that the use of blades is not characteristic of Bane. Based on our understanding of him, given Bane's strength, he would likely prefer to snap a guard's neck with his bare hands. Of course, there remains the possibility that Bane intentionally employed a knife to mislead. Tim continued, but that doesn't add up. Bane has just arrived in Gotham. He cannot possibly possess the intimate knowledge of the city that Arkham residents have after living here for over a decade. Oswald is no fool. He fully comprehends the magnitude of the threat a nuclear bomb represents. Even as one of the largest arms dealers on American soil, he cannot afford the repercussions of this incident being exposed. For many years, he has remained tight-lipped about his possession of nuclear weapons. Aside from selling one several years ago, he has never disclosed the true nature of the contents within that warehouse. Even his most trusted associate, the Penguin, has never been privy to the core secrets held by the individual. With a heavy tone, he remarked, "To be candid, Oswald truly astonished me. According to his account, he acquired the nuclear weapon long ago, even predating the era when Gotham was fully equipped with bat surveillance cameras. Yet, he has skillfully concealed this trump card, selling it quietly even back then. I am taken aback that for so many years we have been battling a mob boss armed with nuclear capabilities." A sense of unease crept into his voice as he continued, "Good grief. Gotham never ceases to throw us curveballs. One can never anticipate what secrets the person before them might be hiding." Reflecting on his early days as Robin, he recalled having once crossed paths with that sharp-nosed figure. Over the years, the Penguin has endured beatings, bullying, and betrayal from his own men, yet he has never resorted to utilizing this hidden asset. In a certain light, Oswald appears to be the most emotionally stable individual in Gotham City. "I find my own emotions quite stable as well," mumbled Harley Quinn. Poison Ivy, seated beside her, gently nudged her and clasped her hand, playfully tickling her palm. Harley giggled, intertwining her fingers with Ivy's. Deadshot discreetly wiped away the cold sweat from his brow, maintaining an aloof demeanor as he sat there. Help! He was merely a petty thief here for a paycheck, and now he is entangled in matters of nuclear weaponry. The people in this city are utterly absurd. Deadshot silently swallowed his apprehension. The Cheshire Cat glanced around, observing the calmness of everyone. She too attempted to adopt a nonchalant attitude. "Proceed," Chun Tao urged. "If Oswald could keep the existence of nuclear weapons hidden from us, then there's no way Bane could have uncovered what we failed to detect within just a few months of his arrival in Gotham." Robin continued, "Even if he had the motive and capability, it is improbable that he could ascertain the location of the Penguin's warehouse. If anyone were to uncover the Penguin's secrets, it would undoubtedly be an old-timer who has spent considerable time in Gotham. This leads us to our second suspect, Scarecrow." Tim pressed a button, and Scarecrow's face reappeared on the screen, displayed alongside Bane. Most of the time, Scarecrow may come across as a timid coward, yet he is undeniably a master of the realm of fear. Even without utilizing fear toxin, Scarecrow can instill tremendous terror in others and manipulate their minds and bodies with ease. Moreover, I discovered remnants of fear toxin at the scene, which is one of Scarecrow's most common weapons. With the aid of this toxin, he could indeed accomplish feats akin to those of Bane. Indeed, I acknowledge that the fear toxin, akin to a sinister specter, has long proliferated within the black market, accessible to any who seek it, albeit in diluted concentrations. However, upon meticulously analyzing the assailant's actions during the attack, we discerned that he struck with a reverse grip on the blade. Yet, this particular injury could also be interpreted through an alternative lens, namely, that of a scythe. Thus, even if the capacity for direct homicide is inferior to that of Bane, the Scarecrow, adept in wielding a scythe and bolstered by the fear toxin, could certainly achieve a similar outcome. Another suspect, the Riddler, has already been apprehended. Tim closed the tablet and remarked, in light of the aforementioned points, I surmise that the true culprit lies between Bane and the Scarecrow. Personally, I lean towards the latter. Chapter 59. Immortal Gotham. In an obscure stronghold of the Owl Court, an uninvited guest made his entrance. The expansive plaza, reminiscent of an ancient Roman amphitheater, seemed to host a slave auction, a stark reminder of the brazen trade of human lives within a so-called civilized world. The air was thick with cacophony, as men and women adorned in white owl masks bellowed and screamed in a frenzied uproar, shedding their civilized aids to unleash their innermost darkness and unbridled desires. It was amidst this chaos that Bane emerged. As a twisted claw was hurled into the center of the square, the opulent revelry was abruptly interrupted, and the elegantly masked elite gradually ceased their clamor. Ah! It appears our soiree has welcomed a new guest. Let him enter. Claws. Bane lowered his head, carefully maneuvering past several armed claws. Their blades remained steadfast, seemingly intent on leaving a long, bloody gash upon this imposing figure, a feeble attempt to assert dominance over him. Yet they failed. The sharp edges tore through Bane's garments, leaving not a single mark upon his steel-like physique. The claws felt as though they had scraped against resilient rubber. Stepping through the threshold of the arena, Bane resembled a gladiator entering the fray, slowly advancing to the center of the arena beneath the gaze of all. A high-ranking member of the court seated at the highest point gestured to the claws, signaling the removal of the living merchandise previously up for auction. The captives cried out in desperation towards Bane, but were met only with lashes and blows, their pleas utterly unheeded by the towering figure. The court member appeared somewhat pleased with Bane's indifference to the plight unfolding before him. He inclined his head slightly and took hold of the microphone. Bane, you previously spurned our goodwill. What audacity brings you before us now? The amplified voice resonated throughout the arena, capturing the attention of every member of the Owl Court, all adorned in white owl masks, creating an eerily unsettling atmosphere. Bane's gaze lingered upon a masked little girl, who, sensing the brute's stare, buried her face into her parents' embrace. And, how did you find me? The man in the white owl beak mask had yet to finish his sentence when Bane's attention was drawn to a tracking device he held aloft, its red light blinking incessantly. When did you leave this? The masked man began to inquire, only to abruptly realize the truth. He cast a glance at a claw standing silently nearby. Dissect him. With this succinct command, several claws sprang into action, swiftly dismantling their comrade. Before long, they discovered a small tracking device nestled within the severed neck of the fallen claw. The leading member of the Owl Court slowly began to applaud, much to everyone's astonishment. He remarked on the keen powers of observation displayed. Most individuals would assume a person decapitated is undoubtedly dead, yet you chose to plant a locator device within the corpse. The court member expressed a hint of annoyance, exclaiming, "What a trick you've played on us. We are a clandestine organization. Now that you've uncovered us, what shall we do with you?" "I have come seeking collaboration," Bane replied. "I wish to obtain the amber gold." This term caused a momentary pause from the member elevated on the dais. "Where did you hear?" "Never mind, it is inconsequential." He swiftly issued a command. "Talons. Eliminate the intruder." Turning to the others, he declared, "I apologize, ladies and gentlemen, but the festivities must conclude early. We must. I require the implantation of amber gold. In exchange, once I have vanquished Batman, seized control of the city, and met my end, I am willing to offer my corpse to become a Talon of the Owl Court. These are my terms." Bane's words brought the white-masked figure on the podium to a halt. He tore away the fabric from his arm, revealing the strange condition of the opponent's body, which was covered in minute plants, as if vines and grasses were growing directly from his flesh. Such a physical state would astound any biologist. More striking was the contrasting half of his body, which presented an unhealthy pallor. The white-masked figure was all too familiar with this hue, recognizing the darkened veins lurking beneath the pale skin, a condition only the deceased would exhibit. Indeed, the talons of the Owl Court predominantly bore such ghastly visages. "Attempt to attack him," he commanded. No sooner had the order left his lips than a Talon assassin beside Bane lunged forward without hesitation. Bane did not flinch. As the assassin thrust with all his might, Bane's skin was pierced, the blade embedding slightly within him. The Talon slowly withdrew his weapon, Yet not a drop of blood emerged, as though the blade had penetrated an impenetrable layer of tough hide. Astonishing, Bane. Something has transpired within you that we were unaware of, the white-masked figure articulated slowly. His demeanor shifted. Perhaps we can engage in discussion. Indeed, Bane responded. He retaliated with a punch, driving the head of the Talon assassin who had just stabbed him into his chest. Then watched as the assassin extracted his head and reattached it to his spine. I am also quite intrigued by the prospect of immortality. I believe our collaboration shall be quite agreeable. Chun Tao stood within Batman's exclusive training grounds in the Batcave. He closed his eyes, inhaled deeply, and silently activated the Alfred protocol. Synced. The shattered bat. Current crisis energy units. 84 cells seethed as silvery particles entwined around him, before transforming into an abyss of darkness. Humph! Chun Tao emitted a stifled grunt as half of his body erupted into black nanobots, instantly penetrating all the training robots before him. Sizzle! The nanobots morphed into razor-sharp steel blades, effortlessly cleaving the robots in twain. However, the source of Chun Tao's stifled grunt was not his assault. The negative memories of the shattered bat were assailing him, and when compared to the likes of Bane or the Batmobile, these negative emotions were of an entirely different magnitude. Chun Tao pondered in silence. Yet even amidst such an overwhelming influx of negativity, he maintained a lucid train of thought. This is insufficient to conquer me. He gazed at his own hands. Yet, it is enough to disrupt my synchronization with other Batmans. Chapter 60. Preparation. No longer are these mere, unempathetic negative emotions, nor the primal instincts of dinosaurs feasting upon flesh or the echoes of prehistoric hail striking the branches. They are certainly not the chaotic yet righteous memories of the Joker, bouncing like a circus performer, nor the relentless training routines of Bane, sculpting his physique day after day. Instead, it is anguish. The moment a hand is severed, the bewildered cry of the elbow's nerve transforms into a wail, accompanied by the spurt of blood. The sensation of powerful legs being brutally torn asunder by venomous force, as muscles and fibers snap one by one, joints are wrenched from their sockets, connected tendons emitting a soft pop. The spine fractures, elongated, as life-sustaining conduits are inserted, each midnight reverie interrupted by phantom pains in the limbs, remnants of nerves misreporting their disconnection from the body, sending perplexed inquiries to the brain. Such torment has been endured by Batman for 30 long years, and as Chun Tao synchronized with the broken bat, all of that pain flooded into his consciousness. Chun Tao's temples throbbed violently, and this time, he could not transform his head into a silicon-based form to quell this physiological spasm. He felt akin to a mermaid, whose tail had transformed into legs, enduring excruciating pain with every step. A rather peculiar metaphor, yet undeniably fitting. His brain, lungs, and heart remained human, but the rest of him was composed entirely of dark gray nanobots. With a breath, Chun Tao deactivated his transformation, the intense pain receding like a tide, silver particles swirling around him, dispelling the dark gray, revealing his scarred, muscular physique. Once again, his figure flickered in the training ground, silver particles coalescing as the Joker's visage washed the bat dinosaur's green scales to a ghostly white. In the next instant, the metallic structure of the Batmobile exploded across his face, incessantly reconstructing into the form of a dinosaur. The canister of Bane's venom materialized behind him, only to be consumed by his metallic body, shielded by layers of exhaust pipes and rubber tires. Moments later, Chun Tao synchronized with the broken bat, and the assembled configuration suddenly disintegrated into black nanobots. After several minutes, Chun Tao donned casual attire, descending the steps from the training room to the second floor of the Batcave, slowly taking his seat before the Batcomputer.
Alfred.
Is Clark Kent from Metropolis still on the trail? Chun Tao inquired, accepting the drink and sandwich Alfred offered. Have we located him?
Alfred pauset momentarily.
I'm afraid not, sir, he replied. Lois Lane has been promoted, and one of her aides is a photographer named Jimmy Olsen, who was assigned to her just a day ago. Alfred continued, we have been tracking Lex Luthor's movements, yet Clark Kent remains elusive. Diana Prince from Boston, never mind. Chun Tao was aware that such a feeble thought should not cross his mind. If the individuals he had previously mentioned had been located, Alfred would have informed him immediately. His silence implied that they remained unfound. This inquiry was merely a manifestation of weakness, and a Batman should never exhibit such frailty. Chun Tao slapped his face, restoring his demeanor to its usual sternness. Even if he contemplated retirement, it ought to be amidst the blessings of his many colleagues, gracefully stepping down to enjoy his twilight years, rather than escaping in a disgraceful manner like a dog, right? I am Batman, Chun Tao mused. Before I don this mantle, I must fulfill my duties, the duties befitting Batman. The atmosphere grew momentarily somber. Master Bruce, concerning the nuclear weapon. You need not worry excessively, Alfred remarked. Regardless of who obtains that bomb, unless they intend to discreetly detonate it without anyone discovering, thereby conjuring a magnificent mushroom cloud over Gotham, they will surely utilize it, as you know, akin to the £1,000,000 note. Note: the £1,000,000 note refers to a Mark Twain novel about a destitute American youth who exploits a £1,000,000 banknote for personal gain. Alfred implies that whoever possesses the nuclear weapon will resort to nuclear extortion. Once he reveals himself, Alfred continued, we shall locate him and deal with him. Chun Tao nodded in agreement. Scarecrow, the Court of Owls, Bane, Lincoln March, the detonator for that nuclear bomb must be in the hands of one of these adversaries. He resolved to confront each of them in turn. Deliver the Mad Hatter's hat to Lucius, he instructed Alfred. Have him swiftly discern the nuances of Tetch's tricks. He need not comprehend it fully, merely ensure that Tetch cannot manipulate it. You have received your reward, Penguin stated. Oswald Cobblepot, our agreement shall proceed. He grinned at the corpse before him. A man with an uncanny blue complexion, golden hair cascading from his forehead to the nape of his neck, resembling a crown, a false crown. He was Emperor Penguin, once a disciple of the Penguin, nearly destined to inherit his vast criminal empire, had he not been foolish enough to betray his mentor. Defeated by Batman, he was deemed mentally competent and thus avoided Arkham Asylum, instead being incarcerated in Blackgate Prison. Penguin had brokered a deal with Bane to acquire him, only for Bane to snap his neck while he pledged his allegiance. Of course, continue Bane, you may be a natural-born killer, yet you honor your commitments. Everything that Ogilvy did to me years ago, I shall return in kind, Penguin declared. And you and I are cut from the same cloth, my friend, veins bulging. The goods you requested are prepared. The Penguin man patted the metal monstrosity beside him, his fleshy paw striking the iron with a resounding thud. Over 20 M1A2 main battle tanks, I exerted considerable effort to procure them, along with more than 2,000 M4 carbines, as well as M249 machine guns, M240 machine guns, M136 anti-tank rocket launchers, M203 grenade launchers, and M2A3 Bradley infantry fighting vehicles. Beneath his hooked nose, his loquacious mouth erupted with a rapid-fire enumeration of weaponry, boasting about the formidable challenge of acquiring such an arsenal. I dare say, in all of America, there are no more than 5 arms dealers capable of dispatching such a vast array of weapons in a short span of time, and I alone can provide you with tanks. Chapter 61. The man behind the scenes with my assistance. Before he could finish his sentence, Bane circled to the rear of the tank, pointing at the armor beside the obviously replaced entrance, where a half-formed handprint was deeply embedded. This appears to be from the batch of tanks that I dismantled with my bare hands, he remarked. How could that be? Penguin exclaimed, his eyes widening so dramatically that his monocle fell from its perch. I am the honest and reliable Penguin man. How could I possibly resort to opportunistic theft, scavenging others' equipment for profit? The muscle-bound monstrosity remained silent. All right, Penguin conceded, raising his hands in surrender under Bane's piercing gaze. Indeed, I did collect those pieces of equipment, but I repaired them all. It was quite simple. I merely had to replace some armor components. Bane said nothing. The tanks he had damaged were in dire condition, and even if Penguin had salvaged the equipment, the mere fact that he could repair them in such a short span of time attested to his capabilities. The transaction proceeded smoothly, as Bane's men busily transported the cache of weapons brought by Penguin. By the way, Bane, there's something I must discuss with you. Penguin puffed on his cigar, carefully readjusting his monocle. Did you know that I recently had a nuclear bomb stolen? Nuclear weapons? Bane paused, momentarily taken aback. Good heavens, you actually possess such a perilous item. Penguin narrowed his eyes slightly, a gesture that exuded intimidation. Despite his diminutive stature, standing at less than 5 feet tall with a rotund figure and a hooked nose, the act of smoking while squinting still sent shivers down one's spine. "You did not know my nuclear weapon was stolen?" Bane retorted sharply. "Should I have been aware of this?" The two men locked eyes for a moment, the atmosphere gradually growing tense. Nearby, Penguin S and Bane's subordinates began to sense the rising tension. They set down the weapons they were handling and focused on their respective leaders. Suddenly, Penguin erupted into a fit of laughter. "Oh, no worries, my friend. I merely wish to ask you, if you happen to learn of the whereabouts of the scoundrel who pilfered my nuclear weapon, please notify me at once so I can have him dismembered." Yet Bane remained tense, his gaze cold as he scrutinized Penguin. "Ha! Ah!" Penguin chuckled awkwardly, falling silent. He summoned a subordinate and directly addressed Bane. "Let the armed helicopter standing by above withdraw. It seems this matter may not indeed involve Bane, and there is no need for them to aim their missiles at our esteemed clientele."
Ben S. Demianor relaxed.
The atmosphere began to thaw, the once palpable tension dissipating into nothingness. Penguin stroked his chin, his eyes darting thoughtfully. "My friend, these weapons may significantly bolster your strength," he said, "but I do not hold much hope for you. Soon, you will meet the same fate as the countless provocateurs who have dared to challenge Batman over the years." Upon observing Bane's demeanor darken slightly, he remained indifferent. He discerned that Bane's emotions were not as transparent as he feigned. Rather, he delighted in portraying a dim-witted brute. Why not indulge him in this charade? After all, his ultimate aim was to ensure that Bane could engage in a prolonged struggle with the Bat, thus allowing him to continue his trade. He spoke plainly. "In light of our collaborative relationship, Bane, I have encountered a fair share of Arkham's talents, and they all echo a singular sentiment. Bane is certainly no Batman. Allow me to present a simple fact. My dapper ally. No matter how many assassins and muscle-bound henchmen you bring from Santa Prisca or how many scoundrels you rescue from Blackgate Penitentiary, these Arkham lunatics have endured far worse and harbor no fear of you." Bane responded with silence. The ensuing transaction was rather unremarkable. Amidst an odd quietude, this peculiar pair of clients and merchant concluded their dealings. "The next shipment of weapons will arrive in 2 days, my ally. This time, however, you will need to part with actual currency. The opportunity to exchange a corpse for such a plethora of weapons comes only once." He handed Bane a price list detailing the costs of various quantities of arms, then swaggered away under Bane's watchful eye. Moments later, in a secluded corner, Bane gestured for a few of his subordinates to guard the entrance, placing a finger to his earpiece. "So, my ally, what insights do you have?" "I am not your ally," came a voice with a British accent from Bane's earpiece, reminiscent of a butler politely inquiring within a noble estate. "We are merely engaged in a blatant mutual exploitation, Bane. There is no need to bind us together. Have you grown addicted to the game of allies with the Penguin?" This was an exceedingly impolite taunt, yet Bane remained silent. "I provide you with essential information and funds. You need only reciprocate by fulfilling your intended goal of annihilating Batman. That is my purpose. By whatever means necessary, even if it entails the destruction of Gotham, pursue your grand ambitions." Bane sensed the whiff of conspiracy. "I never trust assistance without cause," he replied. However, the mysterious voice paid him no heed. He continued, "The final payment for the weapons will arrive shortly, and then we shall never meet again. Provide me as much as you can," Bane insisted. "Of course, Bane." The shadowy figure paused, adjusting his cane, enough to arm every one of your subordinates to the teeth. Bane ended the call and turned, intending to signal his men to depart with the weapons, when a cacophony erupted. "What is happening? Zombies, check it out." Before the minion known as the Zombie Man, summoned by Bane, could make a move, a voice resonated. "There is absolutely no need for that. You are Bane, aren't you?" A soft chuckle followed, and Bane frowned as he noticed the Zombie Man smirking beside him. Silently, he activated the venom behind him. The dark green liquid coursed through him, elevating his physique by a couple of inches. "Oh, there is no need for such vigilance. We are both here to confront Batman, after all. We are allies." A burst of laughter erupted, followed by the Zombie Man collapsing to the ground, consumed by a fit of maniacal laughter. Bane gazed upon the pallid figure that materialized before him. "The Joker," Chapter 62. A calculated scheme to speak candidly. This was the Penguin's inaugural visit to the Batcave. Throughout the majority of his past encounters with Batman, the exchange typically unfolded in two distinct phases. Phase 1. Batman would storm into his office without uttering a single word, and proceed to render him unconscious with brutal force. The sheer savagery of this process instilled profound terror in his subordinates, who bore witness to the entire scene. Phase 2. Upon regaining consciousness, the Penguin would invariably find himself bound and deposited at Gotham City Police headquarters, surrounded by manila envelopes filled with meticulously gathered evidence of his criminal activities. It is not to say that during Batman's decade-long crusade as a hero, he had not occasionally been temporarily detained within the Batcave before progressing to Phase 2. However, more often than not, he was left in a state of disarray, battered and bruised, or even unconscious. Consequently, he had little opportunity or inclination to scrutinize the cave's decor. How infuriating it was to reflect upon the past, as the accursed Batcave suddenly felt more ominous than ever. The Penguin tightened his grip on his umbrella, which served as his weapon, equipped with lethal mechanisms and deadly toxins, capable even of functioning as a submachine gun. Yet, in the presence of Batman, it primarily served as a psychological comfort. Thus, when Batman, in a surprisingly cordial manner, extended an invitation for him to visit the Batcave half an hour prior, the Penguin readily acquiesced. Although he was required to don a blindfold and plug his ears, then be whisked away through the skyscrapers like a yo-yo, he was nonetheless alert as he stepped into the Batcave for the first time. Was he not? What was he hesitating for, Oswald? The Penguin turned to see Batman's ghostly figure materializing beside him. Was it just him, or did Batman's form coalesce from the shadows as if composed of black sand? Had he imagined it? Batman's expression bore an odd semblance of torment. He placed a hand upon the Penguin's shoulder, a reassuring gesture that confirmed the touch of a human hand, granting the Penguin a modicum of comfort. Let us proceed. With a sense of trepidation, the Penguin continued onward. What could Batman possibly want from him? Surely he did not intend to interrogate him? As he walked, his mind conjured a vivid image. He found himself naked and bound to a cross, his rotund belly marked by dozens of lash marks inflicted by Batman's whip. Batman gripped his hair, dripping candle wax onto his abdomen, demanding answers, while a gag silenced him, rendering him unable to utter a single word. The mere thought sent a shiver down his spine. Why have you stopped? Why, yes, I apologize. As he turned down the dimly lit corridor, the menacing figure of a colossal dinosaur and the ethereal glow of the Batcomputer finally came into view. His eyes widened as he beheld the figure standing before the computer. That figure was Harley Quinn. How could it possibly be you? The Penguin nearly bit his tongue in astonishment. What brings you to the Batcave? He surveyed the surroundings. Poison Ivy? Killer Croc? And you, I recognize you, your Deathstroke. Cheshire Cat, the renowned rookie mercenary. His gaze shifted to the ventriloquist squatting nearby, attempting to disguise himself as a dog. Arnold? Oh, is that you, Oswald? You little wrinkled prickly pear. How has your evening fared? Harley joyfully executed a somersault in Batman's designated seat. Regardless of your experience, mine has been absolutely splendid tonight. She clambered upside down onto the Batcomputer's console, retrieving a tape recorder. Upon pressing a button, an unmistakably fabricated audio of Batman emanated from the device. I, Batman, simply must engage in activities with bats. Harley exclaimed. Let us give this a whirl. She pressed the recorder twice more. The Batcomputer promptly complied with Harley's command, yet nothing transpired. The Penguin observed a peculiar figure adorned with a candle-shaped headpiece approaching, bearing a tray of food, who addressed Harley with an odd British accent. I regret to inform you, Miss Quinn, that should you wish to issue voice commands to the Batcomputer, you must first utter, "Hey, Batcomputer." Oh, I can't take this anymore. Poison Ivy groaned, slapping her forehead. She manipulated verdant vines to whisk Harley, who was simultaneously thanking the candle-headed stranger while stuffing a sandwich into her mouth, away from the Batcomputer and deposited her beside Killer Croc, who was gorging himself at a nearby table. Enough, Harley. Perhaps a sufficient quantity of beef and roasted pig could silence you. Would you care for a leg of beef? Killer Croc inquired. The Penguin marveled at the sheer madness of the world he inhabited today. Oh, and Batman, there was something I neglected to mention last time. The Firefly has been missing since the massacre in the swamp, and I have yet to locate him. The Penguin noticed Robin gliding over in a swivel chair. But then again, it's not of great importance, is it? He held a large piece of roasted chicken, taking a hearty bite, then pushed off the ground to glide away once more. The ventriloquist squatted nearby, a bowl filled with roasted meat at his feet. Deathstroke sat at another makeshift table, elegantly savoring a Western meal. Upon catching the Penguin's gaze, he unexpectedly raised his glass in a toast. What in the world? The Penguin opened his mouth, attempting to articulate something, but words lodged in his throat. Calm yourself, Oswald. We have some more pressing matters to discuss. Chun Tao handed him a glass of champagne. Care for a drink? The Penguin absently accepted it. Chun Tao gathered his thoughts. Well, the main reason I called you here is that I hope you can assist in betraying Scarecrow. Impossible. The Penguin's disarrayed mind instantly sharpened. He remarked, Are you not aware of the bond one share with the Scarecrow? He is my dearest friend, my steadfast ally. The stout little man, with righteous conviction, declared, How could I ever betray him? The assassin crocodile observed the unfolding scene with keen interest. 3 minutes later, a notification informed him of a 500 million deposit to his bank account. The Penguin, maintaining an air of nonchalance, read the banking message and lightly cleared his throat. I can assist you in luring the Scarecrow, he stated. However, the dilemma lies in the fact that the Scarecrow is no fool, nor is he a subordinate whom I can summon at will. Batman, on what grounds do you believe that the Scarecrow can be easily deceived into revealing himself? He continued, After all, Klein is a cunning madman. Without a legitimate reason to seek him, we would only serve to alarm him. Chapter 63. Protective Kidnapping. I was well prepared for this. The Penguin listened as Batman recounted, previously, the Joker and Scarecrow conspired to abduct Mayor Carlo. However, due to their deteriorating relationship and mutual assaults, when Scarecrow found himself battered by the Joker, Mayor Carlo managed to free himself from the grip of fear gas and has now safely returned home. Although he is now suffering from neurosis and a phobia of the Joker, Robin interjected, sliding over from a nearby chair. Nonetheless, based on my understanding of Scarecrow, he will undoubtedly seek to rectify this situation. The Penguin heard Batman's calm analysis, which was a familiar sight. This was the Batman he knew, cold, vigilant, akin to a merciless machine, possessing an intricate understanding of the psyche of villains, effortlessly predicting their every move. Such a Batman was truly terrifying, and he felt a genuine fear of this version of the Dark Knight. We must. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. My apologies, Batman said. He turned to Harley Quinn, exclaiming, If you play that music one more time, I will expel you from the Batcave. Poison Ivy began to chase Harley, and the two women were soon embroiled in a chaotic scuffle. The Penguin barely managed to maintain a serious expression. Thus, I deduce that Scarecrow will indeed devise a means to capture Mayor Carlo once more. Chun Tao continued. Scarecrow is an exceedingly arrogant criminal, enamored with fear, obsessed with it. For him, a lack of fully realized terror is akin to imperfection. Hence, if he wishes to concoct a sufficiently savory broth of fear, Mayor Carlo, as the nominal head of the city, will be an indispensable ingredient. Especially since he has previously possessed this ingredient, his pursuit of perfect terror will render him intolerant of a scenario devoid of Mayor Carlo's presence. Even though he may possess other means to threaten and intimidate Gotham, he will relentlessly seek a more perfect form of intimidation, an inevitable consequence of his mental illness. The Penguin listened as Batman continued, Indeed, you have heard me mention that Scarecrow might possess another weapon capable of threatening Gotham. We initially suspect that it was Scarecrow who stole your nuclear device. Chun Tao presented the analysis report compiled by Tim for the Penguin's perusal. Scarecrow has both the capability and the motive. The Penguin recalled the silent moment when Scarecrow had appeared behind him, silently reinforcing Batman's assertion. In Gotham, no ordinary individual could resist Scarecrow's fear gas, and his ability to instill profound terror in others endowed him with unparalleled skill in interrogation. If anyone in Gotham were to know the secret of his nuclear device, Scarecrow would undoubtedly be among them. Yet, he still could not fathom Batman's intentions. So, Klein will find a way to recapture Mayor Carlo. Then why not set a trap at the mayor's residence? What use is it to seek me out? What I mean is that although the Scarecrow is afflicted, he is by no means a fool. If we are capable of contemplating this notion, we cannot dismiss the possibility that the Scarecrow has also anticipated our thoughts. The Penguin observed Batman cough lightly and remarked, "Therefore, if we were to set a trap directly at Mayor Carlo's residence, the Scarecrow might not fall for it. He would likely take a circuitous route. As we are compelled to diminish our protection of Mayor Carlo due to the distractions he orchestrates, Klein, who has been waiting in the wings, would seize the opportunity to abduct the mayor." So, to be frank, the Penguin still did not quite grasp what Batman was trying to convey. Thus, to preempt the Scarecrow from kidnapping Mayor Carlo, we shall first abduct the mayor ourselves. The Penguin stared in bewilderment as Batman shooed away Harley Quinn and Poison Ivy, who were frolicking on the sofa, and then retrieved a massive drawer from beneath it. In the next moment, the Penguin slapped his forehead in realization. Inside the drawer was a bound and naked man, gagged and terrified. It was none other than Mayor Carlo, who had just escaped the clutches of the Joker and the Scarecrow, and was now a victim of fright when he should have been recuperating at home. His eyes were tightly shut, and a tear streaked down his cheek, as if he were trapped in an unshakable nightmare. "I must commend you, Batman," the Penguin remarked. "Therefore, we require an individual whom the Scarecrow trusts sufficiently, one who will assert that he has kidnapped Mayor Carlo and voluntarily offer this bait to the Scarecrow, thereby luring him out." The Penguin immediately comprehended that this individual was none other than himself. Of course, considering Professor Klein's remarkable social skills and his ability to rally and lead others, we must anticipate the possibility that Klein has other accomplices. The Penguin was drawn aside by Batman to a nearby cabinet, where he witnessed Batman produce a bottle of dark yellow potion, stating, "This is a specially formulated sludge softening solvent designed for the Mudman. Once ingested, Basil's body will be rendered incapable of hardening, turning into a gelatinous mass." He then produced a USB drive. "This is a virus specifically crafted for Victor's low-temperature armored suit. If you discreetly connect it to Victor's suit, the virus will alter the core programming, transforming Victor into a boiled shrimp in mere moments. No hardware insertion is necessary. It will infiltrate automatically as long as you are sufficiently close." The Penguin could already envision how the frosty villain would wail as he collapsed to the ground, swallowing hard. How devious! A nuclear magnetic disruptor tailored specifically for Garfield. Once activated, his flamethrower and fire suit will be rendered inoperable, leaving all his equipment powerless, although one must exercise caution when using it. He heard Batman continue, "This device will disable Garfield's flight system, meaning that once activated, he will plummet from the sky like a kite severed from its string. If he falls in an unfortunate manner, it could be fatal. You must activate this before he takes off. Sodium hydroxide solution, a potent alkaline solution, can react with phosphorus to produce phosphine. I trust this substantial vial will thoroughly nauseate Dr. Phosphorus. Do you see this reagent? It is specifically designed to counteract Dr. Langstone, requiring merely a single injection to temporarily revert him from that monstrous bat-like form back to his human state." The Penguin stared blankly at Batman as he recounted the apparatuses capable of making Gotham's villains retch in disgust. He noticed the other man's mouth widen, saliva pooling, revealing a smile akin to ecstasy. Hey, you're excited, aren't you? You're quite thrilled, aren't you? So, Oswald, will you join this endeavor?" When Batman posed this question, the Penguin sensed that everyone had set aside their tasks, their piercing azure eyes fixed upon him, creating an impression of being encircled by ravenous wolves. "Very well, I will join," he declared, raising his hands in surrender. Chapter 64. The Choice for the Joker. The world is merely an expansive arcade. Bane sat at his desk, deeply engrossed in the pamphlet penned by Batman. To the Joker, life is nothing more than a token in a game. He remains tethered to existence solely due to the absence of an enthralling machine. Once he discovers one, he will spend it without hesitation. The muscle-bound brute gingerly turned the page with his massive fingers, continuing to read. He is a consummate liar and deceiver. Thus, when confronting the Joker, always remember, do not attempt to decipher his actions through conventional thought. Does the Joker have a plan? Although he frequently claims not to, there is no doubt that he possesses a scheme. He simply lacks a definitive goal, rendering him more formidable than ordinary criminals who adhere to plans. It must be acknowledged that the Joker's comparison of himself to a mad dog chasing a truck is strikingly apartment typically. A plan necessitates a process and a target. For those who relish formulating plans, like Bane, achieving a goal is the ultimate aspiration. The so-called plan is merely a means to realize that goal. Bane chuckled softly, unaware that for a fleeting moment, his smile resembled that of a schoolgirl receiving a love letter. Yet, in the next instant, that smile morphed into the feral excitement of a beast poised to strike. Batman audaciously provoked within the pamphlet. The Joker is more troublesome. Ordinary criminals rely on plans. Yet, even with the knowledge of his adversary's intentions, Bane found himself stirred. However, these emotions were quickly vanquished, unable to shake him or deter him from continuing to read. For the Joker, purpose is not an end. The execution of a plan is the true objective. He derives ecstasy from the process of implementing his schemes. He harbors no mundane desires, no concrete, realistic goals. Wealth, power, he seeks none of it. Like a dog chasing after a truck, he does not genuinely wish to affect the vehicle. If one were to assert that the Joker has a goal for his plan, it would only be to disprove all rules and order, to demonstrate that chaos and malevolence are the essence of the world. So, do you comprehend? He scorns and mocks all rules and order, which includes, but is not limited to, the plans you, Bane, have devised to vanquish Batman. For the Joker, dismantling others' plans is nearly instinctual. To him, the plans and regulations of others, indeed any codex, are nothing more than absurd jokes. Thank you for the reminder, Bane mused silently. I have come to understand the nature of the Joker. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks interrupted Bane's contemplation. His subordinate, the caveman, entered to report, Bane, the Batman suit has been completed. Bane nodded. I am aware. He rose to his feet. The caveman's lips twisted for a moment before he finally spoke. Bane, are we truly to collaborate with the Joker and divide the entire city? Bane offered no reply as he strode out of the room, disappearing around the corridor's corner, until the caveman finally caught the echo of his voice in the air. Who knows? Lincoln March, clad in the Talon uniform of the Court of Owls, traversed the eerie corridor. The luminous moonlight filtered through the shattered and grimy glass of the window, casting mottled shadows upon the creaking wooden floor, illuminating his sleek, silver armor and reflecting the blood red of the oversized owl eyes on his helmet. This place was an abandoned hospital, financed by Martha Wayne and Thomas Wayne, and such derelict establishments were plentiful in Gotham. Within the reconstruction initiative known as the O'Sullivan Plan, there were not only hospitals but also schools, community colleges, and public facilities, forming an extensive network that, if completed, could have transformed Gotham. However, these were all aspirations that would never come to fruition, rendering discussions of their potential impact on Gotham utterly meaningless. Since that fateful day decades ago when the couple was murdered in Crime Alley, their urban revitalization project had also perished. Lincoln March shook his head, focusing on the task assigned by the court. He should not allow his thoughts to wander at this moment. Yet, he could not help but recall the last time he had gathered with Bruce Wayne. The words exchanged. You know, Mr. March, let's skip the formalities. May I simply call you Lincoln? Did you know that owls occupy the nests of others? They murder the parents of ordinary birds and raise their offspring, only to later rip their hearts out at the appropriate time to satiate their hunger? Those foolish little birds submit not only to the claws of the owl, but also to the very hands of their parents' murderers, following the owl's commands to slay their own kin, ultimately becoming the owl's lunch. The implications of those words were painfully evident. This was no mere suggestion, but almost a blatant revelation. Bruce Wayne must have uncovered his identity and understood the meaning behind his statements. Lincoln March shook his head. Now was not the time for such reflections. He pushed open the door to a room, stepping from the shadowy corridor into a brightly lit interior. Welcome, welcome. From the Court of Owl's talons, you have chosen a fitting collaborator. Lincoln March squinted slightly. At the center of the room, the Scarecrow sat regally on the main seat. Nearby, his gaze swept across the room. Killer Croc, the ventriloquist, Harley Quinn, and Poison Ivy. How curious it was that these four seemingly unrelated villains would find themselves together. Yet there was an unmistakable air of camaraderie amongst them. Mr. Freeze, Victor, held a somewhat unique position, sitting directly beside the Scarecrow. Lincoln's gaze swept across the room, revealing that it was entirely filled with the madmen of Arkham. One cannot deny that Scarecrow possesses a certain aptitude for leadership. After all, not everyone can rally such a multitude of lunatics. I had always believed that the Court of Owl's choice of me would not lead to folly. Together, we could divide this city. He confidently approached with a glass of champagne in hand. A formidable organization necessitates a robust partnership. I am merely responsible for the assessment, Scarecrow. Lincoln unhesitatingly interrupted him. You must first demonstrate to the court that you possess the ability to control the entire city before our collaboration can formally commence. Despite the other's politeness, he could not shake a peculiar sense of aversion, the origins of which eluded him. He did not wish to acknowledge it. Deep within, he pondered, with so many villains, can Batman truly manage them all? Scarecrow remained unfazed by the other's cold demeanor. It is my honor to invite you, Mr. Talon, for we are on the brink of acquiring a brand new asset. He continued, Oswald has just sent word that he will be delivering our Mayor Carlo. Chapter 65. Scarecrow. My name is Jonathan Crane, commonly referred to as the Scarecrow. For me, this world is utterly insane, as it has always been. Madness to the left, chaos to the right. The inhabitants of Arkham possess no comprehension of unity or collaboration. More often than not, even their fleeting alliances swiftly devolve into infighting, leading one lunatic after another to self-destruct, until ultimately, only Gotham's squandered potential remains. The denizens of Arkham are far too easily ensnared by their own hubris, which is precisely why I must ensure that this time is different. This time, the Scarecrow shall be the commander. And as far as I am aware, a competent leader always possesses a contingency plan. I have been scheming this since my collaboration with the Joker. Oswald, my dear friend, you have indeed surprised me greatly. The Scarecrow embraced the Penguin warmly, then beamed at the bound Mayor Carlo, whose mouth was stuffed with a foul sock. What a timely gift for our endeavor to conquer the entire city. The Scarecrow produced a vial of fear toxin and unleashed a cloud of mist directly into Carlo's face. The poor wretch emitted a wail reminiscent of a dying gasp and promptly succumbed to unconsciousness. But fainting was of no consequence. As the Scarecrow spoke, he toyed with the unfortunate mayor while discreetly observing the two individuals flanking the Penguin. The first was Deathstroke, the mercenary. He was familiar with him. The other was the Cheshire Cat, also known to him. Their presence beside the Penguin seemed entirely reasonable. This time, the Penguin appeared to be genuinely sincere. Of course, Crane, we are deeply collaborative partners. The Penguin smiled as he stepped among Arkham's villains, casually pouring himself a glass of champagne. After all, we are all part of Arkham. He poured drinks for Poison Ivy and Harley, engaging in friendly banter, toasting one by one, the atmosphere harmonious and congenial. Victor. Mr. Freeze stared at him coldly. Do not be so harsh. I do not trust you, Cobblepot. Mr. Freeze spoke, his voice laced with skepticism. Given your history of betrayal, do you truly think I would believe you would willingly join our ranks? Do not be like that, Victor, the Scarecrow interjected. The Penguin is our important ally. Let us extend some courtesy. Mr. Freeze promptly poured the drink provided by the Penguin onto the ground, his helmet retracting as he exhaled a gust of frigid air, instantly turning the spilled drink into icy shards. The corners of the Penguin's mouth curled into a smile. No worries, no worries. He cheerfully moved to the other side. Ah, is that not the Clayface? Is there an issue with him? The Scarecrow subtly turned his gaze towards Batfreak. Has he attracted Bane's attention? The Scarecrow shook his head. No, Cobblepot is quite honest. Aside from his two bodyguards, he has brought no assistance. There are no signs of mobilization from Bane's army, nor any indication of weaponry being wielded. Cobblepot has not betrayed us. I believe he understands that if he were to play tricks, we, in our numbers, could easily end his life in an instant. The Scarecrow nodded in agreement. The banquet continued, with melodies soaring and music resonating, as the madmen of Arkham gathered in unison. The Scarecrow, filled with pride, raised his goblet. This was the proper way to collaborate with others. He reflected on how foolish his previous alliance with the Joker had been. The Joker was too formidable. He could not control the other's actions. It was these people, these ordinary Arkham compatriots, who were more submissive, easier to manage, and more amenable to persuasion than the Joker. Yet, the Scarecrow had never considered that, compared to the Joker, they were equally weaker, more vulnerable, and far easier to shatter. To my compatriots, let us toast to the end of an era and the dawn of a new future. Everyone raised their glasses in unison. Then suddenly, without warning, Mr. Freeze let out a horrific wail in the oppressive heat of his armored suit, thrashing on the ground as scalding steam escaped from the seams of his armor, searing his flesh and rendering him in unbearable agony. In the next moment, the Firefly, the Clayface, and the Scarecrow, still holding their raised goblets, watched as his recruited Arkham allies collapsed almost instantaneously. What was happening? He turned abruptly to Penguin. Oswald, seize him. He commanded Killer Croc and Poison Ivy, the only ones among them who had not succumbed. He shouted, capture that traitor Penguin. He has betrayed us. Understood, Killer Croc replied, providing him with a semblance of reassurance. To whom had Penguin pledged his allegiance? Was it Bane? But such details were trivial. Once he captured him, thorough interrogation would unveil everything. He intended to make Penguin experience the sheer terror of his fear toxin, the ultimate dread. In the next moment, he was seized by Killer Croc. Damn it, I wanted you to capture Penguin, not me. He quickly realized the gravity of the situation. Forgive me, I am the traitor, Killer Croc muttered, scratching his head. I am as well, Poison Ivy added. Of course, I am too, chimed in the charming little Harleen with a laugh. The ventriloquist stepped aside and kicked the fallen Mr. Freeze. Thud. His foot knocked off Mr. Freeze's helmet with a crisp sound. You all. The Scarecrow's voice sounded muffled beneath the linen mask. It is hard to imagine what Bane used to persuade you. Do you still think it was Bane? It was not Bane. Lying serves no purpose. Very well. The Scarecrow shook his head. Fortunately, I was also prepared. He shouted loudly, Court of Owls, where are the talons you promised? The Court of Owls had not made any promises regarding talons. Lincoln March emerged from the shadows, his visage obscured by a silver mask. Although I have brought them, he said, casting a disdainful glance at the sprawled Arkham inmates. Jonathan Crane, you have disappointed the expectations of the Court of Owls. Enough with the pleasantries, Scarecrow interjected, turning his gaze towards the writhing Freeze. This is hardly the work of Penguin. It resembles something more akin to. Something more akin to. He looked at Penguin. Oswald, whom do you truly serve? Jonathan Crane had already surmised the answer, yet he was reluctant to accept it, for it contradicted everything he knew of that individual, as he had focused too much on Bane. Damn it, Crane, we trusted you, which is why we attended your gathering, and yet you have invited a traitor. You must devise a solution. He heard Professor PYG shouting. My piglets outside seemed to be under attack. They did not heed my call. Harley Quinn leapt high, launching an assault on Scarecrow. Scarecrow retaliated, spraying a thick cloud of mist into her face. Yet the cackling woman remained unfazed, bringing her bat down upon the table beside the evasive Scarecrow. This is why I loathe clowns. You pale-skinned lunatics utterly defy pharmacology. Watch out, Harley. We need to capture him alive. Poison Ivy called out, as she carefully conjured a vine that slithered toward Scarecrow, moving as gently as possible. This is quite the unexpected turn of events. Scarecrow skillfully rolled backward. What a pity. The preparations I made were not intended for such a situation. What do you mean? Penguin, who had been standing idly by, furrowed his brow. What have you prepared? Chapter 66. Essence within the confines of the Batplane. Chun Tao occupied the seat beside the pilot. Batcomputer, connect me to Robin, he commanded, but received no response. Hey Batcomputer, connect me to Robin. Connection established. Batman calling Robin, he announced. The aircraft remained suspended in midair, while Alfred, the ever-reliable butler, manned the cockpit, a candle resting beside him. Soon, the visage of Tim Drake flickered onto the screen before him. He languidly propped his legs upon the table, took a sip from his drink with a disgruntled huff, and then turned to devour a hefty bite of Alfred's renowned sandwich. Tim, everything seems normal at the water reservoir, the Assembly Square, the night market, and other congregational spots. Correct? Has the firewall for the Gotham TV communication network been fortified against hacking attempts? Are there no anomalies with the surveillance of the news vans? And remember, should anyone attempt to commandeer those vehicles, sever their connections immediately. No, old man, Tim grumbled as he finished his drink, casually tossing the empty plastic cup behind him. Damn it, Batman, none of your anticipated scenarios have come to pass. I suspect you merely wish to fabricate excuses to leave me cooped up in the Batcave, avoiding taking me along on missions. Chun Tao felt a twinge of guilt. It was undeniable that he harbored such inclinations, but more so, it stemmed from his vigilance regarding the Scarecrow. At all times, one must remain cautious of Gotham's infamous trifecta: poisoning the water supply, broadcasting terrorist rhetoric to the citizens via the television station, and unleashing fear-inducing gas amidst crowded plazas. Gotham's denizens excelled in such malevolent schemes. Though somewhat kitsch, they bore tremendous destructive potential. Chun Tao understood that the Joker was a quintessential madman, yet this did not imply that the other inmates of Arkham were any less deranged. For lunatics, there exists no spectrum of madness, one is either mad or not. Having perused the war of jokes and riddles, he became increasingly aware that confronting any madman should never be approached lightly. Thus, he stated, "I regret leaving you in the Batcave, Tim. I apologize. I confess it was intentional." The sudden candor of Batman rendered Robin somewhat flustered, causing him to hastily place his feet back on the floor, his speech faltering.
No.
"No, it's fine, Batman. I'm not upset with you." Chun Tao chuckled, fully understanding the rebellious mindset of the youthful vigilante before him. While Batman might not grasp the nuances of youth, Chun Tao certainly did. Yet, this concern arises from your well-being, and the potential activities of the Scarecrow warrant prudent vigilance. He emphasized deliberately, your role is not devoid of significance. Rather, it is an exceedingly vital contingency plan. You know that. Chun Tao remarked, generally speaking, the Scarecrow engages in the manipulation of fear. Therefore, whether it involves poisoning the sewers or gathering numerous Arkham criminals, these actions do not encapsulate the essence of his behavior. I never underestimate my adversaries. Much like the Joker, the Scarecrow is a lunatic, lacking the clear objectives typically associated with conventional criminals. Chun Tao added, for instance, if Bane sought to poison the city or undertake some nefarious act, it would undoubtedly be with a specific aim, be it to dominate the city, eliminate an individual, or exhaust me, akin to his previous plot involving the Arkham Asylum riot. However, the Scarecrow is different. He relishes instilling fear in others for its own sake. Thus, the outcome of his actions is not his aim. Rather, it is the act of terrorizing others that drives him. Everything he does is geared towards enhancing his capacity to frighten. He is not a criminal in the traditional sense and cannot be understood through conventional reasoning. Therefore, based on my understanding of Klein, should his plans falter, the Scarecrow is capable of anything, including but not limited to forming alliances, even subservient ones. Chun Tao's gaze darkened. Indeed, this is where the Scarecrow diverges most significantly from the Joker. Although the Joker may also forge alliances, such collaborations typically culminate in chaos, leaving nothing but disarray, a sentiment Luther would undoubtedly have much to say about. Chun Tao continued to address Robin, but the Scarecrow is distinct. Whether it be ruling the city or acquiring wealth and power, none of these hold significance for him. His sole desire is to instill fear in others. Terrifying ordinary citizens is delightful. Terrorizing the entire city through Gotham's broadcasts is even more exhilarating. Using bombs to instill dread. Articulating fearsome words, frightening in the darkness, terrifying in the daylight. So long as he can make others tremble, he reaches a euphoric state. All he seeks is that shiver. What transpires thereafter is of no concern to him. Hence, this is why I am resolute in addressing the Scarecrow first. Chun Tao concluded, the Scarecrow is a villain prone to servility. He is also suspected of stealing a nuclear bomb. Should he be the thief, he may not care about collaborating or even bowing to others to better safeguard the bomb, allowing him to continue his daily delight in frightening others. After all, his only goal is to instill fear. If the bomb were to detonate, he would be devoid of his means of terror. Yet, should Batman arrive to seize the bomb, he would have even less to frighten with. Thus, enlisting allies to protect the bomb is the most probable course of action for him. Chun Tao has many enemies, including Bane and the Court of Owls behind Lincoln March. Therefore, it is prudent to eliminate the Scarecrow before he aligns with them. Chun Tao intended to elaborate further when Alfred interjected, I must interrupt, sir. I deeply regret to inform you that Professor Klein has likely already done so. Alfred then redirected the screen to display the footage captured by Penguin's glasses. It is a remote camera ingeniously disguised as a pair of ordinary glasses, a product of the advanced technology crafted by Lucius. Moreover, it appears that Klein's actions may surpass our wildest imaginings. Alfred spoke slowly, observing such a creative notion. We often forget that the Scarecrow, aside from being a master of fear, is also a genius in the field of pharmacology. If Klein's claims hold any truth, then these devices before us undoubtedly originate from his creation, suggesting that he has likely collaborated with others long ago. Chun Tao, witnessing the events unfold on the screen, felt his expression darken. Indeed, one should never underestimate any of Gotham's villains. On the screen, two members of the Talons emerged beside Lincoln March, drawing their blades. In the astonished gaze of Lincoln March, their bulging muscles tore through the fabric of their uniforms, and they tightened the masks on their faces, letting out a thunderous roar. "Master, have you prepared for such a scenario?" "Yes." "What is it, Master?" Chapter 67. Venom, what is happening? You never informed us beforehand that you had already established a collaboration with the Scarecrow, Jonathan Crane. Two muscular claws roared as they engaged in a fierce battle with a few traitors under the Penguin's command. Lincoln March raised his armored arm, and a holographic 3D screen illuminated, revealing a man adorned with a white owl mask. Feigning ignorance, Lincoln March attempted to suppress the anger in his voice. "Why did you arrange for me to conduct a superficial examination of him when you had already reached an agreement?" In a matter of seconds, Lincoln's mind raced through numerous possibilities. A surge of fury coursed through him, sharpening his thoughts. If I am not mistaken, had it not been for the Penguin's betrayal, I would have likely found myself in amiable discussions with the Scarecrow, as he aligns perfectly with the criteria you previously provided for potential allies. The internal probing plan of the Owl Court swiftly unfolded in his mind. Following a convivial gathering, the Scarecrow would seize the opportunity to express his interest in forming a private alliance with me, bypassing the court. Lincoln continued to contemplate. I would then refuse, only for the court to orchestrate further events to lower my guard against the Scarecrow. Once I was completely convinced that I was the first court member to engage with him, I might genuinely forge some cooperative ties behind the court's back. And if the Scarecrow reneged and disclosed everything to the court, it would spell my doom. A chilling dread enveloped him. Yet he suppressed his rage and murderous intent, betraying none of his emotions in his tone or expression. Indeed, his expression, although clad in a helmet, he dared not ascertain whether the court had installed surveillance on his gear, nor could he be certain that his facial expressions were not being scrutinized by the members of the court. He felt uncertain of everything and thus could not afford to let his guard down for even a moment. Sooner or later, I shall devour you all. He harbored a fierce resolve, yet suddenly, the melancholic visage of Bruce Wayne flickered in his mind. I have a brother, his name is Thomas Wayne. My parents and I love him dearly, but his health has always been frail. My parents entrusted him to Willowbrook Hospital, but one day he vanished, and I have been searching for him ever since. If you become the mayor of Gotham, could you help me find my brother? Please forgive my audacity. I understand that a mayor should not use their power for personal matters. I have longed for my brother. He is my kin. Family. It is difficult to locate him. He can no longer be called Thomas Wayne. Yet he might very well be known as Lincoln March. I do not comprehend. Court. Lincoln March's face bore an expression of clear perplexity. As the court's most loyal claw, I should not question its decisions. However, I find myself perplexed as to why the court has mandated me to undertake such a seemingly futile task. Silence enveloped the room, as the individual adorned with a white owl mask remained reticent. Lincoln March endeavored to maintain a steady heart rate, despite the enhancements he had received from Amber Gold. His heart continued to thrum. He had discreetly undergone specialized training in polygraph evasion, enabling him to deceive that ignorant machine with minimal effort. He was confident that even now, under the scrutiny of the polygraph, the court would remain oblivious to his duplicity. It is not without purpose, Lincoln, remarked the figure in the white owl mask. It is merely a test of the Scarecrow. Do not take it to heart. He continued, at present you need only assist the Scarecrow in eliminating the Penguin. A foolish fellow, indeed. When Falcone departed, we spared his life. Yet he should not interfere with the court's designs. His final regret shall be his capricious nature throughout his existence. It is venom, Oswald, the scarecrow declared, rising from the ground, his tall and slender frame stretching like a bamboo stalk. He has helped me realize that augmenting one's own strength does not equate to acknowledging one's insignificance. Bang! 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 Without uttering a word, the Death Shooter unleashed a torrent of bullets towards him. Any prior intention of capturing the foe unscathed was now obliterated. A myriad of bullets rained upon the scarecrow's limbs. As 4 firearms in his hands discharged simultaneously, the metallic storm poised to shred the scarecrow's appendages, transforming him into a grotesque figure. The possibility of causing lifelong disability or fatal bleeding mattered not. He must be protected by 2 claws before it was too late. Clang! 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 The sharp sounds of blades echoed incessantly, the collision of bullets and knives resonating like a melodious sonata. Bullets gradually fell to the ground as the Death Shooter ceased firing, his expression one of indifference. Such ordinary gunfire could not harm the scarecrow. He tightened his collar and wiped his brow. In truth, understanding one's limitations is a form of power. He stated, I have long recognized that the most effective way to intimidate others lies in the unknown trump card and newfound strength. Slowly, he extended his hand, and Lincoln March watched as the 7 claws he summoned strode past him, treating him as though he were mere air. At this moment, Jonathan Crane appeared more as the emissary of the Owl Court than he did. Hey, wait a minute, exclaimed Harley Quinn, standing beside one of the muscular claws, her voice raised in disbelief. No way, it can't all be muscle-bound monsters, can it? This is absurd. In response, the muscular claw beside her swung a blade down precisely where she had just stood. The once formidable katana, akin in length to an arm, was clutched in the muscular grasp of a clawed hand, resembling a towering figure of 6 feet tall wielding a mere butter knife. Yet, despite this disparity, the ground beneath Harley's feet erupted under the immense force. Harley, for heaven's sake, do not stand so close to this monster. Poison Ivy promptly commanded the colossal flora to ensnare and hurl the clawed creature away. Harley, you are a delicate and helpless little girl. While I am a witch, these perilous beings should be dealt with by me. I am also a witch, Harley Quinn retorted, leaping onto the fallen claw, striking its head fiercely with a baseball bat, proclaiming, Down you go. The resounding crack echoed as Harley felt the tremendous force reverberate through her arm, powerful enough to shatter an ordinary person's skull like a watermelon. Yet, in the blink of an eye, she witnessed the claw rise unscathed, tearing apart the vines that ensnared it. Oh no! With a thunderous roar, amidst the rising dust, Harley executed a somersault, elegantly and adorably escaping. Come forth, unleash your fury. Claws! The scarecrow raised his hands. Use your venom. In the next moment, all the claws let out a deafening roar. As 7 shadows grew larger and more imposing, the penguin swallowed hard. Without hesitation, he pressed his hands to his headset. Batman! Help! Chapter 68. Arrival with a thunderous roar. The Cheshire Cat scrambled away from her previous position, only to witness the very spot erupt under the combined assault of 3 claws, splintering the wooden floor into fragments. This is maddening, she exclaimed to Deadshot. I thought this time I could avoid leaping about like a monkey. She lamented, since my arrival in Gotham. It seems I've been engaged in the same task over and over. I am an assassin. I have truly had enough. The sheer number of claws was overwhelming, rendering the confined space untenable for the Cheshire Cat to maneuver effectively. She barely managed to parry a katana strike with her knife, which then jubilantly flew out of the window, proclaiming its newfound freedom. Frustration welled within her as she exclaimed, Freud, why can't you just pull out an ultrasonic rocket launcher or a kinetic disruptor and blast these fiends away? Of course, the Cheshire Cat was merely venting. While the hall might serve as an ample banquet venue, it would be utterly catastrophic to unleash a rocket in such a battleground, resulting in mutual destruction. She chastised herself for becoming distracted amidst the fray. Executing a nimble backflip, she then spotted the muscular claw approaching her, having abandoned its weapon for a punch, its fist the size of a sandbag hurtling toward her with a menacing whoosh. Damn it, the Cheshire Cat muttered under her breath. With a resounding thud, Her crossed arms failed to shield her, sending her crashing into the wall, leaving a human-shaped indentation, before plummeting from the second floor of the hospital. The scene struck her as oddly familiar, reminiscent of her previous encounter with Bane. Damn it! Cold sweat beaded on Deadshot's forehead. In this cramped indoor space, using his disruptor would likely collapse the structure. Wait, why not? His mind momentarily stalled before he quickly turned to rally Harley Quinn, Poison Ivy, and Killer Croc, who were still grappling with several claws. Bring this place down. Engage these freaks in an open area, he urged, firing the first shot at a load-bearing wall. The incapacitated Mr. Freeze watched in horror. No. What are you doing? We are still here, unable to move. If you bring this place down, I care not for your plight. Deadshot fired another shot at the wall. The electric current struck, corroding a charred hole into the surface. We must face death with fortitude. Ah, great deity, omnipotent father, the true lord, we. Mr. Freeze turned to see Clayface's lower half nearly liquefied, still performing passionately. This was hardly the fault of his opponent. After all, the latter was a deeply troubled, performative personality. Yet, frustration surged within him. Firefly, come assist me. He called to the only other villain capable of action among them, as his armored suit lay inoperative, yet he remained mobile. The cryogenic man cast a glance at the side, where Dr. Phosphorus lay on the ground, emitting smoke after mistakenly ingesting sodium hydroxide instead of sugar, and at the emaciated figure of the man-bat. We must extricate them, he exclaimed. Batman, if you do not come to their rescue forthwith, I have already leapt from the aircraft. I shall arrive on the battlefield within 30 seconds. A gust of wind whistled past the Penguin's ear, reminiscent of someone plummeting. He huddled together with the ventriloquist, the two diminutive and rotund figures trembling amidst the chaotic battlefield. Hurry up, you shall not prevail. Scarecrow immediately noted the movements of Deadshot, observing Poison Ivy as she hurled a massive plant against the adjacent load-bearing wall. He swiftly called forth a clawed assassin. Stop him. Affirmative. Even transformed into a muscular abomination, the trained clawed assassin exhibited no signs of sluggishness. In an instant, he appeared before Deadshot, brandishing his blade. Floyd Lawton, the Court of Owls sentences you to death. Like a streak of lightning, the blade descended, but Deadshot recoiled, raising his firearm. Clang! The katana met a formidable maw mid-air, shattering into fragments with a mere exertion. It was Killer Croc. The muscular clawed assassin faltered for a moment before launching a powerful punch, only to be seized by Killer Croc. Do not jest with me. He swung his tail, his green scales undulating like a centipede. Elevating a foot, he stomped down, abruptly driving his adversary into the floor. The opponent felt weightless, spinning before being forcefully hammered into the ground. Crack! The clawed assassin's head burst through the floor, emerging through the ceiling of the second story. Killer Croc wore a scornful expression. Your strength pales in comparison to the true Bane, he declared confidently. At this level, even 3 of me would not falter. In the next moment, he found himself pinned beneath 5 leaping claws. Unfair.
No.
Woe is me, fists rained down like thunder, and the massive crocodile, arms cradling his head, was mercilessly pummeled, unable to utter a word. Seizing the opportunity, Deadshot fired again at the wall. Boom! Accompanied by a thunderous roar, it seemed as though the very world was collapsing. The entire building finally succumbed to ruin. Amidst the debris, as Deadshot rose, he beheld, illuminated by the silvery moonlight, 9 muscular claws standing before him. Waylon, how are you? Killer Croc, dazed, pushed aside rubble to stand. He spat out a mouthful of debris. I am fine. What of Oswald? Thanks to you, he is still alive, came the Penguin's voice, as he emerged from beneath a pile of rubble, sheltering the ventriloquist under his umbrella. He whispered, hold on a little longer. Batman should be here in about 15 seconds. Waylon. Old friend. The voice of the Scarecrow resonated as he gradually emerged from the protective embrace of his muscular claws, slowly beginning to applaud. After all these years, he remained as agile as ever, evoking memories of the golden days we had once shared in collaboration. He proclaimed, how about this, Waylon? I offer you $5 million, no, $10 million, if you bring me the head of this foolish penguin beside you. Cash on the spot, just as we have done in our previous endeavors. You have always been fond of money, haven't you, big guy? Indeed, that was the case. The killer croc interjected, pausing momentarily under the bewildered gaze of the scarecrow. Before continuing, there are still 5 seconds remaining. What do you mean? He asked. 5, he replied. 4. Poison ivy unfurled the bricks, with the plants supporting her and Harley Quinn as they gently descended beside the penguin. 3. The recently flung Cheshire Cat slowly returned, traversing the ruins to join the group. 2. Deadshot lowered his weapon, his demeanor relaxing. 1. The penguin declared, "He has arrived." Chun Tao fell into the midst of the battlefield. Chapter 69. The Last Resort. Thud. That was the sound of the shadow crashing to the ground. A multitude of shattered bricks and debris exploded around him, scattering in all directions due to his unrelenting descent. Thud. This was the heartbeat of the scarecrow. A wave of inexplicable dread surged within him, akin to the frantic palpitations one experiences upon awakening in the dead of night, as if the grim reality he had not wished to foresee was now grinning mockingly before him. "It is you," he uttered. Beneath the luminous moonlight, the Batman extended his hand, and astonishingly, the silvery glow of the moonlight seemed to be grasped firmly within his palm. He swung that beam of argent light, and half of his form disintegrated into pure darkness. "This is impossible," the scarecrow roared. "Go, my claws! Seize him!" Yet, was it still not feasible to synchronize 2 Batmen simultaneously? Chun Tao observed as his arm, once disintegrated into silver light, reverted to its tattered bat-like state. It had not transformed into the massive green claws of a bat dragon as he had envisioned. A wave of intense pain surged through him, as if protesting against his earlier forced transformation. TSK, regardless, the tattered bat would suffice to deal with them. Chun Tao gently inclined his body, allowing the clawed fists and blades to pierce through his flowing form. It was of no concern. As long as his torso and brain remained unscathed, he would be fine. The Nano-Batman was nearly immune to such physical assaults. He pondered silently and then raised his hand. "Let us give this a try first." A swarm of delicate nano-robots soared toward the claws. The muscular assassin instinctively raised his arms, yet nothing transpired. The Nano-Batman was supposed to absorb all biological genetic profiles it encountered. Chun Tao mused silently. Logically, they should all have been eroded by the nano-robots, dissolving like tofu. He observed the intact opponent. But that was not the case. Was it amber gold? Perhaps. Something was preventing their cells from being overtaken by the nanobots. The amber gold had fused with their cells, rendering the nano-robots akin to ants gnawing at a slab of hard metal. Quite troublesome. But this does not imply I am without recourse. Chun Tao slightly parted his lips, and those dark yellow, cold eyes of his bore down upon the assassin, who had been a corpse for centuries, causing a chill to creep through its being. If I cannot simply and brutally annihilate them at the cellular level, then I shall resort to physical means instead. The black sand in the air gradually coalesced into a blade, transforming from a fluttering banner into a graceful ribbon. And then, sizzle, creak. The grating sound echoed from the assassin's forehead as he struggled to launch an assault on the portion of Chun Tao's body. Fists, blades, and even a technique that could rupture the very air. Yet all in vain. These attacks collided with the soaring black ribbon, shattering it, only for it to instantly mend and amplify its power once more. Creak. Initially, the mask upon the scalp was torn asunder, revealing the terrifying, expressionless visage of the owl mask. Batman demonstrated to all that beneath the mask lay merely an ordinary man, graying at the temples and bearing a countenance filled with dread, as feeble as an infant. "Nu, nu, nu. Let me go." The Court of Owls. The Court of Owls will. Other talons rushed forth, their frantic efforts to rescue their companion resembling a desperate grasp at the ephemeral, like attempting to capture a wisp of breeze, a flowing spring, or a final, anguished cry. The dark, delicate veil slipped through the crevices of their fingers and the dance of blades without a moment's pause. Attacking Batman, Chun Tao soared into the air, a mere 10 meters, such a trifling distance. The swirling black sand in the air coalesced into his cape, more like the wings of death unfurling behind him. No leap could touch him. Even those who barely managed to reach sufficient height would find themselves smote to the ground by the colossal hand formed from the swirling nanobots, akin to a nimble human delightfully swatting at crickets that persistently leapt from the earth. Damn it, what is happening? Attack him, are you not the Court of Owls? How can you be bested? Curse you, Batman, how can he? Scarecrow remarked, this is not the Batman I know. Then, the scalp began to fissure. The already withered, dark golden hair started to inch away from his skull. The skin was stripped away, revealing the dark red muscle tissue beneath. As the cracks widened, it gradually transitioned to a pale red. This was the result of the combined effects of amber gold and titan venom. The blood within these corpses had been diluted to an appalling degree by an array of various substances. Scarecrow was a true master of alchemy, managing to balance two disparate entities within the same body in such a brief span. The robust muscles provided by titan venom and the regenerative abilities granted by amber gold harmonized perfectly, enabling the Talon assassins to heal rapidly and allow their bodies to tear apart muscle, crafting stronger tissue. Yet, this extraordinary healing ability at this moment was mere torment. Muscles, striving stubbornly to reassemble themselves, clashed with the black nanobots, the excruciating pain stimulating a brain that had lain frozen in a coffin for centuries, provoking a hysterical, inhuman wail. Ah, 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 ah. The sound sent chills down the spines of the other Talons. Then came the bones, white and exposed to the air, which then caved in like a biscuit. Crack! A fissure appeared on the white biscuit, and as if a child had yanked it forcefully, it shattered instantly. The creamy white filling oozed out, mingling with a red strawberry filling, sweet and delectable, releasing an impressively fragrant aroma. Ugh! The poison ivy woman made a retching expression. Chun Tao realized that his cruel actions seemed somewhat uncharacteristic of himself. He frowned and swiftly waved his hands. As the sound of enamel grinding echoed once more, this time, there was no slow torment. The cookie was promptly snapped in two, and with a thud, the remnants fell to the ground, almost as if they had struck the Scarecrow's heart. He abruptly turned, seizing Lincoln March by the collar. Why? Why can your claws, despite being injected with titan venom, be so easily defeated? I have followed your demands, he exclaimed. Think of a solution. The court must have a way. Lincoln March cast a disdainful glance at the grotesque figure before him. The Scarecrow was indeed like that, simultaneously revering and fearing, yet cowardly and weak. He was merely a slave to his own terror. This was precisely why he could never be considered a top-tier threat. I do not know, Lincoln March replied. You had already negotiated terms with the court behind my back. Remember? Ignoring the Scarecrow further, he addressed the image projected from the already activated communicator on his arm. So, do you have any preparations? The court member in the projection turned, expressing disdain towards the Scarecrow. Useless creature. He continued, of course we do. The figure adorned with a white owl mask spoke slowly. The Owl Court knows all, and can do all. Our backup plan? He is on his way. Immediately afterwards, the Scarecrow heard the sound of slow applause. Truly remarkable. Scarecrow, I know you. I did not expect the court to entrust you with the development of my venom samples. You have astonishingly succeeded in integrating the venom with the Amber Financial Project in such a short time. Impressive. Chapter 70. The owl, a thick fog enveloped the night, and beneath the ethereal moonlight, the ground shimmered with a spectral glow, as if draped in a delicate veil. The dark night, commanding the swirling black mist, hovered gracefully in the air, encircled by profound darkness. Bane, gazing upward, beheld the moonlight piercing through the tumultuous vortex of dark, ink-like clouds, casting a colossal shadow of a figure upon the ground. He had envisioned such a breathtaking tableau countless times in his dreams. Striking, profound, and enchanting. By the devil! It's Bane. The court. You promised to collaborate with me to rule this city. I am your ally. When did you conspire behind my back with Bane? Are you not aware that I am in competition with him? Bane, momentarily lost in thought of the dark night, shot a disdainful glance at his adversary. Silence, Klein, or I shall end you. The threat rang with chilling authenticity, prompting Scarecrow to promptly seal his lips. A myriad of faint sounds began to emerge, akin to the rustling of fabric brushing against walls. These sounds should have been so subtle as to remain unheard. They ought to have been lost amidst the bustling streets. Yet at that moment, everyone present could perceive those delicate whispers. Rustle. Rustle. What nonsense is this? The penguin exclaimed, removing his monocle, his voice trembling. Is this reasonable? Deadshot struggled to muster a smile, but his rigid, twitching facial muscles rendered even that simple gesture impossible. He muttered under his breath, "Damn it, Zoe is still waiting for my return. My backside aches. I feel a sharp pain in my rear," Poison Ivy retorted. She coiled a cluster of plants around herself for protection, then snapped her fingers. In an instant, the wooden baseball bat in Harley Quinn's hands, still scanning the surroundings, transformed into a wooden serpent, ensnaring her amidst her bewildered screams, and then delivered her to Poison Ivy, encased in layers of foliage. Killer Croc silently cradled his head. Claws emerged from the rooftops surrounding them, surging forth like a tide, claiming every available rooftop. Tall and slender, they all shared one commonality. They were fully armed. In the next moment, they leaped from the heights. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of bodies crashing onto the hard concrete resonated like a symphonic rhythm. The claws that descended from the towering edifices suffered broken spines and twisted limbs, some even landing headfirst onto their own vests. Yet, astonishingly, they rose from the ground as if nothing had transpired. Their contorted spines straightened, and the mangled limbs reattached themselves as if by sheer will. Everyone stood in stunned silence, witnessing the seemingly mortally wounded rise once more. "Wait, let us take a moment to compose ourselves," the assassin crocodile remarked. "As the most intellectually superior among all present, I seem to have conjured a rather troubling query, yet I am uncertain whether to voice it." The green crocodile swallowed hard. The Death Shooter interjected, "If the Scarecrow has resolved the issues of Bane's venom and the so-called Amber Finance with that organization known as the Court of Owls, then it implies." Indeed, the man with the white owl mask projected from Lincoln March's armored arm declared, "They have all acquired the ability to wield both Amber Gold and Titan Venom simultaneously. Perfect weapons. Ah, by the way, Batman. You are likely unaware of our identities, but soon enough that will no longer be a concern for you." Chun Tao's expression remained impassive. To be honest, this was not the battleground we anticipated for our final confrontation. Your actions have significantly disrupted our plans and rhythm. However, it matters not. Whether sooner or later, it is all the same. You know, a bat must eventually meet its demise. Lincoln March raised his arm, altering the orientation of the 3D projection to fully reveal the man in the white owl mask before Chun Tao. A complex expression crossed his face. He felt both angered that the court regarded him as an outsider, ever wary of his presence, yet simultaneously filled with deep admiration and fear for the immense power wielded by the court. How could one not tremble before such a clandestine organization, capable of exerting influence over the entire city in political, economic, cultural, and physical annihilation, as well as in the art of concealment? They had maintained a firm grasp on the city's reins for nearly 2 centuries. The Romans, Falcone, and the great boss Moroni, those who once claimed to conquer the city, were merely their hounds and lackeys. The Thomases once dared to defy them, and thus they orchestrated the creation of Crime Alley. Batman has roamed Gotham for years, the world's greatest detective, yet he remains oblivious to their existence. Perhaps he has suspected something, but has never obtained proof, correct? Year after year he combats crime, yet in the eyes of the Court of Owls, he is merely their watchdog, a surrogate to restrain the madman. How pitiful! And poor Bruce Wayne, Lincoln March mused. He knew that year after year, Bruce endeavored to reverse the fate of this city through political and economic reform, only to find his efforts thwarted time and again before achieving success. Such occurrences are all but expected. Destruction is 100 times easier than construction, and far more insidious. Bruce often finds himself inexplicably defeated. Does he not? Those plans that look promising on paper, charitable initiatives aimed at stimulating local economies and reducing unemployment, when executed, invariably result in chaos. No matter how much funding the Wayne Group allocates, it never reaches those in genuine need, instead flowing into the coffers of the owls. Indeed, Lincoln lamented, "The owl is a creature adept at usurping others' nests. They have claimed dominion over the great nest known as Gotham, ceaselessly drawing the lifeblood of the city for 2 centuries, generation after generation. The Court of Owls is omniscient. No one can prevail against the Court of Owls. And upon receiving your lifeless form, Batman, we shall bestow upon you the respect you rightfully deserve." The court has resolved to preserve your bones beneath the earth, enshrined within a labyrinth for eternal display, a monument to valiant adversaries. Such an honor has been bestowed only thrice in history. As you face this honor, do you have any final words? You are but a lunatic organization. The counterpart scoffed, indicating your silence in your final moments. Thus, we need only to determine the manner of your demise. For this purpose, we have invited a special guest who has recently joined the court. The figure clad in a white owl mask clapped his hands, and then Lincoln was met with a chilling laughter. Ah, ah, ah. Little Bat, we meet again. Chapter 71 Betrayal for the first time. A look of terror crossed Chun Tao's face. He beheld the pale figure that emerged, pushing aside its claws. Identical. This was impossible. He muttered, "Are you surprised to see me, dear little bat?" Chun Tao fixed his gaze upon the jester's eyes. He reminded himself that this was merely a human, a character from a comic book. He possessed the fragmented memories of the broken bat. Before being defeated by the Angel of Death after Bane shattered his spine, Bruce Wayne's life trajectory mirrored that of the Batman from the main universe almost perfectly, and thus he had studied human eyes just like the true Batman. Thanks to this, even a layperson like Chun Tao, who had never delved into criminal psychology, understood that 6 types of eye movements could betray a person's motivations, each with 15 variations. Regardless of whom one faced, even the most hardened criminal, their pupils would contract or expand according to emotion. Happiness, joy, and affection would cause dilation. Fear, anger, and hatred would lead to constriction. Yet, the individual before him was different. His pupils remained constant, mere black dots, and the owner of those eyes harbored a deep-seated hatred for all existence. No light could penetrate those eyes. They bore a fixed gaze through the darkness, each pupil a tiny black pearl suspended in space, a bullet hurtling towards you. Those eyes proclaimed that he was no ordinary man. But Chun Tao understood him. He was simply a human who had plunged into a vat of chemical waste. Yet, he had already slain the jester. But this individual stood before him. Was he an impersonator? Or had he killed the wrong person from the very beginning? The jester emerged with a grin, his presence chilling the moonlight further. He exaggeratedly laughed and performed a mock courtier's bow. His movement resembled a dance more than walking. Ah, great court, I am truly honored to witness this grand comedy, a timeless masterpiece. The fall of the night. His malicious green eyes glared at Chun Tao. The death of the superhero Batman. Poison Ivy felt suffocated. She gestured with her arms, encircling Harley Quinn in layers of various plants, binding her like a silkworm. She had to prevent Harley from seeing the jester again. Good heavens! I can't believe I am uttering these words, but I must admit, this time Batman may not emerge victorious. Poison Ivy observed as the Penguin stealthily approached her side. I concede that Batman possesses many extraordinary abilities we were previously unaware of, but as you've witnessed, his black sand armor is utterly ineffective against that muscular monstrosity. The Penguin wiped the sweat from his brow. I know Batman is formidable, but we must adhere to reason. Unless Batman has some unforeseen trump card, it took him an inordinate amount of time and effort just to eliminate one person and sever their head. There are at least dozens of individuals here. How can he and we possibly subdue them all? He spoke rapidly to Poison Ivy. Batman has been deceived. Are you not aware of this? We have executed similar schemes in the past, concealing information unbeknownst to Batman, and then launching a sudden assault. He continued, at times, Batman can bulldoze through our plans with sheer brute force, yet there are moments when he retreats in disarray. I am acutely aware that the same strategy cannot ensnare Batman twice, and I comprehend that when he returns, he will do so with overwhelming might. However, I fear that should he fail here, we may not endure until his next resurgence. He whispered. This time he had directly betrayed Klein, doing so in front of the victim, thereby incurring a significant enmity with Scarecrow. Given Scarecrow's obsequious demeanor towards the Court of Owls, who knows what retaliation he might invoke? Ivy, I'll provide you with funds. When the battle commences, take the plants and whisk Harley and me away, he urged, wiping the sweat from his brow, his double chin quivering in tandem with his frantic speech. Even if Batman loses, he can merely retreat, but we would be left in dire straits. Ivy, you must prepare for this. Chun Tao, overhearing the Penguin's escape plan, remained non-committal. The Penguin had not entertained the notion that he could conceal himself from Chun Tao on such a grand battlefield. He understood that Batman would not execute him merely for this. Thus, without hesitation, he unabashedly embraced the true nature of an Arkham inmate. Chun Tao ignored him, casting a cold gaze at the Joker, who was laughing uncontrollably. "Do you see? The bat! Ha ha ha!" It was evident he had overheard the earlier conversation between Poison Ivy and Cobblepot. His eyes sparkled with malicious intent, radiating deep, unadulterated malevolence. "Let us cease the pleasantries, Batman," remarked the figure in the white owl mask on Lincoln March's gauntlet. "Joker, we have fulfilled your conditions and allowed you a glimpse of your Batman and a brief exchange with him. But now, the hour has arrived. Batman. The Court of Owls sentences you to death." "Wait," the figure raised his hand, poised to strike, only to be halted by Chun Tao's command. "Do you have any last words?" Chun Tao sighed softly. "I am utterly vexed by the owls." Black sand began to slowly coil around Chun Tao, settling onto the ground. Unbeknownst to anyone, beside the corpse of the owl that Chun Tao had torn apart, dark tendrils of nanotechnology were creeping inward. Chun Tao addressed Bane. "Bane, you owe me a personal favor. The time has come to repay it." The Joker cast glances between Chun Tao and Bane, producing a handkerchief from his pocket and biting down on it. "Do you truly believe I will repay you?" Bane finally spoke, having remained silent since his initial utterance, a solemn figure reminiscent of a stately Eiffel Tower, serving merely as an accessory to the Court of Owls and the Joker. "What makes you think I would not perceive your words as deceitful? Bane, do you still owe Batman a favor?" The man in the white owl mask remarked. "You did not mention this matter when discussing collaboration with us. What exactly transpired?" "A rather commonplace occurrence," Bane replied. "Batman saved my life." "Indeed, that is quite ordinary," the man in the white owl mask retorted. "Batman has saved numerous individuals. We are almost accustomed to it." "Bane, it is time to repay your debt," Chun Tao continued to emphasize. "If you could repay me now, it would perfectly resolve my predicament." "What are you contemplating?" Bane inquired. "I warned you at the time you saved a viper. We shall always be adversaries. Do you genuinely believe I would betray my allies for you?" He stated, clearly. In the next moment, with a swift motion, he seized the neck of the clawed creature beside him. "I would." Chapter 72. The trash. "What on earth are you doing, Bane?" The sudden betrayal from Bane left the man in the white owl mask momentarily stunned. In an instant, all the claws withdrew from his side, encircling him completely. The rapid shift left Penguin and the others bewildered. Killer Croc sat cross-legged on the ground, resembling a schoolboy awaiting the start of a film. "How dare you?" Bane coldly discarded the corpse onto the ground. "As I mentioned, I owe Batman a favor." This absurd rationale provoked laughter from his adversary. "Nonsense," he retorted. The man in the white owl mask said, "Do you think I would believe such childish excuses? Have you considered the consequences of betraying the Court of Owls?" Lincoln March slowly retreated. How infuriating. His opponent was hiding behind the wires, spewing taunts, while he himself was forced to confront Bane's fists. Lincoln March understood that his adversary had given no thought to his own safety. "You truly deserve this. How regrettable. I am astonished. Bane, you chose the most improbable moment to turn against us." The bodies of the 20-odd claws began to swell, the sound of tearing uniforms piercing the air. "How delightful!" The Joker cackled nearby. "I can't wait to see blood flow like a river." "So do I." Harley Quinn excitedly popped her head up from the layers of poison IVS plants. "Why are you still exchanging such pointless chatter? Why not just clash until the last drop of blood is shed?" In the next moment, she was silenced by poison IVS plants. Chun Tao observed them silently, remaining inconspicuous as the black mist quietly spread towards the prostrate Arkham residents, unnoticed by anyone. With a metallic clang, the claws unsheathed their blades in unison. The man in the white owl mask remarked, "A foolish choice. Regardless of your reasoning, you will soon regret your actions. You still have an opportunity to apologize." Bane tilted his head. This gesture, if performed by a 7 or 8-year-old girl, would seem endearing. However, executed by a towering figure like him, it exuded a mad beauty. Undoubtedly, this madness resonated well with Gotham. He feigned contemplation for a brief moment. "Thank you, but I must decline." "Very well, It appears you have made your decision, a truly suicidal choice. The owl-masked man stated. Yet before the claws carve out your heart, I still wish to understand one thing that perplexes me. He wore a mask, concealing any visible expression on his face. Why? Even though we have collaborated for such a brief period, I am well aware that you are far from a noble hero. Spare me the cold jokes about favors. Not a word of it do I believe. He remarked, you are an unmitigated opportunist, no different from Falcone or Moroni. The court has promised you the position you deserve in the future city. How dare you not express gratitude? Bane remained silent. The owl-masked man shook his head and turned to the Joker. And you madcap jester? Surely you are not foolish enough to dare betray the court like Bane. Oh, certainly not, the Joker exclaimed, clutching his chest dramatically. Dear Owl Boss, you think so little of me. He continued with righteous indignation. Everyone knows that I, the Joker,
am steadfastly loyal.
He added, and it is common knowledge that I am archenemies with Batman. Approaching one of the talons, he familiarly draped an arm around the other's shoulders. After finally aligning myself with such an esteemed leader as the Court of Owls, I have no desire to lose my position. He proclaimed. I hereby declare my separation from Bane. After all, the Court of Owls is my finest ally. With that, the strong acid flower on his chest sprayed the Talon assassin in the face, and in the following moment, the Joker's knife plunged into the other's chest. The Joker fell upon the Talon, who stood like an immovable wall, empowered by Titan venom and amber gold. The Joker cackled maniacally as he drove the dagger into the Talon's body, yet he could not budge him an inch. He continued to stab, each thrust filled with a twisted exhilaration, as if he were deriving countless perverse pleasures from the act. What a pity! The owl-masked man's voice was calm and indifferent. It is difficult to assess you two and Batman as well for choosing death over trivial reasons. A ridiculous spectacle, mere puppets upon a stage. You have no idea who the true masters of this city are. He slowly continued. For over a century, the great Court of Owls has held dominion over this city. Do you comprehend the enemy you face? How dare you? Oh, I dare, Bane interjected. Oh, I dare, Chun Tao whispered to himself. He hastened to infiltrate the minds of the Arkham inmates with black sand, as nanobots penetrated their brains at the cellular level, advancing toward the core. The Joker halted his stabbing, sneering softly, Oh, dear heaven, why would you think otherwise? Of course I dare. Meanwhile, the talons subtly surrounded the only unbetrayed Scarecrow. Scarecrow? The owl-masked man turned his gaze towards him. Oh no, do not misunderstand, Court. Scarecrow hurriedly scrambled to his feet, hastily brushing against the talons. I truly wish to cooperate with the court. I am not a complete madman like the Joker or Bane. He emphatically asserted, I am a normal person, unlike those lunatics. The owl-masked man confirmed Scarecrow's sincerity, ensuring he was not rushing to attack the talons like the Joker. He nodded in satisfaction. A wise choice. It seems the rulers of this city are quite certain of their dominion. Then, he snapped his fingers, and the muscular claws began to advance towards Bane and his companion. The room could certainly use a thorough cleansing. Bane sighed. To be candid, I had intended to drain you of your final drop of utility before taking action. The Joker also sighed. Indeed, after all, there are few playthings as useful as you. Bane remarked. Allies with staggering financial and political clout often unveil captivating treasures. He continued, regardless of who it may be, anyone would be eager to behold such remarkable allies. The legend of an indestructible weapon that has thrived in the urban shadows for centuries is truly terrifying. The Joker said, It evokes a sense of reverence. Doesn't it? Hee hee, hee hee, hee hee. Yet the most intolerable aspect is, Bane stated. The unbearable truth is, the Joker interjected. How dare you, filth from the gutters, meddle in our conflict. Chapter 73. Devastation. Well, you have thoroughly exhausted the last remnants of my patience. Even through the mask, one can perceive the sudden gloom enveloping the countenance of the man in the owl mask. Allow me to impart a lesson upon you. Gazing at the encroaching claws, Bane tightened his fists, the knuckles cracking ominously. A droplet of venom coursed through the tubes from the vials affixed to his back, gradually augmenting his physique, rendering him more imposing and formidable. You, my terrifying companions, shall learn two vital lessons firsthand. He extended a finger. Firstly, to embody Bane is not solely reliant on my venom. As a claw lunged at him, he seized its face with one hand, his immense strength embedding his fingers into the adversary's skull. The once formidable muscle-clad claws now appeared feeble in Bane's presence. With bare hands, he grasped one of the claw assassins by the ankle, swinging him through the air before slamming him onto the ground with a force akin to wielding a plastic mallet against a mole. You! Thud! Stop! Thud! Hands! Thud! The claw assassin lay sprawled on the ground, legs akimbo, his once bulging muscles now grotesquely twisted, resembling a mass of contorted dough. Bane delivered a kick, sending the assassin rolling away like refuse, motionless upon the earth. Well done. The killer crocodile leaped in excitement, exclaiming, "That's the move. That's exactly how he struck me." The penguin rolled his eyes. Chun Tao immediately commanded the nanobots to spread forth. The cavity created by Bane's assault on the assassin's skull provided an entry point, allowing the dark sand to swiftly infiltrate. Secondly, if I have bestowed upon you the power of my venom, what leads you to believe you can wield such power against me? The steel blade wielded by the claw assassin shattered against his taut skin as Bane gripped the adversary's throat. Do you feel it? That is the taste of dwindling hope seeping from your very beings and your conflict. What on earth is happening? Lincoln March whispered in disbelief. This time, he witnessed it clearly. The assassin's hood had been dislodged, and in that fleeting moment as the claw approached Bane, the pallid visage transformed into a grotesque spectacle of decay, the bulging muscles withering in an instant. The man in the owl mask could no longer maintain his facade of a puppeteer. He rose from his seat. What now, Court? Lincoln March inquired through the communicator. What do you intend to do? You pitiful skeletons that should have perished long ago. Allow me to enlighten you. Those who contravene the laws of nature shall face retribution. For in this world, nothing is truly immortal. Soon Bane declared, when your blood betrays you, when your body forsakes you. He casually discarded a withered claw, which emitted a frantic wail before it touched the ground. Having lost its robust physique, the immense agony, unbearable even for the undead, caused him to sob as he straightened himself, resembling a fish stranded on the shore, gasping for survival. Bane's voice soon followed. The remnants of the serum will ensure that your bodies are tormented by excruciating pain, a familiar torment to me. However, unlike you, I possess the strength and will to overcome it. The Joker cackled as he leaped, exclaiming, how about a little magic? He mounted the head of a clawed assassin, plunging his blade into the creature's eyes with a resounding thud. Behold the true magic that transforms the world into pure darkness in an instant.
No worries.
Bet on everyone. The owl-masked man immediately commanded. Let those ordinary claws lurking nearby, yet to be transformed, join the fray. He bellowed at Lincoln March, you lead them. Take everyone. Let us rip the hearts out of these fools who dare to mock us. Lincoln March's emotions were conflicted. The court had never suffered such a setback, and it was evident that the opposing side now regarded him as the temporary leader of this clawed legion. Perhaps this was the moment he was most trusted by the court, yet it was under duress which made Lincoln March want to laugh. He whistled. Russell. The death shooter shuddered. He raised his weapon, standing back to back with the Cheshire Cat. I think this might not end well, remarked Killer Croc. Increasing numbers of ordinary claws emerged from their hidden corners, flooding the battlefield like a tide. There were too many, a dense throng of heads everywhere. The poison ivy moaned. Good heavens. The owl-masked man's voice returned to its haughty stench. Well, we must concede. Perhaps they indeed possess certain elements unforeseen by the court. But here it ends. We outnumber them, an absolute disparity in combat power. His tone gradually stabilized. Now it is 100 against a mere few. Is it? The owl-masked man halted his movements, gazing at Chun Tao. With a thud, the frostbite man slowly rose from the ground. His armor transitioned from crimson to a deep ocean blue within the next 2 seconds. He exhaled, frost crystallizing on the ground, reflecting victor's indifferent gaze. What's happening? Scarecrow inquired. The frostbite man ignored him. Next to rise was the mud man. Clumps of mud finally reformed. Coalescing into a solid shape, the enormous mud creature stood expressionless, resembling a waxen sculpture. Firefly crawled to his feet. The villain adept at wielding flames rose like a zombie. His left foot twisted as he stood, dragging half of his body along. A dark mist permeating the air coalesced into a hand that supported him from behind. Then came the next and the next. One by one, the Arkham adversaries ascended from the ground in various inhuman postures. Their faces were devoid of expression as they stood there, frozen. Scarecrow felt as though his heart was gripped by an unseen force. "What is happening?" Penguin murmured to himself. "This is unscientific." His gaze lingered on his Arkham compatriots before he turned to Batman. "How are you controlling them?" "Just a few tricks from Mad Hatter," Chun Tao replied. He rubbed his fingers together. Lucius was always a versatile scientist. Although it was improbable for him to grasp how an expert like Mad Hatter could create those mind-controlling hats in such a short time. Much like a shipbuilder could not swiftly comprehend the principles of an automobile, there was no issue in merely borrowing and plagiarizing to construct some control chips, knowing the how without understanding the why. In summary, Chun Tao exhaled, his body gradually disintegrating into black sand, rendering his lower half akin to a walking spiral black hole. The criminals of Arkham slowly followed behind him, encircling him at the center, as if loyal subjects trailing their king. The master of Gotham, the Bat King adored by all, curled his lips into a sinister smile. "Are you ready for a grand slaughter?" Roar! The Arkham villains, ensnared by the chips, opened their mouths and let forth a chaotic, indistinct roar of fury. Chapter 74. Face recognition. The faces of the scoundrels displayed a vacant expression, whether strong or weak, endowed with superpowers or merely mundane. At this very moment, they were all under the control of the Mad Hatter's central neural control chip, manipulated by Batman. Despite this crude and brutal domination rendering them less formidable than before, and despite the inhumane control diminishing their intellect, they remained the most perilous faction within the city. They were entirely subjugated to Batman's will, except for Clayface, which seemed a reasonable exception, for he was nothing more than a lump of mud, devoid of any intellect. It would indeed be peculiar if such a supernatural creature could be governed by a chip. Yet, he still chose to blend among the controlled Arkham inmates, assaulting the assassins of the Court of Owls. This was undoubtedly due to Chun Tao suddenly realized that Clayface was a madcap performer, merely desiring to embody various roles at any given moment. It was evident that the role he was currently playing was that of a controlled Arkham inmate. Chun Tao found himself at a loss for words at how swiftly he grasped the madman's intentions. He always seemed to resonate with the chaotic thoughts swirling in others' minds, no matter how fantastical or deranged. He mused that this might be a form of talent. The Joker watched Batman, surrounded by the entire Arkham Guard, with a flickering gaze, lost in thought. Chun Tao gestured, causing Mr. Freeze, Victor, to cease his assault and approach him with a rigid demeanor. "Victor, how has Nora been faring lately?" Suddenly, a claw wielding a katana lunged at the two engaged in conversation. Chun Tao conjured a wave of dark energy, slicing the assassin mid-air into two halves, akin to a liqueur-filled chocolate cake. Liquor and syrup splattered onto them, a truly revolting sight. Chun Tao gazed at his hands with a tinge of melancholy. How infuriating! When did his style become like this? Although he had never envisioned himself as a perpetual superhero, after traversing into this world and confirming his impending superheroic journey, he had fantasized about being a charismatic, dapper superhero idol. He imagined landing with a superheroic flourish, greeted by frenzied fans who would cheer so passionately that they might faint in excitement, while he would flash a charming smile, puff out his chest. Yet now, he raised his hand to unleash dark energy, soaring through the air with ominous shadows, conjuring various dark blades and weapons at will. He had wholly transformed into a villainous figure. How tragic! Chun Tao shook his head, severing the errant thoughts in his mind. "Victor, I do not intend to engage in excessive pleasantries. I believe you are already cold enough." Chun Tao stated plainly, "I need your assistance. I am acutely aware that for you, intellect equates to power. Trust me, the manipulation of Tyke is not my intention. The regenerative compounds within the claw's blood are thermosensitive, meaning that once the temperature drops too low, their movements slow, rendering them more feeble than the living." Chun Tao remarked, "And you are the master of controlling the cold. Only you can allow the chill to affect the claws without hindering our actions." The expression of icy detachment faded from Victor Freeze's face, his eyes regaining their spark as he glared menacingly at Chun Tao. He appeared as though he might lunge at Batman, yet his limbs remained immobile, standing rigidly in place. "What makes you think I would assist you, Batman?" he seethed. "Dream on. I merely wish to fire my freeze gun at you and shatter your innards into fragments." He continued, "I long to bind a rope around your soft, pitiful neck, tighten the knot, and witness your eyes dim, your lips quiver, accompanied by your futile pleas." Victor Freeze cursed venomously. "I only desire your demise." He paused before continuing. "The Court of Owls has pilfered my technology to preserve the claws. If they wish to seize control of this city, they cannot bypass the enhancement of the claws, which means they are in dire need of my expertise." He cast a scornful glance at the trembling Scarecrow. Deriding his pathetic demeanor, the court values Scarecrow solely for his ability to manipulate and control us Arkhamites. Clearly, the Arkhamites can significantly bolster the court's power. They need us. We possess value, do we not? Then why should we not sell ourselves at a fair price instead of aiding you? Our enemy? Victor taunted. Indeed. You currently wield that little trick of Tyke to control us, so it is. But what makes you think this can pose a threat to me? His expression remained indifferent. Death does not instill fear in me. Chun Tao understood that the man spoke the truth. Victor's heart was as hard as bronze. Crude threats of death would not sway him. The court would certainly not be stingy with their promises to me, even if I do not desire them. And what benefit would I gain from aiding you? My gratitude. Chun Tao answered directly. I implore you for your assistance. Victor was momentarily taken aback by this utterly illogical response, his words choking in his throat. He laughed in anger. Is that it? Your gratitude? Your plea? You are not short on funds, Victor. Chun Tao replied, you have already seized enough money to sustain Nora's life, along with your many years of wages. He stated, money can no longer buy your loyalty. Victor shook his head. Do you believe I would relinquish the generous terms the Court of Owls might offer for such trifles? He surveyed the surrounding controlled Arkham inmates, Bane, the Joker, and the Claws battling alongside them. Surely, you do not believe that vanquishing the Court of Owls is as simple as that? He remarked. The Scarecrow has warned me of the perilous nature of the Court of Owls. Their demands surpass yours by 1,000-fold. So, will you lend me your assistance, old friend? Mr. Freeze sighed. He was a mad scientist, a mercenary who operated for a fee, albeit solely within Gotham. Nevertheless, he was also a devoted husband. Yet, he bore another identity, one he had possessed for quite some time. He was a nemesis of Batman, entangled in a long-standing rivalry. He spoke slowly. You beseech me? Indeed. Chun Tao replied. I implore you. I require your aid. Mr. Freeze sighed once more, and with an irresistible resignation, he uttered, very well. I shall assist you. Chun Tao exhaled in relief. He had initially considered threatening Mr. Freeze with his wife, but never anticipated that merely relying on Batman's charisma would suffice to sway him. Had he not succeeded in this endeavor, he would have found himself on the verge of uttering a phrase that would have invoked the ire of this husband. While such a tactic could indeed manipulate Victor and compel him to act diligently, it would undoubtedly breed a new resentment in him. Achieving a collaborative intent in a calm manner, allowing the other party to mistakenly believe they had a choice while subtly guiding them to make a decision, was the most favorable outcome imaginable. Chapter 75. The City of Bats. In summary, this was nothing short of a massacre. As time passed, the once invincible Claw assassins met their demise at the hands of Gotham's united front. When the frostbite, harnessing the chilling tempest, unleashed his final gust of frigid air upon the battlefield, it marked the end of it all. The battle gradually subsided. The fallen Claw assassins lay scattered upon the ground, most of them torn asunder like mere scraps of paper, discarded like a heap of broken toys. The Scarecrow, intent on slipping away unnoticed, abruptly collided with Batman's chest. He heard the other man, devoid of expression, utter, nuclear weapon, cline, crack. Bane snapped the neck of the last Claw he could find, and the Joker sauntered over to his side. Bane refrained from further assault, instead casting a mocking glance at Chun Tao. What? Chun Tao grasped the Scarecrow by the neck. Stop playing dumb, Klein. You know you stole the nuclear weapon from Cobblepot. Nuclear weapon? What are you talking about? The Scarecrow replied. I have no idea about this. His eyes then reflected a dazed expression akin to that of the Riddler. "Oh, I see. No wonder you went to such lengths to come here. Ha 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 ha." He began to laugh nervously, while the Joker bit his lip in amusement. Nearby, the Penguin felt a sudden ringing in his ears. You! He approached the Scarecrow, rising onto his toes to grasp the fabric of his coat. "Don't jest with me. Klein, you truly didn't steal my nuclear bomb, did you?" A horrifying realization struck him. The candidates with the motive and capability to pilfer the nuclear device were few. If the Scarecrow was not the thief it meant. He recalled that his arms deal with Bane was scheduled for tonight. Coincidentally, tonight of all nights, a cruel twist of fate. He remembered that just days ago he had contacted the Scarecrow regarding the handover of Mayor Carlo. Oh, but the Scarecrow had continuously postponed, and the date was set by him tonight as fate would have it. Moreover, the Penguin's subordinates were due to commence their delivery at this very moment. If the timing was so precise, it could only imply. The Penguin's phone rang, and with a grim expression he answered. The cacophony on the other end was overwhelming, filled with the sounds of gunfire and explosions. The Penguin heard his subordinate shout, "Damn it, boss! They're double-crossing us, taking the arms without payment." A surge of fury rose from his feet to his head. He comprehended the truth. Bane had not only stolen his nuclear bomb, but had also deceived him into parting with a trove of goods and a proposal, all while today he had been robbed of an arsenal of weapons. Shearing a sheep for its fleece? Indeed, I am the one who stole that nuclear bomb. Chun Tao released the Scarecrow. Bane unveiled the truth. Where shall we begin? He turned to Lincoln March, the man in the white owl mask stubbornly refusing to terminate the communication, even as a multitude of bodies lay strewn across his computer screen. The white owl-masked figure caught the gaze of his interlocutor. "Foolish Bane, you shall undoubtedly regret today in the future." The other party sat upright in the gutter, resembling a king reigning over a pile of refuse. Yet, the words Bane uttered next shattered this facade. In Gotham's most opulent private residential area, valued at $58 million, the upper 3 floors belonged to the illustrious Pavos Hotel. The patriarch of the Pavos family, Joseph, and his wife Maria, resided there as well. Finally, the man hidden behind the screen rose to his feet. "How do you know my address and identity?" "I never." "How dare you?" Just those repeated phrases. Chun Tao's ears felt calloused from hearing them. Bane remained silent. He simply gazed at Lincoln March, observing the shadow cast by his gauntlet, a sight that sent chills down his spine. That was the gaze of one who looked upon the dead. Then he exhaled softly. "Ha! Shameful traitor! You shall!" Boom! A violent explosion and a burst of flames instantaneously engulfed the video feed. Bane, unfazed, placed his finger on the earpiece. "Caveman? Have you dealt with it?" The voice on the other end responded, completely eliminated, no doubt about it, Bane.
Ben shrugged nonchalantly.
"Impressive," Chun Tao remarked. "This was all part of your plan, wasn't it?"
Ben?
"The Court of Owls provided you with amber gold, perhaps even substantial funding, and you repaid them by eliminating their key figures. Today's events were premeditated. I suspect there's more. You likely possess a list of the true identities of other court members. Do you not? You intend to eliminate them one by one, resolving them all. No matter how many times he witnessed it, Chun Tao could not help but admire Bane's audacious leverage scheme. Oh, the Penguin is even more unfortunate, not only robbed by you but also double-crossed. Scarecrow initially worked for you, then became a scapegoat to draw me into a deadly confrontation with him. Meanwhile, you have deftly concealed the nuclear weapon, and at the moment the Court of Owls and Scarecrow meet their demise, you can threaten the entire city, even the nation, thus completely subjugating Gotham. Chun Tao stated, "Everything is unfolding according to your design. At this juncture, you must feel that most matters lie within your grasp, correct?" Bane stiffened slightly. In that instant, he incessantly replayed in his mind whether there were any oversights in his plan. He calculated everything Batman ought to know. What had he overlooked? "You accounted for everything I could mobilize, Bane. Even just moments ago on the plane, you were attempting to hack into the Batplane, trying to decipher what Robin and I were discussing. Weren't you? However, the more one engages in cunning schemes, the more one often finds oneself ensnared in unforeseen predicaments. The intricacy of plans and the sophistication of instruments render them susceptible to being obstructed by an unanticipated pebble. Chun Tao remarked, "It merely requires an individual you least expect." Suddenly, he questioned, "Why have you never considered that while dispatching your subordinates to engage in underhanded dealings, you might simultaneously orchestrate the assassination of court members, ultimately rendering the guardians of that nuclear weapon increasingly impotent? On what grounds do you assume that while you execute your plan, I remain inactive?" Lincoln Maki silently lowered his arms and approached Chun Tao. Bain fixed his gaze upon him intently. An unforeseen presence, a person devoid of any warning. How could he, a member of the Owl Court, intertwine with Batman? Is it conceivable that I permit you to devise these plans solely to discover the location of your nuclear arsenal at this critical juncture? Bain's phone rang. Enemies have suddenly infiltrated. Their objective is the very item you instructed us to safeguard. Cannot be stolen, Bain stated emphatically. That item has already been seized. Damn it, Bain seethed. How could you possibly fail to prevent this with your capabilities? I had ample personnel at my disposal. It is the talons, Bain, the talons of the Owl Court. They have utilized your Titan venom, and they are all muscle. We stand no chance against them. Thus, the most crucial point remains. Bain. Chun Tao stated, "This is Batman City." He whispered, "This is Batman's domain." Chapter 76. The challenge in this world. No one can foresee everything. The clouds unfurl and the clear springs flow. The unfolding of events in this mortal realm is akin to them, an unpredictable trajectory of change. Pull one thread, and the entire tapestry shifts. Variables breed new variables. Even Brainiac cannot compute all possibilities, but Batman can. For Batman possesses the uncanny ability to make everyone believe in his capabilities, leading them to trust that he can achieve the extraordinary. Thus, time and again he indeed accomplishes it, regardless of how fortunate it may seem. And I am Batman. Yet I am not Batman. I am Chun Tao, a traveler, an imperfect mortal. I surmise Bruce Wayne is as well. Yet Batman remains forever flawless. Therefore, what truly matters is not the visage beneath the mask, but rather the presence of that mask at this very moment. Batman is here. I observe Bane bellowing into the phone. His voice, noble and distant, resonates as if separated from my world by a thick membrane, simultaneously feeling surreal and achingly close. What are you waiting for? Hurry and devise a plan to reclaim what was lost. What? Your leader has been taken? Who has been captured? The Birdman, the zombie, the caveman. I pilfered his presumed hidden trump card with an unexpected pawn. Although I remain ignorant of how he discerned the Penguin's concealed nuclear location, or if someone aided him from the shadows, such considerations have become irrelevant. Bane will no longer have the opportunity to intimidate anyone with that nuclear device. I can sense the anger, disappointment, and frustration in his voice, emotions he intended to impose upon me. But now he reaps what he has sown. I can hardly fathom my accomplishment. Bane is too preoccupied with the Court of Owls and utterly misjudges me. Yet I possess a keen understanding of him. Click. Bane hung up the phone. He fixed his gaze upon Chun Tao, a tempest of fury coalescing within him, ultimately settling into a heavy stillness. You are impressive, he remarked. You did well. A green sprout abruptly broke through the flesh of his body from the opposite side, crimson droplets seeping from his skin, followed by an unsettling sound of writhing from that half of his form. Bane remained impassive. The mask obscured his expression, and this transformation lasted but half a second, leaving one to question if they had witnessed it correctly. He began to retreat slowly. He had resolved to flee, knowing he could escape. If he desired to vanish, no one could detain him, not even the current Batman. Now was not the opportune moment for a final confrontation with Batman. He stood alone, utterly defeated, while his adversaries were numerous. Thus, he retreated gradually. This retreat appeared to have occurred numerous times before in the face of Batman. The figure of his opponent slowly coalesced in Bane's vision. On the mountain of refuse in the slaughter marsh at this very moment. He escaped in varied manners, withdrawing in different ways while Batman merely stood there, ever the same. It was truly disheartening. However, it matters not. He is a patient hunter. This city belongs to Batman, and he has faced countless failures. Yet, if he were to triumph just once, even once, the city would change hands. Despite the numerous setbacks, time and again being thwarted by Batman, Bane has never doubted his ability to seize this city. He has repeatedly reinforced this belief within himself. He declares, "We shall meet again, Batman. I am the necessary evil, Batman." Chun Tao comprehends the essence of Bane's words. Within certain philosophical doctrines, the state and social systems are deemed necessary evils, as they constrain absolute freedom. The system essentially suppresses and restrains individual liberty, repressing the inherent malevolence within humanity. Yet, the power of such a system is bestowed by the populace, while Bane audaciously claims to be the necessary evil, ostensibly justifying his malevolence with a semblance of righteousness, akin to the dark constraints of the Riddler and the misfortunes of the Joker. In truth, Bane's words imply that he represents a form of justice, an order learned and accustomed to in the prison of his birth, a brutal world's order. Thus, for Bane, all his actions do not challenge the existing order but rather signify a collision between two orders. He commits murder, he seizes nuclear weapons, he engages in various nefarious deeds, yet he perceives himself as a citizen upholding order, adhering to his own set of principles. Clearly, however, his necessary evil bypasses the crucial element of power conferred by the people. He is the most thoroughgoing dictator. Chun Tao, in the brief span of those two sentences, grasped Bane's meaning and discerned his essence, leaving him speechless. Can a normal person truly understand Bane's disjointed utterances? Perhaps I am not so normal, he mused. He attempted to turn away, feigning ignorance of Bane's discourse, yet the momentary spark of understanding in his gaze had already revealed everything to Bane. A smile crept across Bane's masked face, but it swiftly faded. "Indeed, we shall meet again soon, and sooner than you might imagine, Bane," Chun Tao asserted. "You heard what the person on the phone relayed to you, did you not? Your three subordinates, the very same who grew up with you and escaped the prison alongside you. Birdman, Caveman, and Zombie, they have all been captured by me." Bane's slow retreat halted. "So, do you comprehend? The situation has changed. Bane, my formidable adversary. I hope you realize. The tides of battle have shifted. No longer will you enjoy the luxury of coming and going at your whim." Chun Tao informed him. In 4 days, I expect to see you at Arkham Asylum." He emitted a low chuckle. "Rest assured, I am no villain devoid of principles. You see, you are indeed the antagonist of this narrative, akin to the urban legends that parents use to instill fear in their children. I am a paragon of virtue, a superhero who would never resort to the act of murder." The assassin, standing nearby, strove to suppress the urge to roll his eyes, only to suddenly shudder and abruptly turn his head, unable to bear the sight of Chun Tao any longer. "If you had not come, I would not have perpetrated any particularly heinous acts against them. After all, I am no demon," Chun Tao informed Bane. "I shall merely dismember them piece by piece. Have you heard of the Pool of Lessa? The Fountain of Youth? I assure you, they shall not meet their demise. Of course, when the time comes, you are welcome to bring your armies and subordinates, Those superstitious and blindly obedient criminals, the simple-minded muscle-bound brutes and assassins, if you believe they can be of any use, feel free to bring them all along, should their presence provide you even a modicum of confidence." "For days hence?" Chun Tao inquired. Bane fell into a brief silence. "For days hence," he affirmed. Chapter 77. Inventory. As Bane and Chun Tao engaged in a delightful conversation, the Joker stood alone nearby, feeling rather desolate. Poison Ivy continued to reinforce Harley Quinn's cocoon, while Deadshot and the Cheshire Cat tended to the wounds of the fallen Arkham inmates. In such a chaotic battlefield, no one could guarantee their safety from harm, and the Arkham crew was not without its losses. Although the most prominent figures would unlikely perish in such a skirmish, the lesser-known, mediocre villains were not so fortunate. One deranged inmate, known as the Heroic Madman, had just drawn his last breath. He was a delusional individual who fancied himself a master swordsman from the last century. It was evident that the muscle-bound assassin of the Court of Owls had imparted a lesson in true swordsmanship, demonstrating what it meant to be severed in twain. In his final moments, he proclaimed that authentic swordsmanship was the art of cleaving a person in half before departing this world. Born of madness, he died in madness, a fitting conclusion. Everyone seemed preoccupied, engrossed in negotiations, succumbing to their fates, or attending to their companions with botanical affection. None noticed him. None acknowledged the Joker. His gaze swept over the individuals present, and it pained him to realize that throughout it all, Batman's attention was solely fixated on Bane, never once casting a glance in his direction. The malice in the Joker's eyes deepened. Yet, he ultimately refrained from taking any action. Chun Tao ensured that the Joker remained within his peripheral vision until he and Bane vanished around the corner of the street. He exhaled a sigh of relief. Batman called for Robin. Chun Tao pressed his finger to the communicator at his ear. Is there any unusual activity? He had prepared contingencies for most scenarios. Robin was primarily on guard against Scarecrow, but there were certainly other anticipated threats. Fortunately, all remained calm. After receiving Robin's confirmation of no anomalies, Chun Tao fell into contemplation. Good heavens, they have departed, Batman. The Penguin wiped the beads of sweat from his brow. Today has been rather, but before he could finish, Chun Tao pulled him aside. Oswald, I have a question for you. The Penguin listened as Chun Tao continued. You previously informed me that you sold a nuclear bomb for 500 million, and that the remaining one was stolen by Bane, correct? Yes, that is accurate. What of it? The Penguin replied. Who was the buyer of that nuclear bomb? I certainly won't disclose my client's details to you, a mere superhero. The Penguin had intended to assert himself with such righteous indignation, but the words faltered on his lips before they could escape. That incident had occurred 4 or 5 years prior, involving a man in a trench coat with a London accent. He was not a local of Gotham, Oswald remarked. One could tell he hailed from outside. He was quite audacious, and without hesitation, purchased it immediately. Are you certain he took the nuclear bomb with him? At the very least, he took it away from Gotham. The Penguin asserted. Chun Tao finally felt a modicum of relief. He ventured into the midst of a vast throng of vanquished claws. Warning. Anchored items detected. Severed limb of the claw. Claw's dismembered hand. Half of a claw's hip. The claw's head. He rummaged through the heap of corpses, as unpretentious as a farmer reaping the harvest from his own fields, a radiant smile illuminating his face. Although these claws predominantly yielded a hodgepodge of mundane detritus, they nonetheless bestowed a considerable amount of crisis energy, and occasionally, one could unearth a nugget of significant value amid the refuse. He cradled a claw's head in his hands. Crisis energy converted. Total, 123. Current units of crisis energy held, 207. Warning. Downloading targetable Batman files. Claw Batman. Danger level, E. In a shadowy multiverse, Bruce Wayne supplanted Dick Grayson, becoming a claw under the Court of Owls. Upon becoming Batman, Bruce Wayne discovered himself utterly powerless against Gotham's rampant criminality. The Court of Owls extended a lifeline to his despair and guided him towards corruption. Gradually, Bruce Wayne comprehended that to combat the darkness of the city, one must first transform into it. What does Chun Tao value? Amber gold. Would you like to immediately consume 19 units of crisis energy for synchronization? However, now was not the time for transformation. Chun Tao intended to set it aside for the moment. He continued to traverse the fields, harvesting an ever-increasing amount of crisis energy. Yet, the common folk were bewildered by Chun Tao's actions, watching in astonishment as Batman delved into the pile of bodies, feeling around, occasionally bringing dismembered limbs to his nose for a whiff. Is this truly acceptable? To my eyes, this hardly resembles the behavior of a sane individual. The Penguin quietly remarked to Deadshot, I believe Batman has lost his mind. Deadshot cast a sidelong glance at him, then rolled his eyes. Lincoln March was equally startled by this spectacle. Hesitantly, he approached. Ah, you are splendid, Chun Tao exclaimed, patting him on the shoulder while casually tossing a skeletal frame aside. He welcomed the approaching Lincoln March. Come, let us return to the Batcave. We are allies now. The claw mask fell from his hands. Under the influence of amber gold, he had not perished but instead bared his teeth in a menacing grin. Lincoln March was certain this was an ancestor of the Wayne family. He was at a loss for words. Mr. Freeze approached Chun Tao's side. What do you intend to do with us? His body bore some color. Half of his armor torn by a grievous wound inflicted by a claw, though it was not fatal, it remained perilous. He glanced at the Arkham inmates, some seated, others sprawled on the ground. Basic chip control cannot unleash their full combat potential. Indeed, thus we must empower the Arkham lunatics to exercise some agency. The Frosty Man nodded, acknowledging the rationale. For instance, a firefly, once under mental control, flails about wildly, wielding a flamethrower indiscriminately, bears no comparison to a strategic arsonist endowed with intellect and cunning. Thus, if we aspire to harness the true power of the denizens of Arkham, we must exercise an iron-fisted rule, ensuring they recognize you as the sovereign of criminals. Deep within, the Frosty Man contemplated the notion of training this band of lunatics, akin to the discipline of a dog. His evident vulnerability precluded him from ever assuming the mantle of leadership over the denizens of Arkham. Nevertheless, it did not impede his musings on what one might undertake to command the entirety of Arkham Asylum. To subdue these madmen, one must be even more ferocious, more malevolent, and more unhinged than they. They are irredeemable lunatics, only susceptible to fear. I comprehend that if we wish to exert control over Arkham's criminals, we must commence with the healing of their madness. This revelation abruptly shattered the Frosty Man's envisioned image of a legion of conquerors in Arkham, akin to a television broadcast being interrupted by a sudden power outage. What did you say? Chapter 78. Training the third-generation Robin, Tim, sat before the Batcomputer in the Batcave, occupying the seat that once belonged solely to Batman. This night, nothing of note transpired. He had spent 3 hours scrutinizing the tranquil surveillance feeds. In fact, his boredom had driven him to perform 700 push-ups at the computer, and he still felt invigorated. This youthful, robust physique, brimming with explosive strength, seemed perpetually immune to fatigue. Years of rigorous training and relentless discipline had prepared him to confront any challenge. Yet, ironically, there were none to be found. Tim stared vacantly at the seemingly unchanged monitors, his mind beginning to wander uncontrollably. Was there even a remote possibility that the Arkham villains would suddenly band together to assault the Batcave? He knew such a scenario was utterly implausible, but that did not prevent him from indulging in the fantasy. A multitude of Arkham adversaries invading in unison, Batman besieged and overwhelmed, while the formidable third-generation Robin emerged to turn the tide. He envisioned himself delivering a decisive blow to the Riddler, toppling Scarecrow with a flurry of punches, while Mr. Freeze and Firefly fled in terror. Killer Croc would kneel in submission, and Man-Bat would find himself beneath his heel. Dr. Pig would be caught by the head, receiving a resounding slap across the face from both sides, while Two-Face exhibited expressions of sheer horror on both his visages. The mud-covered behemoth, a mere pretender to superpowers, would be swiftly dispatched, and then he would pivot, delivering a swift kick to the chest of Professor PYG, sending the skeletal figure crashing down before unleashing a torrent of a corrosive solution upon him. As the smoke billowed from the anguished cries of his foe, Alfred would pat his shoulder in approval, embracing him warmly, while the battered Batman would shed his cape and cowl, proclaiming that henceforth, the mantle of the Dark Knight would be passed to him. The imagery of such a splendid scene elicited a chuckle from Tim. However, he soon regained his composure and glanced around, relieved that no one had witnessed his moment of folly. Clearing his throat, he straightened his posture, reminding himself that he, Tim, the most reliable in Gotham, would steadfastly uphold his responsibilities. He slapped his cheeks, muttering to himself to banish such absurd thoughts. How could an invasion of Arkham villains ever occur? He shook his head. Though this was not the main base beneath Wayne Manor, it was undoubtedly one of Batman's most formidable outposts in Gotham, boasting security and scale sufficient to. Oh, Batman and the others had returned. Tim noticed the access authentication submitted on the Batcomputer, promptly opening it and bounding over the massive mechanical dinosaur in the center of the hall to reach the entrance, flinging the door wide open. This way, Batman would see his face the moment he emerged from the corridor. With a sudden crash, Tim slammed the door shut. Ha ha, I must be seeing things. He leaned against the reinforced iron door, pausing for 2 seconds before erupting into uncontrollable laughter, gasping for breath as mirth overtook him. As a jest, the fantastical scene reflects upon reality. But what jest is being spoken of? Robin, open the door quickly, what is the matter? The voice of Batman resonated from outside, and Tim inhaled deeply. All right. He opened the door and immediately, the imposing figure of Mr. Freeze, with his crimson-lensed goggles, appeared before him. Instinctively, he threw a punch, only to be met with the chilling touch of Freeze's icy fingers the next moment. I hope you comprehend the essence of politeness. Tim let out a pained grunt, retracting his hand, and began to flex his fingers. Mr. Freeze, a supernatural being with a body temperature that fell below 100 degrees, possessed the ability to inflict frostbite with even the most trivial contact should he release his cold aura. Tim's training allowed him to withdraw his fist before actual contact, yet he still felt the sting of the cold. Mr. Freeze paid no heed to the bewildered Tim, stepping past him and entering the premises. The alarm blared, signaling the activation of a colossal mechanical dinosaur, but it promptly fell silent under Batman's command. Tim stood in a daze as a procession of Arkham's infamous villains filed into the Batcave, resembling a throng of elementary school children returning from a spring excursion, disembarking from a bus to return to school. How is it that you can so casually stroll in and lounge on the sofas in the adjacent rest area? Tim was nearly confounded by the nonchalant demeanor of these Arkham lunatics, as if they were returning to their ancestral home. He observed the Flamingo and Scarecrow, hand in hand, sauntering side by side, before reclining together on the couch, akin to two elegant, albeit lethargic, fish. They didn't even spare him a glance as they passed. In the next moment, they were unceremoniously perched upon by Two-Face and Firefly, with Two-Face rear pressing down on the Flamingo's hooked nose, while the pink-clad assassin wore a dazed expression, not even uttering a sound. Tim suddenly realized something was amiss. He should not have been so oblivious. It dawned on him that these individuals lacked any semblance of self-awareness. The last to enter was Professor PYG, his skeletal frame ablaze with fire. Tim watched as Batman gestured, and a swirl of black sand encircled the professor's skull. Professor PYG was unique. His flaming phosphorus rendered all chips ineffective, necessitating continual manual adjustments to his brainwaves, making it astonishing that he still possessed a mind capable of control. Tim overheard Batman remark, "All right, Batman," he groaned, smacking his forehead. "I think I understand your method now." Tim was not foolish. Rather, he was exceptionally astute, the most detective-inclined of the current generation of Robins within the Bat family. Even though Chun Tao had disclosed nothing regarding his plans, upon witnessing the unfolding situation, he swiftly deduced much of what was transpiring. Yet, this realization only fueled his frustration further. Our 3 generations of Robins pounded their chests in utter despair, exclaiming, "I cannot believe you, Batman. How could you betray me once again? You deliberately withheld the plan from me. How can you do this? I am your Robin, your Robin. You cannot keep abandoning me." Tim's incessant lamentations were met with Batman's averted gaze, revealing the latter's sense of guilt. "Look me in the eye," Tim insisted, with a scoff. He turned his head and noticed Mr. Freeze casually pouring himself a cup of coffee, which he promptly froze into icy shards before consuming them. "Make one for me as well," commanded Harley Quinn, who stood beside him, handing over her coffee for Mr. Freeze to chill. Killer Croc, Poison Ivy, and the ventriloquist, the few Arkham inmates who had joined Batman from the outset and retained their awareness, were now keenly observing the unfolding scene with great interest. Tim, feeling dejected, fell silent. He then turned to the figure beside Batman, unmistakably the conscious Clayface. "What is this situation, Basil?" he inquired. "I am not Basil Carlo," Clayface replied, as his massive form swiftly retracted, morphing into a Robin costume. "I am Batman's favorite Robin." Chapter 79. The commitment. Tim found himself ensnared in a daze. Who am I? Where am I? Is this truly the Batcave? He lapsed into contemplation. A tempest of thoughts surged through his mind, the mysteries of the Big Bang replaying within his mere 1.4 kilogram human brain in the span of mere seconds. It felt as though a surge of steam erupted from his head. Chun Tao awkwardly pulled him aside, a necessity akin to an inescapable social obligation. He elucidated, "Basso Carlo, the true name of the Clayface, embodies a quintessentially performative personality. I am uncertain whether you fully grasp his essence. I am well aware, Batman. I completely comprehend the choice you have made. It does not trouble me." Tim inhaled deeply, struggling to regain his composure. "Do you recall our first encounter with him?" He feigned being restrained by electric currents, then staged a vivid performance of death. Previously, he masqueraded as various individuals throughout Gotham. "Indeed," Chun Tao interjected, "another instance of madness that defies rational explanation. Basso Carlo harbors no ulterior motives. His sole purpose is to embody different roles. His superhuman ability to transform enables him to become the finest actor in this world. He continued in a hushed tone. Beneath that facade lies a life devoid of substance. After that incident, Basso Carlo as a person ceased to exist. What remains is merely a shell driven by an incessant pursuit of pure performance, perpetually shattered. He can be an upper-class gentleman, a street-sweeping sanitation worker, a woman, a man, a child savoring a lollipop, a schoolteacher, or a doctor. Any role that presents a challenge to him will be embraced for a time. He would brutally assault the original host, then casually discard them in some distant, chaotic place, assuming their identity until the rightful owner returns. Chun Tao remarked. He chases the theatrical career, so I shall provide him with a script sufficiently challenging. Tim glanced at his companion, who held a small performance booklet in his massive palm. Tim lowered his gaze and noted the title, From Arkham to the Batcave, a treatise on becoming Batman's favorite Robin. The subtitle read, The Complete Diary of Basso Carlo's Youthful Endeavors as Robin. A life of justice requires no explanation. The back cover posed questions. How is Batman's favorite Robin forged? What super rules must one adhere to in order to become Robin? How does one earn Batman's affection and be regarded as his sole companion? The answers lie within this tome. Anyone can become Robin, provided they read this grand opus. Tim felt he ought to be furious. He had every reason to be. Yet, curiously, his anger seemed to be suppressed by another sentiment, preventing it from surfacing. His gaze flickered to the book. This was authored by Batman himself. I am utterly uninterested in the content written above. Have you completed this book beforehand? Indeed, I have, Chun Tao replied, still enmeshed in his scheme to manipulate the clay-faced beings through various unscrupulous means. I had contemplated how to control the clay-faced individuals long before confronting the ventriloquist. While the fundamental operational thoughts differ, they remain intrinsically linked. He elaborated. This book is specifically crafted to exploit the weaknesses of Bascolaro. Every detail within is something that Robin is capable of executing. Tim had lost the inclination to hear Batman continue. You must show me that pamphlet later, he asserted with an air of authority. I must offer a profound critique. Chun Tao, perplexed by the other's thoughts, nodded in agreement. All right, I will display it to you on the back computer shortly. I want it too. I want it too. Harley Quinn exclaimed excitedly, raising her hand. Make one for me as well. She struck a boxing pose and chuckled. The first female Robin, Harley Quinn's Robin Career Diary. Stay tuned for the grand serialization. A silence enveloped the room. Poison Ivy, sensing Tim's murderous gaze, tugged at Harley Quinn's sleeve. What are you doing pulling me? I want to wail. Before Harley Quinn could finish her sentence, she was silenced by a multitude of plants controlled by Poison Ivy. She offered an apologetic smile to Tim, gesturing for him to continue. Chun Tao paid no heed to their antics, issuing a few brief commands to the Batcomputer. Soon, dozens of concealed, retractable glass cages ascended from the depths of the Batcave's hall. He summoned Killer Croc, the ventriloquist, and Harley, instructing them to one by one place the chip-controlled villains into the cages. While they busied themselves, he initiated a video call to Alfred, Batman calling Pennyone. How much longer until the clawed assassins can return? About another hour and a half, came Alfred's reply. On the screen, Alfred maneuvered a joystick, and the mechanical arm of the Batplane grasped a multitude of twitching, dismembered claws. There are too many. I need to continue retrieving them for a while longer. The old butler sighed. I can hardly believe I'll have to piece them all together later. It has been over 60 years since I tossed aside my puzzle toys at the age of 4. Yet now, I must assemble hundreds of incomplete limbs in one go. I appreciate your effort, Chun Tao remarked. It is no trouble. It is my duty, Master, Alfred replied, shaking his head. They will be of assistance to you, will they not? These claws can become your strength, aiding you in your battle against Bane, even if only to deplete a fraction of his stamina. He added, they will ensure you remain unscathed, will they not? Indeed, Chun Tao replied to him. The claws are indeed a formidable fighting force, one that cannot be overlooked. They are quite useful. Thus, what I am doing holds significance. Alfred remarked, about that matter in 4 days. Promise me you must return safely, all right? Chun Tao fell into a brief silence. Alfred was not the type to constantly emphasize his contributions, Yet today he was uncharacteristically insistent. He understood what the other was contemplating. The old butler merely wished to secure a promise regarding his dear little Bruce. This elderly man stubbornly sought a commitment, a promise of safe return. Whether this promise could be fulfilled was beyond his control. He simply desired that assurance. I will, Chun Tao assured him. We agreed to retreat, do you remember? I promised you. We shall go to Fiji, or the Hawaiian Islands, or Metropolis. A place where no one knows us after the affairs in Gotham conclude. I will certainly retire alongside you. The Batman made this vow. I will return safely. I currently have numerous villains from Arkham Asylum, and they will be dealt with before me. Chun Tao stated, with them exhausting Bane's strength, I shall not falter. Alfred slightly lowered his head, concealing the expression on his face, and in the next moment, it transformed into a bright smile, clear as a sunny sky. Very well. We have made a pact, Bruce. You must keep your promise. All right. They ended the communication. Chun Tao took a deep breath, stood up, and walked into one of the transparent cages. He snapped his fingers, and the prisoner within was immediately liberated from the chip's control. Harvey Dent, Two-Face, an old friend. Chun Tao said, I need your assistance. Don't even think about it. As Two-Face, I would rather perish of boredom in Arkham than lift a finger to aid Batman. Chun Tao narrowed his eyes. This is not up to you. Ah! Chapter 80. The Pursuit of Justice Within the Confines of the Batcave. The hour now hovers around 7:00 p.m. A multitude of Arkham's nefarious villains have been confined within transparent cells, and Chun Tao has just liberated them from the control of their chips, prompting an immediate display of chaotic revelry. What are you all doing? Keep it down. Harley Quinn, brandishing her baseball bat, assumes the role of a warden as she strides between the cages, striking the tempered glass with a thud. Do you wish to challenge me? The Firebird, perched on the glass, licks it with a mocking tongue while howling. You're merely the Joker's sidekick. I shall eventually feast upon your skin. This provokes Harley's fury, and she exclaims, do not dare mention her in my presence. Attempting to charge into the transparent cell to confront the Firebird, she is swiftly ensnared by Poison Ivy's vines. The bat coffee is quite delightful. Ivy remarks languidly while sipping her drink, though it is made from the remains of coffee beans. Behind her, Harley, suspended upside down, flails in the air, while Killer Croc and Mr. Freeze sit side by side, engrossed in a game of cards. Judging by the towering pile of bills beside Mr. Freeze, it appears that Killer Croc has incurred significant losses. Glad you enjoy it, the ventriloquist says amiably, holding a coffee pot. Robin, thank you for informing me where the coffee is. Tim, visibly displeased, sits nearby. I can hardly believe I am drinking coffee in the Batcave. The Penguin, seated beside him, nibbles on a small plate of snacks and tosses a macaron into his mouth. In the past, I would come here only to leave with bruises. Not like now. He turns to Robin, saying, Hey, Wonder Boy, the snacks are gone. Go fetch more. Noticing Robin's tightened fists, he quickly adds, Hey, what are you planning? Batman instructed you to treat us well. With a huff, Tim begrudgingly goes to retrieve more snacks. May you choke on them soon. Once he departs, the Penguin remarks, Goodness, he actually went. I didn't expect him to be so obedient. After all, I believed we were now part of the righteous cause. Poison Ivy replies with satisfaction. This is precisely what I envisioned, redemption, turning over a new leaf, and the American dream. She spreads her arms wide, declaring, I am confident we are embracing the pursuit of justice. The Penguin sips his coffee, while the cacophony of howling fiends continues behind them. I am uncertain whether we... He begins, but his words are abruptly interrupted by a piercing scream echoing throughout the Batcave. The agonized wail sends coffee spraying from the Penguin's beak, causing him to cough violently. Turning in alarm, he is horrified to witness Batman pressing a glowing hot iron directly onto the face of Two-Face, a grotesque and twisted grin adorning his visage. Ha ha ha! The Penguin involuntarily drew a sharp breath. The once tumultuous hall gradually fell silent, as the multitude of Arkham villains, who had previously been creating a cacophony, exchanged awkward glances and slowly ceased their raucous antics. The Penguin swallowed hard and whispered to Poison Ivy, Are you certain we are engaged in a noble cause? Chun Tao returned the searing iron to the scalding brazier and addressed Two-Face, saying, "Well, you are no longer Two-Face. From this moment forth you shall be known as Three-Face." He procured a mirror, reflecting the pitiable figure of the shackled former Two-Face. His visage was marred by a newly burnt scar, completely obscuring his original deep green blemish and resulting in a strikingly tricolored face. He then retrieved an object from his belt and placed it in Harvey Dent's hand. "This is a three-sided die. If you roll a 1, you shall kill me. If you roll a 2, you grant me mercy. And if you roll a 3, we shall sit together over coffee and hot chocolate, discussing how to deal with Bane." Oh, by the way, the Penguin watched in disbelief as Chun Tao produced a vial containing a lethal dose of fear toxin and sprayed it directly onto Two-Face's face. "I almost forgot lubricant." Chun Tao found the fear toxin to be extraordinarily effective. When training villains, the use of lubricant simplified matters immensely. "Hey, my fear toxin isn't meant to be used on the Scarecrow," who was locked in another transparent cell, as he began to protest vocally. However, before he could finish his sentence, with a snap of Chun Tao's fingers, he collapsed to the ground like a mummy. The Mad Hatter's chip deprived him of bodily autonomy, and the Penguin witnessed his eyes darting wildly, yet he could utter not a single word. I. Chun Tao released the handcuffs from Two-Face, who hesitated for a moment before tremblingly grasping the die. He rolled it, unfortunate enough to land on 1. Instantly, he leaped up, exclaiming, "I'll slay you. What bad luck." Chun Tao transformed part of his arm into the forelimb of a dinosaur and delivered a powerful blow that sent him crashing to the ground. He then leapt upon him, stomping and kicking his face, and with a burst of physical amnesia, Two-Face was forcibly returned to his seat, and Chun Tao snatched the three-sided die away. He continued to extract the iron from the brazier, gauging its position, aimed at Two-Face's face, and sizzled. The anguished screams of Two-Face echoed throughout the cavern, causing the Arkham lunatics to collectively gasp and then sit quietly on the floors of their cells. "This is a four-sided die. The usual rules apply. Should you roll a 1, a 2, or a 4, we shall together confront Bane." Two-Face rolled a 1. What dreadful luck. Ah! 5 minutes later, the Penguin gazed with twitching lips at Harvey Dent, who stood quietly beside him. The Two-Faced Man interjected, "Do not refer to me as the Two-Faced Man. Call me the Five-Faced Man instead." Then he heard his counterpart assert with resolute conviction, "I have made my decision to become a partner of justice." His tone was as carefree and joyful as that of a naive young girl. He abruptly turned his head in a swift motion, revealing a vibrant display of colors across his visage. Rolling his eyes, he raised both hands in a gesture of triumph, declaring, "I have now become akin to Batman." "Has your mind been warped by Batman?" The Penguin attempted to retort, but was abruptly interrupted by a piercing scream. It was Firefly. The Penguin recognized him, a notorious arsonist incapable of restraining his insatiable desire to reduce his surroundings to ashes. Yet now, flames had become his gravest fear. Under the influence of fear toxin, he developed an overwhelming terror of fire, but soon he underwent a textbook-like desensitization therapy. It was utterly bizarre. Killer Croc and Mr. Freeze, having set aside their playing cards, approached the Penguin's side. They observed as Batman sprayed a dose of fear toxin onto one villain's face, then swiftly mounted the opposite foe, launching a flurry of blows. Moments later, he redirected his attention to another adversary, connecting the power supply and delivering a series of electric shocks, causing a collective shiver among the group. To be candid, are we truly aligned with the forces of justice? Chapter 81. Anticipation. My name is Bane. I am 26 years old, and I am a champion of justice. My subordinates, the Birdman, the Troglodyte, and the zombies, have been captured by the nefarious Dark Lord, Batman. He has taken them as hostages to coerce me into his lair, demanding that I confront him in a decisive battle at Arkham Asylum in 4 days. I am acutely aware that by then, Batman will have undoubtedly fully harnessed all the claws he seized from the Court of Owls, and the lunatics of Arkham will no longer behave as they did under the control of the Mad Hatter's chips. He will persuade them to assist him. This implies that I will find myself in an exceedingly precarious situation, relying solely on the inmates of Blackgate Prison, a handful of tanks, myself, and the Joker to contend against the entirety of Gotham. Victory seems unattainable. Even if I were to vanquish all of Batman's minions, I would still struggle to overcome the Dark Lord himself. However, fortune smiles upon me. For I possess a clandestine ace up my sleeve, a mysterious benefactor, an elusive figure who has not only provided me with substantial financial support and intelligence but also guided me to steal a nuclear bomb, has just gifted me a new one after I lost the previous. According to him, this was procured from the Penguin several years ago. What a foresight lunatic! But that is of little consequence. What matters is that I now hold a new bargaining chip, enabling me to return to the gaming table. This time, I shall not underestimate my adversary. I suspect Batman may well be aware of my possession of a new nuclear bomb. Since the bomb has become an open card, I shall boldly bring it to light. The Joker, my potentially treacherous ally, must be thrust into the spotlight to divert Batman's attention. Meanwhile, I shall operate from the shadows. This time, I shall not be defeated. Moreover, the Joker proposed a suggestion. Since Batman can abduct my people, I too can take his. This is a constructive idea. The sun has set. Lucius, the chief technology officer of Wayne Enterprises, is dining in his office. As he takes his second bite of steak, he catches a glimpse of Batman's silent approach in the reflection of his glass. Before Lucius can even wipe his mouth, Batman cuts to the chase. Lucius, I require you to create a device capable of disrupting a nuclear bomb's detonation. He elaborates, regardless of the bomb's nature, it must be rendered inert. Lucius stares at him in disbelief. What do you think I am? A genie conjuring gadgets out of thin air. Liquid fuel injection, launch control systems, detonators. Which step do you wish to halt? I do not care. It must be stopped at any phase, Batman insists, his tone brusque. You know what we are up against, and you are well aware that we must intervene at every juncture. I suspect. He adds, never mind, in any case, Murphy's Law tells us that things invariably spiral towards the worst possible outcome. We must prepare for the worst. I will do whatever it takes. Well, I understand, Lucius, the chief scientist at Wayne Technologies, declared, surrendering with a raised hand. All right, it's not particularly challenging. It's merely a matter of some interference. I shall be able to produce this contraption shortly. Furthermore, you arrived just in time. The nano-embedded bombs you requested have been completed. They can be implanted into a body and will sever limbs in an instant. Lucius retrieved a sizable package of nanobombs from a nearby safe, which Chun Tao accepted with outstretched hands. He turned and resumed his seat, slicing his potato in half with a knife and fork before continuing. This is, to be frank, rather cruel. I hope you employ it judiciously. Chun Tao nodded silently, acknowledging, this serves as the last line of defense against those Arkham individuals. Amanda Waller's methods can be necessary at times. Amanda Waller, a government official and the orchestrator of the Suicide Squad, specializes in implanting nanobombs in the necks of criminals, compelling them to carry out tasks. Very well, Lucius continued, but I must inquire about something else. What is the situation with the nuclear bomb? Before Lucius could finish his inquiry, he turned to find the space behind him entirely vacant. He set down his utensils, muttering, "Oh, come on." After bidding farewell to Lucius, Chun Tao hurriedly made his way to Jim Gordon's residence. Knock, knock. Chun Tao rapped sharply on the door, unconcerned about disturbing anyone. Jim Gordon's daughter, Barbara, had left Gotham for treatment following her spinal paralysis years ago, leaving him to live alone. Coming, Gordon exclaimed, appearing in the doorway clad in pink pajamas, his gaze falling upon Chun Tao's serious expression. "Ah, you've arrived," he instinctively remarked. "I've been wrestling with the matter of your killing." Before he could finish, Chun Tao snapped his fingers, causing a large mass of mud to ooze through the nearby window. "Oh, good heavens!" exclaimed Gordon. "Allow me to introduce Gordon. This is Clayface." Chun Tao intended to say a villain I recently tamed, but Clayface swiftly transformed his eyes into enormous, crystalline orbs that gleamed with a hopeful light, and his attire morphed into that of Robin's uniform. My beloved Robin. That is not the crux of the matter. What is crucial is..." Chun Tao clapped his hands again, and several claws burst through the window, entering the room. So now you are the head of a villainous faction," Gordon remarked. Ignoring Gordon's complaint about the newly installed glass, Chun Tao pressed on. "There is no time for idle chatter, Jim. You are in grave danger. I've been in peril in this city for quite some time. I've grown accustomed to it, Gordon retorted, rolling his eyes. What of it? Chun Tao summarized the agreement set for 4 days hence. I still don't comprehend how this relates to me. Chun Tao replied to him. In the past, while watching television dramas, I often criticized the protagonists for their apparent obliviousness to the villain's boundless ruthlessness. They would neglect to safeguard their colleagues and family, allowing them to remain naively in their homes until they were seized as hostages. This specifically targets a show called Gotham, where the death of the Penguin's mother was almost predictable from the moment she appeared in the first season. During my viewing, I was filled with scorn. Now, however, it is my turn, and I shall not commit such a foolish error. Whether it is Bane or the Joker, the concept of a moral boundary seems entirely foreign to them. I refuse to place myself in a position where I could be threatened as a hostage. Thus, I must protect you, Jim. Until all matters are resolved, I must ensure that you do not become a pawn. What a jest. I am the sheriff of Gotham City. It is unthinkable for a sheriff to abandon their post in the face of danger. Jim Gordon unsurprisingly rejected Chun Tao. Batman, I appreciate your goodwill, but I have a duty to uphold. Furthermore, your previous actions have been rather... Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Before Gordon could finish his sentence, he witnessed a significant portion of the Clayface body detach, approximately 1/5, and swiftly morph back into its original form. I apologize, Gordon. I am not negotiating with you. I understand that my methods may differ from those of the past, but such actions are necessary. Chun Tao stated, to prevent you from being kidnapped, I am reluctantly compelled to take you hostage first. I ask for your understanding. Gordon turned to flee, but as he did, he collided with Chun Tao, who had appeared behind him, and in an instant, a black staff formed from the dark sand in Chun Tao's hand. He collapsed. Bang! Chun Tao swiftly placed the unconscious Jim Gordon into a sack, and together with Clayface, they made their escape, for there was another target to abduct. The scene was left with a fake police commissioner Gordon remaining in his room, stepping over shards of glass as if nothing had happened, climbing into bed to sleep. Tomorrow, I shall have someone come to repair the windows, he muttered to himself, as if he were indeed the real Jim Gordon. Chapter 82. Midnight. The night had deepened. Chun Tao stood by the banks of the Gotham River, witnessing the vast expanse of night, where a luminous moon stirred the cold breeze, sweeping over the great river flowing eastward. The tide surged, creating frothy white waves that shimmered like scattered jewels. What a magnificent and grand spectacle the night presented. Beep, beep, beep. Chun Tao answered the phone. All right, capitalist strongman, after all this time, Ivy and I have finally managed to plant trees all around Gotham. Heaven knows, working day and night without rest has nearly exhausted me. You really ought to install some streetlights. Harley Quinn's face appeared on the screen, sporting dark circles under her eyes, a stark departure from her usual glamorous makeup. She complained loudly. Ivy is on the verge of collapse. Beside her, Poison Ivy looked frail, with the Cheshire Cat supporting her. Thank you for your hard work, Harley, and to each of you. Chun Tao's voice was quiet, distant, imbued with a somber tone almost celestial in nature. I truly appreciate your efforts. All of this holds significance. You are Gotham's last line of defense. In the event of the worst-case scenario, IVS plants will serve as the best aid in tracking nuclear weapon trajectories, ensuring our interceptors have ample time and opportunity to catch the launched missiles. Harley had more to say regarding her payment, but Chun Tao decisively interrupted her. You will see 100 million transferred to your account in 10 minutes, and Poison Ivy will receive the same. Now quiet down. Yay! Chun Tao hung up the phone. He gazed silently at the river, at the central waters where the moonlight could not penetrate the dark corners. There it was pitch black, ominous, as if genuine monsters lurked within. Beep, beep, beep. Chun Tao dialed another number. Batman calling Robin. Are the citywide signal disruption devices in place? Completed. Batman. As you instructed, we have deployed additional disruption devices in critical areas such as the circus, amusement park, and Wayne Tower. The weary voice of young Robin emerged on the screen. Our chief scientist claims that the effective range of these devices exceeds 20 meters. If what he says is true, then no one will be able to launch anything in those areas. However, the same cannot be said for other locations. Chun Tao pondered. Suddenly, Deathstroke's head intruded into the frame. For 4 days we've been running around, following your orders, Batman. To be honest, Haven T, you already reclaimed that nuclear device? Is there really going to be a second one? Hey, clever one, you clearly do not understand Gotham, interrupted Killer Croc, munching on beef jerky beside him, his words somewhat slurred. The worst will always happen in Gotham. You know, this city is a wicked harlot. It has never known how to spell mercy. Undoubtedly, Chun Tao replied softly. Thus, we must be even better prepared. Until we meet again. He ended the call and extended a hand. Silver-white particles entwined around his hand, transforming part of it into a dark crimson veil. He extended his other hand, and under the influence of the silver-white particles, the silhouette of a green dinosaur claw began to materialize. Chun Tao let out a muffled groan, dispersing the two forms of transformation with a wave of his hand. I am not finished yet, he silently mused. He gazed intently into the darkness at the center of the river, as if attempting to imprint it into the celestial river of stars within his own eyes. I have come this far, and I have been performing admirably. I have not lost. I am as capable as the true Batman. In the realm of imagination and the world of thought, amidst the grotesque darkness, a bat howled silently. Chun Tao faced it, staring into the bat's mouth, where the remnants of blood lay, stark and vivid. I am certain that I have not yet met my end. Between us, you and I, our story has yet to reach its conclusion. He chuckled darkly. You see, fate has decreed that I must represent Batman in one final clash with you. A faint glimmer of light ignited within his heart, dispelling all timidity, hesitation, and fear. He thundered at himself, the sound echoing as if the heavens themselves were collapsing, roaring across the universe. Listen closely. In this life, though there may be countless paths, there is but one truth. There is no way back. In any endeavor, one must either not act or pursue the task to its absolute conclusion. There is no room for half-heartedness. Everyone, that timid, ineffectual self. Listen well. I am Chun Tao, but I am also Batman. He softly intoned, Gotham, I am coming. The silver-white particles once again coiled around him, transforming him into the fragmented form of a bat made of nanotechnology. Chun Tao swept up his billowing cape, striding into the night, propelled by Gotham's most challenging evening breeze. Without a glance back, Bane meticulously reviewed the booklet that Batman had gifted him on how to combat the Joker. He caressed the spine of the booklet, his face betraying a blend of tender affection and lethal intent. He replayed all his plans in his mind, then extinguished the room's lamp, carefully and solemnly locking the booklet back into the safe. However, before he could reach the door, he let out a muffled sound, his body deflating like a punctured balloon. He hastily activated the venom input, quickly regaining his composure. As he opened the door, he was greeted by a scene bustling with energy. This place, once Gotham's largest prison, Arkham Asylum, had now been completely transformed into a military encampment. An abundance of firearms and weaponry was being methodically distributed, and this war machine, composed of Bane's former minions and the flesh of Arkham's inmates, was primed and ready, eager for blood. Where is the Joker? He casually seized a hurried soldier passing by, and upon recognizing Bane, the soldier immediately snapped to attention. The prisoners from Blackgate Prison accompanying him also attempted various imperfect salutes. After being directed by the soldier, Bane navigated through several corridors until he encountered the Joker. Hey, do you recall? I distinctly said. You must want to turn off the flashlight halfway up, letting me plummet to the ground. Ha ha ha. The atmosphere was surprisingly congenial, as Bane squinted, noting how this cruel and depraved villain, the Joker, surprisingly interacted well with his subordinates. How intriguing. Of course, he himself was no paragon of virtue. He beckoned the Joker out of the room, who was still clutching a bottle of beer. Pulling the Joker aside, he declared, My ally, I have a crucial task to entrust to you. To utterly vanquish Batman, we must collaborate. You must. When the time comes. After dismissing the Joker, Bane stood by the window. The moonlight was radiant, and he imagined that this same moonlight also illuminated Batman. It was time for the final confrontation. He murmured to himself, I am far from finished, Batman. We are destined to be entwined in this struggle for eternity. Chapter 83. The Oathbane's army chose to launch their assault at 6 o'clock in the afternoon. From a bird's-eye view, one could observe a dark, tumultuous swarm resembling a tide, departing from Blackgate Prison. They either clung to several cables extending from Blackgate Island to Gotham's mainland or traversed the waters by boat, spreading into Gotham's heart like a contagion. They possessed a formidable arsenal, numerous tanks, countless rounds of ammunition, firearms, mortars, and rockets. Quite terrifying, isn't it, Two-Face? At that moment, the Penguin sat leisurely aboard the hovering Batplane, while the ventriloquist cautiously perched on a small stool beside the coffee table. I am now a five-sided figure. Should you misname me again, I shall insert your hooked nose into your own mouth. Two-Face, nay, he ought to be referred to as Five-Face Harvey Dent, stood at the window, holding a glass of champagne. The Penguin paid little heed to Harvey Dent's abrasive demeanor. With enthusiasm, he remarked, "Since the Romans and the big boss Maroni vacated the power center of Gotham's underworld, we've been but a fragmented entity. The Black Mask, the Great White Shark, the Ventriloquist, and the Whisper Gang. A myriad of factions vie for control over Gotham's criminal power. And then there's you, Harvey. Your tenure as district attorney has endowed you with a wealth of secrets from the underworld, and your legal expertise has made you a master of manipulating the law. You have swiftly ascended to become a key figure within Gotham's criminal hierarchy, an inseparable part of it. Now, with the Black Mask, that foolish drug dealer, having met his demise and the Great White Shark out of the picture, the three of us united essentially represent Gotham's underworld. Oh, how exhilarating this is!" The Penguin rubbed his hands together in excitement. "I have been selling arms in Gotham for so many years, armed helicopters, tanks, even jet fighters." He pretended to wipe away tears, feigning sympathy. "Oh, how tragic. I can hardly wait to see the expressions on Bane's face." His eyes gleamed with a mix of excitement and malice as he approached the enormous display screen, grasping the microphone. Before him, a projection of Gotham City materialized. "Hello? Can you hear me?" The Penguin tapped the microphone. "Scum!" The voice emanated from the hovering aircraft, reverberating through the speakers, echoing in the corners of the streets below. The Legion marching on the ground exchanged glances, searching for the source of the sound. "Can you hear me now?" A sinister grin spread across the Penguin's face. "It seems you all can. Ladies and gentlemen, I sincerely welcome you to our Gotham gathering. Rest assured, the outcome of this soiree shall unfold in our own unique manner. I am Bane. I have no father, only a mother. If my mother could see me now, she would surely laugh at my appearance. Look at how I am dressed now." Bane struck the front armor of the tank with his fist, leaving a deep imprint, and then delivered another blow and yet another, as if he were extracting flesh from a crab, pulling two living souls from the steel cocoon. "I am Bane," he would proclaim, and though my mother was not one to often laugh, having endured the torment of a tragic and unfortunate life, she would surely find amusement in such a scene. Tilting his head, Bane shielded his face with his hands and, like a raging bull, he overturned another tank. Yet, if she were to witness something particularly absurd, she too would laugh, shedding the weight of her sorrowful memories. Bullets exploded upon Bane's form, and amidst the thunderous roars of fury, he leapt high, crushing a tank underfoot as if it were nothing more than a disc of iron. A jet fighter swooped down from the sky, launching missiles and cannon fire towards him, the flames reflecting in his eyes. "Did you think I was unaware?" An adult dons a black and white mask and charges into another city, declaring ambitions of becoming a dictator in modern society. Bane caught a missile barehanded and, like an irate child, hurled it away. The missile detonated among the crowd, showering blood like raindrops, mingling the life of allies and foes alike upon him. The fighter jet continued its wailing descent. Like an infant, Bane unleashed his fury upon others, and with a powerful heave he tore the turret from the tank. Seizing the moment, he leapt and swung the cannon barrel as if casting forth a colossal boomerang. In civilized society, he coerced others to heed his commands with sheer force. Boom! The cannon's mouth plunged directly into the cockpit of the fighter jet, sending the buzzing insect spiraling down to the street below, igniting a fierce explosion in Bane's wake. The flames danced around him, illuminating half of his figure in a kaleidoscope of colors, flaunting the so-called brute strength that shattered all rules, establishing a dictatorial empire in a land devoid of sovereignty. In an instant, he vanished from sight, delivering a kick to a gangster brandishing a firearm, sending the man tumbling away in silence, carving a sanguine path across the ground. It was indeed a spectacle of absurdity. Bullets failed to breach Bane's defenses, yet his clothing was nearly in tatters, clinging to his form, his muscles flushed red as if massaged by the very projectiles. What was even more ludicrous was that this figure, likely to provoke screams of laughter, was hardly an adult at all. The gangsters were in disarray, emitting frantic cries of terror as they fled desperately before Bane. Yes, indeed, the one who loomed above us, intent on conquest, was merely a child. Surveying the vast battlefield, Bane realized that, unbeknownst to him, he stood alone amidst the countless sprawled corpses, both of his allies and of his enemies. Yet, they are no longer present. Only Bane remains. Thus, Bane strides over the fallen corpses, traversing the lifeless forms of his subordinates. He forges ahead past the firearms, through the raging flames, over the wreckage of destroyed tanks, and across the inner hills and plains of his heart, an invisible tempest propelling his body, rendering his run akin to flight. The child, whose father has fled and whose mother was brutally slain, remains consumed by confusion, failing to properly mourn his mother. Instead, he kneels, vowing an oath. The flames flicker through his mask, reflecting in Bane's blazing eyes. I swear by the blood of my parents, I shall exact vengeance for their tragic demise. I will dedicate the remainder of my life to conquering all evil,